Dad! In an instant, Li Feng, who was seated in a CF awaiting his blind date, found himself spitting out the coffee he had just sipped. The unexpected call of Dad echoed in his ears. "Little one, you mustn't mistakenly call me that. I'm certainly not your father." He chuckled, attempting to distance himself from the adorable child who had rushed up to him. "Dad! Mama said you are Dodo's dad, so you must be Dodo's dad." The little girl insisted with a stubborn gaze. "Your mother? Who is your mother?" Li Feng inquired, glancing around, only to spot a young woman in her early 20s striding toward him from the CF entrance. As she took a seat across from him, Li Feng was momentarily taken aback by her stunning beauty. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her skin as fair as snow, and her clear, starry eyes sparkled with an enchanting brilliance. Such beauty was indeed rare. Could this woman possibly be the mother of the little girl? "Mommy!" The girl dashed into the woman's embrace, confirming Li Feng's suspicion. Reality struck him like a bolt of lightning. The woman with the child was, in fact, his blind date, so he was suddenly thrust into the role of an unwitting father. At that moment, Li Feng felt an urge to curse his sister for setting him up. Just yesterday, upon his return to Donghai City, his sister had promised to introduce him to a blind date, claiming she was her superior at work, the dazzling president of the illustrious Luo Corporation. Indeed, she was dazzling. But how could she also thrust upon him the responsibilities of fatherhood? Li Feng had genuinely believed he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck, only to discover his sister had conveniently omitted the fact that the woman had a child. Speechless, Li Feng took a sip of coffee to mask his growing frustration. "Li Feng, you don't remember me?" The woman spoke suddenly, her voice melodious and soothing. She smiled softly, though a hint of bitterness lingered in her expression. Li Feng blinked in surprise. "Do we know each other? Surely you recall the stormy night 5 years ago when you saved me and took me to the hotel?" Her tone remained calm, but her words jolted Li Feng into a state of realization. "The stormy night 5 years ago? It's you!" Li Feng exclaimed, finally connecting the dots. His gaze shifted to the little girl beside him, who was staring at him with wide, innocent eyes. After several seconds of contemplation, Li Feng confirmed a startling truth. He was indeed the father of this little girl. And this breathtaking beauty before him, the president of the Luo Corporation, was none other than the girl he had unexpectedly shared a night with 5 years ago. He vividly recalled that stormy night before his tragic car accident. While driving past a bar, a girl had suddenly dashed into the road, pleading for help as she bowed repeatedly. Noticing several burly men emerging from the bar in pursuit of her, he had made a split-second decision to take her away. However, she had been drugged, gradually losing consciousness and slipping into an uncontrollable state. By the time he realized something was amiss, he had already delivered her to the hotel. He had intended to leave immediately, but she had stopped him. In an instant, he too had lost control. When he awoke the following morning, he discovered he was alone in the hotel room, with her having vanished without a trace. The events of that night had transpired so swiftly that he hadn't even had the chance to clearly see her face, only to remember that she was extraordinarily beautiful. Li Feng felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Had it not been for the remnants of evidence left in the room, he might have believed it was merely a dream. Yet, it was precisely because of that incident that he faced a horrific car accident days later, resulting in his parents' untimely deaths. Fortunately, his sister had not been in the car at the time. As for him, he had nearly perished, but was miraculously saved by a passing woman with remarkable healing skills, who took him under her wing and trained him in martial arts and medicine for 5 years at a place called Wulong Mountain. Little did he know that upon returning from his training, the very girl who had shared a fleeting night with him would come knocking at his door. Thus, this was hardly a blind date, it was a reunion of sorts. "Do you remember now?" the woman asked gently. "Yes, I remember." Li Feng exhaled deeply, nodding slightly. As he gazed at her exquisite, captivating visage, a whirlwind of emotions engulfed him, plunging him into silence. "Let us reintroduce ourselves," the woman said, her features radiant, her eyes sparkling like a galaxy. "My name is Luo Xuejing. This is our daughter, Duo Duo." Luo Xuejing turned to Duo Duo and said, "Duo Duo, call your daddy." "Daddy?" Duo Duo's curious, round eyes remained fixated on Li Feng, seeking his acknowledgement. Li Feng recognized the longing in her Gazia child's yearning for a father. "Please excuse me for a moment. I think I need to collect my thoughts. I'll step outside for a smoke," he said as he stood to leave. But suddenly, he noticed Duoduo's expression contort in pain, followed by a stream of blood cascading from her nose. In the next instant, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted in Luo Zujing's arms. Duoduo, Duoduo. Luo Zujing's face drained of color, her expression turning pale as a sheet. Li Feng's pupils widened in shock. He rushed forward, grasping Duoduo's hand, checking her pupils and tongue. In that moment, a flicker of light flashed in his gaze. At once, Duoduo's condition appeared before him in a vivid display. This was a gift bestowed upon him during his 5 years of traininga, celestial vision that allowed him to perceive the inner workings of Duoduo's body, including her blood, meridians, and internal organs. Yet, moments later, he stood frozen in disbelief. Leukemia? Luo Zujing's expression shifted dramatically. What did you just say? Leukemia? That's impossible. It truly is leukemia. Li Feng's heart sank, his countenance darkening. Luo Zujing's eyes widened in fury. What nonsense are you spouting? Duoduo cannot have leukemia. You're not a doctor. Stop talking rubbish. Quickly, help me carry Duoduo to the hospital. Though Li Feng's reasoning was unclear to her, Luo Xuejing adamantly refused to accept his words. Before long, Li Feng was driving Luo Zujing's car, ferrying the mother and daughter to the hospital. Immediate examinations were arranged for Duoduo. Before long, Luo Xuejing was called to the end of the corridor by the attending physician. Ms. Luo, based on various analyses, your daughter has been diagnosed with leukemia. In that instant, Luo Zujing's mind went blank, her entire being seemingly struck by lightning, immobilized as she lost all capacity for thought. Chapter 2. The daughter's poisoning. The attending physician urged Luo Xuejing to compose herself, offering gentle words of persuasion before advising her to consider the immediate commencement of treatment for her child. A short while later, Luo Xuejing found herself alone, sitting despondently on a corridor bench, tears streaming down her cheeks as her mind flooded with images of Duoduo's sweet and innocent face. Her heart heavy with dread. At that moment, Li Feng emerged from the hospital room and was struck by the sight of her frail and helpless demeanor, a wave of anguish washing over him. After an hour had passed, Li Feng had come to accept the grim reality before him. He had even utilized his medical expertise to conduct an examination, confirming that Duoduo was indeed his daughter. And the woman before him, Luo Xuejing, was his partner. He understood that at this critical juncture, he must shoulder responsibilities for both his daughter and the woman he loved. Have you offended anyone recently? Li Feng suddenly inquired. No, Luo Xuejing replied, taken aback. Why do you ask? Li Feng hesitated before responding. I was merely curious. Have you uncovered something? Luo Xuejing gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, desperation etched across her face. After a moment's deliberation, Li Feng decided to reveal the unsettling truth. Duoduo's illness is caused by a tumor virus that was deliberately injected, harboring the gene of a malignant pathogen. What? Luo Xuejing exclaimed in horror. Are you certain? I am certain. Her initial disbelief began to wane as she recalled how Li Feng had previously diagnosed Duoduo with leukemia. Might he not also be right about the malicious intent behind her illness? She scrutinized the report, which indicated a potential viral origin for the tumor. It was indeed true. Though Luo Xuejing was aware that the analysis in the report might not be entirely accurate, the fact that Li Feng had reached the same conclusion without referencing it greatly bolstered her suspicions that Duoduo had been harmed. After all, how could a mere 4-year-old child fall victim to such cruelty? Who could possess such a heart to inflict harm upon an innocent child? A multitude of faces flashed through her mind, each one swiftly dismissed as she struggled to identify the culprit. Just then, a nurse emerged from the ward, calling out, Ms. Luo, your child has awakened. You should hurry and see her. In a state of panic, Luo Xuejing rushed into the room, forcing a smile through her tears for Duoduo. Meanwhile, Li Feng, grappling with a turmoil of emotions, lit a cigarette in the smoking area. His heart heavy with sorrow, he momentarily set aside the question of who had harmed Duoduo. The urgent priority was to employ his extraordinary medical skills to heal her as swiftly as possible. To achieve that speed, there was only one course of action: sacrificing his own formidable heart and essence. While conventional treatments and rare medicinal herbs could also cure Duoduo, the process would be prolonged and painful for her. Li Feng was resolute. He could not allow her to suffer any longer. Having made up his mind, Li Feng intended to discuss the matter with Luo Xuejing before commencing treatment for Duoduo. At that moment, an unfamiliar phone number rang on Li Feng's phone. He pressed the answer button, and a sinister male voice greeted him from the other end. "You must be the biological father of that little bastard, right? I never expected you to return after 5 years of farming in that godforsaken Wulong village. And now you're meeting my fiancée. Quite the grand reunion, isn't it? Too bad that little bastard is terminally ill." "What a pity." Li Feng's expression darkened. How could this stranger know about his life in Wulong village? It was clear that all his actions today had been under the watchful eye of this so-called fiancée's fiancé. Luo Xuejing's fiancé? The realization that his partner was engaged to another man ignited a flame of rage within him. "Who are you?" he demanded. The man coldly replied, "Who am I? You'll find out soon enough. I'm waiting for you in the hospital's underground parking garage. Be sure to come. Perhaps I can reveal the truth behind your bastard daughter's illness." With that, the man hung up, leaving Li Feng's heart racing with fury. Was this man implying that he was the one responsible for harming Duo? In an instant, a fierce resolve ignited within him, and he was ready to head downstairs. At that very moment, Luo Xuejing hurried out of the ward, calling, "Li Feng, where are you going? I need to discuss Duo's treatment with you." Li Feng turned to her, his cold gaze fixed on Luo Xuejing. The thought that she had an engagement to someone else, and that this person might very well be responsible for Duo's suffering, was unbearable. Luo Xuejing noticed his agitation and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you silent?" Gathering his thoughts, Li Feng finally spoke. "Your fiancé invited me to meet him in the underground garage. He claims to possess information about the truth behind Duo's leukemia." "What?" Luo Xuejing gasped, her expression shifting to one of horror. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Could it be that the person trying to harm Duo is Ding Zizong? Who? Ding Zizong. In an instant, Li Feng's fist clenched, his eyes narrowing with icy determination, as if the temperature around him had plummeted. Ding Zizong? It was indeed Ding Zizong. Li Feng had uncovered enough information over the years to ascertain that it was Ding Zizong who had orchestrated the drugging of Luo Xuejing 5 years ago during that stormy night. That night, Li Feng had thwarted Ding Zizong's plans and subsequently won Luo Xuejing's heart. Consumed by resentment, Ding Zizong had plotted revenge, resulting in the tragic accident that claimed the lives of Li Feng's parents and nearly took his own life as well. Now, it seemed that Ding Zizong was also the one behind Duo's plight. How could it be that this man had become Luo Xuejing's fiancé? This was unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. Ding Zizong. How could your fiancé be Ding Zizong? Li Feng fixed his gaze on Luo Xuejing, his eyes blazing with fury. Luo Xuejing, sensing the intensity of his gaze, instinctively took a couple of steps back, her heart racing as she stammered, You misunderstand. It's not what you think. There are things I can't explain right now, but I absolutely do not want to marry Ding Zizong. I have no choice." Luo Xuejing felt an overwhelming sense of guilt wash over her as she saw the pain reflected in Li Feng's eyes. Though she had waited 5 long years for him, they had no emotional foundation, not even a familiarity between strangers. As Li Feng observed the sorrow etched on her delicate features, his heart softened. He realized that Luo Xuejing must not have known that Ding Zizong was responsible for the drugging incident 5 years ago. Nor did she understand that his accident had been a deliberate act. Seeing the sincerity in her explanation, Li Feng recognized she was not lying, nor did she have any reason to do so. The frailness of her form made it appear as though she might collapse at any moment, and he felt a pang of sympathy. Taking a deep breath, he softened his tone. "Since you have your reasons for silence, I will not press further. However, you have been my woman since 5 years ago. Now that I have returned, you remain my woman. If you agree to my words, allow me to handle everything." His declaration was undeniably authoritative. Luo Xuejing, who was accustomed to exerting dominance over others, felt warmth spread through her at his commanding words. The wait of 5 years had not been in vain. "All right, please be careful. I will stay with our daughter," she replied, suppressing her tears. "Wait for me with that." Li Feng turned and strode toward the underground garage, his eyes glinting with determination and a hint of crimson, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Chapter 3. I will treat my daughter, however. Upon arriving at the underground garage, Li Feng was surprised to find not Ding Zizong, but rather 6 burly men in black suits emerging from a van, approaching him with menacing intent and brandishing spring knives. "You must be Li Feng?" The leader, sporting a goatee, snarled with a fierce glare. He stood at an imposing height of nearly 2 meters, exuding an overwhelming aura. Li Feng frowned slightly, scanning his surroundings for Ding Zizong. but only spotting one of the men recording him with a phone. Ding Zitsong isn't here, yet you're filming a video for him? Li Feng questioned coldly. The man with the goatee sneered, damn it. I'm the one asking the questions here, not you. But you don't need to answer. I already know you're Li Feng. He stepped forward, pressing the knife against Li Feng's throat and bellowing, Ding Xiao. Look closely. Without warning, the knife blade sliced toward Li Feng's neck. Yet, Li Feng reacted with remarkable speed, stepping forward rather than retreating. He deftly evaded the blade and seized the man's throat with a vice-like grip. The man's eyes widened in terror as he felt his air supply cut off. Before he could comprehend the peril he was in, Li Feng's face contorted with a murderous intent, and he squeezed with lethal force. A sharp crack echoed through the garage as the man's throat was crushed, his life extinguished in mere moments. The entire scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. No more than 3 breaths had passed from the moment the man attacked to his demise. Silence enveloped the space as the remaining 5 men stood frozen. Shock and fear etched on their faces. Dog brother? One of the men suddenly yelled in alarm. The others quickly exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of deep apprehension. This young man was a ruthless killer. He had dispatched Dog Brother with a swiftness that was almost casual. It was known that Dog Brother could take on 10 opponents single-handedly, yet he had fallen so easily to this youth's hands. This was terrifying. Meanwhile, Ding Zitsong, watching via video, was equally stunned. He had anticipated that Dog Brother and his crew would effortlessly eliminate Li Feng. Yet the outcome had been entirely reversed. Li Feng had dispatched Dog Brother with such ease that it seemed almost poetic. In the next instant, Li Feng hurled Dog Brother's lifeless body toward the remaining 5 men. They instinctively recoiled in horror, their resolve wavering as they exchanged uncertain glances, the absence of their leader leaving them feeling vulnerable. Hand me the phone, Li Feng commanded, pointing at the man still recording the video call. The man trembled in fear, hastily complying. Li Feng fixed his gaze on Ding Zitsong's anxious face on the screen, recognizing the fear, tension, and a hint of malice etched upon it. Ding Zitsong, he growled, 5 years ago, you failed to kill me in that accident. Now that I have returned to Donghai City, you waste no time in plotting against me again. Tell me, how should I make you pay for your crimes? The threat was palpable, his murderous intent unmistakable. Ding Zitsong felt a sense of suffocation even through the screen, but he was not easily intimidated. With a steely expression, he retorted, Country bumpkin, I never expected you to have uncovered the truth behind the accident from 5 years ago. It seems you haven't been merely farming all these years. However, it hardly matters now. You just killed Nan Street's Dog Brother. He was a key figure in the Chow family's empire in Donghai City. You won't need to worry about me. Just one word from Tianyi, and you'll be fed to the fish. Li Feng paid no heed to Ding Zitsong's words, his voice icy as he replied, Ding Zitsong, here's a piece of advice. While I have yet to come looking for you, enjoy your remaining days to the fullest. Relish every moment, for your time is running out. With that, he ended the call. Duo was in peril, suffering from a terminal illness that would cause her immense pain and rapid deterioration if not addressed promptly. Having honed his extraordinary medical skills and mastery of healing arts during his time in Wulong Village, he was confident he could cure her within days. His immediate focus was on healing Duo, and only after that would he deal with Ding Zikoing. Li Feng tossed the phone back to the man who had handed it to him, barking, take the body and get lost with that. He turned and ascended the stairs. The 5 men exchanged glances, fear evident in their expressions, and quickly fled, eager to report back to their boss, the infamous Tianyi of the Chow family in Donghai City. Upon returning to the hospital room, Li Feng found Luo Shuejing visibly relieved at his safe return, her expression one of concern for her partner. Li Feng couldn't help but wonder if Luo Shuejing had truly begun to see him as her man. She was exquisite, a beauty beyond compare, and any man would be captivated by her. Li Feng was no exception, especially considering their passionate night 5 years ago and the fact that she had given him a delightful daughter. He had no intention of letting her slip away. She was his. Is Ding Zitsong the one who poisoned Duo? Luo Shuejing suddenly asked. Li Feng shook his head. There's no evidence, though he was almost certain that Ding Zitsong was responsible for the poisoning. He had resolved to take matters into his own hands without involving Luo Shuejing in this deadly feud. As he had assured her earlier, he would handle everything. Luo Shuejing's expression softened as her anger dissipated, and she turned her attention to the slumbering Duo. Let us set aside the matter of the culprit for now. Our foremost priority is to find a way to treat Duo. I will arrange for her hospitalization and expedite the bone marrow typing and surgery, Li Feng countered. No need for surgery. We won't require bone marrow typing. I will treat my daughter myself. What did you say? You will treat Duo? Luo Xuejing's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom his assertion. Li Feng gazed at her with unwavering seriousness. I have spent the last 5 years learning a nearly extinct and miraculous form of medicine, ancient Chinese medicine. No surgery is required. Merely acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine, combined with some of my unique treatment methods, can cure Duo. Moreover, I only need 3 days to achieve this. At that moment, Luo Xuejing was utterly bewildered. Traditional Chinese medicine? What distinguishes it from TCM? Is there truly such a miraculous art in the world that can cure leukemia? She instinctively thought that Li Feng was speaking nonsense. Yet, upon closer inspection, she saw that his gaze was remarkably clear, and his demeanor was unusually serious, not at all resembling someone speaking frivolously. In that instant, reason told her that this was impossible. Yet, she found herself hesitating, even contemplating whether such a miracle could genuinely exist. Just as she was caught in this indecision, Luo Xuejing's mother suddenly called. Luo Xuejing immediately answered, only to hear her mother's urgent cries. Daughter, something is terribly wrong. There's been a major incident at home. Your father has collapsed. You must hurry back. He insists on seeing you. Luo Xuejing was taken aback, and after several seconds, she hastily replied, Okay, Dad, I'll return at once. She was filled with terror. Why did it sound so grave? Her father's health had always been robust. In that moment, Luo Xuejing felt as though her mental state was on the verge of collapse. First, her daughter was diagnosed with leukemia, and now her father was gravely ill. She suddenly felt the entire sky becoming unbearably dark. Chapter 4. The attending physician's fury. Li Feng takes Duo home. Li Feng, something has happened at home. I must return immediately. Please look after my daughter for a while. I will be back shortly. As for how to treat Duo, we can discuss that when I return. After speaking, Luo Xuejing hurried out without waiting for Li Feng's response. As she walked, she called Li Feng's sister, Li Jiner. Sister Jiner, could I trouble you to come to the hospital and look after my daughter? Yes, Li Feng is here too. Thank you. Luo Xuejing was not entirely certain about the kind of person Li Feng truly was. It was difficult for her to fully trust him to care for Duo, leaving her somewhat uneasy. However, she knew that Li Feng's sister, Li Jiner, was very reliable. Li Jiner worked in the marketing planning department of the Luo Corporation. Although she was merely an ordinary employee, Luo Xuejing had been observing her for quite some time. After all, Li Jiner was Duo's biological aunt, although she was unaware of this fact. After Luo Xuejing departed, Li Feng stayed beside Duo for a while, only to see her still wearing a painful expression even in her sleep. His heart sank. She wants to be back soon. I must treat Duo right now. Li Feng decisively made up his mind to go downstairs to the pharmacy to purchase essential medicinal materials and medical tools. Just as he was pondering who could help watch his daughter, his sister Li Jiner suddenly called, Stinky little brother. What is happening over there? Luo Zong just called me to say you and Duo are in the hospital? Aren't you two on a blind date? Li Feng promptly summarized everything that had just occurred, omitting any mention of Ding Zizong. Upon learning that Duo was actually Li Feng's daughter, his own niece, and that she was now suffering from leukemia, Li Jiner was utterly shocked, taking over a minute to regain her composure and stammer. I need to take a moment to process this. I'm on my way to the hospital now. Let us talk when we meet. Half an hour later, Li Jiner arrived. Her exquisitely beautiful face was still filled with shock and disbelief as her large, beautiful eyes remained fixed on Li Feng sitting at the entrance, unable to utter a word. Don't be surprised. This is the reality. Li Feng appeared calm. You should go in and see Duo. After all, you are her biological aunt. All right, Li Jiner nodded with difficulty and then entered the ward. A few minutes later, she emerged with reddened eyes. It was evident that she had slowly begun to accept the surreal reality before her. Asking in a daze, what do we do now? Should we start accepting hospital treatment? No need. Li Feng shook his head. I can cure leukemia. Li Jiner's mind, still reeling, went blank once again. She knew that Li Feng had studied martial arts and medicine under a beautiful teacher for 5 years. But for him to assert he could cure leukemia, how could she possibly believe him? However, Li Feng was undeterred by her skepticism, rising to say, I'm going downstairs to buy the medicinal materials and acupuncture needles necessary for treating Duo. Please watch over her for a while. I will be back shortly." With that, Li Feng went straight downstairs to a well-known traditional Chinese medicine clinic, where he followed the ancient prescriptions he had learned to prepare several doses of medicine, asking the pharmacy to brew them. He then purchased silver needles, alcohol, gauze, and other necessary items before returning to the hospital, ready to treat Duo. Upon seeing Li Feng arrive with such a comprehensive array of supplies, Li Jiner's eyes widened. "Little brother, are you serious? You really believe acupuncture can cure leukemia?" Li Feng nodded. "Of course. Once I cure Duo, you will no longer doubt it." Just then, the attending physician, Pan Donghui, abruptly walked in, astonished and furious. "What are you doing, kid? Are you a doctor? How dare you attempt to treat your daughter here?" He approached Li Feng and said sternly, "I understand your current emotional state, but your daughter is not beyond saving. Young man, don't be extreme." He clearly thought Li Feng was unable to accept reality and was losing his mind. However, Li Feng responded earnestly, "I am not like you doctors, but I can indeed cure my daughter, Director Pan. There's no need for concern." Pan Donghui's expression darkened. "You can cure your daughter? With acupuncture? In over 20 years of practice, I have never heard of acupuncture curing leukemia. Young man, you should cooperate with our hospital and not act recklessly." "Act recklessly?" Li Feng chuckled lightly. "If I entrust my daughter to you, can you guarantee that you can cure her?" Pan Donghui replied coldly. "Of course. There are many methods for treating leukemia. Bone marrow transplants, CAR-T cell therapy, radiation therapy. These are all options," Li Feng retorted. "Can you guarantee a 100% cure for my daughter?" Pan Donghui found this notion laughable. "In this world, nothing is guaranteed 100%. Li Feng's gaze turned steely. "You may not be able to, but I can." Pan Donghui grew even angrier. "Absurd. Traditional medicine treating leukemia and achieving a 100% cure. What nonsense. If you wish to treat your daughter, that is fine, but do not do it under my watch. And do not treat her in our hospital. If something goes wrong, we cannot bear the responsibility." Li Feng nodded slightly. "In that case, we shall treat her at home." He immediately picked up Duo and turned to Li Jiner, who was still in shock. "Sister, please help me grab some things. We are leaving." Li Jiner was dumbfounded. "Little brother, wait. Shouldn't you at least inform Luozong about this? It seems rather disrespectful to take the child without her knowledge, doesn't he it? Then you can notify her." Li Feng stated, cradling the child as he walked out. Li Jiner hesitated for a moment before following suit. Notify? There was no room for negotiation. At that moment, Li Jiner suddenly realized that her brother seemed to have changed, becoming forceful and domineering. He had not been like this before. Pan Donghui, furious, shouted at Li Feng, "You've lost your mind. Absolutely out of your mind. Young man, I warn you, if you dare take the child away, in a few days her condition will surely worsen. When that time comes, even if you come back begging me, I will not treat her." Li Feng coldly replied, "Rest assured, my daughter will be cured, and we will not return." With that, he strode toward the elevator without glancing back. Li Jiner did not believe that Li Feng could actually cure Duo, but she knew she couldn't persuade him otherwise, so she silently followed him out. Pan Donghui's face darkened considerably, gritting his teeth as he watched Li Feng and Li Jiner leave, muttering coldly to himself, "Good, very good. I shall see how you come back in a few days. Begging me." Pan Donghui, Chapter 5. An unforgivable grudge. After Li Feng and Li Jiner exited the hospital, they took a taxi straight to the Jingxiili Villa district. Upon getting outside the villa area, even the taxi driver was somewhat astonished. Jingxiili was a well-known villa district. Although its property prices might not be the highest, it was certainly among the most renowned. 6 or 7 years ago, Jingxiili was one of the preferred neighborhoods for the wealthy in Donghai City. Residents here may not have been extraordinarily wealthy, but at the very least, they were families earning millions annually. The taxi driver scrutinized Li Feng and Li Jiner. They were taking a taxi instead of driving, and just their attire suggested they didn't appear to be wealthy individuals. Perhaps they were visiting relatives, he thought before departing. Li Feng, holding Duo, walked into the community with Li Jiner. Duo had already awakened and was ecstatic at the thought of not having to stay in the hospital. Now that they had arrived in the villa area, she seemed to forget her pain, exclaiming, "Wow, Daddy, you live here? There are so many big houses." Li Feng smiled. "Yes, Daddy lives here now." Soon, Li Feng brought Duo to the doorstep of their home. Although Duo was only 4 years old, she already understood what a villa was and what it signified. Despite her young age and limited expression, her comprehension was no less than that of an adult. She was amazed, her big watery eyes gazing at Li Feng. Wow, such a big house. It's much larger than Grandpa and Grandma's house. Li Feng chuckled. This house belongs to both Daddy and Auntie. Duo looked at Li Feng. Can Duo live here in the future? This time, it was Li Jiner who spoke to Duo. Of course, from now on, Duo is also the owner of this place. Duo was overjoyed. Then I can have my own room, right? Many of my kindergarten friends have their own rooms. Absolutely. Auntie will go and prepare a children's room for you right away. With that, Li Jiner went to tidy up the house. Meanwhile, Li Feng, exhausted from his journey home yesterday, had a brief chat with Li Jiner before directly resting, not even taking the time to look around the home he had once lived in for a year or two. Standing in the middle of the living room now, Li Feng noticed that everything in the house seemed to have changed, yet somehow remained the same. Memories of countless moments shared with his parents flooded his mind. This villa was the legacy left by his parents 0.5 years ago. His mother's cosmetics business had flourished, hinting at a trend that could elevate the Li family to a wealthy status. Unfortunately, after that tragic car accident 5 years ago, both parents passed away, leaving the company under Li Jiner's stewardship, which ultimately faced joint suppression from competitors at that time. Li Jiner was still a student and knew little about management. She had to learn as she went along. Yet, her adversaries did not allow her the time to adapt. In the end, Li Jiner barely held on for 3 months before the company collapsed, and she had to sell it at a low price. The cosmetics company, Changli Meizhuang, which her mother had established, was thus lost. The only inheritance left by her parents was this villa and a modest sum of money Li Feng had investigated while in Wulong village. Changli Meizhuang had not changed its name and still operated under that title. However, the legal representative had been altered to Ding Yuxing, the chairman of Ding Corporation. Ding Yuxing, in fact, was Ding Zizong's father. This meant that the very people who conspired with competitors against Li Jiner were none other than Ding Zizong. They had orchestrated the car accident that attempted to kill his entire family and subsequently sought to usurp his mother's company. And now they wanted to marry his woman, harming his daughter. This grudge was truly unforgivable. Thus, Ding Zizong must die. Daddy, can we take a look at our big house? Suddenly, Duo tugged at Li Feng's hand, pleading. Li Feng snapped back to reality, about to acquiesce. However, in the next instant, Duo suddenly had a nosebleed, her pupils rolling back as she fainted once more. Li Feng's expression turned to one of horror. He hastily laid Duo on the sofa and pressed several acupoints on her body, stopping her nosebleed. Then, with a stern expression, Li Feng suddenly produced a drop of blood that seemed to emit a faint glow, placing it on Duo's forehead. The blood, upon contacting her skin, quickly absorbed into her body. And in an instant, Duo's complexion became slightly rosy, her breathing more even. Li Feng took a deep breath, calming himself before continuing with the acupuncture treatment. At this moment, Li Jiner had finished tidying up the children's room and was about to call Duo upstairs to see her new room when she suddenly saw Duo fainting. Rushing over, "Brother, are you treating Duo? Shouldn't I call Luo Zong first to ask for her opinion?" Li Jiner hurriedly inquired. "Just notify her," Li Feng replied calmly as he disinfected the silver needles and began to treat Duo. Li Jiner stood frozen. Just a notification? What significance did that hold? Ultimately, she did not make the call, merely anxiously watching from the side. She knew that Li Feng had spent 5 years honing his skills and had learned medicine. Yet, witnessing him truly attempt to treat Duo, she felt uncertain. Gil put it simply, she found it hard to convince herself that traditional methods could resolve such a global challenge as leukemia. Soon, Li Feng had inserted more than 20 silver needles into Duo, causing Li Jiner's heart to race with fear. Following that, Li Feng began to massage Duo's Dazui acupoint. Vaguely, Li Jiner even perceived a hazy mist emanating from Li Feng's hands, and Duo seemed to transition from unconsciousness to a deep sleep, even beginning to drool. However, what astonished Li Jiner the most was the mist that appeared when Li Feng was massaging Duo's Dazui acupoint. She thought she was imagining things and wanted to take a closer look. Just then, her phone rang. It was Luo Shuejing calling. Chapter 6. A renowned doctor requests to see Li Feng Jiner. "You took Duo away from the hospital?" Luo Shuejing always referred to Li Jiner in this manner, as she had long known of Li Jiner's relationship with Li Feng. Despite the fact that she and Li Feng had no connection beyond that one night, she still respected Li Jiner greatly because she was Duo's aunt. Li Jiner's entry into the company despite her low educational qualifications was also due to Luo Xuejing's awareness of her being Li Feng's sister, leading to her being hired exceptionally. Hearing this title now, however, stirred a mix of emotions for Li Jiner. It dawned on her that this title was not without its backstory. At this moment, Li Jiner sensed that Luo Xuejing seemed emotionally off, possibly angry, but it didn't appear to be directed at her or Li Feng. Li Jiner could not help but respond earnestly. Luo Zong, we brought Duo back. Why brother says he can cure her. Why not give him 3 days? He insists he can heal her in that time. Luo Xuejing remained silent for several seconds before replying. Tell Li Feng to hold off. We should conduct a bone marrow matching test. If we cannot find a suitable match for Duo, then let Li Feng treat her. But my brother is already treating Duo. Li Jiner felt a wave of anxiety rising. What? On the other end, Luo Xuejing's voice was filled with fury. How could he treat Duo without my consent? Hand the phone to him. In the midst of Luo Xuejing's anger, there was an undercurrent of tension. She hesitated over whether to allow Li Feng to assist Duo with her illness. However, in her imagination, she envisioned herself standing guard beside Duo, while watching Li Feng administer treatment. At least she knew what to expect in her heart. Yet now, Li Feng had taken Duo out of the hospital and was treating her without permission. Luo Xuejing felt deceived by her parents, who had locked her in upon her return home. Clearly, they were aware of her rendezvous with Li Feng and were wary of a potential relationship between them. More importantly, they feared that the marriage between the Luo and Ding families might fall through. Thus, they had confined Luo Xuejing, declaring that she would not be released until the day of her engagement. Consequently, Luo Xuejing had abandoned the thought of letting Li Feng treat Duo. Ultimately, aside from their bond through Duo, there was little else connecting the two. Luo Xuejing knew nothing of Li Feng and was reluctant to place her trust in his purported medical prowess. Yet her brother was unwell, and she was unable to take his call. How about this, Luo Zong? I will have my brother call you shortly, Li Jiner explained. Luo Xuejing took a deep breath. Sister Jiner, do you believe Li Feng is reliable? Can he truly cure Duo? I wish to hear your honest opinion. Absolutely. I believe he can, Li Jiner stated earnestly. Luo Zong, why not give my brother 3 days? Perhaps in 3 days, he will surprise you. In truth, Li Jiner had little faith in Li Feng. Her support stemmed from not wanting him to bear the burden alone. Yet, Luo Xuejing wanted to say more, but upon hearing a commotion from her home, she suddenly spoke in a panic. All right, I will give Li Feng 3 days. However, tell him that after 3 days, I do not expect him to cure Duo, but I hope he ensures nothing happens to her. Otherwise, I will not spare him. Without waiting for Li Jiner to respond, Luo Xuejing hung up. Li Jiner sensed that something was amiss on Luo Xuejing's end, which was why her words were so hurried, and it appeared she could not attend to Duo in the coming days. What could have occurred that prevented a mother from being present when her child needed her most? Li Jiner, unable to fathom the situation, refrained from further contemplation and returned to stay by Li Feng and Duo's side. Approximately 20 minutes later, Li Feng finally removed the needle from Duo and collapsed onto the sofa, drenched in sweat, letting out a sigh of relief. Li Jiner rushed forward. Before she could speak, Li Feng looked at her. Sister, please help me carry Duo upstairs for a rest. I need to step out for a moment. Where are you going? Li Jiner asked, astonished. Li Feng smiled faintly. I asked the pharmacy to prepare some medicine for me. It should be ready by now. I'm going to retrieve it. Please take good care of Duo. Li Jiner furrowed her brow slightly and nodded. All right then. After leaving, Li Feng hurried to the pharmacy and inquired with a female pharmacist about the medicine. Upon recognizing him as the young man who had previously come for medicine, the pharmacist's face lit up with excitement. Sir, your medicine is ready. I will fetch it for you right away. However, Li Feng noticed that instead of heading straight to the pharmacy, the female pharmacist ascended the stairs. Moreover, the glimmer of excitement in her eyes was unmistakable. Li Feng felt puzzled, wondering if perhaps she had developed feelings for him. Little did he know, he was overthinking it. Her excitement stemmed from the fact that the owner of the Bai Long Tang wanted to see him. She ascended to inform the owner, the renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine in Donghai City, Shan Yang Ximiao. Meanwhile, Yang Ximiao was upstairs attending to a distinguished patient. After taking the patient's pulse, he sighed. Mr. Chow, your condition is becoming increasingly dire. After 2 years of treatment, we have only managed to slow the progression of this insidious disease. Your internal organs are deteriorating once more. I fear, Mr. Chow, a man of impressive stature and piercing gaze, exuded an aura of commanding authority. He was none other than the formidable ruler of Donghai City, Chao Qingtian. Known for his disdain for others, Chao Qingtian nonetheless held immense respect for Yang Ximiao. Were it not for Yang Ximiao's repeated interventions, he might have already met his demise. However, in recent days, Chao Qingtian had felt increasingly unwell and had been consulting Yang Ximiao daily about his condition. Hearing Yang Ximiao's current assessment, a wave of despair washed over him. Yang Shen-yi, please tell me directly, how much longer do I have to live? Chao Qingtian asked, having mentally braced himself for the answer. Yang Ximiao hesitated. A year. At most. A year. If the situation worsens, it may be as little as 3 months. At that moment, Chao Qingtian fell silent. Life, after all, must come to an end. Yet, he could not shake the worry for his daughter. I do not wish for anything to happen to her. If there is truly no hope, I simply wish to care for her in her final moments before I depart. Yang Ximiao suddenly exclaimed. Mr. Chao, since you are here today, I have some good news to share. A young man just came to our pharmacy to collect medicine. The prescription I reviewed appears to be from an ancient text known as Qi Shui Shi Sui Jing, which details a remedy with great potential to cure your daughter's leukemia. Yang Ximiao was astonished. Leukemia can be cured. Where is this prescription? Right here. Yang Ximiao produced the prescription. This very prescription had been left by Li Feng when he came to procure medicine for Duo. Chapter 7. Yang Ximiao in awe. This man is truly remarkable. Chao Qingtian's eyes widened. Yang Shen-yi, can this prescription truly cure my daughter? Yang Ximiao replied earnestly. I cannot guarantee it, but the chances are certainly promising. However, this prescription must be combined with the ancient practices of traditional Chinese medicine to achieve its full effect. Therefore, in addition to this prescription, we must locate the individual who wrote it. He may possess ancient healing techniques. Chao Qingtian was even more astonished. Ancient healing techniques? After a moment of contemplation, he was eager to inquire further. Just then, the female pharmacist knocked on Yang Ximiao's office door. Yang Shen-yi, the young man you wish to meet has returned for his medicine. Really? Excellent. Let us hurry to meet this remarkable individual. Yang Ximiao called out to Chao Qingtian. Mr. Chao, the person who provided the prescription has arrived. Chao Qingtian's face lit up with joy. The three hurried downstairs. Upon seeing Li Feng, Yang Ximiao and Chao Qingtian did not dismiss him due to his youth. Rather, they approached him excitedly. Hello, sir, is this prescription yours? Yang Ximiao inquired, holding out the paper. Li Feng frowned slightly. This prescription was extremely valuable. Without the aid of ancient healing techniques, curing leukemia was nearly impossible. However, it could effectively suppress the disease, allowing patients to live as normal individuals for a year or two. Knowing that the owner of this traditional medicine hall often treated people free of charge, Li Feng felt relieved. It was, after all, a good deed to pass the prescription to such a benevolent and principled physician. Yes, it is mine. Li Feng nodded in affirmation. Yang Ximiao became increasingly animated. Sir, may I request a private conversation with you? Very well, Li Feng replied. Following Yang Ximiao and Chao Qingtian upstairs, as they ascended, Li Feng couldn't help but take a deep look at Chao Qingtian. This man was on the brink of death. Even without any supernatural insight, Li Feng could immediately discern Chao Qingtian's condition. His steps were unsteady, his complexion pale, and his eyes slightly unfocused, symptoms indicative of severe internal distress. Once he activated his supernatural vision, Li Feng could see the extent of the damage to this man's internal organs. Although he appeared to be in his 50s, his hair was mostly gray, and his body bore the burden of an age far beyond his years. Nevertheless, Li Feng had no intention of meddling unnecessarily. He simply took a seat beside Yang Ximiao after they reached the upper floor. Yang Ximiao introduced himself. Mr. Li, my name is Yang Ximiao, and I am also the owner of Bai Long Tang. This is my friend, Mr. Chao. He refrained from revealing Chao Qingtian's true identity, omitting his name entirely. Had he mentioned it, Li Feng would have immediately recognized the name, for he had previously dealt with a man known as Da Gu, who was affiliated with Chao Qingtian. Li Feng was wary of this connection. Yang Ximiao continued, Sir, I would like to consult you on a few matters. Li Feng nodded. Please, Yang Shen-yi, go ahead. The name Yang Ximiao and the title of Shen-yi had been spoken with reverence by many downstairs. His reputation was indeed formidable. Yang Ximiao quickly waved his hands. No, I cannot accept the title of Shen-yi. I took the liberty of examining your prescription, and it seems to be a lost formula from ancient Chinese medicine. Specifically for treating blood cancer, is that correct? Li Feng nodded. It was not surprising for a seasoned physician to be familiar with ancient Chinese medicine. Some ancient texts contained records of medicinal formulas, although most were incomplete. May I inquire as to who authored this formula? Yang Ximiao asked curiously. Li Feng responded. I wrote it. You wrote it. Yang Ximiao gazed at Li Feng as if he were a marvel. At such a young age, you comprehend ancient Chinese medicine and can draft such a prescription? Yang Ximiao pressed further. May I ask who your master is? In traditional Chinese medicine, the emphasis is placed on mentorship and inheritance rather than formal education. It would be extraordinary for someone like Li Feng, if he had a master well-versed in ancient Chinese medicine, to produce such a formula. Li Feng shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information. My apologies for prying. May I ask if you can cure leukemia? Chao Qingtian interjected, his urgency palpable. My daughter has been ill for some time, and her condition has worsened. We hope to find a renowned physician to heal her. Chao Qingtian stood, serious and earnest. Sir, if you can heal my daughter, I am willing to give you everything I possess. You are Chao Qingtian? Li Feng frowned. No wonder this man exuded such an imposing presence. The notorious ruler of Donghai City, Chao Qingtian, stood before him in such a dire state. With his daughter afflicted by illness, Li Feng held little fondness for someone like Chao Qingtian. Yet, recalling his own daughter's illness, he felt a flicker of compassion for Chao Qingtian. Yes, I am Chao Qingtian, he confirmed, his demeanor earnest. If you can heal my daughter, I will place my life in your hands. Li Feng chuckled. But you are on the verge of death. This revelation caused a dramatic shift in Chao Qingtian's expression. Yang Ximiao was equally stunned. Sir, can you discern Mr. Chao's condition? Indeed, of course, Li Feng replied calmly. He has practiced hard qigong, which has harmed his internal organs and meridians. Chao Qingtian gasped in shock. Yes, I practiced hard qigong. I performed acrobatics in my youth and even starred in 2 martial arts films. My reckless training methods have led to these complications. At that moment, Chao Qingtian developed immense trust in Li Feng. Yang Ximiao recognized that such insights typically required careful examination. Yet this young man had assessed the situation at a glance. Sir, you are truly remarkable. Is there any possibility of curing Mr. Chao's illness? Yang Ximiao asked eagerly. He understood that if someone versed in ancient Chinese medicine intervened, it might indeed be possible to heal both Chao Qingtian and his daughter. This represented not only Chao Qingtian's fortune but also an invaluable opportunity for Yang Ximiao to learn. Chao Qingtian, brimming with excitement, stood up and bowed deeply. Sir, please save my daughter and me. Chapter 8. The ruler Chao Qingtian seeks medical aid. Upon hearing his request, Li Feng sensed that Chao Qingtian naturally prioritized his daughter over himself, which sparked a flicker of admiration within him. If your daughter indeed has leukemia, I can treat her. I can also assist you with your condition. However, I will need around 7 days to attend to my own matters first. Tears welled in Chao Qingtian's eyes. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Having navigated the treacherous waters of life, Chao Qingtian had faced the murder of his wife and the illness of his daughter. Now confronting his impending demise, he finally realized that without life, nothing else mattered. Life itself was more precious than all the power, status, and wealth he currently possessed. Such a significant individual as Chao Qingtian could adopt such a humble and sincere stance because he had come to understand this fundamental truth. However, I must caution you. I can guarantee treatment for your illness, but your daughter's leukemia, I cannot promise a definitive outcome. Not a definitive outcome? How likely is it that she can be cured? A chill gripped Chao Qingtian's heart. Li Feng answered with solemnity. Approximately 80%. Both Chao Qingtian and Yang Ximiao were momentarily taken aback by Li Feng's assertion. An 80% chance was not substantial? What percentage would be considered significant? If you can truly heal my daughter, I, Chao Qingtian, will fulfill my promise and grant you everything I possess. Chao Qingtian declared fervently. Li Feng shook his head. I require none of your wealth. I have my own principles for treating patients. In the future, I will need you to perform 3 tasks for me. The specifics of these tasks will be discussed later, but they will not exceed your capabilities. If you agree, I will assist you. In truth, Li Feng was quite affluent. Upon leaving Wulong village, his master had gifted him a sum exceeding 10 billion. Thus, half of Chao Qingtian's fortune was merely a number to Li Feng. It would be more advantageous to have someone of Chao Qingtian's stature work for him. Chao Qingtian's delight was palpable. 3 tasks? I would gladly undertake 30. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Feng wrote out 2 prescriptions and handed them to Chao Qingtian. Your daughter is in the late stages of leukemia. The prescription I provided earlier will be of little use. You must use this one instead. The second prescription is for you. Following its consumption, it will restore your vitality for a period and help regulate your qi and blood. This will facilitate my future treatment. Grateful, Chao Qingtian accepted the prescriptions. The three exchanged contact information before Li Feng hurriedly made his way home. However, moments later, Chao Qingtian received an urgent call from his subordinate, AT that moment. Within the Chao family corporation, Chao Qingtian's brother, Chao Long, was in his office, embracing his secretary. Suddenly, he received a phone call. Second master, there's bad news. Dog Gu has been killed. Chao Long's expression shifted dramatically as he pushed the secretary away. What happened? The voice on the other end explained. Dog Gu took on a job from the Ding family to teach a man named Li Feng a lesson at the hospital. Dog Gu brought me and 4 other brothers along. But before we could act, the other party seized him by the throat and snapped his neck on the spot. The key is that this Li Feng knew Dog Gu was one of your men and still acted decisively against him. He even said, you and second master are nothing but garbage, and that for every person we sent, he would kill one. While the words were tinged with embellishment, as Ding Zizong had bribed the caller to distort the truth, the intent was clear, an attempt to pit them against each other. Enraged, Chao Long exclaimed, Li Feng? How audacious! Who is this person? The subordinate replied. According to the information provided by Ding Zizong, he is just a hick who recently came from the countryside. However, I observe that this individual's skills are far from simplistic, akin to that of a rustic. Excellent, excellent. Li Feng, I am eager to witness just how arrogant he truly is. Chao Long resolved to see for himself. He summoned 20 subordinates, each armed with a spring knife, and set out. Yet, upon exiting, Chao Long noticed that the information indicated Li Feng resided in the Jinxiu neighborhood, prompting him to furrow his brows and exclaim, is this fellow truly a rustic? A rustic residing in a villa district? One of his subordinates explained. It is said that 5 years ago, their family was wealthy, but suddenly, their company collapsed, leaving only this house. Only then did Chao Long come to a realization. This entirely substantiated that Li Feng lacked any significant background. He merely possessed some skills. Offending the Chao group without connections is tantamount to courting death, is it not? Chapter 9. Chao Long takes action to avenge the old dog after returning home. Li Feng successfully coaxed Duo into taking her medicine and then enjoyed a restful sleep, not awakening until 8 o'clock in the evening. Li Jiner had already prepared dinner, and as Li Feng rose, he began to eat. Brother, take your time. There's still more in the pot. Li Jiner was taken aback by Li Feng's ravenous appetite but felt a sense of joy. Is it that my cooking is particularly delectable? Li Feng shot her a glance. I am simply famished. Otherwise, who would consume your culinary darkness? Li Jiner was not offended but rolled her eyes. Oh, did I see? How could you possibly enjoy the dishes that I find unpalatable? However, I must inform you that I, your elder sister, primarily subsist on takeout and hardly ever cooked. Be grateful for what you can eat. After finishing his meal, Li Feng suddenly inquired, Sister, do you know when Luo Shuejing and Ding Zizong are getting married? Li Jiner shook her head. How would I know? If I were aware that President Luo was to marry Ding Zizong, how could I have been deceived by her into setting you up for a blind date with President Luo? Previously, she had only heard rumors that Luo Shuejing seemed to be coerced into a business marriage by her family, but she never imagined it to be true. Li Feng frowned. Then please help me investigate this matter. What, do you have affections for our President Luo? Li Jiner scrutinized Li Feng like a detective. Li Feng shook his head. I merely wish for her not to marry Ding Zizong. He is not a good person. Li Feng planned to reveal the truth about the car accident from 5 years ago to Li Jiner after ensuring Ding Zizong's disappearance. Li Jiner chuckled. Ah, your feeble explanation, I see through it. You are aware that Luo Shuejing is beautiful and was once your acquaintance, hence you believe she should be yours, right? So you are feeling jealous, hoping to win over President Luo? Am I right? Li Feng smiled wryly. Continue your wild conjectures, I have rested long enough. I shall go out for some fresh air. With that, Li Feng stood to leave. Hey, aren't you going to wash the dishes? You do it. After exiting the community, Li Feng purchased a pack of cigarettes from a newsstand, lit one, and walked towards the riverside. A gentle breeze caressed him along the way, and he felt a hint of chill. He had hoped to savor the path he once traversed and the wind he had felt, but his mood was entirely absent. The cigarette burned, halfway consumed, as did the wind. Suddenly, Li Feng noticed a few vehicles approaching slowly from the side and glanced at them. Then, maintaining his composure, He quickened his pace towards the riverside. The winter night by the river was exceedingly cold. With hardly any pedestrians on the walkway, Li Feng surveyed the long corridor, reflecting that it was indeed an ideal location for disposing of a body. Just then, a group of over 20 individuals clad in black suddenly appeared not far behind him. They ceased hiding their pursuit, closing in on him and ultimately cornering him in a very secluded and dimly lit corner. Each pair of eyes glinted with malice, exuding murderous intent. Li Feng turned around, lit another cigarette, and coldly regarded them. A man in his 40s stepped forward, his face appearing even grimmer under the dim light. "You dare to kill someone from the Chow group, kid? Speak up, who gave you the audacity?" This man was none other than Chow Long, the second in command of the Chow family. Chow Long, in terms of capability and intellect, paled in comparison to his elder brother, Chow Qingtian. However, when it came to being brash, fighting, and causing trouble, Chow Long was quite adept. Kill or be killed. If you seek vengeance, then act directly. Spare me the pleasantries. Li Feng knew they were from the Chow group. Chow Long replied coldly, "You have some guts. There are 21 of us and only you. If I were you, I would kneel and beg for mercy instead of continuing this arrogance." Li Feng exhaled a puff of smoke. "You come to trouble me. Do you not know if your boss, Chow Qingtian, is aware of this?" Chow Qingtian, having become a dominant figure in Donghai City, surely possessed some wits. Earlier in the day, Li Feng had agreed to treat Chow Qingtian and his daughter. If Chow Qingtian knew, he would never send someone to create trouble over a subordinate. Thus, this group's appearance was unbeknownst to Chow Qingtian. "This matter does not require my brother's knowledge," Chow Long declared in a low voice. "Kid, I will count down from 10. Kneel now, that way I can grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I will make your life a living hell," Li Feng disdainfully retorted. "No need to count. Do me the favor of making it a living hell right away." "How audacious!" Chow Long's expression darkened as he bellowed. "First, cripple this rustic's hands and feet." The 20 men rushed forward, each wielding their spring knives. They understood that Li Feng might possess some skills, but 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands. Faced with 20 individuals, did Li Feng have any other outcome but to obediently meet his demise? However, the first black-clad man approached Li Feng, spring knife poised to stab at his abdomen. Li Feng countered with a punch. With a slight shift, he evaded the blade. But the black-clad man met a grim fate as Li Feng's fist struck his face. A dull thud echoed. A horrific blood hole appeared on the man's forehead as he crumpled to the ground, crimson and white spilling forth, the stench nauseating. This single punch stunned everyone. 1 punch, 1 kill. This was utterly terrifying. Yet 5 or 6 individuals could not halt their momentum and surged towards Li Feng, determined to strike without hesitation. Chapter 10. He is Li the Divine. Dr. Li Feng pivoted, delivering a kick that sent one man flying, directly impacting his heart. The man expelled a torrent of blood and fell lifelessly, toppling those behind him to the ground. Subsequently, Li Feng unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks with blinding speed, dispatching foes with each strike. No severe injuries, and no minor wounds. Only death. In mere moments, 8 men lay dead, and Li Feng remained unscathed. The remaining 12 exchanged terrified glances, retreating in fear, no longer daring to advance. Chow Long's face paled in shock. He had never encountered someone so formidable, his heart nearly stopping. At that moment, in the eyes of the 13, Li Feng appeared as a demon incarnate. A merciless demon who killed without a second thought. Li Feng took another drag from his cigarette and slowly approached Chow Long, his icy gaze radiating a chilling aura of slaughter. What do you intend to do?" Chow Long, filled with dread, stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Li Feng stepped forward, tapping Chow Long's face. "Are you still intent on killing me?" "And no, I dare not." Chow Long's face drained of color as he looked at Li Feng, repeatedly apologizing in a panicked manner. "Brother, I am Chow Qingtian's younger brother. Please, for my elder brother's sake, grant me a chance at life." "I beg you," Li Feng coldly replied. "Are you threatening me?" "No, no, no." Chow Long shook his head fervently. Although he was indeed harboring threats against Li Feng, Li Feng chuckled lightly. "No matter, threats are threats. Quickly call your brother and have him come to save you." A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Chow Long's eyes, yet he feigned submission. "I dare not." "Call him," Li Feng commanded angrily. Chow Long, feeling that he was courting death, gritted his teeth. "Fine, I will call." He immediately dialed Chow Qingtian's number. "Big brother, someone is trying to kill me. Hurry, bring more people to rescue me. What? Someone dares to kill you. Chao Qingtian's voice brimmed with fury. Did you not mention you were my brother? Previously, Chao Qingtian had not been overly protective. However, upon learning that his time was running short and that his daughter was suffering from leukemia, he had become particularly protective of his younger brother. The Chao family consisted of only the two of them. If he were to perish and his daughter succumbed as well, the continuation of the Chao lineage would rest solely on Chao Long. This was the reason behind Chao Qingtian's protectiveness, I told him, but this scoundrel insists on having you come personally to save me, or he will kill me. Chao Long continued. I brought 20 brothers, and 8 of them are already dead. Chao Qingtian gasped in shock. What is his name? Li Feng. What? Li Feng, at that moment. It felt as if a thunderbolt had struck Chao Qingtian, his earlier fury dissipating entirely, replaced by a barrage of questions. Which Li Feng are you referring to? What does he look like? Chao Long, perplexed, responded. Big brother, why are you being so tedious? I am about to be killed. And you are asking so many questions? You fool. Chao Qingtian suddenly scolded. His heart raced. Memories of Li Feng's offer earlier in the day to treat him and his daughter flooded back. Moreover, Li Feng had provided him with 2 prescriptions at the clinic. Before dinner, both he and his daughter had taken the medicine and immediately felt improvements. His daughter reported a decrease in pain, and he himself felt revitalized with calmer breathing. This was miraculous medicine. Even the renowned Yang Simiao had stated that those 2 prescriptions were rare concoctions from ancient Chinese medicine. Now, Chao Qingtian revered Li Feng as a divine doctor, viewing him as their savior. If he were to offend Li Feng because of Chao Long, causing Li Feng to refuse to help, it would be inconsequential for him, but for his daughter, as Chao Qingtian contemplated this, immense anger surged within him. If the person Chao Long had offended was indeed the divine doctor, he would ensure Chao Long faced dire consequences. Put me on the phone with Mr. Li, Chao Qingtian commanded sternly. This. Very well. Chao Long reluctantly passed the phone to Li Feng. Li Feng received it, lazily stating, Mr. Chao, are you not coming over? Divine Dr. Li, it truly is you. Chao Qingtian's heart sank, his voice trembling. Divine Dr. Li, I sincerely apologize. My younger brother has acted foolishly and offended you. I will come over immediately to address this and ensure you are satisfied. Li Feng discerned the trepidation in Chao Qingtian's voice and recognized that he was genuinely unaware of the situation. There is no need for you to come. You can resolve this as you see fit. Yes, yes. Chao Qingtian nodded repeatedly. Li Feng returned the phone to Chao Long, who trembled as he gazed at Li Feng. Upon receiving the phone, he was met with a barrage of scathing reprimands. You troublemaker. Immediately apologize to Divine Dr. Li. Kneel and apologize. Do you understand? Li, Divine Doctor? Chao Long was taken aback. He is a divine doctor? When I return, I will explain everything to you. For now, you must apologize and earn Divine Dr. Li's forgiveness. Chao Qingtian's words left Chao Long utterly astonished. Chapter 11. We must kill Li Feng. Chao Long understood that this was not the time for inquiries into the matter. Without delay, he prostrated himself before Li Feng, sincerely stating, Divine Dr. Li, I was unaware of your connection with my elder brother. Today's incident was my rashness. I implore you to spare me this time. I will never dare again. As Chao Long knelt, the other 12 men, fearing for their lives, also fell to their knees before Li Feng. Li Feng regarded Chao Long intently. Initially, Chao Long had acted recklessly, but now, he was genuinely pleading for mercy, devoid of pretense, with a glimmer of hatred directed solely at Ding Zicong. This indicated that Chao Long was pragmatic and capable of letting go of grudges. Sensing Chao Long's sincerity, Li Feng coldly remarked, I shall spare you this time. Out of consideration for your elder brother, you may disperse. With that, he resumed smoking, strolling along the riverside. Alone in the cold wind, as Chao Long watched Li Feng's retreating figure, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Gradually rising, reflecting on the recent events, he felt as though he had narrowly escaped disaster. Ding Zicong, that wretched scoundrel. Suddenly, Chao Long seethed with anger. He resolved to teach Ding Zicong a lesson, not merely to show off to Li Feng, but also because he felt deceived by Ding Zicong. The Chao family required detailed documentation for any commission tasks. Yet, the information Ding Zicong had provided clearly labeled Li Feng as a mere farmer. But now, it was evident that Li Feng was no ordinary farmer. His skills likely surpassed even those of his elder brother in his prime. As for Li Feng's imposing presence, It seemed to rival that of his elder brother as well. First, let us retrieve the bodies of our fallen brothers. Qiao Long suppressed his fury, prioritizing the arrangements for his comrades before confronting his elder brother to clarify Li Feng's circumstances. Then, he would deal with Ding Zicong. Soon, Qiao Long found himself before Qiao Qingtian. Slap! Without warning, Qiao Qingtian delivered a resounding slap to Qiao Long's face. Qiao Long, feeling guilty, dared not speak. Qiao Qingtian's icy tone pierced through the air. How many times have I instructed you to thoroughly investigate the background of the target after obtaining the provided information? How could you have overlooked it this time? Big brother, I did attempt to investigate, Qiao Long explained, but I simply did not delve deeply enough. Enough. I hope this is the last time. Yes, big brother. Qiao Long, resembling a chastised child, lowered his head. Qiao Qingtian hesitated before inquiring. What transpired tonight? Just how formidable is this divine Dr. Li? Consequently, Qiao Long recounted the events of how Li Feng had slain 8 of his subordinates in detail. Once Qiao Qingtian heard this, he gasped in astonishment. This individual must have undergone training. It is impossible for an ordinary person to defeat 20 men and kill 8. Furthermore, his methods are exceedingly brutal. Qiao Long remained shaken, yet Qiao Qingtian did not share his sense of dread. Instead, he pondered aloud. It seems that Yang the Divine Doctor was correct. Divine Dr. Li may indeed possess ancient qi techniques. Qiao Long was taken aback. Big brother, what do you mean? Ancient qi techniques? It is nothing, Qiao Qingtian replied solemnly. Remember this Li Feng. He can heal my ailments and those of your niece. Therefore, he is a divine doctor. If we can befriend such a person, it would be akin to acquiring a second life. Do you understand? Qiao Long was astounded. He is so young and yet capable of healing you, and even my niece? But she has leukemia. Qiao Qingtian recounted his encounter with Li Feng earlier that day. Qiao Long felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, fearing he had nearly offended Li Feng. However, more than that, he felt exhilaration. It seemed that there was hope for both his elder brother and niece's recovery, which was indeed joyous news. As for Ding Zicong, let him experience some consequences. Qiao Qingtian suddenly declared. By the way, do not mention that it is for the sake of divine Dr. Li to avoid bringing him trouble. Big brother, I share the same sentiment. Rest assured, I will take care of it immediately. In the deep of night, Ding Zicong lingered in the warmth of the recent encounter within the confines of the private room, savoring the afterglow, when suddenly a deafening crash reverberated through the air. The door was forcefully kicked open, startling Ding Zicong, who instinctively turned to face the entrance. To his astonishment, a group of over 10 individuals clad in black entered, forming 2 rows. Following them, Qiao Long strode in, wielding a baseball bat. Ding Zicong's complexion shifted dramatically as confusion clouded his mind regarding the unfolding predicament. He hurriedly exclaimed, Second Master, what brings you here? Qiao Long's expression was dark and foreboding. Ding Zicong, quite the dandy. I hear you're about to wed. I'm here to present you with a grand gift. Ding Zicong forced a smile that was more grotesque than a grimace. Second Master, please, you must be jesting. Your demeanor hardly suggests a celebratory visit. Damn it, you truly dare to accept my gift. It seems today's beating is well-deserved. With that, Qiao Long raised the baseball bat and brought it crashing down upon Ding Zicong. A piercing shriek echoed through the room. The following morning, at the city center hospital, Ding Yuxing sat beside Ding Zicong's hospital bed, his expression a mask of gloom. Did Qiao Long say anything? No, father, Ding Zicong replied through gritted teeth. His body swathed in bandages, with numerous bruises marring his face. Fortunately, his bones remained intact. It appeared that Qiao Long had deliberately restrained himself, opting merely to teach a lesson rather than to inflict permanent damage. Otherwise, given Qiao Long's notoriously ruthless nature, he would have certainly met his demise the previous night. Ding Zicong spoke in a low voice. Father, I've heard that after the old dog's death, Qiao Long sought out that bumpkin, Li Feng. I dispatched someone to investigate, and it seems Li Feng is unharmed. The Qiao family has conspired against us. They likely took money from Li Feng and are using it against me. Ding Yuxing nodded in agreement. That must be the case. However, we cannot afford to provoke the Qiao family. Our focus must be on dealing with Li Feng. Ding Zicong seethed with anger. Father, we must eliminate Li Feng. His return is not merely to disrupt the wedding. He surely aims to uncover the events of the past. Moreover, he likely seeks to reclaim the company left by his mother. Ding Yuxing's expression hardened. You must focus on your recovery. Engagement and marriage must be postponed until you are healed. As for the Chow family and Chow Long, if they dare to play both sides, I will ensure they understand that the Ding family is not to be trifled with, and that bumpkin, Li Feng, I will personally deal with him. 5 years ago we failed to eliminate him. This time, I want to witness his demise. Chapter 12. Granting my brother a chance. At this moment, in the Luo household, Wang Yufan opened the door to Luo Shuejing's room, which had been locked for an entire day. Luo Shuejing was taken aback, assuming that Wang Yufan had come to deliver a meal, but was surprised to find that no such intention existed. Wang Yufan looked at her with a hint of resignation. My dear, this is to set you free. I can't keep you locked away for a month, can I? Luo Shuejing was even more puzzled. Didn't you say I was to be confined until the engagement banquet? Yesterday, she had realized that being imprisoned meant she had lost the opportunity to investigate Ding Zicheng's scheme against her. Coupled with the fact that Duo was now suffering from leukemia, her spirits plummeted. Now, unexpectedly released, she was at a loss for understanding. Wang Yufan explained. Ding Xiao is injured and hospitalized. He will be in the hospital for at least a month. Consequently, all arrangements regarding the union between the Ding and Luo families have been postponed for a month. With the Luo Group's new product launch imminent, as president, you must return to oversee operations. We have informed the Ding family that you can leave, but you must not meet that bumpkin. You understand? A chill ran down Luo Shuejing's spine. Mother, the Ding family know that Duo is my child with Li Feng? They shouldn't. Wang Yufan shook her head. I'm uncertain of the Ding family's intentions. Perhaps they merely wish to prevent you from being alone with another man to avoid scandal. So, if you step outside, you must promise me not to meet that bumpkin. Do you understand? Meeting Li Feng? Luo Shuejing harbored an indescribable feeling towards him. It was challenging to regard him merely as a passerby in a story fraught with unexpected turns. Over the past 5 years, she often dreamt of the events from that stormy night 5 years prior. Seeing Duo would inevitably bring to mind that evening. Although the outcome was not as she wished, ultimately, it was Li Feng who had saved her. She could not fathom what might have transpired without his intervention that night, potentially at the hands of strangers in the bar. The unexpected incident with Li Feng was not a nightmare for Luo Shuejing. Rather, it filled her with gratitude for his rescue and for the sweet, understanding daughter he had given her. Time and again, she had contemplated that had it not been for the entanglement with the Ding family, perhaps yesterday's blind date could have turned into something real. She would have gladly attempted a relationship with Li Feng for the sake of providing Duo with a complete family. Even without love, it was worth a try. Thus, deep within her heart, Luo Shuejing discovered a flicker of hope at the thought of seeing Li Feng again. I'm talking to you. What are you lost in thought about? Wang Yufan suddenly rapped Luo Shuejing's forehead. Luo Shuejing snapped back to reality. All right, I promised I want to meet Li Feng. And so, Luo Shuejing finally left her home. However, the moment she stepped outside, she contacted Li Jiner. After all, her daughter was her lifeline. Now was the time her daughter needed her. Regardless of others' displeasure, she could not abandon her daughter. Soon, Luo Shuejing arrived at Li Jiner's residence in the beautiful district, finding Duo deep in slumber. She was quite astonished that Li Jiner lived in such a luxurious area, considering the Luo family could hardly afford a residence there without liquidating all their assets. Yet, with Duo on her mind, she refrained from inquiring further. What's wrong with Duo? Seeing her daughter peacefully sleeping during the day, Luo Shuejing felt a pang of worry, Li Jiner explained. My brother just treated Duo. She'll wake up shortly. Luo Shuejing remained silent for a moment. How is Li Feng treating leukemia? Acupuncture and medication. So, it's traditional Chinese medicine? Yes. Luo Shuejing's expression soured as she stepped forward to lift Duo. President Luo, what are you doing? Li Jiner was taken aback, blocking her. Luo Shuejing frowned. Jiner, do you think traditional Chinese medicine can cure Duo? It can, Li Jiner stated with unwavering certainty. Luo Shuejing was taken aback by Li Jiner's conviction. Why are you so sure? This is leukemia. Traditional Chinese medicine can treat leukemia? And Li Feng, he is only 24, right? Even if traditional Chinese medicine can work, he is too young. I may not know much, but traditional Chinese medicine relies on experience and seniority. Renowned doctors are usually older. As she spoke, a name flashed across Luo Shuejing's mind, causing her eyes to light up. If traditional Chinese medicine can indeed treat leukemia, only Dr. Yang in Donghai City could accomplish that. She then muttered to herself, yes, I must seek out Dr. Yang. Li Jiner, completely caught off guard by Luo Shuejing's sudden shift, was at a loss for how to respond. Once she regained her composure, Luo Shuijing spoke again. By the way, where is Li Feng? Li Jina replied. He is sleeping. Luo Shuijing felt a surge of anger and disappointment. Sleeping? With the child in this condition, he can still sleep during the day? Jiner, you said Li Feng was reliable, didn't he you? Li Jiner gritted her teeth. President Luo, my brother is absolutely dependable. He isn't sleeping out of laziness. He is exhausted from treating Duo and needs to rest. He said he would give her 3 days. Today is only the second day. In fact, Duo has already mentioned that her pain has lessened. I can even sense her condition improving. Why not wait until tomorrow after my brother's third treatment before making any decisions? Perhaps he can provide you with a miracle. Li Jiner's words held a kernel of truth. Yesterday, she had harbored doubts about Li Feng. However, today was different. Duo had claimed she felt less pain, even expressing a desire to play, eating well, and sleeping soundly. After today's treatment, Duo seemed to have improved significantly. Once again, Luo Shuijing looked into Li Jiner's resolute eyes and sighed. Jiner, I trust you, but I find it hard to believe in traditional Chinese medicine. I've never heard of it curing leukemia. I know that bone marrow transplants work, and I know CAR-T therapy can help. Duo is my lifeline. I cannot bear to let her suffer. You understand? Yet, Li Jiner remained steadfast. President Luo, I understand your concerns. I shared the same thoughts yesterday. However, I witnessed my brother treating Duo and saw the changes in her condition, which is why I chose to believe in him. If you're still unsure, you can observe my brother's third treatment tomorrow. I assure you, he will not disappoint you. While this guarantee carried some risk, as of now, Li Jiner could only assert that Duo's condition had improved, rather than claiming a miracle. Nevertheless, Li Jiner, fiercely protective of her brother, stood resolutely alongside him. Luo Shuijing found herself unable to argue further. Upon reflection, she recognized Li Jiner as a reliable person. Moreover, since Li Feng had already treated Duo twice, it seemed her condition had indeed changed for the better. Perhaps it was worth granting them one more day? Chapter 13. Luo Shuijing, Dr. Yang. Can traditional Chinese medicine treat leukemia? Taking a deep breath, Luo Shuijing steeled herself. She would take a gamble, knowing that delaying Duo's treatment by a day might not have dire consequences. All right, she decided, inhaling deeply. I'll wait until tomorrow. Just then, her phone rang. It was a call from the company. Luo Shuijing had intended to stay with Duo until she awoke, but now she had no choice but to leave to handle corporate matters. However, throughout the day, she remained preoccupied with the question of how traditional Chinese medicine could possibly treat leukemia. Coincidentally, her route home would take her past the Bai Longtang Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic, prompting her to step inside. She initially planned to register and wait, but as fate would have it, Dr. Yang Ximiao was exiting the clinic after hours. Recognizing him, Luo Shuijing hurriedly approached. Dr. Yang. Good day. Yang Ximiao glanced at her in surprise. How may I assist you? Directly, she asked. Dr. Yang, I wish to inquire, can traditional Chinese medicine cure leukemia? Leukemia? Yang Ximiao had intended to visit the Chow family to check on their daughter's condition after hearing about the miraculous effects of Li Feng's medicine. The thought of this woman approaching him with a similar inquiry piqued his interest. If it had been before his meeting with Li Feng, he would have scoffed at the notion. However, now he confidently asserted. It was once deemed impossible, but there is now a significant possibility of a cure. Luo Shuijing's breath caught in her throat, her eyes widening in disbelief. Had any other person made such a claim, she would have turned on her heel and departed immediately. But this was Yang Ximiao, the foremost expert in traditional Chinese medicine in Donghai City, an esteemed member of the National Medical Academy. His words held weight, igniting a spark of hope within her. Dr. Yang, are you certain? Traditional Chinese medicine can truly treat leukemia? Yang Ximiao nodded affirmatively. To be precise, it is ancient traditional Chinese medicine that holds the key. The current practices have lost much of their efficacy, but ancient methods possess remarkable prescriptions and supplementary techniques that can indeed cure leukemia. This approach is swifter and more effective than any Western methods, with virtually no side effects. Over the past few days, Yang Ximiao had been diligently studying the 2 prescriptions for treating leukemia and 1 for revitalizing organ function provided by Li Feng. Typically, he would not take the time to explain medical intricacies to a stranger, but the prospect of ancient traditional Chinese medicine curing leukemia had become a focal point of his research. Such a breakthrough could be revolutionary for the medical community, and as a national academician, he felt compelled to delve deeper. Luo Shuijing's excitement surged. and she pleaded with Yang Ximiao. "Dr. Yang, could you possibly assist me? Please, save my daughter. She has just been diagnosed with leukemia. Perhaps you could help her." Yang Ximiao hesitated momentarily before offering a rueful smile. "I, unfortunately, cannot treat leukemia. However, I know of a physician who is even more skilled than I and can cure this illness if you truly wish for treatment. I can inquire whether this doctor is willing to assist." It's Yang Ximiao's initial declaration. Luo Shuejing felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Yet, the following words filled her with renewed hope. Yes, thank you, Dr. Yang," she exclaimed eagerly. Yang Ximiao nodded. "Please wait a moment." He retrieved his phone and located the contact for Dr. Li, dialing the number. Upon seeing the name Dr. Li, Luo Shuejing felt a fleeting sense of recognition but dismissed it without further thought. After a brief wait, Li Feng answered the call, and Yang Ximiao spoke politely. "Dr. Li, I hope I'm not interrupting you on the other end." Li Feng shook his head. "Please, Dr. Yang, just call me by my name or Mr. Li." "Very well, Mr. Li," Yang Ximiao replied with a smile. "I've encountered a patient's family whose daughter has leukemia that I'm unable to assist, but I wanted to ask if you might be able to." "Another daughter?" Li Feng felt a warm swell of affection and concern upon hearing the word daughter. In the span of just 2 days, he had embraced the identity of a father. He wished for his daughter to be healthy and did not want an innocent child to suffer the ravages of illness. This was why he had agreed to help Chao Qingtian's daughter. After contemplating for a moment, Li Feng responded, "I'm currently unable to assist. It requires a substantial expenditure of my energy. Moreover, I have my own matters to attend to, which limits my capacity. However, if you are willing to become my student, I can teach you the techniques for acupuncture. This way, you'll be equipped to treat leukemia independently in the future." Yang Ximiao was invigorated by the prospect, clearly intrigued by the method for treating leukemia. "Are you offering to take me on as a student, Mr. Li?" Li Feng quickly clarified. "Not as a student. You want to be able to master my techniques. I can treat illness in 3 days. But if I teach you, it will take you 3 months or longer to treat leukemia. This isn't a reflection of your capability, but rather due to other factors. In summary, if you wish to learn, come to my home tomorrow at 10 in the morning. At that time, I will treat my daughter while simultaneously providing you with a detailed explanation of acupuncture techniques." Upon hearing that she too could master this skill and potentially cure leukemia within 3 months, Yang Ximiao was immensely excited. "All right, esteemed teacher, I will certainly arrive early tomorrow." Subsequently, Li Feng sent the location to Yang Ximiao. After saving the address, Yang Ximiao turned to the astonished Luo Shuejing beside her. "Miss, I have already inquired. He has been exceedingly busy lately, so he won't intervene. However, he will teach me the treatment methods tomorrow. If you trust me, once I have learned, I can treat your daughter." Luo Shuejing almost instantly realized that her daughter might become Yang Ximiao's test subject. Yet, being a test subject might not necessarily be a bad thing. Given Yang Ximiao's esteemed reputation and unparalleled medical ethics, Luo Shuejing naturally believed in him. At the very least, she could see that he genuinely wished to help her. Thus, she expressed her gratitude repeatedly, her heart beginning to brim with hope. She hurried home, only to be taken aback upon entering. There sat her grandmother in the middle of the living room sofa, glaring at Luo Shuejing with an expression of indifference. Her uncle, aunt, cousins, and parents were all present, their gazes icy as they fixed their eyes on her. "Luo Shuejing, you have finally returned. You are 20 minutes later than usual." The elderly matriarch's eyes were sharp, her voice laced with anger. Chapter 14. The authoritative Luo matriarch Luo Shuejing felt a surge of trepidation. The elderly matriarch was the head of the Luo family, the family's leader. Hardly anyone dared to defy her. Luo Shuejing was no exception. Taking a deep breath, she approached. "Grandmother, uncle, aunt. What brings you here? You were allowed to go out today for work, but where did you go first?" the matriarch interrogated. Luo Shuejing replied earnestly, "I went to see my daughter. I hadn't seen her for over 24 hours, the matriarch retorted with indignation. "Humph! Was it to see your daughter, or that damn country bumpkin? You need not make excuses, since you were permitted to work. There is naturally someone keeping an eye on you. That country bumpkin is actually residing in Jinxiu. Is that villa in Jinxiu the reason you were inclined to seek him out? Jinxiu is a dream for many in Donghai City, including the matriarch herself." Upon learning that Li Feng and Li Jiner resided in Jinxiu, she felt an overwhelming mix of envy and resentment. How could a mere country bumpkin, a lowly employee in his own company, afford to live in a wealthy district? How could he reside in a villa that she and the entire Luo family had struggled for so long to acquire, yet remained unattainable? She had resolved to investigate this matter, but had yet to find the time. Hearing the matriarch's piercing words, Luo Shuejing's expression changed dramatically. "Grandmother, what are you saying?" The matriarch coldly admonished. "Enough. I do not wish to engage in this futile discussion with you. I do not care if you went to see your daughter or that country bumpkin. The fact is you went to his home, and the Ding family is already aware of this. They demand that I send you to the Ding family. Otherwise, they will annul the engagement and reclaim the 300 million they lent to the Luo group. What do you have to say about this?" Naturally, Luo Shuejing opposed. "Send me to the Ding family? Grandmother, do you know what kind of person Ding Zizong is? Do you know what kind of man Ding Yuxing is? Sending me there now. Isn't that pushing me into a fiery pit?" The matriarch scoffed. "You are the president of the Luo group. You must take full responsibility for the company's safety. If the 300 million is withdrawn, the company will collapse immediately. Your grandfather insisted on handing the company over to you against all opposition. And you? Are you willing to watch the Luo group fall?" Luo Shuejing remained silent, but her resolve began to waver. The others, witnessing this scene, including her uncle, aunt, cousins, and even her parents, began to scold her. "Luo Shuejing, the fate of the Luo family now rests in your hands. Are you so selfish as to watch the Luo group collapse and force us all to beg on the streets? Your grandfather's decision to hand the company to you was a grave mistake. You possess no spirit of sacrifice whatsoever. I would even wish to marry into a family like the Ding family but have no opportunity. How can you refuse?" Suddenly, Luo Shuejing clenched her fists and coldly responded. "Have you considered that the early release of our products, leading to significant losses, is merely a conspiracy? The Ding family set this trap for us. They have indeed violated commercial laws. I am currently gathering evidence, but I need time. You cannot force me to go to the Ding family. Otherwise, I will lose the leads I have just acquired." At these words, the room fell into stunned silence. After a brief pause, each person looked at her with scorn. Even her parents were filled with disappointment. Luo Shuejing anticipated this reaction. They did not believe her. Assuming she was merely making excuses, the matriarch's expression darkened. "Luo Shuejing, if you are unwilling to go to the Ding family, just say so. There is no need to concoct such a flimsy excuse." "Yes, I simply do not wish to go." Luo Shuejing's eyes reddened, and she bit her lip in humiliation, resisting. She felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Was this truly her family? Why treat her this way? Why reduce her to a mere tool for their gain? In that moment, Luo Shuejing felt increasingly estranged from this family. Ever since her grandfather's passing, it seemed to have transformed entirely. It had become a place driven solely by profit. Unfilial daughter. The matriarch, incensed, suddenly stood and approached Luo Shuejing, delivering a resounding slap to her face. Slap. Luo Shuejing did not flinch, instead covering her face as she looked at the matriarch with resentment. "Luo Shuejing, today you have no choice. You must go." The matriarch's authority was suffocating. Just as her words fell, hurried footsteps were heard from outside. Luo Shuejing turned in surprise to see 4 women dressed in black leather jackets entering. One of them swiftly approached, delivering a precise strike to Luo Shuejing's carotid artery, cutting off her blood flow, causing her to faint without a moment's notice. That evening, Li Feng awoke, and Duo began to regain consciousness. However, compared to her lively self the previous day, she now appeared distracted, her lovely brows knitted together. "What's wrong with Duo? She seems unhappy," Li Feng observed curiously. Duo pouted. "Daddy, did I miss Mommy? Don't worry. Mommy will come to see Duo tomorrow." Li Feng reassured her, "And after tomorrow, Duo will be better, and you won't need to get needles from Daddy anymore." Suddenly, Duo looked up at Li Feng. "Daddy, can we go find Mommy?" Duo felt that Mommy must be missing her too. "Daddy, let's go find Mommy." "I can sense. Mommy might need Duo, need Daddy." Her little eyes reflected a profound unease. Li Feng was taken aback, pondering if Duo had a mother-daughter connection and sensed something amiss. "All right, Daddy and Duo will go find Mommy together." Li Feng scooped up Duo and headed outside. He did not take Li Jiner with him, but instead asked her to wash the dishes at home. Amidst Li Jiner's complaints, Li Feng took Duo to Luo Shuejing's residence. To his surprise, Luo Shuejing lived in a resettlement community, one of the best in Donghai City. With its decor and appearance, it even surpassed some commercial properties. However, the Luo family certainly had considerable wealth. Moreover, As the president of the Luo Group, Luo Shuejing shouldn't have been residing here, right? Without further thought, Li Feng followed the address provided by Li Jiner. Creak. The door opened. Wang Yufan was startled upon seeing Li Feng. Country bumpkin, how did you find us? How did you know we live here? Duo spoke first. Grandma, where is Mommy? Duo wants to see Mommy. Wang Yufan cast a pained glance at Duo. She genuinely liked her granddaughter, but at present, to avoid raising suspicion from the Ding family about Duo being Luo Shuejing's biological daughter, she could only suppress her feelings. Wang Yufan feigned a cold demeanor. Your mother is working overtime and hasn't returned. Duo, however, stubbornly insisted. Grandma is lying. Duo saw Mommy's car downstairs. Duo wants to see Mommy. With that, Duo began to cry. Wang Yufan's eyes flickered with a hint of evasion. Li Feng caught this moment and, seizing the opportunity while Wang Yufan was distracted, stepped into the house. He noticed Luo Shuejing's bag sprawled messily on the sofa, her phone resting there as well. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss and turned to Wang Yufan, who was trying to force him out. Aunt, where is Luo Shuejing? Wang Yufan snapped. How would I know? Country bumpkin, get out. You'd best not interfere in our family's matters. I already warned you yesterday not to approach Luo Shuejing. What do you mean by this? However, Li Feng's gaze sharpened, and he stepped forward, glaring at Wang Yufan with fury. Tell me, where has Luo Shuejing gone? Chapter 15. Commanding Chao Qingtian to take action, his terrifying gaze seemed to glimmer with a bloodthirsty light. As if it could kill, Wang Yufan was taken aback. She was unsure if she was imagining things, but for a fleeting moment, Li Feng's pupils appeared blood-red. Yet upon closer inspection, they seemed normal again. Why are you so fierce? This is my home, you. Wang Yufan stammered. Luo Yong, sitting in the living room, could no longer tolerate it and stepped out, intending to punch Li Feng. After all, Wang Yufan was his wife. How could anyone speak to her in such a loud tone? However, before Luo Yong could approach Li Feng, he was met with a fierce glare that made him flinch, causing all his courage to dissipate. He even dared not meet Li Feng's gaze, stuttering, what do you want? Li Feng coldly replied, if you want to speak, I will find her myself. With that, Li Feng exited briskly with Duo. Meanwhile, he pulled out his phone and dialed Chao Qingtian's number. Upon seeing it was Li Feng calling, Chao Qingtian immediately answered, Dr. Li, what can I do for you? Chao Qingtian assumed Li Feng was calling to question him about Chao Long's matter and had prepared to apologize again. Yet, Li Feng suddenly stated, I need you to do something for me right now. Chao Qingtian immediately became serious. Please, Dr. Li, go ahead, Li Feng spoke earnestly. I need to find Luo Shuejing's whereabouts. If I am not mistaken, she has likely been taken by the Ding family. Also, please check if Ding Zizong is in the hospital. Bring a group of people to help me soon. Understood. I will take care of it immediately. Chao Qingtian promptly set to work. As a prominent figure in Donghai City, his influence was widespread. Soon, he received reports from his subordinates. Just 10 minutes later, Chao Qingtian called Li Feng back. Dr. Li, Ding Zizong is no longer in the hospital. We discovered that the Ding family contacted another individual of equal renown to Chao Long, known as Zhao Sandao. Zhao Sandao and his men forcibly took Miss Luo away. Currently, Ding Zizong, Ding Yuxing, and Zhao Sandao's men are all at the Ding family's old residence. Li Feng's expression hardened. Prepare a team. We are going to the Ding family immediately. In that moment, a terrifying aura of vengeance emanated from Li Feng. Today, he would unleash a bloodbath. At the Ding family's old residence, Zhao Sandao lounged on the sofa, smoking nonchalantly, casting a cold glance at the unconscious Luo Shuejing bound to a chair, his eyes gleaming with blatant greed. Zhao Sandao then turned to Ding Zizong, who was half reclining on the sofa, his body wrapped in bandages. Ding Zizong, you have quite the taste, targeting Luo Shuejing. I have heard she is the most beautiful woman in Donghai City, and now that I see her, it is indeed true. If I am not mistaken, the impending collapse of the Luo group is your doing, isn't it? Although Ding Zizong was seriously injured, it had not affected his ability to get out of bed or return home. He could still manage many things, merely needing to recuperate and regularly tend to his wounds. He simply did not want to appear in public with visible bruises. After all, one could not attend a wedding looking battered. Thus, the postponement of his wedding did not imply he was incapable of other pursuits. At this moment, he had engaged Zhao Sandao to abduct Luo Shuejing, secretly planning to consummate their relationship today. As Zhao Sandao suddenly initiated a conversation, Ding Zizong had no choice but to suppress his impatience, smiling obsequiously. Brother Dao, That's not the case. I want to take the blame for this. Still trying to play coy. I am well aware of the Ding family's little affairs. Zhao Sandao scoffed. Ding Zizong forced a smile. All right, the Luo group is indeed ensnared by me. The aim was to compel that wretched woman to submit. At this revelation, Luo Shuejing trembled slightly, though no one noticed her subtle reaction. Zhao Sandao continued. Why have you captured Luo Shuejing now? She is already your fiancée, is she not? Ding Zizong was reluctant to divulge his intentions, but Zhao Sandao's status overshadowed his own. He wished for Zhao Sandao to leave promptly after assisting him, allowing him to take Luo Shuejing by force. Yet, Zhao Sandao showed no intention of leaving. Ding Zizong could only play along, stating, This woman has been associating with a country bumpkin these past few days, and I fear something might happen, so I intend to keep her locked up at my home. It seems safer that way. Zhao Sandao shot him a knowing look. You're not just trying to keep an eye on her, are you? You've brought countless women home over the years, none of whom have ever escaped your grasp. Ding Zizong chuckled, sharing an understanding glance. Suddenly, Zhao Sandao proposed, Ding Zizong, I have decided to forego the 1 million you gave me. I have just one request. Allow me to sleep with this woman once. Afterward, Zhao Sandao and the Ding family will be as close as iron allies. How does that sound? Ding Zizong's expression shifted slightly. Meanwhile, Ding Yuxing's face lit up with excitement. Brother Dao. Are you serious? Zhao Sandao, while not on the same level as Chao Qingtian, was a figure of considerable repute in his own right. The Ding family forming an alliance with Zhao Sandao could only bring benefits for their future development. Zhao Sandao smiled faintly. 1 million meant little to him, but a beauty like Luo Shuejing was a rare find. He truly wished to savor the experience. Indeed, I am serious. You must understand, I am currently negotiating with you. Should I choose not to negotiate later, you will find yourself at a disadvantage. This back-and-forth dynamic stirred Ding Zizong's anger, while Ding Yuxing shot him a reproachful glare. Ding Zizong could only relent, sighing, Fine. After all, I had no intention of truly marrying this wretched woman. I merely wished to toy with her. Haha, well then, I shall not hold back, Zhao Sandao laughed, gesturing to the 4 women clad in leather. Take her to the bedroom. Yes, Brother Dao. 4 women approached, swiftly untying Luo Shuejing's ropes, intent on dragging her into her room. At that moment, Luo Shuejing suddenly opened her eyes wide. Chapter 16. 5 years ago it was him. 5 years later it is still him. In an instant, Luo Shuejing, disregarding everything, attempted to flee. However, the 4 women, being professional bodyguards, reacted with remarkable speed. One of them suddenly lifted her leg and kicked Luo Shuejing in the back. Luo Shuejing fell to the ground, her face flushed with pain. Then, all 4 women surged forward, pinning her down, rendering her motionless. Let me go. Luo Shuejing was filled with both shock and fury. In truth, she had been awake for quite some time, simply feigning sleep while listening to the conversations in the living room. Therefore, she heard Ding Zizong explicitly confessing to the conspiracy laid out for her and the Luo family. She heard him admit that the reason for tying her up was his desire to take advantage of her. She also learned that Ding Zizong viewed her as a mere plaything and that the Ding father and son intended to sell her to Zhao Sandao. A wave of despair surged through Luo Shuejing. She wished she could die on the spot rather than endure such humiliation. Wretched creature. You actually woke up? Ding Zizong was furious. Hadn't everything just been overheard by Luo Shuejing? After a brief moment of shock, Ding Zizong regained his composure. Having tied up Luo Shuejing with the intention of taking advantage of her, he had never considered her potential reaction. Ding Zizong planned to send someone to keep an eye on Duo, intending to use her as leverage against Luo Shuejing, thereby forcing her to obey his commands. Luo Shuejing gritted her teeth in anger. Ding Zizong, you better release me, or else I will do everything in my power to send you to jail when I return. Ding Zizong laughed heartily. Send me to jail? Sure, just dare to do so, and I will make sure to kill your daughter. If you don't let me live in peace, I won't let you live in peace. And I won't spare your daughter either. Don't think I don't know. That illegitimate child is your own daughter, the daughter of you and that country bumpkin Li Feng. Luo Shuejing's beautiful eyes widened in shock. You knew everything. In an instant, Ding Zizong's voice turned extremely sinister. Of course, I know everything, so, Luo Shuejing, you'd best obediently follow my orders. Whatever I tell you to do, you must do it. Now behave and keep Daoj company for a while. Understood? Otherwise, I will immediately have Daoj take people to capture your daughter. Luo Xuejing was filled with rage, hot tears welling in her eyes, her gaze consumed by despair and humiliation. Her daughter was her Achilles heel. If anything happened to her daughter, she would not want to live anymore. If the Ding family and Zhao Sandao truly kept a constant watch on Duo, then sooner or later, Duo would encounter misfortune. Luo Xuejing felt increasingly hopeless, utterly at a loss for what to do at that moment. Enough, take her to the room. The four women immediately sprang into action, dragging Luo Xuejing into the room. Zhao Sandao stood up, casting a satisfied glance at Ding Zizong. Ding Xiao is indeed on the right track. From now on, the Ding family will be my Zhao Sandao's ally. He promptly strode into the room. The four women stood guard at the door, shutting it behind Zhao Sandao. Ding Zizong looked at the room, feeling resentful and even furious as he prepared a bridal chamber for Zhao Sandao, providing him with a bed. But for the future of the Ding family, he had no choice but to endure. Ding Yuxing patted Ding Zizong on the shoulder. It's just a woman. Once we gain power and develop the Ding family into the top aristocracy of Donghai City, beauties, you can have as many as you want. Ding Zizong took a deep breath. Dad, I understand. I'm inside the room. Luo Xuejing was forced to stay in a corner, tightly gripping an ashtray placed on the bedside table, watching warily and fearfully as Zhao Sandao approached her step by step. Zhao Sandao, in his 40s, had a fierce face marked by malice and distortion. Luo Xuejing nervously exclaimed, "Don't come any closer. Otherwise what?" Zhao Sandao, growing impatient, suddenly rushed forward, attempting to embrace Luo Xuejing. Bang! In a panic, Luo Xuejing swung the ashtray wildly. Zhao Sandao clutched his head in pain, blood oozing from his scalp. The four female bodyguards abruptly opened the door, anxiously surveying the situation inside. "Don't come in," Zhao Sandao barked. The four women promptly closed the door again. Zhao Sandao, holding his head, suddenly slapped Luo Xuejing fiercely. Slap! A red imprint immediately appeared on Luo Xuejing's face. Enraged, Zhao Sandao then delivered a brutal kick to Luo Xuejing's abdomen. Luo Xuejing fell to the floor, spitting blood. Overwhelmed by the assault, Luo Xuejing's grip on the ashtray loosened, and it clattered to the ground. Zhao Sandao seized Luo Xuejing by the hair, violently slamming her head against the bedside. Bang, bang, bang. 3 heavy impacts made Luo Xuejing scream in agony, blood streaming down her head. Wretched girl, this is the consequence of resisting me. Zhao Sandao continued to yank Luo Xuejing's hair, tossing her onto the bed, and then proceeded to unbuckle his belt to pounce on her. Both were bleeding, the floor stained with their blood. Zhao Sandao, however, was undeterred, growing increasingly excited. Just then, a loud commotion erupted from downstairs. Zhao Sandao paused slightly, thinking that his subordinates were downstairs, and the 4 female bodyguards were guarding the door, so he need not worry. He was solely focused on taking advantage of Luo Xuejing, swiftly stripping off all his clothes, ready to pounce. Boom. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Luo Xuejing, dazed and desperate, heard the noise and instinctively turned to look at the doorway, her heart lifting with immense joy. The man who suddenly appeared was none other than Li Feng. Luo Xuejing's taut nerves suddenly relaxed. She thought perhaps Li Feng had learned of the situation and reported it to the authorities. Believing she was saved 5 years ago, it was him. 5 years later, it is still him. At that moment, Luo Xuejing felt a flicker of happiness. However, as her heartstrings relaxed, she fainted the next second. "Who the hell are you, daring to ruin my Zhao Sandao's good fortune? You're simply courting death." Zhao Sandao pointed angrily at Li Feng. Throwing a punch, Li Feng retaliated with a punch of his own, colliding with Zhao Sandao's fist. Zhao Sandao let out a wretched howl, retreating 3 steps as the bones in his hand shattered, grotesquely bent. The immense force caused his skin to crack, blood pouring forth. Zhao Sandao bellowed, "Someone come." But before he could finish, Li Feng unleashed another powerful punch directly at Zhao Sandao's face. Zhao Sandao attempted to block, but in the next second, he realized Li Feng's speed was too fast. He couldn't react in time and was hit squarely. The pain. The excruciating pain. Another sharp crack echoed. Zhao Sandao felt his facial bones fracture. With a scream, he collapsed to the ground, his skin torn, blood gushing forth. Li Feng paid him no further heed and hurriedly rushed forward to embrace Luo Xuejing. At this moment, Luo Xuejing's face was pale, devoid of any color. Upon seeing the wounds on Luo Xuejing's head and the imprint of a slap on her face, an inferno of rage ignited within Li Feng. Despite lacking feelings for this woman, the memories of that fateful night 5 years ago had irrevocably marked Luo Shuejing as his own. Anyone who dared to covet what belonged to him would meet only one fate. That was death. Chapter 17. The death of Ding Zizong. However, Li Feng did not act immediately. He was more concerned about Luo Shuejing's condition. Li Feng placed his hand on the wound on Luo Shuejing's head, channeling a rich stream of true energy into her injury to seal it. Soon, the bleeding ceased. Confirming that Luo Shuejing was not in grave danger, he lifted her up. As Li Feng felt the fragile, boneless body of Luo Shuejing, a pang of tenderness arose within him. Reflecting on her injuries and the ordeal she had just faced, Li Feng's fury surged to its peak. He was about to descend the stairs with the unconscious Luo Shuejing in his arms when Zhao Sandao, enduring the excruciating pain of his fractured face, bellowed, "Dog, you wretch! Where do you think you're going?" He rushed out in great strides, intending to block Li Feng. He even attempted to enlist the help of the 4 bodyguards at the door to assist him in stopping Li Feng. However, as he reached the entrance, he was greeted by the sight of 4 lifeless women on the ground. Were those not his 4 bodyguards? Zhao Sandao was immediately struck with horror, furiously shouting, "You damn dog! You actually killed my 4 bodyguards. You're finished. I will have your entire family pay for this," Zhao Sandao screamed, attempting to sneak attack Li Feng. Yet, just as he got close, Li Feng abruptly turned around and delivered a punch to Zhao Sandao's forehead. Boom! With a heavy, forceful blow, Zhao Sandao was knocked to the ground. A fist-sized hole appeared in his forehead, blood and brain matter oozing from iti in the living room. Over 20 black-clad individuals who had been keeping Ding's father and son under control, along with the Ding family, witnessed this scene with disbelief. The infamous Zhao Sandao of Donghai City, known for his murderous ways, was thus killed by a single punch from Li Feng. All the black-clad individuals exchanged stunned glances, speechless, their hearts filled with shock. After killing Zhao Sandao, Li Feng did not linger, carrying Luo Shuejing downstairs. Moments later, Li Feng appeared alongside Chao Qingtian. Ding Yuxing and Ding Zizong, still reeling from the earlier scene of Li Feng's violence, were once again astounded. "Heavens!" the father and son exclaimed in unison. How could this prominent figure in Donghai City, a powerful overlord, Chao Qingtian, be seen in the company of a mere country bumpkin like Li Feng? Moreover, Chao Qingtian followed Li Feng closely, as if Li Feng were the master and he the subordinate. They were acutely aware that Li Feng had spent the last 5 years as a farmer in a village called Wulong. Cultivating crops, he had only returned to Donghai City 2 days prior. How could he possibly know such a prominent figure as Chao Qingtian? The only explanation was that Li Feng must have considerable wealth and had spent it all to enlist Chao Qingtian's help against the Ding family. While the two were in shock, Li Feng had already approached them, looking down upon them. "Ding Zizong, I had intended to let you live a few more days. I never expected you to kidnap Luo Shuejing and let a scum like Zhao Sandao harm her. 5 years ago, you orchestrated a car accident that killed my parents. Now you have caused my daughter to suffer from leukemia, and now you dare to do this to my woman. Ding Zizong, speak. How do you wish to die?" Li Feng's fists tightened. Ding Zizong was horrified at the sight of Li Feng's clenched fists. If Zhao Sandao could not withstand Li Feng's punch, how could he? He did not plead for mercy, but instinctively looked towards Chao Qingtian. "Heavenly Master, why Ding family has collaborated with your Chao family many times. Why are you helping this country bumpkin? How much did he pay you?" "My Ding family is willing to pay double. Just let us leave." Chao Qingtian's expression darkened. "Li is my esteemed guest and friend. He asked me to intervene. It is my voluntary decision. You dare to measure my relationship with Li by money?" As they arrived, Chao Qingtian had already spoken with Li Feng and learned that Li Feng disliked being called Li Shunyi. Hence he addressed him as Mr. Ding. Zizong's face changed. "Impossible, Heavenly Master. He is just a country bumpkin. How can you lower yourself to him?" Chao Qingtian could no longer listen, stepping forward to deliver a kick to Ding Zizong's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Ding Zizong clutched his chest in pain, staring in disbelief at Chao Qingtian. Chao Qingtian coldly stated, "If you dare to slander again, I will kill you before Mr. Li even has to speak." At that moment, Ding Zizong was still reeling from shock. However, Ding Yuxing had already realized that both he and his son Ding Zizong were doomed tonight. The Ding family may be wealthy, but in reality, they were barely scratching the surface of the aristocracy. The Chao family, on the other hand, was a top-tier family, and Chao Qingtian was a renowned overlord in Donghai City. Such a person was not someone of his insignificant status could shake. Thud. Ding Yuxing was the first to kneel. Ding Zizong, dazed, glanced at his father, then also lost all strength, dropping to his knees. Mr. Li, why don't I help you kill them? Chao Qingtian suddenly offered. To spare you from getting your hands dirty. Chao Qingtian's utmost respect for Li Feng plunged the Ding father and son into despair. However, Li Feng shook his head. No, I must kill them myself. All right. Chao Qingtian stepped aside. Li Feng reached out to a nearby black-clad individual and took a baseball bat. Witnessing Li Feng's murderous demeanor, Ding Zizong was finally frightened, engulfed in profound terror of death, trembling as he pleaded. Li Feng, Brother Feng, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I'm begging you. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Li Feng swung the bat with force, striking Ding Zizong's arm. Crack! A horrifying sound of bones shattering echoed as Ding Zizong screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, writhing in pain. Ding Yuxing attempted to plead for mercy but had barely opened his mouth when he saw Li Feng attacking again, raining several blows upon Ding Zizong. Soon, Ding Zizong's limbs were completely shattered, lying on the ground, crying out in anguish, trembling, having lost half his life. Ding Yuxing was filled with terror, choosing to remain utterly silent at that moment. Ding Zizong, unable to endure the pain, suddenly went mad. Li Feng, you dog. Just kill me. If you have the guts, kill me, bastard. I should have been more ruthless back then, arranging for your and your parents' bodies to be crushed multiple times before letting it go. That way, you wouldn't have become a calamity. I was indeed wrong. Wrong for not being ruthless enough back then. But your parents have been dead for 5 years, and I've profited from it. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Li Feng's eyes turned crimson. As he thought of his parents' tragic deaths, the pain and hatred in his heart made him lose his sanity, and he swung the baseball bat over and over again toward Ding Zizong's head. In an instant, Li Feng fell into a frenzy. Each swing of the bat was filled with boundless killing intent, fierce, bloodthirsty, brutal. Ding Zizong lost count of how many blows he took before he died. His features twisted and blurred. The scene turned utterly grim, terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 18. The conspiracy behind it. The air was already thick with the stench of blood, and at that moment, the scent grew even more intense, chilling and nauseating. The 20 or so black-clad individuals were completely dumbfounded. Several could not hold back and turned away to vomit. Even Chao Qingtian's face turned a shade pale. Chao Qingtian prided himself on being ruthless, yet compared to Li Feng, he seemed particularly merciful. After about 2 minutes, when Ding Zizong's head had been reduced to a mushy pile of flesh, Li Feng finally stopped. Ding Yuxing was splattered with blood. At this moment, he felt numb all over, witnessing his son die such a miserable death. His heart filled with anger, but even more so with fear. He worried that this madman might also kill him just as he had killed Ding Zizong. Ding Yuxing looked at Li Feng. Mr. Li, please don't kill me. I can give you everything my Ding family has. Please grant me a chance to live, Li Feng sneered. The car accident 5 years ago was plotted by your entire Ding family. Don't think I don't know, but rest assured, I want to kill you right now and my mother's company was taken by you. Now that it is time for it to be returned to me. Ding Yuxing nodded repeatedly. The shares that were indeed taken by our Ding family, we are willing to relinquish entirely. However, our shares are rather limited. What does that mean? Li Feng furrowed his brow. Ding Yuxing swallowed hard. Your mother's company, Changli Beauty, is indeed under my son's name, but the actual controller is a man named Liao Kai. He is also the major shareholder. Liao Kai? How old is he? Upon hearing this, Li Feng's frown deepened. Ding Yuxing replied, he is about your age. In fact, he is your university classmate. Liao Kai. Li Feng's expression shifted. A university classmate. Liao Kai? He had a profound impression of Liao Kai. Throughout Li Feng's nearly 2-year university experience, Liao Kai had been his closest friend. But why is Liao Kai the actual controller of his mother's company now? Could it be that those who conspired against his family, aside from Ding Zizong of the Ding family, also included Liao Kai? Seemingly sensing Li Feng's confusion, Ding Yuxing slowly said, Mr. Li, regarding the car accident, I admit that my son and I were indeed involved and orchestrated everything. However, Liao Kai has a good relationship with my son. I do not know what Liao Kai discussed with my son, but it was my son who proposed the plan. The reason my son came up with this plan. Perhaps it was Liao Kai who pushed behind the scenes. Perhaps, it seems you are not certain. Li Feng's gaze darkened. Enough with the nonsense. Immediately transfer the shares in your possession to me. Yes, yes. Ding Yuxing nodded repeatedly. This matter was also handled by Li Feng through Chao Qingtian. With Chao Qingtian's extensive connections, he could complete the paperwork without Li Feng needing to appear himself. Naturally, Li Feng also signaled for Chao Qingtian to eliminate Ding Yuxing afterward. He would not spare anyone who had a hand in harming Li Feng's parents. This marked the second favor Li Feng sought from Chao Qingtian.as for Liao Kai. Li Feng would investigate this matter. If it turned out that Liao Kai had indeed orchestrated the misfortunes that befell his family 5 years ago, then, no matter how close a friend he was, he would deserve death. After leaving the scene to be handled by the Chao family's security personnel, Li Feng descended the stairs, intending to take Luo Xuejing and Duo Duo home. That moment, he spotted Chao Long playing with Duo Duo by the roadside. Duo Duo giggled, perched on Chao Long's shoulders as he ran with her. Chao Long, recognizing her as Li Feng's daughter, was quite happy to oblige, displaying a willingness to be at Duo's beck and call. Duo Duo, we are heading back, Li Feng suddenly called out. Only then did Chao Long set Duo Duo down. Duo Duo dashed towards Li Feng. Daddy, where's Mommy? Mommy. Mommy will be back soon. Let us head home first, Li Feng replied with a smile. Luo Xuejing still bore injuries and traces of blood. Li Feng didn't want Duo Duo to see. So he asked Chao Long to arrange for an additional car to take Duo Duo back to Jinqiuli. He drove another vehicle, following behind Chao Long's car. After coaxing Duo Duo to return to her room, Li Feng then carried Luo Xuejing back inside. When Li Jiner saw Luo Xuejing's condition, she was startled. Li Feng implored, Sister, please help clean the bloodstains on Luo Xuejing. I need to treat her immediately. Without further questioning, Li Jiner hurried to assist. After a while, once Li Feng had managed to soothe the child to sleep, he proceeded to the room that Li Jiner had arranged for Luo Xuejing, extracting silver needles to treat her internal and head injuries. Sitting by the bedside, he observed the frown on Luo Xuejing's delicate brow and the slight tremor of her eyelashes, and his heart felt a twinge of pain. What a beautiful woman! Li Feng reached out to smooth her hair, catching a faint whiff of her subtle fragrance. Her porcelain-like skin felt slightly cool. This must be what is meant by ice-like skin and jade-like bones. Especially as she lay on her side, her body's curves were perfectly outlined, the striking form igniting a flicker of heat within Li Feng. How had such a beautiful woman endured over the past 5 years? 5 years ago, she was merely a university student who had become pregnant overnight with his child, while he had vanished afterward. The hardships and rumors she must have faced from the moment she became pregnant until she raised Duo Duo to the age of 4 were likely beyond his imagination. Suddenly, Luo Xuejing let out a soft murmur, her brow knitting tighter, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Li Feng steadied his thoughts and then took out the silver needles to treat Luo Xuejing. Employing his true energy to blend acupuncture with ancient medical techniques for her recovery. 20 minutes later, he finally ceased channeling his energy. Just as he was about to remove the needles, Chapter 19. The arrival of the divine physician. Suddenly, Luo Xuejing coughed softly twice, slowly opening her beautiful eyes to find Li Feng seriously administering the needles. Li Feng quickly instructed, Do not move just yet. Luo Xuejing obediently nodded, her watery eyes fixed on Li Feng, filled with unspoken gratitude. Li Feng then proceeded to extract the needles. Luo Xuejing's gaze shimmered, now brimming with warmth and appreciation. Once Li Feng had removed the needles from her head and abdomen, he suddenly produced a box of ointment. The ointment was contained in a snowflake cream box. Luo Xuejing looked on in confusion. Li Feng explained, This is not snowflake cream. It is a specialized wound ointment. I've specially prepared it. I will apply it now, and by tomorrow morning, the scar on your head will be gone. Oh? Luo Xuejing couldn't quite believe it. How could there be such miraculous medicine? However, since Li Feng had saved her and she felt weak, she refrained from questioning him further, allowing him to apply the ointment. Her beautiful eyes widened as she watched Li Feng with a seriousness that captivated her. What are you staring at? Li Feng frowned. I didn't expect. He'll be quite gentle. Despite her exhaustion, Luo Xuejing managed to muster a faint smile. Li Feng, too weary for banter, chose not to respond to her comment. Once he finished applying the ointment, he let out a sigh of relief. You may move a bit now, but it would be best if you sleep. By tomorrow morning, you should be completely fine. I'm a little tired. I'll rest first. With that, Li Feng mustered his energy, took a few unsteady steps, and nearly stumbled. Are you all right? Luo Xuejing wanted to help Li Feng, but she lacked any strength herself. Li Feng chuckled softly. I'm fine. He then reached the door to close it. Li Feng, thank you for saving me. Thank you, Des, she spoke. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Li Feng did not see her tears, merely waving his hand. Rest well? He then closed the door behind him. Luo Shuejing took a deep breath, recalling the pain of being yanked by that man named Zhao Sandao and crashed against the headboard. Zhao Sandao's menacing visage and the Ding family's loathsome demeanor. Luo Shuejing still felt a lingering fear, secretly grateful Li Feng had safely brought her back. Surely, he had reported the Ding family and Zhao Sandao to the authorities? Thank goodness for Li Feng. Luo Shuejing thought to herself, feeling an overwhelming sense of security in that moment. She suddenly felt an impulse to tell Li Feng that she wished to raise their daughter together. But would Li Feng be willing to be with her? In that moment, Luo Shuejing, burdened with complex thoughts, fell into a heavy slumber. The following morning at 10 o'clock, Li Feng, having spent the night meditating and practicing, felt refreshed. Glancing at his phone, he noticed 3 missed calls. The caller was Yang Ximiao. Right, that I had arranged for Elder Yang to come by today at 10 for a lesson. Li Feng smacked his forehead, realizing he had nearly forgotten. He hurriedly returned Yang Ximiao's call. Elder Yang, have you been waiting at the door for a while? All right, I will have my sister come out to bring you into the community. Li Feng quickly got up and called down to Li Jiner, who was still playing with Duo, to go meet Yang Ximiao, not bothering to ask if she agreed, and went straight to wash up. Li Jiner grumbled, Hmph, I knew you would boss me around. I am your sister, not your maid. Though she complained, she still accompanied Duo to the entrance to meet the friendly Feng had mentioned. Excuse me, are you Mr. Li's sister? Upon reaching the entrance, Li Jiner was still wondering where Li Feng's friend was when she suddenly saw an elderly man, likely in his 60s, with white hair approaching and asking her directly, You must be my brother's friend, right? Li Jiner was surprised, and in the next moment, she suddenly found the man familiar. After a moment of contemplation, she exclaimed in recognition, Oh? You seem to be Yang Ximiao, the divine physician, am I right? Yang Ximiao smiled modestly. I dare not claim to be a divine physician. I am indeed Yang Ximiao de Art. Li asked me to come for a lesson. What? A lesson? Li Jiner was slightly taken aback as she led Yang Ximiao into the community, saying, Divine physician, you must be mistaken. It should be my brother learning from you, right? Yang Ximiao replied, Miss Li, you heard correctly. I am indeed here to learn from Mr. Li. His medical skills surpass mine. I became acquainted with Li when he came to my pharmacy to pick up medicine. Is that so? Li Jiner still found it hard to believe. Is this really Mr. Li's daughter? Yang Ximiao suddenly looked at Duo, who was holding Li Jiner's hand, and Li Jiner nodded. Yes, this is Duo. Duo, say hello to Grandpa Yang. Hello, Grandpa Yang. Duo sweetly greeted. Yang Ximiao smiled kindly. What a good child. He had prepared a red envelope in advance and presented it to Duo. This is a little token from Grandpa Yang for you. Li Jiner was taken aback. Yang Ximiao was no ordinary person. He was a divine physician. It was already astonishing that he had come to learn from her brother, and now he was voluntarily giving Duo a red envelope. Was this an attempt to curry favor with her brother? Li Jiner tried to refuse, but she could not resist and ultimately allowed Duo to accept it. She discreetly pinched the envelope, finding it quite thick. It must contain a considerable amount. Soon, she brought Yang Ximiao into their home. At that moment, Li Feng had yet to come downstairs. Instead, he was taking a shower. However, Luo Shuejing had already gotten up, tidied herself, and come downstairs, only to be astonished at the sight of Yang Ximiao. Divine physician Yang, what brings you here? Yang Ximiao was equally surprised to see Luo Shuejing. You are not the one who sought me yesterday to treat your child. The air hung still for 2 seconds. Finally, Luo Shuejing spoke. Divine physician Yang, are you here to treat my daughter? She then turned to Li Jiner. Sister Jiner, did you invite divine physician Yang? Is it that Li Feng could not cure Duo's illness, so you had to ask him to come? If it weren't for what had transpired yesterday, would Li Feng and Sister Jiner have deceived me, claiming it was Li Feng who cured Duo when in truth it was divine physician Yang? Luo Shuejing felt there was a strong possibility. Otherwise, how could Yang Ximiao be here? At that moment, Yang Ximiao also realized, Miss Luo, so your daughter is Mr. Li's daughter. You and Li are married? No, I am not married to him, Luo Shuejing said awkwardly. Yang Ximiao looked slightly taken aback. Divorced why apologies. No, that's not it. Luo Shuejing felt increasingly embarrassed. Divine physician Yang, that detail isn't important. By the way, Weren't you supposed to seek another divine physicianly to learn from before you could treat my child's illness? Why have you come to treat my child so soon? Young Simiao hurriedly explained. Miss Luo, I am indeed here to learn. The divine physicianly I mentioned is none other than Mr. Li Feng, your daughter's father. What? Luo Shuejing exclaimed in shock. Her mouth agape.lig was equally astonished. How is that possible? Chapter 20. The wealthiest, Yu Hongwei thus. Yang Simiao recounted how he came to know Li Feng and why he was here to learn. Li Jiner, who had been unclear about the details earlier, suddenly felt enlightened and proud. After all, Li Feng was her brother. If her brother was impressive, then that meant she was impressive too, right? However, Luo Shuejing's reaction was evidently much more intense. Her shock leading her to mutter, Li Feng's prescriptions are ancient medical secrets, and he possesses true energy that can cure Duoduo's illness. So, he truly is a divine physician. At that moment, Luo Shuejing recalled how Li Feng had treated her the previous night and had applied the snowflake ointment. At the time, she had been in a daze. Upon waking, she found Li Feng administering acupuncture, and though she had felt a flicker of fear, her numbed senses had prevented her from resisting. Now, reflecting on it, Li Feng had indeed treated her. Moreover, it seemed she had genuinely recovered, no longer feeling sore. The scar on her head had vanished, leaving no trace. This truly did seem a bit miraculous. Luo Shuejing found herself lost in thought. Elder Yang, I apologize for keeping you waiting. At that moment, Li Feng's voice resonated. Everyone turned to see him, freshly washed, descending the stairs. Yang Simiao quickly smiled. I haven't waited long at all, Daddy. Duo looked at Li Feng, her little face serious. She knew that Daddy was about to use needles on her again. Feeling quite aggrieved, Li Feng approached and embraced Duo, placing her on the sofa. All right, this is the last time for needles today. After today, if Duo takes her medicine for a few more days, she will be completely fine. Duo pouted, visibly unhappy, yet mustered her courage. Fine, Duo will be brave. Thus, Duo lay on the sofa, waiting for Li Feng to administer the needles. Li Jiner turned on the heating and then helped Duo remove her top. Li Feng took out the silver needles. Luo Shuejing felt a knot of tension in her throat. Even with Yang Simiao's endorsement and the fact that Li Feng had indeed cured her, she still felt anxious and apprehensive at the sight of the silver needles. This was merely a reflexive reaction. Li Feng then addressed Yang Simiao. Elder Yang, you have already reviewed the prescription. We can adjust 1 or 2 herbs based on the severity of the condition. However, more importantly, is the acupuncture technique. Next, I will demonstrate the needle technique. I wonder if you have seen it before. As he spoke, Li Feng began to insert the needles. He targeted Fengqi, Dazui, Tuqi, Waiguan, Higu, Guanyuan, Shanshu, and Taishi. A total of 8 points. 8 silver needles pierced into Duoduo's back. Then, 3 more silver needles appeared, swiftly inserted into 3 non-acupoint locations. Yang Simiao, who had previously thought the needle technique was unremarkable, suddenly widened his eyes at this spectacle. This is the Xuanxin 3 needles, Li Feng nodded. Precisely. This is the Xuanxin 3 needles. The Xuanxin 3 needles is a rather obscure technique in ancient medicine. Yang Simiao had only encountered a few lines of description in ancient texts, piquing his interest. However, he had found no further explanations despite extensive research. Now, witnessing it firsthand was a revelation. Li Feng elaborated on the technique to Yang Simiao, who was deeply moved. He slightly bowed to Li Feng, while Luo Shuejing and Li Jiner listened in awe. Albeit puzzled, however, Li Feng's treatment did not end there. He held his hand above the silver needles inserted into Duo, channeling rich true energy into her body. Duo soon fell into a deep slumber, lulled by the comfort. She had not been able to stay awake for 3 consecutive days. Approximately 30 minutes later, Li Feng finally ceased his actions, exhaling a long breath. Luo Shuejing and Li Jiner were utterly astonished. Although the previous moments were subtle, a faint mist had appeared in Li Feng's palms, as if emitting smoke. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they might have thought it was a scene from a television drama. Soon, Li Feng went to rest and meditate to recover his energy. Yang Simiao, having gained much from the experience, subsequently took his leave. Upon returning to the clinic, Yang Simiao secluded himself, delving into the study of the Xuanxin needle technique he had learned from Li Feng earlier that day. Lacking mastery of true energy, his healing efforts would not yield immediate results. While Li Feng could cure leukemia in 3 days, Yang Simiao would require 3 months. Yet, this mattered little, even if it took 3 years. He was still profoundly excited. However, scarcely an hour into his seclusion, a friend arrived for a visit. "Old Yang, what are you busy with?" inquired a distinguished middle-aged gentleman, around 50 years of age. Recognizing the voice, Yang Ximiao reluctantly abandoned his research and opened the door. "Old you, what brings you here? Are you feeling unwell?" Yang Ximiao greeted with a warm smile. Old Yu, whose full name was Yu Hongwei, had been the wealthiest man in Donghai City for 3 consecutive years and was also a frequent visitor to Yang Ximiao. In his earlier years, Yu Hongwei had been a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine and even served as the director of a traditional Chinese medicine hospital, where he had honed considerable medical skills. However, he later transitioned into the realm of business, seizing opportunities during the rapid development of the pharmaceutical industry and rising to prominence as a wealthy magnate, ultimately abandoning his medical career. Nowadays, he still prescribed himself some remedies for common ailments and practiced acupuncture, but his knowledge had faded significantly, and he was left with only a superficial understanding. "I merely passed by to check on you." "What's the matter? You seem less than welcoming," Yu Hongwei remarked with a smile. Yang Ximiao sighed. "It's not that I'm unwelcoming. I am merely engrossed in scholarly pursuits." Why Yu Hongwei then noticed Yang Ximiao practicing acupuncture on a model. Why aren't those 3 silver needles placed on the acupoints?" he queried, puzzled. Yang Ximiao hesitated, replying, "These 3 silver needles are not meant to be inserted into acupoints." "Why?" "Well." After a moment's hesitation, Yang Ximiao explained, "This technique was taught to me by a divine physician. It is an ancient acupuncture method. Once mastered, it can treat leukemia." "What?" Yu Hongwei was taken aback. The notion that leukemia could be treated through traditional Chinese medicine astonished him, and he immediately sensed a tremendous commercial opportunity. "Please teach me." Reluctant to burden Li Feng further, Yang Ximiao offered an excuse. "I cannot teach you. This knowledge is not meant to be shared. I had to plead extensively to gain this opportunity to learn. Old Yu, focus on your business. Leave the healing to me." Why Yu Hongwei chuckled ruefully. "Old Yang, you are being so secretive. I can pay for the tuition. Can I?" "That may not be possible." "Then tell me, who is this divine physician? I will seek him out immediately." "That, too, is not feasible." Yang Ximiao sighed. Well, if the opportunity arises, I shall inquire on your behalf. If he is willing to teach, I will let you know." Yu Hongwei felt somewhat reassured. Just then, he received a phone call from his elderly father. "Son, something terrible has happened. Your cousin Ding Zizong has died unexpectedly. Your second aunt just called, sounding quite distressed, and she hopes you can take charge of the situation." Furrowing his brow, Yu Hongwei replied, "How could such a thing happen? Very well, I will head over at once." Later that evening, after Li Feng awoke, he received a call from Chao Qingtian. Ding Yuxing had transferred all of the Ding family's assets into Li Feng's name, including all shares of the Changlai Cosmetics Company, once owned by Li Feng's mother. Changlai was the only cosmetics company in Donghai City and ranked among the top 5 in the province, enjoying considerable fame. Just that small portion of shares had generated untold profits for the Ding family. Li Feng mused that it was high time to arrange a meeting with Liao Kai to discuss the affairs of Changlai. Moreover, Chao Qingtian continued, "Ding Yuxing has found a powerful ally. It seems our people may struggle to eliminate him now." "Not even you can move against him?" Li Feng asked, frowning. Chao Qingtian nodded slightly. "Indeed. This ally happens to be Yu Hongwei, the wealthiest man in Donghai City." Yu Hongwei was the uncle of Ding Yuxing. Yet he had always been at odds with the Ding family. "I thought the Yu family would not interfere with the Ding family's affairs. I never anticipated that Yu Hongwei would step in this time." Li Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. "No matter. If you cannot eliminate him, I certainly can. Tell me the address, and I shall handle it personally." Chapter 21. Whispers of betrayal. At this moment, a chilling resolve glinted in Li Feng's eyes. Since Ding Yuxing had cooperated in transferring the shares to Li Feng, the Ding family could remain safe. Yet, Ding Yuxing still had to die. Li Feng would not let anyone involved in the conspiracy that led to the car accident 5 years ago escape unscathed. Regardless of who this ally was, Li Feng was unfazed. "Mr. Li, I will accompany you," Chao Qingtian suddenly declared. Li Feng chuckled lightly. "You wish to join me? You are, after all, a businessman. Offending the wealthiest man may complicate your future." Chao Qingtian insisted. "I am now a friend of him. Our ties with Yu Hongwei are not deep." In truth, Chao Qingtian was aware that this move was fraught with risk, yet he opted to proceed nonetheless. "Very well, come pick me up." Li Feng had faith that someone like Chao Qingtian, in his 40s and a formidable underground figure, would surely weigh the pros and cons. He could only conclude that Chao Qingtian had keen insight. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Chao Qingtian prepared to leave, but Chao Long looked at him quizzically. Brother, this matter involves the Yu family. Are we truly going to confront them head-on? We cannot possibly win against the Yu family. Moreover, Zhao Sandao was killed by Li Feng, and Zhao Sandao's cousin, Huang Jinhao, will not sit idly by. They will undoubtedly seek revenge against us. If we offend both the Yu family and the Huang family simultaneously, could this lead to dire consequences? Chao Qingtian, smoking a cigarette, sighed in resignation. High risk, high reward. But is Li Feng truly worth such a high reward? Chao Long questioned. Chao Qingtian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he had witnessed how Li Feng dealt with adversaries and had seen the brutal demise of fierce individuals like Zhao Sandao. Moreover, he had just learned from Old Yang that Li Feng had cured his daughter of leukemia. Old Yang also asserted that anyone capable of practicing ancient Qigong must have genuine martial prowess. Li Feng was precisely that individual. Thus, Chao Qingtian's decision was well considered. He had also conducted his own investigation into Li Feng. 5 years prior, the young heir of the Li Group, which owned Changlai Miai, had barely survived a car accident and subsequently vanished for 5 years. The Ding family had somehow unearthed information suggesting that Li Feng had spent those 5 years farming in a remote village. Now, it was evident that Li Feng's skills in martial arts, medicine, determination, and ferocity were far beyond that of ordinary individuals. At merely 24 years of age, his future potential was immeasurable. If Chao Qingtian could align himself with such a promising figure, the prospects for the Chao family would rise exponentially. Furthermore, in the realm of Donghai City's underground, he was not the sole player. 2 other powerful factions had reportedly formed an alliance to eliminate the Chao family. In this critical moment, Chao Qingtian recognized the necessity of having a friend like Li Feng, someone who could stand against hundreds. Of course, the risks were immense. As Chao Long pointed out, they could easily find themselves surrounded by enemies. Very well. Whatever my brother decides, I must support, Chao Long replied earnestly. Chao Qingtian shook his head. You should not come, as long as you stay out of this murky water. Should Li Feng prove unreliable one day, I may be trapped, but you will remain safe. Understand? Chao Long sighed. Then. Very well. Chao Qingtian departed, picking up Li Feng and bringing along 30 skilled members of the Chao family security team, heading straight for the Ding family's old residence, the Ding household. The air was filled with wails of grief. Ding Yuxing's mother, the grandmother of Ding Zizong, glared at old Yu, her eyes ablaze with anger. Brother, does Yu Hongwei wish to ignore this matter? If he does, he should just say so. I can always report it to the authorities. Though she understood that such a move might drag on for a year or so, it would at least ensure that the murderer faced prison time. Ding Old Madam was acutely aware that if they reported the incident, Li Feng would likely not serve much time in prison. After all, she knew well what kind of person her grandson was. This time, Ding Zizong had brazenly committed kidnapping, which had led to his downfall. If the authorities uncovered the extent of Ding Zizong's transgressions, Li Feng's sentence would likely be minimal. She wanted to see Li Feng dead. Not imprisoned, therefore, unless absolutely necessary, she would not resort to reporting it. Old Yu replied sternly, My son has already come, hasn't he? But he left again. Ding Old Madam retorted, He is clearly not taking this to heart. I know that in the past, Zizong spoke some unspeakable words to him. However, Zizong is still his cousin. That country bumpkin is clearly out for my son's life. I suggest you call Yu Hongwei to come over himself, at least to stay a while longer. Old Yu's temper flared. Sister, you'd better not bring up Ding Zizong's past insults against Yu Hongwei. Ding Zizong killed someone back then, and Yu Hongwei exhausted all his connections just to keep him in prison for a few months. He felt Yu Hongwei did not exert enough effort. After being released, he came to our door, berating Yu Hongwei and our entire family. He even splashed black dog blood at our doorstep. Yu Hongwei has long stated he would no longer associate with the Ding family. The fact that he is willing to come this time, and has even arranged for so many bodyguards for you, shouldn't you be grateful? Old Yu erupted, preparing to leave. Ding Old Madam quickly stopped him. Wait, brother, I'm just anxious. I'm worried that Ding Yuxing might fall victim to that country bumpkin. How about you ask Yu Hongwei to send over some more people? Old Yu finally sat back down. Speaking coldly, very well, I will make a call. He dialed Yu Hongwei. Although Yu Hongwei felt displeased, he still agreed out of respect for his father. I will send over another 20 men shortly. Old Yu hesitated. Are you busy with work right now? Not at all, Yu Hongwei replied earnestly. I'm feeling a bit unwell and am at the clinic. Oh? Then you, father, I'm fine. I'm just in a bad mood and came to chat with old Yang. All right then. Old Yu had no way to argue with Yu Hongwei and hung up. Soon after, 20 more bodyguards arrived. Ding Old Madam felt considerably relieved, and Ding Yuxing found some solace as well at a tea this moment. Ding Yuxing began to contemplate how to avenge his son and eliminate Chao Qingtian. By the way, Zhao Sandao's death. I doubt Huang Jianhao is aware yet. Ding Yuxing decided to call Huang Jianhao. Huang Jianhao, one of the 3 major underworld leaders in Donghai City, was on par with Zhao Sandao. If Zhao Sandao was killed, Huang Jianhao would undoubtedly react with fury. Thus, Ding Yuxing made the call, intent on using Huang Jianhao's wrath as a weapon against his enemies. Upon hearing Ding Yuxing's words, Huang Jianhao exploded with anger. So that's why I couldn't reach Sandio. So he was truly harmed. Chao Qingtian, the Chao family, and this country bumpkin named Li Feng. Very well, now it's a matter of life and death between us. Huang Jianhao ended the call without further ado. Ding Yuxing had no idea what Huang Jianhao was planning, but he was certain that the Chao family and Li Feng would soon face Huang Jianhao's retaliation. In that moment, Ding Yuxing's heart darkened with a cold smile. Li Feng, Chao Qingtian, you killed my son, and now you aim to kill me. I will show you the consequences of your actions. With the support of the Grand Master and the wealthiest man, can you withstand this? You are doomed. Ding Yuxing could only hope for the swift demise of Chao Qingtian and Li Feng. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard. Ding Yuxing paused, stepping outside to investigate, only to find Li Feng and Chao Qingtian, accompanied by 30 men clad in black, standing at the entrance. Chapter 22. Old Yu's betrayal. At that moment, Ding Yuxing felt no fear. Yu Hongwei had arranged for a total of 50 bodyguards to protect the Ding family. With 30 against 50, Ding Yuxing felt a sense of security. He stepped forward, his expression icy. Heavenly Master, you've brought this country bumpkin to stir trouble again? Chao Qingtian replied coldly. Ding Yuxing, I let you return home to bid farewell to your family. The time for farewells is over. It's time for you to depart this world. Ha! You think 30 men can stand against us? You must be joking, Ding Yuxing retorted, unafraid. Chao Qingtian's voice was steely. Then let us see, brothers, charge. The 30 men were elite security personnel from the Chao family, capable of serving as bodyguards for aristocrats, either boxers, retired experts, or mercenaries returned from abroad. As they surged forward, they clashed with Ding Yuxing's 50 men. Surprisingly, Ding Yuxing's side gained a significant advantage. Within 10 minutes, Ding Yuxing's men had the upper hand, while the Chao family's 30 struggled merely to defend themselves, slowly retreating, half of them grievously injured, and the rest sustaining various lighter wounds. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Li Feng turned to Chao Qingtian, tell them to stop. Chao Qingtian also sensed the shift and immediately shouted, fall back. The 30 men retreated. On the opposing side, however, Ding Yuxing's crew had also suffered losses. With 3 dead and several more wounded, Li Feng, unfazed by the remaining 50, began to stride toward Ding Yuxing. Ding Yuxing's expression changed. Block him, yet as men rushed to intercept Li Feng, he dispatched them with ease, each strike resulting in another falling victim. The sounds of bones cracking filled the air, as those who dared confront him either had limbs shattered or met their demise at his hands. In a mere 20 meters, Li Feng executed 8 strikes, wounding 6 and killing 2. The remaining combatants stood frozen in shock, no longer daring to approach, allowing Li Feng to advance toward Ding Yuxing unhindered. Chao Qingtian's heart raced as he witnessed Li Feng's prowess once more. He faced overwhelming odds yet dispatched foes with startling ease. His martial skill was nothing short of terrifying. Ding Yuxing, observing Li Feng's icy demeanor, was swept with profound fear, turning to flee into the courtyard. But before he could escape, Li Feng swiftly closed the distance, delivering a powerful kick to Ding Yuxing's back. With a painful gasp, Ding Yuxing felt his spine nearly shatter. His internal organs reeling from the impact, blood surging uncontrollably as he collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood, his face pale as he struggled to turn and face Li Feng. Old Ding, Ding Yuxing's wife, Luo Hui, rushed forward to support him. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Li Feng's gaze remained cold and unyielding as he closed the distance. Just then, Ding Old Madam bellowed, how dare you unleash violence again? Do you know our ties to the Yu family? Yu Hongwei, the wealthiest man in Donghai City, is my nephew. In that moment, she cast a sorrowful glance at Ding Yuxing. As Ding Yuxing crawled toward her in fear, Luo Hui also cowered behind Ding Old Madam. Terrified by Li Feng's menacing presence, Li Feng coldly remarked, the individual's eye, Li Feng. intend to eliminate never concern me with their identities. What significance does being the wealthiest person in Donghai City hold? However, since you all perceive him as your pillar of support, do summon him here. Li Feng granted them an opportunity. Such matters must be resolved decisively and thoroughly, instilling a profound fear within them. Otherwise, future troubles would be endless. Very well, you have my word. The elderly matriarch of the Ding family turned to Old Master Yu. Elder brother, quickly call Hongwei. Old Master Yu, equally infuriated, harbored a disdain for the Ding family, yet they were relatives nonetheless. Moreover, Li Feng's domineering attitude was excessive. Not only did he come to threaten them, but he also uttered such arrogant proclamations. You shall soon learn the consequences of provoking the Yu family. Old Master Yu retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Yu Hongwei. Why Yu Hongwei, seemingly impatient, answered, Dad. What is it? Chao Qing Tian and that country bumpkin have come to our doorstep. They are about to kill Ding Yusheng. Why aren't you hurrying over? Old Master Yu exclaimed in anger, if you don't arrive soon, I might not survive this. Yu Hongwei finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Did I not send 50 men over? They are utterly useless and cannot hold them back. Chao Qing Tian is clearly set on opposing our Yu family. Keep him waiting. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Old Master Yu gazed at Li Feng with a look of pity. My son said to keep you waiting. Li Feng lit another cigarette. Rest assured, I shall wait. Yet, in the next moment, Old Master Yu's phone rang again. It was Yu Hongwei. Dad. What is the name of that country bumpkin beside Chao Qing Tian? I believe it is Li Feng. Old Master Yu replied, Why do you ask this? Hurry over. The line fell silent for a few seconds before Yu Hongwei spoke gravely. Dad, do not involve yourself with the Ding family. That is no mere country bumpkin. He is a significant figure. We cannot afford to offend him. Moreover, our Yu family needs to collaborate with this prominent individual for profit. This could potentially be a 100 billion project. In that moment, a cold sweat broke out on Yu Hongwei's back. While with Yang Ximiao, upon learning that Yu Hongwei intended to confront Chao Qing Tian and Li Feng, she immediately dissuaded him, revealing that Li Feng was the miraculous doctor who had taught her how to treat leukemia. Yu Hongwei was astounded, realizing he had almost missed out on a project worth hundreds of billions, perhaps even thousands. Leukemia is a global dilemma. If the Yu group were to develop a new drug to address it, the wealth amassed would be unimaginable. At that moment, Li Feng transformed into Yu Hongwei's crucial strategic partner for the next decade. He had been pestering Yang Ximiao all day just to acquire the method for treating leukemia. Now that the opportunity had arisen, it must not be squandered by the Ding family's parasites. Old Master Yu was taken aback. What? Is there such a matter? Very well, I shall heed your advice. Old Master Yu held some affection for the Ding family, particularly for his sister. Yet, his sister had always brought him trouble with her cunning remarks. Old Master Yu had long since grown weary of it. Now, that so-called country bumpkin or rather, that young man, could bring a 100 billion collaboration project to the Yu family. What kind of prominent figure could this be? Could he possibly be a young master from one of the great families in the capital? Longqing? Old Master Yu believed this likelihood to be quite substantial. He dared not interfere any longer, swiftly standing and approaching Li Feng. The Ding matriarch, sensing something amiss, inquired, Elder brother, what are you doing? Has Hongwei agreed to come? Old Master Yu remained silent, but the Ding matriarch attempted to grasp him. To her surprise, Old Master Yu retaliated with a slap to her face. Smack! The Ding matriarch was left stunned, staring incredulously at her elder brother. Elder brother, have you lost your mind? You dare strike me? What on earth are you doing? At that moment, Old Master Yu's indifferent demeanor was fully revealed. His sudden change in attitude silenced the entire room. Everyone present, including Li Feng and Chao Qing Tian, wore expressions of confusion. Chapter 23. Betraying husband and mother-in-law, Ding Yusheng felt an ominous premonition. The Ding matriarch, completely flabbergasted, softened her tone. Elder brother, I did not mean to shout at you. I was just too anxious. Please don't abandon us. Hurry and call Hongwei for help. We truly have no way out, I beg you. You can't just watch as Yusheng and I perish here, can you? Old Master Yu's countenance darkened as he turned away, approaching Li Feng, immediately donning a smile. Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your identity. I am here to make amends. My son has made it clear that we must show you the utmost respect. I hope you can overlook my previous remarks. Old Master Yu's demeanor was exceedingly cordial. His gaze upon Li Feng sparkled, akin to that of a man beholding great wealth. Indeed, He perceived that this so-called country bumpkin was far from an ordinary individual, but rather a young master from a prestigious family in the capital. Thus his profound respect. Both Li Feng and Chao Qingtian were taken aback. Just moments ago, Chao Qingtian had assumed that Li Feng would align against the Yu family, potentially leading to a deadly confrontation. Chao Qingtian had nearly regretted attending with Li Feng this evening. However, the situation appeared to diverge from his expectations. At that moment, Li Feng's phone rang unexpectedly. It was Yang Ximiao. Without hesitation, Li Feng answered. Mr. Li, are you at the Ding family's old residence? Mr. Yu is with me, that is, Yu Hongwei. He wishes to apologize to you. We're on our way over with old Yu. Li Feng grasped the situation. Perhaps Yang Ximiao had spoken favorably about him? All right, come on over. Li Feng hung up, then turned to old Master Yu. Since you wish to refrain from involvement in this matter, you may leave. Old Master Yu exhaled in relief. Thank you, Mr. Li. Thus, old Master Yu exited, unwilling to witness the Ding family's downfall at Li Feng's hands. He would prefer to be the one collecting the bodies. Elder brother, you cannot just abandon us. The voice of the Ding matriarch echoed from behind. Yet old Master Yu continued onward, even closing the door behind him. Ding Yuxing, you scoundrel, you would forsake even your own sister. If anything were to happen to me, I swear I will haunt you as a ghost. The Ding matriarch screamed. With everyone departed, what was there left to shout about? Li Feng coldly retorted. The Ding matriarch glared at Li Feng with fury. You wretched creature. How did that vehicle not crush you back then? How is it that you still live to this day? Li Feng's brow furrowed. He had come here to kill Ding Yuxing. Regardless of how the Ding matriarch had loathed him earlier, he had not wished to take her life. But now, her words were excessively venomous and hinted at possible collusion in the original scheme. So, 5 years ago, you were also involved in that accident? Li Feng glared coldly at her. The Ding matriarch inhaled deeply. I orchestrated the entire affair. What can you do about it? If you have the ability, then go ahead and kill me. Li Feng turned his gaze to Ding Yuxing, who suddenly shivered. You do not look at me, I have forgotten. I remember nothing. However, Luo Hui suddenly stepped forward, kneeling before Li Feng with a thud. Mr. Li, I know everything. I was not involved 5 years ago. But I know all. I can tell you everything. Please do not kill me. Ding Yuxing's expression changed. You wretched woman, what are you doing? As he spoke, Ding Yuxing lunged to slap Luo Hui. Suddenly, with a snap of his fingers, Li Feng shot forth a silver needle, piercing Ding Yuxing's calf. Ding Yuxing felt his leg give way, collapsing to the ground in agony. Ding Yuxing, be quiet. Otherwise, I shall break one of your arms first. Li Feng warned. Ding Yuxing gritted his teeth. Mr. Li, you stated that as long as I cooperate to transfer the shares to you, you would spare my family. Li Feng's expression darkened as he swiftly approached Ding Yuxing. The Ding matriarch, startled, blocked Li Feng's path. You little wretch, what do you intend to do? Are you going to commit murder again? The Ding matriarch believed that as a 70-year-old woman, her presence would deter him. However, she soon realized her error. Li Feng delivered a resounding slap to her face. Smack! The Ding matriarch, caught off guard, fell to the ground. Li Feng strode past her, reaching Ding Yuxing. Ding Yuxing, pale with fear, pleaded, Mr. Li, I was wrong. I will be quiet. I will be quiet immediately. Too late. A chilling expression crossed Li Feng's face as he raised his foot and brought it down heavily upon Ding Yuxing's leg. Crack! A horrific scream echoed. Ding Yuxing's leg was shattered by Li Feng's blow. Such terrifying strength. Chao Qingtian was utterly dumbfounded. The murderous aura emanating from Li Feng was unparalleled, something Chao Qingtian had never witnessed before. The Ding matriarch's fury dissipated in an instant before this scene. People inherently fear death. The older and wealthier they are, the more they dread it. In that moment, the Ding matriarch was engulfed in terror, not daring to breathe. Beside her, Luo Hui was equally stunned. Li Feng's actions solidified her resolve to betray her husband and mother-in-law. The next moment, Li Feng turned to Luo Hui. You may continue. As long as you do not implicate yourself, I shall spare your life. With that, Li Feng suddenly produced his phone and pressed the recording button. Chao Qingtian raised an eyebrow, pondering Li Feng's peculiar habit. Yet no one commented. Grateful for Li Feng's assurance, Luo Hui eagerly recounted. One night 5 years ago, my son Ding Zizong suddenly returned, proposing to orchestrate an accident to eliminate your entire Li family. The reason was that 5 years ago, You had taken away the girl he fancied, named Luo Shuejing. She is now the president of Luo's group. When he first proposed this plan, I outright rejected it. However, Ding Yuxing and the Ding matriarch fully supported Ding Zizong. They believed that if your family were dead, acquiring the then-thriving Changli beauty would be a piece of cake. If you investigate, you should find that the Ding family attempted to acquire Changli beauty multiple times 5 years ago. But your mother always refused. Thus, Changli beauty became a thorn in the side of the Ding matriarch and Ding Yuxing. Consequently, when Ding Zizong proposed the plan, they eagerly nodded in support, and so, the accident occurred. Later, when your sister took charge of the company, the Ding family exerted considerable effort to disrupt it, ultimately leading to Changli Beauty's bankruptcy and sale. Yet, no one anticipated that when the Ding family attempted to acquire it, a man named Liao Kai intervened, snatching it away with a higher bid. The Ding family ended up with only a fraction, yet they still profited significantly over the years. Recently, I overheard the Ding matriarch and Ding Yuxing claiming that killing your parents 5 years ago was one of their best decisions in life. Once she finished, Luo Hui kept her eyes on Li Feng, eager to gauge his reaction. Li Feng fixed his gaze upon her. Luo Hui's eyes were sincere, albeit tinged with fear and apprehension. Li Feng chose to believe her. After stopping the recording, Li Feng returned his phone. You may rise, stand to the side. Upon hearing this, the Ding matriarch and Ding Yuxing tensed, sensing the palpable aura of death emanating from Li Feng. Chapter 24. An uninvited guest intrudes. Yes. Luo Hui exhaled in relief, stepping aside. It's he that moment. Ding Yuxing looked at Luo Hui with a gaze full of unending resentment, but dared not speak, fearing Li Feng would break his leg again. The Ding matriarch mirrored this sentiment, filled with animosity. However, upon seeing Li Feng approaching them, both mother and son felt their hearts leap to their throats. Li Feng approached Ding Yuxing first, producing 3 silver needles. Ding Yuxing, you have brought this upon yourself. Ding Yuxing's eyes widened. What do you intend to do? If you kill me, you will go to prison. Also, you have yet to resolve the matter with Zhao Sandao. You. Before he could finish, Li Feng's 3 silver needles suddenly pierced his scalp. Instantly, his entire nervous system seemed to short-circuit, and he began frothing at the mouth, life swiftly draining from him. He collapsed, lifeless. No, do not kill me, please. The Ding matriarch, witnessing Li Feng's gaze fall upon her, scrambled to her feet, kneeling in desperation. Mr. Li, I beg you, spare me. Li Feng wasted no breath. As he reached into his pocket, producing 3 more silver needles, which he drove into the Ding matriarch's brain. Like Ding Yuxing, the Ding matriarch met a gruesome demise on the spot. 3 minutes later, after finishing a cigarette, Li Feng prepared to depart when Yu Hongwei and Yang Ximiao arrived. Upon witnessing the scene inside and outside the Ding residence, both Yu Hongwei and Yang Ximiao were drenched in cold sweat. Mr. Li, my father has offended you, and I sincerely apologize. Today, you spared my father. Should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Why Yu Hongwei had not anticipated such a bloody scene. 2 of the men he had sent were dead, and both Ding Yuxing and the Ding matriarch had perished in the same manner. He had originally planned to invite Li Feng for a late-night meal, hoping to inquire about leukemia treatment methods and the potential for developing pharmaceutical business opportunities. Yet in this moment, Yu Hongwei could not muster the words. He felt that this young man was no mere doctor but a demon. No problem. Li Feng nodded to Yu Hongwei before departing alongside Chao Qingtian. As for Chao Qingtian's men, they remained behind to handle the aftermath. On the way back, Li Feng felt an indescribable sorrow. He reminisced about his parents, recalling the moments from 5 years ago when they had still been alive. His kind-hearted father and wise, gentle mother had been brutally murdered by a group of worthless scoundrels for mere trifles. If only time could turn back, if only he had possessed his current abilities back then, perhaps his parents would not have perished. Li Feng's heart ached as he instinctively clenched his fists. He knew that this matter was far from over. Liao Kai, that former university friend, why had he intervened in the acquisition of Changli Beauty? Was it out of goodwill to assist him? Or was it driven by the same greed as the Ding family? If it were the former, Li Feng would be deeply grateful and would repurchase the company at market value. If it were the latter, Li Feng would not entertain the notion of sparing Liao Kai's life. Sensing Li Feng's melancholy and anguish, Chao Qingtian, upon dropping Li Feng at his doorstep, empathized. Mr. Li, please accept my condolences. Li Feng waved his hand, then stated, I will need a few days to rest before I can treat your daughter. Ensure she continues taking her medication, and of course, you must also remain diligent with your own treatment. In a few days, I will heal both you and your daughter. Chao Qingtian expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Li. As they parted, Chao Qingtian suddenly added, by the way, Mr. Li, would you like me to send some people to discreetly protect you and your family? Are you suggesting that Zhao Sandao's cousin, Huang Jianhao, will seek vengeance against me? Li Feng inquired, and Chao Qingtian nodded. Huang Jianhao harbors a profound desire for vengeance. Zhao Sandao is his trusted confidant. With Zhao Sandao's demise, his vindictive nature will undoubtedly compel him to act. He will either target me first or you. Li Feng replied solemnly, very well. Arrange for 2 individuals to accompany me. His primary concern was for Li Jiner and Luo Xuejing. He feared that if they ventured out while he was absent, calamity might befall them. Though the protective presence of 2 individuals might not offer substantial security, at the very least, it would serve as an eye, capable of promptly alerting him to any danger. Chao Qingtian immediately acquiesced. I shall notify the 2 female bodyguards to come and provide protection for Miss Li, Miss Luo, and your daughter at all times. Appreciative of Chao Qingtian's thoughtfulness, Li Feng could not help but admire him. After Chao Qingtian departed, Li Feng returned home. However, upon reaching his doorstep, an unsettling feeling washed over him. The house was devoid of any illumination, and an ominous aura lingered in the AI art. Li Feng instinctively activated his celestial eye. Under the capabilities of night vision and X-ray vision, his expression tightened as he discerned 2 men seated in the living room, smoking. Meanwhile, Li Jiner, Luo Xuejing, and Duo seemed to be absent from the premises. Of course, Li Feng's X-ray vision had its limitations in distance, preventing him from fully perceiving the interior's conditions, especially at night when its efficacy was slightly diminished. Yet, the situation at the entrance was crystal clear to him. Behind the villa's door lay 2 men wielding short knives, seemingly lying in wait for him to enter, poised to strike him down. Clearly, they had already noticed him, their grip on the blades tightening, ready to take his life at any moment. Li Feng's expression hardened. Indeed, Chao Qingtian's suspicions were correct. Was this Huang Jianhao's retaliation for Zhao Sandao's death? A twinge of anxiety gripped Li Feng as he worried for the safety of the 2 women and his daughter, prompting him to advance swiftly. However, instead of merely opening the door, he delivered a powerful kick to it. Bang! The door was sent flying by Li Feng's kick. The 2 knife-wielding men, caught off guard, were struck hard by the door and collapsed, spitting blood before losing consciousness, unaware of their fate. Li Feng strode into the living room, eschewing the lights, and charged directly into the fray. Get him! Kill him! Under the dim light, one of the men on the sofa sprang up, shouting. Surrounding him were 20 black-clad figures who rushed forth, encircling Li Feng. Kill him! Someone shouted, lunging at him with a knife. Li Feng retaliated with a punch. Amidst the horrific cries, the man was sent flying, colliding with those behind him, and the knife slipped from his grip, ending up in Li Feng's hand. In that instant, the assailants froze, their expressions shifting to shock. They suddenly hesitated, uncertain of whom to attack, as they could only make out vague shadows, unable to discern friend from foe. Click! Suddenly, one astute black-clad figure turned on the lights. Only then did everyone realize that Li Feng was no longer among them but had instead moved to the sofa, where he held their leader captive. Tiger brother, one of the black-clad men shouted. They all rushed over, eyes fixed on Li Feng, yet none dared to advance. That moment, Tiger brother found himself at the mercy of Li Feng's blade, pressed against his throat, hands raised in surrender. However, his eyes betrayed no fear, only a calm sneer as he said, Li Feng, I never imagined you were so formidable, so effortlessly subduing me. However, I advise you against any rash actions. Your women, your sister, and your daughter, they are all in our grasp. Should you kill me, those 3 will perish. Chapter 25. Li Feng's surrender. Li Feng spoke in a low voice. Where are they? Tiger brother remained composed. Chuckling lightly, rest assured, as long as you accompany us, they will remain unharmed. Your only option before you now is to relinquish your weapon and comply with us. He continued, I will take you to see them. By the way, let me remind you, you must arrive before midnight. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee their safety. Li Feng's voice turned icy. Are you truly threatening me? Tiger brother grinned maliciously. Yes, I am indeed threatening you. But this is also a fact. We have our rules. You may refuse to accompany us or even kill me. But try it, and see what consequences may follow. I hope you won't regret it. Upon finishing his words, Li Feng relaxed his grip. Clatter! The knife clattered to the ground. Tiger Brother smirked triumphantly and commanded one of the black-clad men, bind him, blindfold him. Before long, Li Feng was ushered into a vehicle. They intended to obscure their route. Unaware that Li Feng possessed X-ray vision, he memorized every detail of their journey. Achoo! Meanwhile, in an abandoned, dilapidated building in the southern suburbs, the flickering light bulb swayed gently in the breeze. Duodwa's sneezes echoed in the cold. Luo Shuejing, Li Jiner, and Duo were all bound. Duo, clad in a thin nightgown, was shielded between Luo Shuejing and Li Jiner. The burly guard, initially dozing off, was awakened by Duodwa's sneezing and erupted in anger. Damn it, can't you keep it down? If that little brat sneezes again, I'll cut off your nose. The guard roared menacingly. Duo, frightened by the guard's ferocity, paled, her eyes brimming with tears, yet she dared not cry out. In such frigid weather, even an adult felt the chill, let alone a child. If you don't want sneezes to disturb you, bring a blanket. At that moment, Li Jiner felt a pang of fear. However, she knew that once Li Feng returned home, he would undoubtedly rush to rescue her. Thus, she remained relatively calm and composed. Seeing the guard berate Duo, Li Jiner, unable to contain her anger at the injustice, shouted at the guard, "How dare you speak to her like that?" The guard's expression darkened. Damn it, how dare a bound woman speak back? Fine, since it's so cold, let's warm up a bit together. He seized the ropes binding Li Jiner, attempting to drag her closer to vent his frustration. Luo Shuejing gasped in alarm. Don't you dare. Didn't he, your dragon brother, say not to touch us before midnight? But now, the only guard watching you is me. What I do with you is entirely up to me. The guard sneered wickedly, forcefully shoving Li Jiner against the wall. Her face turned pale as she saw the guard lunging towards her, prompting her to scream, "Help!" The guard, his face shifting slightly, slapped Li Jiner hard. "Shut up! You wretched woman! Help!" Li Jiner continued to cry out. At that moment, two figures approached briskly from the entrance. What's going on? The speaker was their leader, Dragon Brother, Big Dragon, Eru, Sandow, are Huang Jianhao's three most trusted subordinates. Now that Zhao Sandow is dead, Chen Eru has gone to confront Li Feng, while Zhang Dalong remains here to guard the three of them. If Chen Eru fails to incapacitate Li Feng and Ming Xiao, Tiger Brother will bring Li Feng here. The guard had assumed Zhang Dalong was stationed at the entrance, so any disturbances here should pose no issue. However, he had not anticipated that Zhang Dalong would hear Li Jiner's cries. The guard, panic-stricken, stammered, "Dragon Brother, this woman insulted us, and I couldn't take it, so I wanted to teach her a lesson." "Nonsense. You just want to sleep with her?" Li Jiner retorted. The guard glared at her fiercely. Yet, Dragon Brother evidently trusted Li Jiner more, stepping forward to slap the guard across the face. The guard could only wince in pain, refraining from further protest. Zhang Dalong coldly warned, "If there's a next time, I'll break your third leg." Yes, Dragon Brother, I won't dare again," the guard replied, trembling in fear. Zhang Dalong cast a deep gaze at Li Jiner. "I didn't expect you to be such a fiery beauty. Once your brother is dead, you'll be a gift from Hao Yi to me, with 10 minutes until midnight. If your brother doesn't arrive, I won't hold back." Zhang Dalong greedily eyed Li Jiner, then cast a similarly covetous glance at the visibly anxious Luo Shuejing, eye in his eyes. Both women were desirable, but since Hao Yi had already claimed Luo Shuejing, he could only settle for Li Jiner. Nevertheless, to Zhang Dalong, acquiring either woman would be a boon, as both were beauties. Just then, the sound of a car approaching and stopping outside caught his attention. Zhang Dalong stepped aside to look, spotting Chen Eru leading a blindfolded and tightly bound young man down from the vehicle. "He.S. here." A glint of coldness flashed in Zhang Dalong's eyes as he walked towards the roadside. "Dragon Brother, the person has been brought." Zhang Dalong removed Li Feng's blindfold, confirming his identity, and suddenly kicked Li Feng in the abdomen. Li Feng nearly lost his footing from the blow but maintained an impassive expression, fixing Zhang Dalong with a contemptuous gaze. "Damn it, just a prisoner, and you dare look at me like that?" Zhang Dalong kicked Li Feng again. Li Feng stumbled back 2 steps, and Zhang Dalong, frustrated that Li Feng did not cry out in pain, coldly remarked, "You're quite tough, to have killed my third brother. You're no ordinary person." He then instructed his men, "Bring him up." The subordinates dragged Li Feng into the dilapidated building. Subsequently, Zhang Dalong pulled out his phone and made a call. "Hao Yi, the person has been captured. All right, I'll be there shortly." Li Feng, bound, was brought before Luo Shuejing, Li Jiner, and Duo. Both Luo Xuejing and Li Jiner were taken aback. They had assumed Li Feng would find someone to rescue them, but to their shock, he too had fallen into a trap, now sharing their fate as sheep awaiting slaughter. "Daddy," Duo cried out, her voice filled with innocence. Seeing Duo in such a cold state, Li Feng's brow furrowed in concern. He hurriedly knelt beside her, leaning his back against Duo's, gripping her small hand gently, and smiled tenderly. "Daddy's here. Don't be afraid, Duo, trembling with fear, murmured softly, "Daddy, I thought you would swoop down like Superman to save me. But now you're captured by the bad guys too. Daddy, I'm a bit scared. Will those bad guys hurt me?" Chapter 26. The three-time champion of the underground fighting ring. Before Duo could finish, she sensed something unusual. Suddenly, she felt her father's hand radiate warmth, akin to a heated pad, swiftly warming her small hand, then her arms, and ultimately enveloping her entire body in warmth. The chill that had gripped her little frame moments ago dissipated, leaving her feeling considerably more comfortable. "Wow, Daddy," Duo exclaimed in astonishment, uttering a nonsensical remark. Luo Xuejing and Li Jiner exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what had sparked Duo's sudden joy, worried she had been traumatized. To their surprise, the little girl was grinning foolishly at Li Feng's back. Luo Xuejing and Li Jiner felt helpless. "Stinky brother, how could you get captured too? Did you get bound the moment you returned home?" Li Jiner expressed her dissatisfaction. "After all, he is trained in martial arts. How could he be so easily captured? What do we do next?" Luo Xuejing voiced her concern. "Li Feng, what shall we do now? Why were we captured? Could it be related to yesterday's incident?" "Indeed. Ding Zizong and Zhao Sandao's deaths have created misunderstandings. First, the Ding family misjudged me, and now Zhao Sandao's cousin, Huang Jianhao, also mistakenly believes I'm the culprit. Thus, Huang Jianhao has come to settle scores," Li Feng explained calmly. He refrained from disclosing the truth about his actions, especially to avoid burdening Duo with the knowledge that her father had taken a life, fearing it would cast a shadow over her childhood. Although she was only 4, children often grasp more than they can articulate. Luo Xuejing, who had initially felt distance from the killing incident, readily accepted Li Feng's narrative. As did Li Jiner. "So, how can we clear up this misunderstanding?" Li Jiner asked, her brows furrowed. Li Feng replied, "Let us discuss that later. First, I need to clarify things. If they refuse to listen and insist on bullying us, then they should not blame me for resorting to violence. Come on, there are so many of them." Li Jiner understood that while Li Feng was skilled, she doubted he could single-handedly take on so many armed adversaries. Just then, an idea struck her. "I can dial an emergency call with my phone. If I press the main button 5 times, it will work. I set it up that way." Li Feng, cover us while I make the call. "Luo Zong, can you help me press my phone in my pocket?" Luo Xuejing's eyes lit up. "All right," Li Feng frowned, wanting to dissuade them from making the call, but at that moment, Zhang Dalong's voice rang out. "What are you doing?" He strode over and caught sight of Luo Xuejing trying to reach for Li Jiner's phone, seething with anger as he snatched it away. "Wretched woman, trying to play tricks. Are we?" he barked. Afterward, Zhang Dalong glared at Li Jiner and, with a snarl, raised his foot to kick her. "Dragon brother. How ye is here?" At that moment, Chen Era's voice echoed. Zhang Dalong retracted his foot, giving Li Jiner one last fierce glare before turning to leave. Li Jiner watched in dismay as her last hope for salvation was snatched away, panic flashing in her eyes. "Now what? We've lost our final means of escape. What do we do now?" However, Li Feng paid no heed to Li Jiner's worries. Instead, he noticed a handprint on her face and furrowed his brow, asking, "What happened to your face? Who hit you?" "It wasn't it was him." Li Jiner pointed to the burly guard across from them, who was leering greedily. A cold glint flickered in Li Feng's gaze. That look added another name to his mental list of those marked for death. Before long, a middle-aged man, balding and portly, surrounded by Zhang Dalong, Chen Eru, and other subordinates, approached and halted 3 meters away from Li Feng and the others. The burly guard eagerly brought over a stool for Huang Jianhao to sit upon. Huang Jianhao lit a cigarette and then cast a chilling glance at Li Feng, his gaze greedily sweeping over Luo Xuejing and Li Jiner. Finally, he spoke slowly. "Li Feng, you killed my cousin Zhao Sandao, and that's why you find yourself in this predicament. I believe my cousin met his end with a single punch to the skull. Now, I propose a wager. If you win, I will allow you and your companions to leave unharmed. If you lose, I will sleep with your women in front of you." and I will ensure your daughter meets her demise before your very eyes. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Luo Shuejing and Li Jiner's faces drained of color. Huang Jianhao's audacity indicated he was confident of victory. Their anxiety deepened. Li Feng's eyes turned frosty as he warned, "I suggest you reconsider your actions." Huang Jianhao chuckled coldly. "Oh, hee, but I insist on doing this. Your life and death are now in my hands. I demand you gamble. You have no choice, do you understand? The rules are simple. I will have Zhang Dalong strike you. If you die or fail to rise within 10 seconds after being knocked down, I will sleep with your women beside your unconscious body or corpse. If you are not dead, then that is splendid. I shall honor my promise and allow the four of you to leave." Without awaiting Li Feng's consent, he cast a glance at Zhang Dalong. Zhang Dalong clenched his fist and approached Li Feng. Li Feng's gaze was frigid. Zhang Dalong sneered, "Li Feng, I have once struck down an elephant with a single punch. I have also felled a rhinoceros with my fist. I was once the 3-time champion in the underground boxing ring. If you receive a blow from me, you shall surely perish. Do you have any last words? Speak now." Clearly, Zhang Dalong brimmed with confidence. These historical feats were devoid of any embellishment. He was the strongest enforcer by Huang Jianhao's side, unparalleled, having established a triad of dominance in Donghai City for Huang Jianhao. Thus, to extinguish a life with a punch was all too easy. "Since you seek your demise, let us commence." Li Feng rose, responding coldly. He then addressed Luo Shuejing and Li Jiner behind him, saying, "Shield Duo. Do not let her witness this." The two women, filled with trepidation, found solace in Li Feng's composed words and demeanor. Inexplicably feeling more at ease, they thus protected Duo from sight. "Are you ready?" Zhang Dalong's eyes glinted sharply as he raised his fist. Huang Jianhao, Chen Eru, and all the other subordinates looked upon Li Feng with pity. They were certain that Li Feng was doomed, and those two women would become the playthings of Hao Yi and Long Gu. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us begin. Li Feng's icy gaze remained fixed on Zhang Dalong. Zhang Dalong bellowed, "Die!" He unleashed a punch aimed at Li Feng's brow, like a tempest of lightning descending upon him. Chapter 27. A night of dark winds. Luo Shuejing and Li Jiner dared not look, closing their eyes and fervently praying. In the next instant, with a resounding snap, the ropes binding Li Feng were unexpectedly severed. He instinctively countered with a punch, colliding with Zhang Dalong's strike. Crack! Ah! A sharp sound was followed by a scream. Yet it was not Li Feng who suffered, but Zhang Dalong. Zhang Dalong clutched his shattered hand, his arm grotesquely bent, trembling in agony as he crouched on the ground. Cold sweat drenched his entire body. "Why you?" Huang Jianhao sprang to his feet, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Li Feng and Zhang Dalong. The entire place fell silent. No one had anticipated that Li Feng would break free from the ropes. Even less expected was that in a moment of haste, Li Feng's punch would cripple Zhang Dalong's arm. Luo Shuejing and Li Jiner, sensing something amiss, opened their eyes to see Li Feng striding toward the agonized Zhang Dalong. Fist clenched as he approached, Li Feng coldly remarked, "You must have examined Zhao Sandao's corpse and discovered his arm was also shattered, correct? There is no need for doubt. It was I who rendered it useless with a single blow." Hiss! Huang Jianhao, Zhang Dalong, and Chen Eru collectively inhaled sharply. They had presumed Zhao Sandao's arm had been crushed by some blunt instrument. They never imagined it had been incapacitated by a punch from Li Feng. How terrifying! As Zhang Dalong beheld Li Feng advancing toward him, all that remained in his eyes was trepidation. He could not muster even a fraction of courage to face Li Feng. Li Feng. Suddenly, Huang Jianhao shouted, You withstood Zhang Dalong's punch. You have won the wager. Take your family and leave. We will not obstruct you. As for Zhao Sandao, we shall consider it settled. How does that sound?" Li Feng's gaze was piercing as he chuckled softly, replying, "Very well, if that is the case, we shall take our leave now. May I borrow a vehicle? That would be acceptable, correct?" Li Feng did not wish to kill these men in front of his sister, wife, and daughter. Thus, he planned to return later to settle accounts. However, Huang Jianhao was taken aback by Li Feng's unexpectedly agreeable response, nodding repeatedly, "No problem, no problem." He had anticipated Li Feng would resort to some trickery. To his astonishment, once Li Feng acquired the vehicle, he untied Luo Shuejing, Li Jiner, and Duo, and indeed departed with the three of them. Watching the car fade into the distance, Huang Jianhao instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief. Zhang Dalong and Chen Eru also felt a weight lift. This Li Feng was formidable. He was far from a mere bumpkin. Perhaps he had been honing his martial skills under the guise of farming in the countryside. They did not linger, fearing Li Feng might return to exact vengeance, and promptly departed, taking Zhang Dalong to the hospital for treatment. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctors were utterly bewildered. "Friend, is this an injury from a fall or something? How could it be so severe? The bone is protruding." Zhang Dalong's complexion darkened. Reflecting on the incident still sent shivers down his spine. He fabricated an excuse, saying, "I was hit by a car." The doctor instantly believed him. "Oh, that makes sense." Li Feng returned to the Jingxiuli with Luo Shuejing, Li Jiner, and Duo. Duo was too cold and tired. Once home, Li Feng accompanied her for a while in her children's room, ensuring she fell asleep peacefully. After the harrowing events of the night, Duo felt a measure of anxiety and fear. Yet with Li Feng by her side, she inexplicably felt secure, dispelling all fears. Thus, she slept soundly. After emerging from the children's room, Li Feng noticed Luo Shuejing and Li Jiner still seated on the sofa. Luo Shuejing was applying medicine to Li Jiner's face. After checking their injuries, Li Feng was relieved to find neither of the women had sustained serious harm. However, Li Jiner had endured 2 kicks to her abdomen from Zhang Dalong. Though the blows were not heavy, her internal organs had experienced some disturbance. Additionally, Li Jiner bore a handprint on her face and some bruises on her arms. He retrieved a small medicine bottle from his belongings. The bottle appeared to contain numerous remedies. Li Feng took out a pill and instructed Li Jiner to consume it. Soon after, she felt a warm sensation in her abdomen, and the previously dull ache in her organs transformed into a comforting relief. After taking it, she would be fine by tomorrow. "What about the handprint on your face?" Luo Shuejing inquired anxiously. "Can your snowflower ointment heal it?" "Snowflower ointment? You mean the wound remedy?" Li Feng quickly produced the medicine box, saying, "You both should apply this to each other. Luo Shuejing, you should also apply some to the injury on your arm. Otherwise, it will swell by tomorrow. Just a small amount will suffice." Hearing Li Feng's concern for her, Luo Shuejing accepted the snowflower ointment. Unintentionally, her fingers brushed against Li Feng's warm hand, stirring an unusual sensation in her heart. Last night, Li Feng had already saved her once, and today he had rescued her, Li Jiner, and Duo again. Luo Shuejing found herself increasingly curious about this man. It was not so much that she liked him. Rather, it was astonishing that a former scion of the Li family, a prodigal son who had vanished for 5 years, had returned, possessing both martial prowess and medical skills. It was utterly incredible. This man was truly a mystery. "Are you heading out?" Luo Shuejing suddenly noticed that Li Feng had no intention of sitting down or washing up to rest. "I need to step out for a bit. This matter remains unresolved." Li Feng replied calmly. The reason he had left earlier was not to uphold Huang Jianhao's absurd agreement, but because he did not wish to take lives in front of Luo Shuejing, Li Jiner, and Duo. No one could live after abducting his sister, wife, and daughter. Furthermore, their actions were not merely abductions. Not to mention, Li Feng favored thorough retribution, eradicating all traces. That scene was unsuitable for women accustomed to the mundane environment of office buildings. Li Jiner exclaimed, "Huang Jianhao is not to be trifled with. He has 200 to 300 men under his command. Can you handle it?" "Of course," Li Feng nodded. Li Jiner remained skeptical. "You must be planning to report this, right?" Luo Shuejing concurred. "Yes, Li Feng, perhaps you should refrain from going. We could solve this by reporting it." "No need. Reporting this matter would be futile," Li Feng stated. "I have a friend who can assist me in resolving it. You two should rest. I will head out now." An hour later, after his arm had been set, cast, and bandaged, Zhang Dalong insisted on leaving the hospital rather than staying overnight. He was determined to go to Huang Jianhao's residence to consult with Huang Jianhao and Qin Eru about the pressing situation. The events of the night had made it evident to them that they could not let Li Feng's actions go unpunished. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. Huang Jianhao was currently seated in his study, puffing on a cigarette, his eyes glinting with a menacing light. No wonder Chao Qingtian is aiding this rural bumpkin against the Ding family. He is even willing to risk offending the Yu family to achieve this. Chao Qingtian seeks to recruit Li Feng for himself. Huang Jianhao felt a pang of envy. Had he encountered Li Feng earlier, he would have sought to enlist him, if he could bring Li Feng under his wing. Then Emir Zhao Sandao's demise would be of no consequence to him. But now, it was too late. He had suddenly resorted to abducting Li Feng's women, sister, and 4-year-old daughter, and the situation had escalated to one of no return. Zhang Dalong spoke gravely. "Hao Yi, By letting Li Feng go tonight, we might not only have to contend with him but also face the protection of Chao Qingtian. Chen Eru furrowed his brow. This Li Feng must die. I can sense he will not relent. Perhaps we should hire assassins to deal with this matter. At this suggestion, a bloodthirsty glint flickered in Chen Eru's eyes. Chapter 28. The second matter. Annihilate your family. Huang Jianhao shook his head. No need. Hiring assassins would require sourcing them from abroad, and it would take at least a week to arrange. During this time, we cannot guarantee that Li Feng and Chao Qingtian won't come knocking. I have a scheme that will ensure Li Feng meets a fate worse than death. Zhang Dalong and Chen Eru looked at Huang Jianhao with intrigue. Huang Jianhao lowered his voice. We must contact Li Li. We will conspire with Li Li and then find a way to poison Li Feng's meals. This approach is time efficient, and we won't need to mobilize an army. In the past, Huang Jianhao had relied on such underhanded tactics before Zhang Dalong had joined him. Now that he faced a formidable opponent like Li Feng, he could not afford a head-on confrontation. Collaborating with Li Li was solely to counter Chao Qingtian. The other two of Donghai City's three major powers were Chao Qingtian and Li Li. Li Li and Huang Jianhao were the weaker factions, usually only aiding each other in urgent situations, while competing for resources in other times. Very well, let us use poison. Zhang Dalong had previously looked down upon such tactics, but after witnessing Li Feng's terror that night, he suddenly found the idea of poisoning to be quite clever. Huang Jianhao smiled ominously. Once Li Feng is dead, his women and sister will belong to us. As for that little brat, we can sell her abroad for a handsome profit. Zhang Dalong recalled Li Jiner's fiery, yet exquisitely beautiful visage, and an impatient desire surged within him. Chen Eru, however, lamented, How Yi, long ago, you both have beautiful women to play with. What about me? Can't you let me have a turn after you're done? Luo Shuejing and Li Jiner are both stunning. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, I will let you have your way with that Luo Shuejing after I've had my fun. Huang Jianhao laughed heartily. Zhang Dalong nodded. I will let you have Li Jiner after I've had a go. You will be a double groom at once. Chen Eru was instantly elated. Ha ha, splendid. Let us hurry and poison that rural bumpkin. He was indeed eager. How Yi? Something's wrong. Suddenly, a subordinate's terrified shout echoed from outside. Huang Jianhao's expression shifted as he heard the commotion. What is happening out there? Just as the subordinate began to explain, a figure darted past, and the subordinate's throat was slashed by that person. The subordinate had no time to react before collapsing, lifeless, in a pool of blood. The sudden intruder was none other than Li Feng. Huang Jianhao and the others' faces paled in shock as they turned to face Li Feng. At that moment, Li Feng stood wielding a bloodied dagger, his cold gaze fixed on Huang Jianhao, his enchanting eyes resembling those of a death deity. Numerous of Huang Jianhao's subordinates surrounded Li Feng, but dared not rush in. Merely eyeing him warily, Li Feng regarded this group with utter disdain as he strode into the living room. Taking a seat beside the sofa, Huang Jianhao, Zhang Dalong, and Chen Era's expressions darkened ominously. The moment Li Feng settled, the three of them dared not remain seated. They stood up, maintaining a distance of over 5 meters from Li Feng. Did you come alone? Huang Jianhao instinctively reached for the gun concealed behind him, feeling slightly reassured, and then inhaled deeply before questioning Li Feng. He had not anticipated that Li Feng would prove to be such a formidable foe. Thus, he had not been armed upon his return home. However, after the earlier events, Huang Jianhao had retrieved his weapon, his last line of defense. This was not something just anyone possessed. Yes, I came alone, Li Feng affirmed, lighting a cigarette. Huang Jianhao retorted coldly, Did we not agree to let bygones be bygones? What do you want now? You have just returned and already killed my men. What is the meaning of this? Li Feng replied in a deep voice, I have 2 matters to address. The first is the return of the vehicle. Huang Jianhao chuckled derisively. The idea of returning the vehicle was merely a pretext. Huang Jianhao was not in need of another car. And the second matter? Huang Jianhao could not help but inquire. Li Feng's expression remained indifferent. The second matter is the annihilation of your entire family. Li Feng had previously heard Chao Qingtian briefly mention that Huang Jianhao was unmarried and childless, with only a cousin and numerous subordinates. To eradicate his family, it sufficed to eliminate Huang Jianhao and his several subordinates. You! Huang Jianhao's face flickered between anger and disbelief as he glared at Li Feng, his eyes gleaming with menace. You dare to intrude into my home alone? Do you know what sort of action this is? It is tantamount to seeking death. Li Feng replied resolutely, I will give you half an hour to summon everyone you can. After half an hour, I will take action. Tonight, I shall ensure that you meet a fitting end." Huang Jianhao laughed boisterously. "How arrogant. Just because you possess some martial skills, you think yourself invincible? What age do you think this is? Do you know what this is?" As he spoke, Huang Jianhao suddenly brandished his gun. "Country bumpkin, you've come to your own demise." He pulled the trigger with a click, chambering around, and without hesitation, he opened fire on Li Feng. Bang, 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 bullets whizzed through the air, and the faces of Huang Jianhao, Zhang Dalong, and Chen Eru twisted into grotesque grins. And no matter how proficient one is in martial arts, one fears the cleaver, let alone bullets. Yet, an unexpected scene unfolded in the brief moment that Huang Jianhao fired. Li Feng's body subtly shifted, and not a single bullet struck him. He evaded the lethal onslaught with remarkable composure. Bang, bang, bang. As Huang Jianhao realized the futility and fired again, expending the remaining 6 bullets, Li Feng continued to evade with the same effortless grace, sidestepping every shot. What? Huang Jianhao was left dumbfounded. Zhang Dalong and Qin Eric felt a chill run down their spines, utterly astonished. How had Li Feng achieved this? Was there truly such a terrifying phenomenon in the world? Little did they know, Li Feng had recognized the gun on Huang Jianhao the moment he entered. Having anticipated this, he utilized his unique ability, slow vision, to predict the trajectory of all the bullets. His reaction speed was, naturally, extraordinarily swift. As long as Li Feng can see the bullets, they will never hit him. "Huang Jianhao, I give you one last chance. If you do not call for help, I will kill you right now," Li Feng warned ominously. All right, I will do as you say." Huang Jianhao had no choice. He had initially intended to kill Li Feng directly, but with his plan thwarted, he could only muster all his brothers to assemble immediately. With over 200 subordinates, how could they not kill him? Even if they couldn't touch Li Feng, they could wear him down to death. Huang Jianhao quickly called for reinforcements. Gradually, people began to gather outside. Li Feng, however, was not idle. After finishing a cigarette, he suddenly pointed at Qin Eru. "Come here." Qin Eru gritted his teeth. "What do you want?" "Come here." Li Feng's voice was icy. Chen Eru felt a pang of anxiety, but he took a deep breath and steeled himself to approach. Li Feng fixed his gaze on him. "You intruded into my home. How do you propose we resolve this?" Qin Eru replied sternly. "I did intrude. If you have the guts, go ahead and kill me." "Fine." As Li Feng stood up, he suddenly thrust a knife into Chen Eru's abdomen. The movement was fluid and decisive. The crucial point was that Chen Eru couldn't even react before he was stabbed. Chapter 29. The Death of Huang Jianhao. Chen Eru screamed in agony. He had already sensed Li Feng's murderous intent. He knew Li Feng intended to kill him. He tried to retreat and flee, but the explosive speed Li Feng displayed left him utterly defenseless. In an instant, blood gushed forth, staining the floor crimson. After taking a few deep breaths while clutching his wound, Chen Eru suddenly roared and swung a punch at Li Feng. Yet, Li Feng remained unfazed, plunging another knife into Chen Eru's lung. Chen Eru cried out in pain, his fist missing Li Feng and instead being injured by him. This time, Chen Eru felt all his strength dissipating. Finally, Zhang Dalong, unable to bear it any longer, shouted angrily, "Do you treat us like air?" Li Feng sneered. "Indeed, I do treat you as air." Zhang Dalong gritted his teeth. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" His expression darkened, realizing that Li Feng's previous punches were merely a test of strength. Fighting is not merely about who is stronger. Strength is the foundation, but technique is the core element for victory. He leaped into action, kicking towards Li Feng. However, Li Feng closed in, delivering a punch against his incoming leg. Crack! "Ah!" Zhang Dalong screamed, crashing to the ground and sliding several meters away, his head striking the wall with a heavy thud, causing him to tremble in pain. His hand was ruined. Now, his leg was also incapacitated. Chen Eru attempted to seize the moment to ambush Li Feng, but was instead met with another knife piercing his heart. He glared at Li Feng in rage, collapsing in despair, and within 10 seconds, his life extinguished. Eru. Huang Jianhao's fury was palpable, his eyes bulging with rage. Li Feng advanced step by step toward Zhang Dalong. Huang Jianhao knew what Li Feng intended to do, yet he was powerless, forced to await the arrival of his reinforcements. Indeed, Li Feng seized Zhang Dalong from the ground. You should just kill me." Zhang Dalong stared at Li Feng, utterly devoid of strength to retaliate. Slap! Li Feng delivered a resounding slap to Zhang Dalong's face.
Zhang Dalong felt a profound sense of humiliation. He attempted to retaliate, but was met with another slap. Slap, slap, slap. The successive blows transformed Zhang Dalong's face into a grotesque mask, swelling rapidly. After delivering 10 slaps, Li Feng halted, only to throw him to the ground and kick him twice. Those 2 kicks sent Zhang Dalong spewing blood, even ejecting fragments of his internal organs. In a fleeting moment, Zhang Dalong was left gasping for breath. He stared at Li Feng, his eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. Yet, Li Feng scoffed. You slapped my sister once. I return it tenfold. You kicked my sister and my woman, and I merely reciprocated, however. I also heard you intended to claim my sister as your possession. I trust one did not mishear. Therefore, how shall I exact my revenge upon you? Zhang Dalong stammered. You dare kill me. Of course I will kill you. But my revenge is not yet complete. Li Feng suddenly raised his knife, throwing it between Zhang Dalong's legs. Ah! Zhang Dalong let out a blood-curdling scream as blood poured forth from between his legs. Thud! Huang Jianhao, paralyzed with fear, sank to the ground, his legs giving way, his eyes filled with terror. Just then, Li Feng prepared to finish Zhang Dalong off when a cacophony of noise erupted outside. A multitude of people suddenly gathered. Converging outside, Boss Huang, a figure burst in, initially horrified at the gruesome scene, before steadying himself and rushing towards Huang Jianhao. Upon seeing this person, Huang Jianhao's spirit lifted, as if infused with strength, and he stood up with their support. Lao Lu, you have finally arrived. Huang Jianhao gritted his teeth. Are all the men gathered? They are. Lao Lu, Huang Jianhao's cousin, was the 6th in the family hierarchy. Though not a confidant, he was reliable and well integrated with the subordinates. Lao Lu called the men over with remarkable efficiency, and in no time, over 200 men had gathered outside. Huang Jianhao looked at Li Feng, who regarded him with disdain. I have more than 200 men. Can you still act arrogantly? Zhang Dalong, barely hanging on to life, laughed weakly. If I died at you, country bumpkin, don't think you can survive with 200 men. How can you escape? Lao Lu bellowed. Everyone, come in. Instantly, a throng of people surged inside, each wielding short knives, their murderous intent palpable, charging at Li Feng without hesitation. Li Feng merely smiled contemptuously, then exerted himself, launching himself into the crowd with the force of a projectile. Ha ha! Fools, seeking death! Huang Jianhao roared with laughter, believing that Li Feng would attempt to take him hostage, never anticipating that Li Feng would plunge into the throng. Was this not courting death? Zhang Dalong thought that since Li Feng had spared him earlier, he now had no chance to survive. 200 men were more than enough to engulf Li Feng. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. That moment, Li Feng was not a sheep entering a wolf's den, but rather a tiger among sheep. He wielded his short knife, effortlessly dispatching each assailant that charged at him. In mere breaths, a dozen men lay slain. The unmatched ferocity rendered the assembled thugs dumbfounded. They had presumed that killing Li Feng was akin to killing a dog, yet they failed to realize they were the dogs, and Li Feng was the one wielding the slaughtering knife. Like a relentless killing machine, he swiftly dispatched over 10 foes, his overwhelming presence instilling fear in the remaining throng. The remaining 180 men hesitated, none daring to advance. After all, no one wished to court death. In terms of morale, Huang Jianhao's men had already lost. From this moment onward, they had no chance of harming Li Feng. They dared not approach. Yet, Li Feng did not relent and continued his slaughter. 3 minutes later, someone discarded their knife and turned to flee. Li Feng pursued and eliminated him. 5 minutes later, someone cried out for mercy. Li Feng also killed him. 10 minutes later, everything came to an end. The 200 men were all slain. Though Li Feng had sustained around 10 knife wounds, each had missed a vital area. At this moment, the blood on him was not solely that of his enemies, but also his own. Panting heavily, he returned indoors, leaning against the door, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it with a wicked grin. Thud. At last, Huang Jianhao could no longer bear the pressure and collapsed to his knees. He gazed at the blood-soaked scene, looking at Li Feng, who resembled a demonic figure, his last glimmer of hope and struggle extinguished. Lao Lu slowly knelt, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. It was utterly terrifying. This was no longer human. At this moment, Zhang Dalong was already on the brink of death. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, He was completely shaken, his heart filled with fear rather than rage. Suddenly, Zhang Dalong caught Li Feng's gaze. That malevolent look was still filled with murderous intent. Zhang Dalong fell into greater depths of terror, his heart racing uncontrollably, and he could not catch his breath, ultimately succumbing to sheer fright. Huang Jianhao's pupils constricted as he suddenly cried out, Mr. Li, I was wrong. Please, I beg you, grant me a chance to live. I will do anything for you. I can give you everything. Just please, spare my life. As he spoke, he repeatedly bowed his head, soon drawing blood from his forehead. After finishing his cigarette, Li Feng slowly approached Huang Jianhao. Zhao Sandao is dead. You should have come to me for revenge directly instead of involving my family. Remember this in your next life. Do not engage in such foolishness again. With that, Li Feng struck Huang Jianhao on the head with a palm. Huang Jianhao could not even scream before his life abruptly ended. His face frozen in terror as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Lao Lu felt immense pressure and attempted to draw his knife for a sneak attack, but Li Feng anticipated it. With a single punch, Lao Lu's skull was shattered by Li Feng, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, dead beyond revival. Who? Outside. The chilling wind howled. Li Feng stepped outside, dialing a number for Chao Qingtian, AT that moment. Chao Qingtian was also awake, reflecting on the events of the Ding family, particularly the cold execution of the Ding family father and son at Li Feng's hands. Just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was Li Feng. He hurriedly answered, I need you to help me with the third task. Li Feng said solemnly, come to the Huang family's old residence and clean up the trash. Chao Qingtian understood what cleaning up the trash entailed. Suddenly, he recalled many things. Could it be that the Huang family had made a move? Had Huang Jianhao been killed by Li Feng? With his heart racing, Chao Qingtian gathered 30 men and headed for the Huang family's old residence. They had barely entered the house when they were met with the overwhelming scent of blood in the air. Huang Jianhao couldn't he really have been killed? Could he? Chao Qingtian's heart raced, though he found it hard to believe. But what if? What if Huang Jianhao had truly died? Chapter 30. Luo Shuijing moves in with Huang Jianhao's death, who ultimately benefits. It is none other than Chao Qingtian. The three powerhouses of Donghai City had formed a stalemate. Chao Qingtian wielded the greatest influence, yet found himself at a disadvantage against Huang Jianhao and Li Li. The latter two always united to oppose him, leaving Chao Qingtian feeling as though his hands and feet were bound, knowing that if this stalemate continued, he would eventually be devoured by the Huang and Li families. This was why he had decided to align with Li Feng after their encounter, not expecting Li Feng to do his bidding, but merely hoping for a partnership. Therefore, at this moment, Chao Qingtian felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and tension. He rushed inside, only to find the door wide open, revealing the gruesome sight of over 100 corpses. Each body had been dispatched with a single, lethal strike. Either their throats were slit, their hearts pierced, or their skulls deeply stabbed. Each victim bore but a single wound, yet all were undeniably dead. The faces of Chao Qingtian's subordinates turned ashen with terror, their minds reeling. This was perhaps what hell resembled. Taking a deep breath, Chao Qingtian dashed into the living room, where more bodies lay strewn about, and at the far end lay Huang Jianhao, Lao Lu, Chen Eru, and the most brutally slain of them all, Zhang Dalong. Did Li Feng do all this by himself? He suddenly noticed the surveillance cameras. Consequently, Chao Qingtian accessed the monitoring room and reviewed the footage, witnessing the brutal scenes of how Li Feng had single-handedly slaughtered over 200 individuals. One man single-handedly annihilated an entire clan. Was this even human? If Chao Qingtian had previously been hesitant about partnering with Li Feng, he was now entirely convinced. He no longer sought to recruit Li Feng. At this moment, he only wished to follow him. If before, Li Feng's medical skills had inspired admiration and envy, now, Chao Qingtian was completely awed by Li Feng's martial prowess. One man could stand against over 200. At that moment, Chao Qingtian understood that this night was destined to be a sleepless one, as he began to formulate a decision of utmost importance for the Chao family. The following morning, Li Jiner was responsible for breakfast. Upon noticing a note on Li Feng's door that read "Sleep all day, do not disturb," she let out a soft sigh. She felt a pang of concern for her brother and thus refrained from interrupting him. Instead, she called Luo Shuijing and Duo. However, just as they settled down, Luo Shuijing received a call from Wang Yufan. With her brows furrowed, Luo Shuijing hesitated to answer immediately, memories flashing through her mind of being deceived by her parents and confined at home, only to return and witness her own abduction. Her heart turned cold. She had repeatedly tolerated her parents' impatience for quick success, continually convincing herself that they had given her life and that she should not rebel against them. Yet, all these years had brought her nothing but betrayal after betrayal. Her mother was willing to sacrifice her for any purpose, all to curry favor with old Lady Luo, hoping to secure a greater share in the company. Or perhaps, to please anyone who could bring them profit. Did her parents view her merely as a tool or a commodity? Unbeknownst to her, a cold smile crept across Luo Xuejing's lips. Then, she stepped outside to take the call. Wang Yufin's furious voice boomed. Luo Xuejing, where are you? The Ding family just called to say they are canceling the engagement, and you are not at the Ding family. Where are you now? Hurry back. Your grandmother is furious. Do you understand? Luo Xuejing chuckled lightly. And if I choose not to return, what will happen to my grandmother? At that moment, she contemplated moving out of her family home to rent a place. Wang Yufin was enraged. What did you say? You want to come back? Just try it. You must return by 6 o'clock tonight. I don't yet know what your grandmother intends to do. But if because of you, the old lady reduces our family's shares or confiscates them entirely, I will make you regret it, you little brat. After finishing, Wang Yufin hung up the phone. Luo Xuejing was seething with anger, her heart racing violently, her face flushed with rage. This time, she was determined to stand her ground. Her parents had crossed her bottom line. Returning indoors, Li Jiner noticed something was off with Luo Xuejing. Luo, are you all right? I'm fine, Luo Xuejing replied, taking a deep breath to push aside her earlier thoughts. She smiled and asked, Sister Jiner, do you know of any good rental places near the company? I suddenly want to move out. It would be more convenient to be closer to work, so I wouldn't waste so much time commuting. Li Jiner looked at Luo Xuejing in surprise. You? Want to move out? Why? Your home doesn't seem far from the company, right? It's only a 20-minute drive. There's really no need to move out. Luo Xuejing offered a bitter smile to Li Jiner. After a couple of seconds, Li Jiner finally understood. Connecting the dots regarding Luo Xuejing's unusual demeanor, she realized that perhaps there had been a quarrel with her parents. Moreover, her brother had informed her that Luo Xuejing had indeed been abducted from her home. Yet her parents had merely watched, not only failing to intervene but even encouraging the act. Li Jiner immediately felt indignant. Luo, why rent a place? Why not just stay at my house? Our home is too big. I used to live alone. Now that my brother is back, it's still too spacious. Why not consider residing here? It would be lively, and the office is merely a 15-minute walk away. Furthermore, this arrangement would facilitate frequent meetings between Duo and Li Feng, ensuring that Duo does not miss out on paternal affection. What do you think? Luo Xuejing was momentarily taken aback. Huh, live here? This thought had never crossed her mind. After all, this is Jingxiuli, one of the luxurious villas in Donghai City. She was merely a puppet president of the third-rate Luo family, driving a modest Mondeo. Would it truly be appropriate for her to live here? Of course, living here, Li Jiner added. It would be better for you to pay me the rent than to give it to someone else. Thus, under Li Jiner's strong persuasion, Luo Xuejing found herself tempted and agreed. Who wouldn't want to live in such a lavish villa? More importantly, it would allow her to meet many influential figures in the community and provide Duo with the experience of a father's love. What's not to love? However, Li Jiner secretly intended to use this opportunity to bring Li Feng and Luo Xuejing together, envisioning her brother as a kept man. Therefore, she only charged Luo Xuejing a monthly rent of 1,200. Luo Xuejing was reluctant and insisted on paying 2,000. After some bargaining, they settled on 1,800 and signed a contract effective immediately. That evening, Li Feng, in a daze, caught a whiff of delicious food, which roused him from his stupor. What time is it? His body ached, and after taking a deep breath to acclimate, he turned on the light and checked his phone. It was already 7 o'clock. It had been quite a while since he had engaged in such extravagant preparations. Li Feng sighed inwardly. I hope this time it can intimidate some people. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my family will meet with dire consequences. Slaying the Huang family was not merely an act of venting anger or seeking revenge. Li Feng intended to send a clear message to others contemplating actions against him. They should thoroughly investigate the fates that befell those who dared to trouble him. This would mitigate a great deal of trouble. He dressed to conceal his injuries, adjusting to the pain before heading downstairs, where he found Li Jiner and Luo Xuejing bustling around in the kitchen. Serving dishes, Li Feng noticed nearly 10 dishes laid out on the table and curiously asked Luo Xuejing, Is there a guest coming over tonight? Luo Shuejing shook her head. No, not at all. Then why such a lavish spread? It's to celebrate. Celebrate that we finally have a connection. Li Feng was even more puzzled. A connection between you and me? He took a sip of water while contemplating. Could it be Luo Shuejing intends to be with me? We are merely roommates, she calmly stated. Cough, cough, cough. Li Feng nearly choked on the water. Chapter 31. Senior Sister Ning Man. Moments later, Li Jiner came out to inform Li Feng that Luo Shuejing would be moving and Li Feng was somewhat bewildered but naturally decided to support the situation. Luo Shuejing is Duoduo's mother, and Li Feng hoped to see Duoduo frequently. Living together, although he and Luo Shuejing were not in a marital relationship, would still allow him to be with Duoduo. Daddy, from now on, Duoduo can always be with Daddy. Duoduo suddenly pulled Li Feng to sit down for dinner. Li Feng felt a surge of joy and nodded gently. At that moment, Chao Qing Tian unexpectedly called, and Li Feng stepped outside to take the call. Mr. Li, I wasn't sure if you had eaten yet, but I would like to invite you to dinner. Chao Qing Tian had already attempted to reach Li Feng several times that day, but Li Feng's phone had been on airplane mode. It was only after trying again that he managed to get through, hence his direct invitation. The purpose, of course, was related to the death of the Huang family he had witnessed the previous night. He had a significant decision to discuss with Li Feng in person. Li Feng had anticipated Chao Qing Tian's reaction to the events he had seen. Now that he called, Li Feng was entirely unperturbed. Either he would make a name for himself in Donghai City, or he would have Chao Qing Tian work for him. Clearly, the latter had come to pass. Tonight won't he work? I'm already having dinner. I need to rest for a couple of days. How about we arrange it for the night after tomorrow? Li Feng replied calmly. Chao Qing Tian was courteous. Very well, the night after tomorrow at Donghai Shengyan. I would like to invite you and your family to join me for dinner. When would you like me to pick you up? 6 o'clock, Li Feng stated. Chao Qing Tian, feeling somewhat excited, paused briefly before continuing. By the way, Mr. Li, I have also selected 2 female bodyguards for you, both retired female soldiers. They are around 28 years old, elite fighters with mercenary experience. They are also the top performers in our Chao security. I have arranged for them to stay in the community across from Jingxi Yuli. They will be at your service, responsible for ensuring the safety of you and your family. Li Feng was quite pleased. Thank you very much. Mr. Li, there is no need for such formalities. It is my pleasure to assist you. Chao Qing Tian's words were laced with respect towards Li Feng, which Li Feng understood. After hanging up, the 2 female bodyguards promptly added Li Feng as a WeChat friend and messaged him, expressing their desire to meet him soon for a proper introduction. Li Feng agreed. Subsequently, he enjoyed a delightful dinner with Luo Shuejing, Li Jiner, and Duoduo. He consumed 2 large bowls of food, leaving Li Jiner with none, forcing her to cook noodles for herself. After dinner, just as Li Feng was about to step out to meet the 2 female bodyguards, Luo Shuejing received a phone call from the old matriarch of the Luo family. She stepped into a garden pavilion to answer. Luo Shuejing, I told you to return by 6 o'clock. You are now overdue. It is already 7:30. I will ask you one last time. Are you planning to come back or not? The old matriarch's tone was as domineering as ever, filled with threats. It seemed that should Luo Shuejing refuse to return, she would face severe repercussions. Luo Shuejing had long since grown accustomed to her grandmother's ways and hesitated. Grandmother, if you have something to discuss, please do so over the phone. Hemph. So you're saying you want to come back? The old matriarch coldly replied. It's fine if you don't return today. You still have 4% of shares in the company. Today, I will reclaim your shares. If you do not return by tomorrow morning, I will have you expelled. Simultaneously, I will also reclaim your parents' shares. Luo Shuejing's expression changed slightly. Losing her own shares was inevitable, especially since she had always received a fixed salary without participating in any dividends. Thus, she didn't care much about her shares. However, her parents' shares were a different matter. Sighing, she finally relented. All right, I will come back tomorrow morning. The old matriarch's voice was frosty. Good. I hope you arrive as promised. By the way, bring that country bumpkin named Li Feng with you. After all, it was because of him 5 years ago that our Luo family was shamed. There are still some who are aware of that scandal, and now you are living in his house. Both you and he owe me and our entire Luo family an explanation. Her words left no room for negotiation. Once finished, she hung up. A glimmer of fatigue flickered in Luo Shuejing's eyes as she sat on the tatami mat in the pavilion. Letting out a long sigh at that moment, Li Feng approached suddenly. I will accompany you tomorrow. Your grandmother is right. I need to provide an explanation for the events of 5 years ago. However, The last time your grandmother had the Ding family abduct you. They also owe you an explanation. Luo Shuejing looked at Li Feng in astonishment. Are you standing up for me? You are my woman. Of course, I will stand up for you. Luo Shuejing's face flushed. What did you just say? Who wants to be your woman? Li Feng sat down across from her, saying calmly, I've already been with you. If you are not my woman, then whose woman are you? You are rather domineering, aren't you? Luo Shuejing harbored thoughts of wanting to build a family with Li Feng. However, she believed that wanting to build a family did not necessarily equate to being Li Feng's woman. Their starting points were different. She merely wished to provide Duo with a complete family, nothing more. As for her own happiness and love, she would not consider ITI in this vast sea of people. Avoiding the wrong match is already a stroke of luck. How could one hope to encounter the right person? Domineering? Li Feng chuckled. Compared to your grandmother, I am quite gentle and easygoing. Li Feng stood up and reiterated. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the Luo family. You are my woman, and I will not allow the Luo family to bully you. With that, Li Feng turned and left. Luo Shuejing watched his retreating figure, feeling slightly dazed. Though his words were quite domineering, they somehow provided a sense of security and warmth. By the way, I didn't have the speaker on. How did he hear my conversation on the phone? Suddenly, Luo Shuejing realized something was amiss. Outside the villa, under the dim yellow light, two female bodyguards appeared before Li Feng. One of them politely greeted him. Hello, Mr. Li. We are the bodyguards arranged by Tianyi, primarily tasked with ensuring the safety of your wife, sister, and daughter. My name is Yi Qi. This is Ning Man. Li Feng looked at Ning Man in surprise, and she returned his gaze with equal astonishment. Senior sister? Li Feng suddenly exclaimed. It's you? A flicker of coldness crossed Ning Man's eyes. I was just about to say the same. How could it be you, this spoiled rich kid? Spoiled rich kid. Indeed, 6 years ago, Li Feng was merely a freshman, and an altercation with a fellow student outside the school had escalated into a fight. Li Feng had left that individual hospitalized for over a month, with numerous stitches on his head. That person happened to be Ning Man's classmate. At that time, Ning Man, as the president of the student council, immediately reported the incident, seeking to take action against Li Feng. However, a few days later, Li Feng returned to class unscathed. The principal had even approached Ning Man, advising her not to escalate the matter, as it had already been resolved privately, and urged her to let it go. It was then that Ning Man realized Li Feng likely had influential connections at the school, being a wealthy heir, and she had no leverage to pursue the matter, ultimately resigning from her position. After graduating, she enlisted in the military. Fortunately, this incident did not hinder her military career. Otherwise, Ning Man would have longed to exact revenge on Li Feng. Now, encountering Li Feng again, especially as her employer, Ning Man's temper was teetering on the edge, and it was inevitable that her emotions would flare, her pride rising and falling, her pupils betraying a deep-seated anger. Chapter 32. The Triad Inquiry. Meanwhile, Yi Qi, who was oblivious to the situation, looked at the two in confusion. Spoiled rich kid? Yes, a spoiled rich kid. Ning Man's rebellious spirit surged, and after hesitating for 2 seconds, she immediately dialed Chao Qingtian. Tianyi, I don't want to protect this person. On the other end of the line, Chao Qingtian's face turned pale. Xiao Ning, being assigned to him Li is a stroke of luck for you. Trust me, you will soon realize just how charismatic Li is. Even I have been swayed by him, which speaks volumes about his capabilities. Ning Man remained obstinate. I know him. We have a past, so Ning Man. If you do not wish to protect Li and his family, then you are free to leave my side. Chao Qingtian's voice was icy. Ning Man gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and replied, Very well, I will protect them. With a soft sigh, she set down her phone and turned to face Li Feng, stating solemnly, Tianyi has instructed me to protect you and your family. However, I do not wish to protect you. Moreover, we have a history, so I may not be wholly dedicated to the task. Perhaps you should find someone else. Li Feng shook his head. No need, I trust you. Ning Man was indeed single-minded, but she was also conscientious in her duties, which Li Feng recognized. After a moment's hesitation, he added, The events from 6 years ago involved misunderstandings that you are not privy to. However, it's pointless to explain now. You wouldn't believe me if the opportunity arises in the future. Perhaps you will come to understand the truth and cease your grievances against me. All right, let us end this conversation. I only require your protection for my family when I am out, or if I need your assistance. Yi Qi curiously asked, Aren't you going to test our capabilities? No need, Li Feng responded, shaking his head. I trust Mr. Chow. Rather than saying Li Feng trusted Chao Qingtian, it was more accurate to say he trusted his own ability to see through things. He had already assessed both women's physiques and noted that their core explosive power was concentrated in their limbs and core. This indicated their backgrounds as professional fighters. Of course, if you were to ask whether he had seen anything inappropriate while using his ability, the answer would be yes. However, having seen many women, especially those of extraordinary beauty like his master and two senior sisters, had left him desensitized to ordinary appearances. What puzzled Li Feng was how Ning Man, a person of such resolute justice, came to work for Chao Qingtian. Could it be that she was an undercover agent investigating him? Li Feng didn't dwell on it and, after finishing his thoughts, turned to head home. Meanwhile, Ning Man felt irritated. She had hoped that Li Feng would take the initiative to dismiss her, which would leave Chao Qingtian with no grounds to complain. Yet, Li Feng had the audacity to trust her and keep her around, forcing Ning Man to comply. Upon arriving home, Li Feng was surprised to find Duo waiting at the door, her little face a picture of anxiety. Only when she saw Li Feng return did her mood brighten, and she immediately rushed forward to embrace him. Daddy? Duo smiled sweetly. Li Feng felt a pang of affection. This had become Duo's routine over the past 2 days. She would wait for him to return before feeling at ease, as if fearing that he might suddenly disappear. Hurry up and wash the dishes, you lazy brother. Suddenly, Li Jiner appeared at the door. Looking displeased, Li Feng shook his head. You do it, but I cooked with Luo Zong. Isn't it normal for you to wash the dishes? You wash. You washed. Li Feng carried Duo upstairs, completely ignoring Li Jiner's protest. Li Jiner was fuming. After all that Li Feng had been through in the past few days, he was still in need of rest to recuperate. She didn't want to waste energy washing dishes. However, while Li Feng was showering, he realized he had left his clothes in the bedroom. Hence, he opened the door and called out, Sister, could you please bring me my clothes? Your sister went out to take out the trash. Luo Shuejing happened to be passing by and remarked to Li Feng, Don't you bring clothes when you shower? I'll help you get them. She went to Li Feng's bedroom, grabbed the clothes from the bed, and brought them back. Not long after, when Luo Shuejing passed by Li Feng's bedroom again, she noticed a pair of shorts still on the bed and was taken aback. Did I take that away earlier? Hurriedly, she picked them up and quickly walked toward the bathroom. Just then, Li Feng emerged. Luo Shuejing was holding his shorts, yet Li Feng had already come out. Their eyes met in that moment. The air seemed to freeze, time pausing for about 3 seconds. What are you staring at? Aren't you going to give them to me? Li Feng's face darkened. Luo Shuejing finally snapped back to reality and handed him the shorts. Then, noticing Li Feng's feigned calm demeanor, she instinctively asked, Are you not wearing anything underneath? Or did you wear the same ones as during the day? Li Feng's face had grown darker, prompting him to quicken his pace, with no intention of responding. However, the voice of Luo Shuejing followed him from behind. Ugh, disgusting. With a thud, Li Feng slammed the bedroom door shut. Could it be that this woman, Luo Shuejing, was teasing him? The following morning, Li Feng met with Luo Shuejing as planned to head to the Luo family's ancestral home. They did not bring Duo along. On the way, it was evident that Luo Shuejing was somewhat anxious and downcast. Upon arriving at the old residence, they found that indeed, the entire Luo family had gathered, resembling a grand family meeting akin to ancient trials, solemn and imposing. Just as Li Feng was about to enter alongside Luo Shuejing, a young man suddenly produced a fire basin, clanging it down in front of Li Feng. Country bumpkin, the Luo residence does not welcome unclean individuals. According to our family's customs, you must step over the fire basin to enter. Stepping over the fire basin was a ritual meant to dispel the ill fortune of those returning home after serving time in prison. Yet at that moment, all the Luo family members were watching him, and the young man's brazen insistence that he must step over the basin elicited a cold smile from Li Feng. He was about to kick the basin over, unwilling to tolerate their arrogance, when unexpectedly, Luo Shuejing took the lead, kicking the basin aside in anger. Luo Zitao, what are you doing? Does insulting others make you feel superior? Is it impressive? Luo Zitao's expression darkened, and the faces of the entire Luo family grew grim. However, Luo Shuejing did not wait for Luo Zitao to respond and pulled Li Feng into the courtyard. Her hand felt slightly cool and trembled in that moment. Li Feng surprisingly felt as if he were being protected by a woman, reminiscent of the time in Wulong village when his master and 2 senior sisters had shielded him. It was one thing for his master and sisters to care for him and cover for him, but Luo Shuejing was his woman. Thus, he felt rather peculiar at that moment. Just then, Luo Shuejing abruptly stopped and whispered to Li Feng, "Please don't speak unless absolutely necessary." Before Li Feng could reply, the old matriarch of the Luo family snapped. "What a disgrace! What a lack of self-awareness! And now you're whispering to each other. Do you think my Luo family is a place for this behavior?" Chapter 33. Luo Huijin arrives. Luo Shuejing quickly stepped into the crowd, took a deep breath to steady her emotions. "Grandma, uncle, mom and dad, please just tell me directly why you called me here." The old matriarch of the Luo family sneered. "The Ding family has called off the engagement, did you know?" Luo Shuejing nodded. "I know. And do you comprehend what this implies?" The old matriarch's face darkened. "Do you realize that the Ding family may demand the 300 million investment back from us?" The old matriarch shouted angrily. "What do you mean, May? It's a certainty. Have you considered how to handle this disaster? If not, let me tell you, you must go to the Ding family immediately and plead for their forgiveness. Ensure they forgive you, and then continue with the marriage. Otherwise, you and your parents will have to leave the Luo family." Luo Shuejing showed little reaction. The old matriarch enjoyed threatening her with this matter, which left Luo Shuejing weary. However, Luo Shuejing's parents, Luo Yong and Wang Yufan, were taken aback by this announcement, stepping forward to look at Luo Shuejing. "Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and agree." Wang Yufan urged. "If you don't agree now, are you waiting for me to be homeless?" Luo Yong gritted his teeth. "Luo Shuejing, if you refuse, our family is done for." Hearing her parents pressuring her, the old matriarch's expression softened somewhat. Meanwhile, her uncle, aunt, cousin Luo Zitao, and cousin sister wore expressions of cold amusement. Luo Shuejing furrowed her brow, her face icy. "You all don't know what has transpired, yet you pressure me to agree to plead with the Ding family to marry me? I, Luo Shuejing, am not so servile. Moreover, Ding Zizong and Ding Yusheng." Before Luo Shuejing could finish, the old matriarch interrupted furiously. "Luo Shuejing, what more excuses do you need? Does your pride and your marriage have a worth of 300 million? I give you 2 hours. Leave for the Ding family now and resolve this matter. I may not care about your marriage, but I cannot allow the Ding family to withdraw their investment. Otherwise, what I just said about expelling you from the Luo family will be carried out." Luo Shuejing attempted to explain further, "But you all know that the Ding family..." Slap! Luo Shuejing's words were cut short as Wang Yufan struck her across the face. Luo Shuejing was stunned. "Mom? You hit me?" Luo Shuejing had not anticipated her mother would strike her over this matter. Was there any difference between this and selling her daughter? Luo Shuejing's eyes swiftly turned icy. She had intended to explain that Ding Zizong and Ding Yusheng were already dead. But at that moment, she found herself unable to utter another word. Wang Yufan said sternly, "So what if I hit you? Stop finding excuses. Your grandmother is already angry. What more are you blabbering about? Hurry to the Ding family and plead with Ding Zizong not to be angry, begging him to marry you. Do you understand?" This time, Luo Shuejing indeed fell silent, her disappointment palpable. Wang Yufan, infuriated, raised her hand again to strike Luo Shuejing. Seeing the impending slap, Luo Shuejing did not flinch or evade, allowing it to land on her face. It's the peak of disappointment. One becomes numb. However, this slap did not land as intended, for Li Feng suddenly intercepted it. Having stood slightly behind earlier, Li Feng had not managed to block the first slap. But this time, knowing Wang Yufan's temperament, he had anticipated her move and positioned himself next to Luo Shuejing, easily blocking the blow. Luo Shuejing looked at Li Feng in astonishment. The sharp contours and steely gaze of his profile were deeply etched in her mind at that moment. The sense of security Li Feng had provided when he saved her and Li Jiner just a few nights prior re-emerged. "You country bumpkin, you criminal who has taken my daughter. Are you trying to wreak havoc in the Luo residence? How dare you interfere while I discipline my daughter?" Wang Yufan was both furious and astonished. She feared that if she did not curb Luo Shuejing's continued rebelliousness, she and Luo Yong would truly lose their shares and might even be expelled from the family. That was a consequence she could not bear. However, Li Feng's expression was cold, yet his voice rang with authority. "Ding Zizong and Ding Yusheng are already dead. Who do you intend for Shuejing to marry now?" "What?" At this proclamation, the entire room fell into stunned silence. Such an unexpected turn of events. Wang Yufan staggered back a few steps, her face devoid of color. She realized that there was no room for maneuvering. With Ding Zizong and Ding Yusheng deceased, Ding Laodai, or Ding Zizong's mother, Luo Hui, would undoubtedly reclaim the 300 million. Consequently, She and Luo Yong would soon be expelled from the Luo family, and the Luo group would likely face collapse. The news of Ding Yuxing, Ding Zizong, and Ding Laotai's deaths had not yet spread. However, Li Feng was already aware that Luo Hui was handling the situation, informing the outside world that it was a tragic accident, a gas explosion that consumed the entire building, resulting in the deaths of Ding Laotai, Ding Yuxing, and Ding Zizong in the inferno. Chao Qingtian had also utilized Luo Hui's cover story to declare that the Huang family had suffered a fire, leading to the demise of all its members, including Zhao Sandao and over 200 employees of the Huang family. Though this situation was unbelievable, it at least provided an explanation for society. The rest would depend on Chao Qingtian and Luo Hui's machinations. It was only this morning that these two pieces of news had been published in the media. The Luo family was oblivious, which was entirely understandable. Thus, at this moment, they were utterly incredulous. Li Feng continued. The ones who called off the engagement were not Ding Zizong and Ding Yuxing, but Ding Zizong's mother, Luo Hui, correct? The old matriarch finally grasped the situation. This is impossible. It cannot be. Li Feng replied coldly. As for your earlier concerns regarding the Ding family reclaiming the 300 million, that is utter nonsense. The person in charge of the Ding family now is Luo Hui. She will not retract that 300 million. The old matriarch fixed her gaze on Li Feng. With Ding Zizong dead, the Luo and Ding families can no longer unite. How could Luo Hui, now in control of the Ding family, possibly let go of that 300 million? You, a country bumpkin, what do you know? How could you comprehend the thoughts of a figure like Luo Hui? The crux of the matter is, what gives you the right to comment on our Luo family's affairs? What audacity do you possess to make such judgments? A country bumpkin presuming to dictate the dynamics of family rivalries. Ridiculous beyond belief. Her uncle and aunt echoed similar sentiments, their disdain palpable. In an instant, everyone was casting cold glances at Li Feng, their expressions filled with contempt and disdain. Luo Xuejing had never intended for Li Feng to be insulted and bullied by the Luo family, and she was consumed with rage at that moment. I have explained the events of 5 years ago countless times. Li Feng saved me back then, not harmed me. I was merely drugged. If you choose not to believe me, that is your prerogative, but at least refrain from insulting others. The old matriarch retorted sharply. This is not the time to discuss the truth of 5 years ago. The pressing matter is to resolve the Ding family's financial demands. We can no longer scrape together 300 million. The company's bankruptcy is imminent, Li Feng asserted. I have said that the Ding family will not demand that money back. Moreover, Luo Hui will arrive shortly, and not only will she not ask for the 300 million, but she will also willingly offer an additional sum. Li Feng's unwavering conviction stemmed from the fact that he had already spoken with Luo Hui on the way there. This matter required her to come and provide a resolution, and Li Feng was privy to that outcome in advance. However, no one believed him. Upon hearing Li Feng's repeated assertions, the looks directed at him were filled with derision and loathing. Even Luo Xuejing wore a puzzled expression. Was Li Feng truly serious? Could a prominent figure like Luo Hui genuinely come to their doorstep? This seemed far too unrealistic. The old matriarch's words were merciless. Country bumpkin, are you daydreaming in broad daylight? If what you say is true, then 5 years ago, you forcefully violated Luo Xuejing, bringing shame to our Luo family, and I would forgive you and never mention it again. If you are wrong, then expect a lawsuit over the events of 5 years ago. Yet, no sooner had the old matriarch finished speaking than the sound of a car engine echoed from outside the courtyard. Everyone turned to the entrance, where a stunning woman in her 40s approached briskly. In an instant, all were struck with astonishment. The visitor was none other than Luo Hui. Chapter 34. Yet some will believe in falling pies from the sky. The old matriarch, jolted into realization, quickly advanced with a smile. Madam Ding, what brings you here? She noticed that Luo Hui wore a mourning armband, her demeanor appearing extremely haggard. Madam Ding, we have heard the news. Please accept my condolences. As she spoke, the old matriarch invited Luo Hui inside to sit, calling for tea. However, Luo Hui waved her hand, speaking somberly. My mother-in-law, husband, and son have all tragically passed away. Originally, the Ding family and the Luo family were to unite, but this matter must now be set aside. However, in the wake of this, I must address the previous investment of 300 million from the Ding family to the Luo family. Tension rippled through the Luo family members, including Luo Xuejing. They understood that Luo Hui's words could dictate the fate of the Luo group, The survival of the Luo group hinged entirely on Luo Hui's next utterance. Luo Hui's expression remained indifferent as she continued. The Luo group has recently faced malicious suppression and data theft from competitors, resulting in significant turmoil. The Ding family's capital was timely, and all of this was merely my son's scheme. The aim was to pressure Miss Luo Xuejing into marrying my son, Ding Zizong. Previously, I lacked the authority within the Ding family, so I could not prevent this. Now, everything within the Ding family is under my control. I have decided not to reclaim that 300 million and will additionally invest another 100 million into the Luo group. From now on, the Ding family and the Luo family shall owe each other nothing. After finishing her statement, Luo Hui exchanged glances with Li Feng. This decision had been proposed by Luo Hui and discussed with Li Feng before being finalized. On the surface, this decision appeared to benefit the Luo family, but in reality, the additional funds were intended to establish a new contract, re-signing the previous 300 million under new terms, which would include some manipulative clauses. A scheme that could control the old matriarch and the very lifeblood of the Luo family. Once the old matriarch dared to sign the contract, it would appear as if she were in command. But Li Feng could seize control of the Luo family's fate at any moment. This money would not be easily obtained. However, how could the simple-minded members of the Luo family perceive such intricacies? They only felt that the current crisis was about to be resolved and were overwhelmed with excitement. Most people in the world do not believe in falling pies from the sky. Yet the Luo family was all too willing to accept such good fortune. Except for Luo Xuejing, all members of the Luo family were flushed with excitement. They had heard Luo Hui speak of the truth behind Luo Xuejing being victimized by Ding Zizong. Luo Xuejing had previously explained to them that this incident might have been a conspiracy, but they had not believed her. Yet now, the truth was laid bare before them, and they recognized their mistake in wrongfully accusing Luo Xuejing. But what did that matter? Who would care about the truth? They only cared about profits. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, the crisis facing the Luo family had been resolved, and they stood to gain an additional 100 million. Luo Hui observed the Luo family's reaction with a cold smile in her heart, maintaining a composed faade. She then turned to Luo Xuejing. Miss Luo, I apologize for the troubles caused previously. It was my son's fault. My son has now faced retribution, and I hope you can forgive the Ding family for the past. I apologize on behalf of my son. Upon concluding, Luo Hui performed a slight bow. Luo Xuejing was taken aback, not expecting Luo Hui to make a special trip for this matter, nor did she understand why Luo Hui would choose to invest additional funds. She had no time to ponder. Hastily supporting Luo Hui smiled gently, and after once again exchanging a glance with Li Feng, she took her leave. However, while others failed to notice the exchange between Luo Hui and Li Feng, Luo Xuejing did. She immediately realized that, although she did not know how Li Feng had accomplished it, she could be certain that Luo Hui's appearance and decision were undoubtedly connected to Li Feng. She had not anticipated that matters would resolve in such a manner. The peril facing the Luo group had been averted. At this moment, the old matriarch's jubilant voice rang out. Everyone was elated. Luo Zitao even suggested going out to celebrate. The compensation of this 100 million from the Ding family indeed benefited the Luo group, allowing it to ascend a level and resolve many internal issues, perhaps even yielding a profit for everyone. The old matriarch nodded slightly. All right, let us go out for a meal at noon, to celebrate the Luo group's turn of fortune. A cheer erupted from the crowd. At that moment, they were ecstatic, entirely unaware that this 400 million would soon lead them to lose everything. Yet suddenly, everyone began to sense something amiss, looking back at Li Feng with strange expressions. How did Li Feng know about Luo Hui coming to apologize and offer compensation? It was as if everything had been orchestrated by Li Feng. Could it be that Li Feng had made prior arrangements with Luo Hui? This thought flickered through their minds, only to be quickly dismissed, for it was simply impossible. Luo Hui was a lady of high society, while Li Feng was a country bumpkin. How could Li Feng possibly have orchestrated Luo Hui's actions? Madame Luo, narrowing her eyes slightly, cast a disdainful glance at Li Feng and remarked, although I am unsure how you deduced that Luo Hui would come knocking, since you have spoken the truth, I shall certainly honor my promise. The incident from 5 years ago, when you sullied Luo Xuejing's name and brought shame upon the Luo family, I shall overlook. However, I will not permit you to be with Luo Xuejing, nor shall I accept your union. You are ultimately just a country bumpkin, unworthy of my Luo family. Do you understand? Li Feng responded with a derisive smile. Unworthy of your Luo family? Your family is merely a third-rate clan. So what is there to be unworthy of? As for whether I can be with Luo Shuejing or marry her, that is not something for you to dictate. The crowd was taken aback by Li Feng's boldness, rendered speechless. Then, the elder uncle chastised him. Li Feng, do you even know what you are? Everyone is aware of your 5 years of farming. A farmer dares to look down upon a family with assets exceeding $1 billion. How ludicrous! Luo Zitao scoffed. How does a worthless wretch possess the audacity to be so self-important? Many began to voice their criticisms of Li Feng. Yet, unexpectedly, Madame Luo called for silence, then turned to Li Feng with a cold glare. Young man, you have heard Zitao's words. Luo Shuejing is the company president, and her marriage must benefit the family. If you insist on being with her, I do not oppose it. But you must prove yourself worthy of my Luo family. If you can restore the Li Corporation's achievements, which your mother commanded 5 years ago, I may consent to your union at that time. I, Madame Luo, will even officiate your wedding. But can you accomplish that? 5 years ago, the Li Corporation, despite not being publicly listed, had an estimated value of 40 billion and was among the top 20 enterprises in Donghai City. Madame Luo's demand was simple. Li Feng must possess at least 40 billion in assets to be worthy of the Luo family. Li Feng could hardly contain his laughter. The Luo Corporation, a mere third-rate company, was valued at just 1 billion. Had he not persuaded Luo Hui not to reclaim 3 billion and to further compensate the Luo family with another billion, the Luo Corporation would now be a bankrupt entity over 2 billion in debt. How could Madame Luo dare to make such a demand? Seeing Li Feng remain silent, Madame Luo assumed he was too intimidated to respond. With such little courage, you dare to speak so boldly? Li Feng calmly replied, I will accomplish it. I will restore the Li Corporation to its former glory. However, that is not for you to judge. Do you understand? Madame Luo, as if hearing a jest, laughed instead of becoming angry. Young man, dreams are plentiful. As I said, if you can achieve it, I will agree to your union. But should you fail and still wish to be with Luo Shuejing, do not blame me for intervening. Now leave. My Luo family is preparing for a gathering and does not welcome outsiders. Chapter 35. Liao Kai's sophistry. Soon, Luo Shuejing and Li Feng departed from the Luo estate. As the family gathered to celebrate, Luo Shuejing was in no mood to participate, her spirits plummeting. After leaving the estate, they did not head to Jinxiu but instead went to the residence where Luo Shuejing had lived with her parents. Li Feng, could you help me move some things? I will not be staying at home from today onward, of course. Li Feng replied generously. Luo Shuejing lived in a resettlement community, which was considered quite decent among such neighborhoods. However, her family's apartment was on the 4th floor and still required climbing stairs. Li Feng was surprised that, despite the Luo Corporation being a family with assets exceeding $1 billion, Luo Shuejing, as the president, drove a car worth less than 200,000 and lived in a modest 2-bedroom apartment. It would be hard for anyone to believe. This clearly demonstrated Madame Luo's harshness and exploitation of Luo Shuejing's family. Initially, as Luo Shuejing busied herself packing, Li Feng could do nothing but wait. Yet, inadvertently, he caught glimpses of the exquisite curve of her chest as she bent down to gather her belongings. He couldn't help but feel a dryness in his throat. Though Li Feng possessed the ability to see through things, this talent was too blatant, stripping away the beauty of mystery and failing to capture the enchanting allure of a woman. It was only in moments when he wasn't using this ability that the unintentional glimpses of femininity ignited a fire within him. As Li Feng became entranced by the sight, Luo Shuejing suddenly lifted her head, their gazes locking. The atmosphere once again fell into a silence reminiscent of their previous encounter. Is it beautiful? She asked. Her delicate brows furrowed. Adding to her beauty, Li Feng nodded. Yes, quite lovely. Luo Shuejing looked down at herself and then, perplexed, inquired, Is it interesting? You can only see a silhouette. You don't understand. Li Feng shook his head. Slightly adjusting her collar, Luo Shuejing inadvertently concealed the captivating glimpse that had entranced Li Feng. Is this how men are? She suddenly asked. Li Feng, feeling a twinge of boredom, lit a cigarette, perhaps. How dull? Luo Shuejing shook her head, then asked, Were your words in the old estate serious? Do you wish to make me your woman? Are you not already mine? Li Feng countered. Luo Shuejing's expression darkened as she contemplated asking Li Feng if he truly intended to build a family with her. However, she quickly reconsidered. As a woman, asking such a question would seem overly proactive. What if Li Feng was merely speaking out of defiance towards her grandmother? If that were the case, her inquiry would only serve to embarrass herself. Then, Luo Shuejing recalled Luo Hui's visit to the estate earlier that day and hesitated about whether to ask Li Feng if it was related to him. Just then, Li Feng received a message on his phone and remarked, "I'm going outside to smoke. Call me once you're done packing." Seeing him walk to the door, Luo Shuejing swallowed the question she had intended to ask. Outside, Li Feng checked his phone and saw a message from Luo Hui. "Mr. Li, in 3 days, Chongli Beauty will hold a shareholders meeting. You have just become the second largest shareholder and are expected to attend. I hope you will be available. Li Feng replied. "All right, I will attend. A few days prior, Ding Yuxing had transferred all of the Ding family's assets to Li Feng. However, besides the shares and management rights of Chongli Beauty, the Ding family also owned Ding Capital, a financial company, to ensure the company could operate smoothly. Luo Hui had volunteered to work for Li Feng. Li Feng then returned half of the shares to Luo Hui, allowing her to manage the rest of the Ding family's affairs without any issues. This arrangement effectively meant that Luo Hui was working for Li Feng. 3 days until the shareholders' meeting. Li Feng recalled various memories of Liao Kai from their university days, feeling a swirl of emotions. From the reports provided by Luo Hui, it was clear that Liao Kai had changed. He was no longer the friendly Feng once knew. The acquisition of Chongli Beauty was not a benevolent act on Liao Kai's part, but a malicious takeover. Last month, a hostile company had targeted the Luo Corporation. One of its subsidiaries was under Liao's group. The intent was to assist Ding Zizong in winning Luo Shuejing's affection. If one were to delve deeper, the car accident from 5 years ago might not have been instigated by Ding Zizong at all, but rather by Liao Kai. Liao Kai's original aim was to acquire Chongli Beauty. If there existed even a minuscule chance to prove Liao Kai's innocence, it would only be a fabrication. After hesitating for a few seconds, Li Feng ultimately pulled out his phone and searched for Liao Kai's contact information, then dialed the number. The phone number, dormant for 5 years. Connected. Liao Kai's voice came through. "This is Liao Kai." "Who is this?" "I am Li Feng." That evening, in a barbecue restaurant, Li Feng and Liao Kai reunited after 5 years, sharing a few drinks. Liao Kai had gained weight, resembling a ball, yet his tolerance for alcohol had improved. Even after consuming several bottles of beer, he showed no signs of inebriation. Their conversation began with reminiscing about their university days before transitioning to the subject of Chongli Beauty. Li Feng broached the topic directly. "Liao Kai, I want to buy back my mother's Chongli Beauty. Are you willing to sell me your shares?" Liao Kai, suddenly intoxicated, responded, "Fengzi, you're being too formal. I acquired Chongli Beauty back then to help you. After all, rest assured, I'm thrilled you've returned safely. I will definitely return your mother's company to you. Tomorrow morning, we'll go through the procedures, and I'll transfer all the shares to you." Li Feng was surprised by his reaction and attitude. Was he truly so forthcoming about returning the company? Had he misjudged Liao Kai? Perhaps he had genuinely acquired Chongli Beauty with good intentions, and the actions against the Luo Corporation last month were orchestrated by others in collusion with Ding Zizong. "I'll buy it back at a high price," Li Feng stated earnestly. "Name your price." Liao Kai patted Li Feng's shoulder. "Fengzi, what do you take me for? I didn't buy the company to profit. I did it to protect your mother's hard-earned business. I believed you would return one day. Now that you're back, how could I still hold it, seeking to profit from you? I'm not short on money. I'll directly transfer the company to you tomorrow." If it were the old Li Feng, he would have been deeply moved, perhaps even suggesting that Liao Kai keep the company and manage it well, forgoing the buyback. However, Li Feng sensed that Liao Kai was merely feigning intoxication, his words lacking sincerity. Thus, his emotions remained unperturbed. The next morning, at the Industrial and Commercial Center, Li Feng arrived as promised. After waiting for over an hour past their agreed time, Liao Kai still had not shown. Chapter 36. Can farming truly earn 3 billion? Li Feng called to inquire about the situation. Liao Kai feigned ignorance. "Fengzi, I was drunk yesterday. Are you taking this seriously? I've become familiar with the company and have invested a lot of effort. I feel a bit reluctant to hand it over. However, since you want to buy it back, I can't refuse. Here's the deal. I'll calculate the market value and give you the price for my shares. If you agree, I'll come over immediately to finalize the paperwork." "How about that?" Li Feng maintained his patience. "All right, calculate it quickly. I'll wait for you for 20 more minutes. 20 minutes? Isn't that too little? Make it 30, fine." After hanging up, Li Feng remained patient, waiting at the Industrial and Commercial Center. Meanwhile, Liao Kai slammed his fist on the table in frustration. The attractive female secretary was currently nestled in his lap, teasing him. When she noticed Liao Kai's sudden outburst, she was startled. "Mr. Liao, what's wrong?" Liao Kai's eyes flashed with coldness. Immediately have the finance department calculate the value of the shares we hold in Changli Beauty and provide me with a specific figure. Okay. The secretary hurried out. Liao Kai lit a cigarette, gazing out the skyscraper's window, a sinister thought brewing in his mind as he muttered to himself. Yesterday, I was merely pretending to be cordial to disarm you. I never imagined you would become so brazen, thinking I would easily hand the company back to you. Dream on. I won't let you back down easily. It seems you won't relent. Liao Kai was merely a tool in the car accident 5 years ago, orchestrated by others. The Liao family had long desired to acquire Changli Beauty but had been unable to infiltrate. When they heard about Ding Zizong's plans to drug a woman he liked, and subsequently how Li Feng had thwarted him, Liao Kai saw an opportunity. Thus, he incited Ding Zizong to eliminate Li Feng's family. After the accident, Liao Kai harbored ulterior motives, hoping to see Li Feng truly perish. He urged Ding Zizong to keep tabs on Li Feng, resulting in Li Feng being rescued and taken to a place called Wulong Village to farm. A farming country bumpkin, what threat could he possibly pose in the future? Both Liao Kai and Ding Zizong dismissed Li Feng. Now, Liao Kai had learned about the Ding family's situation, realizing that the recent fires affecting the Ding and Huang families might have been orchestrated by Li Feng. Li Feng now seemed to be establishing some connection with Chao Qingtian, leveraging his influence to investigate the car accident from 5 years ago, which had now led back to Liao Kai. Liao Kai's calm demeanor was merely a facade. He was unwilling to face imprisonment, especially with Li Feng becoming a vengeful figure. If he were to be consumed by flames, there would be no turning back. Li Feng, I hope you don't become too clever and find any evidence linking me to that incident from 5 years ago. Otherwise, my brother, I will become even more deranged than you. At that moment, Liao Kai's gaze darkened further. Soon, the finance department calculated the market value of Changli Beauty and the worth of the shares in hand. The total value of Changli Beauty reached 320 million. With Liao's group holding 58, valued at around 185 million. Seeing this number, Liao Kai felt reassured. Selling it to Li Feng at the original price, would Li Feng be able to afford it? He hastily called Li Feng. Brother, we calculated the figures. Changli Beauty's value has risen significantly, exceeding 500 million. We hold 58, so if you wish to acquire it, you'll need nearly 300 million. Alas, I know this is tough for you, brother. How about this? I'll give you 3 years. If you can earn 300 million in that time, I'll sell you the company at its current price. If not, well, my hands are tied, and of course, this is mainly my father's decision. He is the core, and I can only offer him suggestions. He was certain that for Li Feng to come up with 20 million, he would need to sell a house, let alone 300 million. He also believed that even if given 10 years, Li Feng would never be able to earn that amount, considering his experience was limited to 5 years of farming after dropping out of university. However, he underestimated Li Feng. Li Feng confidently replied, All right, 300 million. I can manage that. Come to the industrial and commercial center now, and let us finalize the paperwork. Liao Kai was taken aback. What? Fengzi, you have 300 million? I do, Li Feng affirmed. Liao Kai paused for 3 seconds. No, Fengzi, where did you get so much money? Didn't you say you were living in the countryside for years after being rescued? Li Feng replied calmly, I earned a bit of money farming in the countryside. Rest assured, I have 300 million. Liao Kai was skeptical, feeling that Li Feng was merely playing psychological games, waiting for him to reveal flaws regarding the car accident from 5 years ago. Thus, Liao Kai begrudgingly agreed. All right, I'll come over right away. Before long, he arrived at the industrial and commercial center, where he first offered a delayed apology to Li Feng and then asked seriously, Fengzi, do you really have 300 million? This isn't a joke. Really, Li Feng, evidently growing impatient, replied curtly, let us proceed with the paperwork. All right. Liao Kai brought all the necessary documents and official seals, and he had also drafted a sales contract, placing it before Li Feng. Shall we sign the contract first? All right, Li Feng replied as he sat down and immediately signed. Liao Kai maintained his composure. Fengzi, you need to provide the advance payment first. After all, it's a large company, and I cannot make decisions alone. It's all a matter of procedure. What do you think? Of course, it should be handled properly, Li Feng nodded calmly. The advance payment was 20 million, and Li Feng promptly took out his bank card and transferred the funds to Liao's group's account. Liao Kai was momentarily bewildered, staring at Li Feng in shock. Wow, brother, you've really made it big. What on earth have you been growing these past few years? Is it that valuable? Aren't you going to bring your brother along to prosper? While saying this, Liao Kai had already concluded in his heart that Li Feng must have mortgaged his house. The 20 million advance payment was already Li Feng's limit. He simply could not produce any more funds. Thus, Liao Kai continued with the procedures alongside Li Feng. When they reached the point of changing the equity information and the actual controller's information, Li Feng would need to make a payment first. Brother, you see this? It's all right that I've already transferred the remaining 280 million. Li Feng spoke calmly. Really? You've really transferred it? Liao Kai was astonished, pulling out his phone to check the financial group, confirming that Li Feng had indeed transferred 280 million. His expression immediately darkened. How could this be? Farming can actually yield 300 million? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chapter 37. Luo Shuejing was dismissed at this moment. Liao Kai's mind was in a state of chaos. The arrival of 300 million was entirely unexpected for him. Taking a deep breath, he realized that if he continued with the procedures now, the Changli beauty would truly be lost. If he refrained from proceeding, Li Feng would undoubtedly investigate the events of 5 years ago, and he feared what might truly be uncovered. However, moments later, Liao Kai replaced his frown with a smile. Ha ha ha, Fengzi is indeed a straightforward man. He decided to finalize the procedures, transferring all shares of Changli Beauty to Li Feng. From this moment onward, Li Feng's ownership of Changli Beauty reached 91, granting him absolute control. Upon returning home, Liao Kai calmed down, feeling certain that Chao Qingtian was supporting Li Feng from behind. With such a background and financial capability, Chao Qingtian could indeed assist Li Feng. However, why would Chao Qingtian help Li Feng to eradicate the Ding family and the Huang family, and also provide 300 million? Why would he do such a thing? The Li family had no prior connections with the Chao family. Confused by the entire situation, Liao Kai immediately contacted the steward, Zhang Ping, to investigate the relationship between Chao Qingtian and Li Feng. After about 3 hours, Zhang Ping returned with news. Young master, I've learned from one of Chao Qingtian's subordinates that Li Feng seems to possess a remedy for treating leukemia. Chao Qingtian's daughter just happens to have leukemia. After taking the prescription provided by Li Feng, Chao Qingtian's daughter indeed showed significant improvement. Consequently, Chao Qingtian agreed to assist Li Feng with 3 matters. Now, those 3 matters have been completed. Liao Kai realized. So that's how it is. No wonder this country bumpkin could come up with 300 million. Tio eradicate the Ding family and the Huang family, 300 million. Indeed constitutes 3 matters. Zhang Ping continued, Young master, what shall we do next? Should we inform the old master to handle this matter? No need to inform my father. Liao Kai replied sternly. The moment I sold the company, I knew how to deal with it. I want this country bumpkin to understand that my company, Liao Kai's company, is not so easily reclaimed. Later that evening, Li Feng returned home to find that Luo Shuejing and Duo were not at home. Glancing at the WeChat group, he saw that the 2 female bodyguards were out protecting the mother and daughter duo, which reassured him. He intended to eat, but discovered there was no one to prepare a meal. Li Feng could only shout, Sister, I'm starving. Li Jiner quickly appeared in the upstairs corridor, wearing a skirt, and looked at Li Feng. Smelly little brother, I have an exam tomorrow, so I don't have time to cook. You'll have to make some noodles yourself. Be good. Li Feng did not respond to Li Jiner, but suddenly caught a glimpse of her skirt from this angle. Realizing this, Li Jiner frowned and shot Li Feng a glare. Smelly little brother. What are you doing? I'm your sister. What is the use of looking? Hurry up and figure out your own dinner. If you have time, help me prepare a bucket of instant noodles. After saying this, Li Jiner turned to enter her room. Li Feng felt a bit dry in the throat and thought to himself that he was indeed getting too heated. However, he quickly composed himself and asked, You're taking an exam. What subject? MBA, Master of Business Administration. What are you studying that for? What if I decide to start my own business in the future? It's good to prepare early. A glint of ambition suddenly appeared in Li Jiner's eyes. All right, I need to go study hard now. If I fail, I'll twist your ear with that. Li Jiner entered her room. Although Li Feng did not exchange much with Li Jiner, he sensed from the seriousness in her eyes that she, too, seemed to be reminiscing about the glorious days of Changli Beauty 5 years ago and their mother's formidable business acumen. Li Jiner's birthday was approaching soon. Li Feng pondered whether gifting Changli Beauty as a birthday present to his sister would elicit a remarkable reaction from her. He decided not to dwell on it further and focused on addressing the dinner situation. Li Feng first called Luo Shuejing to ask if she wanted to return for dinner. After receiving a positive response, he began to busy himself in the kitchen in Wulong village. The chef was Li Feng. If he couldn't cook, he believed he would have already succumbed to the onslaught of his master and 2 senior sisters. After all, None of those three women could cook well. After tasting the first meal prepared by his senior sister, he had to spit it out, which resulted in a beating, and he was forcibly made to try cooking himself. Thus, cooking became Li Feng's full-time job. In return, his senior sister and second senior sister helped him with laundry and warmed his bed. Initially, Li Feng had refused, but after enduring a few beatings, he suddenly realized that cooking wasn't so bad. At least it ensured his personal safety. This moment, with no one at home to cook, Li Feng had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. As he cooked, he contemplated the situation with Liao Kai. The company had been so easily sold to him. Although Li Feng knew Liao Kai had made a significant profit here, he did not perceive any resentment or hostility in Liao Kai's words towards him. Could the car accident from 5 years ago truly be unrelated to Liao Kai? Had he misjudged Liao Kai? At this moment, Li Feng's heart was somewhat tumultuous. Before long, Luo Shuejing and Duoduo returned. Having bought many daily necessities, as well as some snacks and toys, the dinner table, Luo Shuejing and Duoduo feasted happily. Li Jiner also enjoyed her meal, praising, "Wow, little brother, this is delicious. I thought you couldn't cook at all. Thank goodness I've been cooking these past few days. I'm exhausted." Saying this, Li Jiner shot a glare at Li Feng. Only then did Luo Shuejing and Duoduo realize that it was Li Feng who had prepared the meal, and they were instantly thrilled. Can Dad cook for Duoduo every day? Li Feng internally hesitated, but seeing the eager look in Duoduo's big, shiny eyes and recalling the 5 years of companionship she had missed, he agreed. All right, Dad will cook for Duoduo every day. Duoduo was ecstatic. Yay, that's wonderful. At that moment, Luo Shuejing suddenly received a phone call. Upon seeing the caller ID was the old Madame Luo. Her expression shifted slightly, and she stood up to step outside to take the call. Luo Shuejing, I've heard you've completely moved out, living with your daughter and that country bumpkin? Luo Shuejing did not hide the truth. Yes, Grandma. The old Madame Luo snorted coldly. You think you can disregard my words? I said you are the president of the Luo Group. Your marriage must be a business alliance. This is your responsibility as president. I do not want you living with any man, so move out immediately. No matter where you choose to live, you cannot stay with that country bumpkin, understood? Forceful, as always. Her demeanor was overpowering to the point of absurdity. Luo Shuejing felt a wave of grievance and bitterness in her heart, gritting her teeth. Grandma, I understand your desire to elevate the Luo family to prominence. But why can't we find a way to rely on ourselves instead of depending on my marriage to change the fate of the entire family? That is cowardly. It is also unfair to me. The old Madame Luo spoke sternly. In this current era, if you wish to break the class barrier and ascend, there are only 2 methods. One is a miracle. The other is marriage. Relying on your own abilities is a delusion. Now, stop wasting my time with your nonsense and just do as I say. Luo Shuejing smiled in disappointment. What if I refuse? The old Madame Luo replied coldly. Very simple. From now on, you will not be allowed to go to the company. You are fired, and I will confiscate all your shares and dividends. After finishing her statement, the old Madame Luo hung up. Luo Shuejing stood frozen on the spot. Chapter 38. The president of the Luo Group must be Luo Shuejing, even though Luo Shuejing knew her grandmother was biased and did not want her to be president, preferring to support Luo Zitao instead. She had long anticipated that she might be pushed out. She never expected the day would come so quickly. Luo Shuejing had dedicated herself to the family since she had not yet graduated from university 5 years ago. And now this was the return she received. At this moment, she felt extraordinarily aggrieved, and suddenly tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Just then, Li Feng approached. Luo Shuejing hurriedly concealed her tears and turned to wipe her face. Why were you eavesdropping on my call? Are you very upset? Li Feng suddenly asked. Luo Shuejing, with reddened eyes, forced a self-deprecating smile. I have invested so much, not hoping to gain anything in return. I just want to ensure we have enough to eat and wear, and provide Duoduo with slightly better material conditions. My remaining efforts are not aimed at achieving wealth and luxury, but to fulfill Grandpa's expectations and make the Luo Group flourish. However, Grandma favors boys over girls and prefers Luo Zitao. My 10 achievements cannot compare to one of Luo Zitao's. Numerous companies have offered me salaries in the hundreds of thousands, yet Grandma only provides me with a meager salary of 10 to 20,000 a month. I am also acutely aware that Grandma wants me to enter a business marriage, not only to gain company benefits, but also to use me as a stepping stone for Luo Zitao. Now that the company has just received 400 million in compensation, Grandma uses this as an excuse to kick me out. How can I not feel upset? After speaking, Luo Shuejing's tears flowed down like a broken dam. Seeing her pitiful, tear-streaked face, Li Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Don't worry, this 400 million is definitely not so easily obtained. I believe they will soon be begging you to return. Huh? Why are you so sure? Luo Shuejing looked up in surprise. Li Feng smiled. Just sleep well tonight, and take a good rest tomorrow. Good things will happen. Luo Shuejing did not think much of it, merely regarding Li Feng's words as comfort, yet a warmth blossomed in her heart. She quickly collected her emotions, wiped her tears, and smiled. All right then, I'll listen to you. The next morning, the Luo group announced that Luo Shuejing had resigned, and the new president would be Luo Zitao. Luo Zitao also convened a high-level company meeting, dismissing several employees before promoting his sister, Luo Zitting, from sales supervisor to financial director. The promotion from sales supervisor to financial director not only elevated her position, but also placed her in charge of the company's finances. Although this sparked some discontent among lower-tier employees, it did not cause much uproar. The brother and sister duo found a significant sense of presence after listening to their subordinates' reports all morning. They then proceeded to call the old Madame Luo. The old Madame Luo expressed her approval of their proactive attitude. Luo Shuejing is out, and from now on, the company will be in your hands. Grandma believes that your development will undoubtedly surpass that dead girl Luo Shuejing. At this moment, the old Madame Luo was very pleased. Deep down, she harbored a significant secret, not merely favoring boys over girls, but also another reason that necessitated Luo Shuejing's dismissal. Now that the company was successfully handed over to Luo Zitao and Luo Zitting, the heavy burden on her heart was finally lifted. However, just after hanging up the phone and anticipating the future development of the Luo family, an unexpected call made the old Madame Luo's heart skip a beat. Luo Hui? Why is she calling? With confusion, the old Madame Luo answered the call. Hello, old Madame Luo, I didn't expect you would call me. The old Madame Luo replied with a smile. Luo Hui's tone was icy. Old Madame Luo, I just received news that the Luo group has changed its leadership. The current president is Mr. Luo Zitao, correct? Indeed, that is the case. It's just a normal change in management, the old Madame Luo explained. Perplexed? Luo Hui's tone grew even colder. Well, I wonder if the old madam remembers the contract I sent yesterday, which outlined the purpose and conditions regarding the previous 300 million and the subsequently added 100 million. Purpose and conditions? The old Madame Luo was taken aback for a moment, then hesitantly responded. Isn't it meant to compensate our Luo family? Luo Hui replied solemnly. Indeed, it is compensation. However, the fundamental condition is based on the burdens and psychological distress caused to Miss Luo Shuejing. The contract states that if there is a change in leadership, Ding Capital will reclaim 400 million. Since you have already changed personnel, I hereby formally notify you to return the 400 million within 24 hours. The old Madame Luo was completely stunned, hesitating for a moment before saying, Madame Ding, are you mistaken? Isn't this compensation for our Luo family? How can this be the case? The contract surely doesn't state such terms. Luo Hui laughed lightly. Whether it states it or not, you can check for yourself. After saying this, Luo Hui hung up the phone. The old Madame Luo hurriedly took out the contract to examine it. The contract spanned many pages, most of which contained useless declarations and financial constraints. After flipping to the 10th page, the old Madame Luo finally found the conditions that Luo Hui mentioned. The 400 million was to be operational only while Luo Shuejing was employed. Once Luo Shuejing resigned, the 400 million would be reclaimed. If the 400 million was not returned within 24 hours of the phone notification, it would be deemed a breach of contract, with a penalty of 5% per day, amounting to 20 million. The old Madame Luo's complexion changed dramatically, unable to suppress a curse. Luo Hui is truly a wretched person. She then urgently called Luo Zitao. Luo Zitting, as well as her eldest son, Luo Jun, and his wife, Qin Xiaofeng, gathering the four of them at the old residence to discuss the matter. Luo Jun, who was Luo Shuejing's uncle and Luo Yong's elder brother, also turned pale upon hearing the news. This must be a conspiracy between Luo Hui and Luo Shuejing. They're setting us up. Luo Zitao nearly cried on the spot. Grandma, I just took this position, and the seat isn't even warm yet. You can't revoke my position and bring back that wretched Luo Shuejing, the old Madame Luo said gravely. Regardless of whether this is a conspiracy or not, the most important thing now is how we should proceed. We have less than 24 hours. She suddenly looked at Luo Zitao. Zitao, Grandma believes in your abilities. What do you think we should do? The old Madame Luo had already made up her mind, which was to bring Luo Shuejing back. However, she did not want to voice it herself, as it would ruin her image in the eyes of Luo Zitao and Luo Ziding. She wished for Luo Zitao to voice it himself. However, how could Luo Zitao bear to relinquish the prestigious position of CEO that he had so arduously attained? Chapter 39. Daddy fell in love with Mommy. Resolutely, Luo Zitao clenched his teeth and feigned ignorance, saying, Grandma, for 100 million. We absolutely cannot repay it. Ding Capital is currently in disarray. They are certainly preoccupied with their own troubles. Moreover, how could such compensation be contingent upon any terms? In my opinion, we might as well ignore them and observe how they will respond. Upon hearing Luo Zitao's remarks, the old matriarch let out a deep sigh. The connections and resources of Ding Capital are beyond our means. We cannot confront them directly. She turned to Luo Jun, hoping he would take on this villainous role. Luo Jun, what do you think we should do? Mom, if we cannot confront them and do not wish to repay the money, we can only summon Luo Shuejing back. Luo Jun also desired to see his son Luo Zitao in the position of CEO, but the current circumstances did not permit it. He understood that the old matriarch wished for him to take the lead in this matter, and he could only acquiesce to her wishes. Indeed, Luo Zitao glared at Luo Jun in indignation. Dad, how can you allow that wretched Luo Shuejing to return? I have only just become the CEO for a mere morning. To replace me like this, how will the company perceive me in the future? How can I possibly manage the company going forward? The old matriarch's expression darkened. Enough. I believe your father is right. This is the only course of action we can take. However, Zitao, rest assured, this is merely a delaying tactic. The company will undoubtedly belong to you in the future. We must call Luo Shuejing back, but I will not grant her any real power. This time, I will appoint you as the vice president, giving you control over the actual authority. Meanwhile, Luo Shuejing needs to be sidelined. Do you understand? Luo Zitao's eyes brightened. Indeed, Grandma is so considerate. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you. Now, let us make the call. The old matriarch looked at Luo Zitao and instructed. Tell Luo Shuejing to hurry back to work. Luo Zitao immediately dialed Luo Shuejing's number. Meanwhile, Luo Shuejing was quite puzzled. Why would her cousin Luo Zitao take the initiative to call her? She was currently dining with Li Feng, Li Jiner, and Duo, and after a moment's hesitation, she stepped aside to answer. Luo Shuejing, Grandma wants you to come back. Luo Zitao's voice dripped with disdain and indifference. Luo Shuejing frowned. Did they not just fire me? Why are they calling me back? Just come. No need for any further discussion. Luo Zitao replied impatiently. You have half an hour. Hurry to the old residence. This is important. If you delay, you will regret it. Understand? Luo Shuejing felt displeased. I'm sorry, but I'm busy. Tell Grandma I have a lot on my plate. With that, she hung up. However, within 5 minutes, she received another call from Luo Zitao. Luo Shuejing, I warn you once more, come to the old residence immediately. Otherwise, Grandma will not only confiscate your dividend shares but also your parents' shares. Luo Shuejing was infuriated. What is this nonsense? What nonsense? Just hurry. Luo Zitao hung up once again. Luo Shuejing initially intended to ignore it, but then she received a call from her mother, Wang Yufan. Luo Shuejing, you must go to the old residence. Your grandmother seems to have something urgent for you. Hurry, otherwise your father and I will lose our dividend shares too. Luo Shuejing felt a chill towards her parents. The image of her mother slapping her just days ago lingered painfully in her mind. In that moment, she only wanted to refuse. However, she sensed something was amiss. Narrowing her brows, she contemplated checking what the situation was, and finally replied, Fine, I'll see what it's about after hanging up. Luo Shuejing returned to the living room and announced her departure. Yet Li Feng asked, Did your grandmother summon you back? Sigh. Yes, Luo Shuejing sighed. She had not intentionally lowered her voice during the call. So Li Feng and Li Jiner must have heard, Li Feng remarked. They ordered you to return and threatened you with your parents' dividend rights, correct? Yes, do you know why they want you back? Not a clue. Li Feng suddenly chuckled. You don't know why you're going back? To enjoy a good meal, of course. They'll be back soon, begging for your cooperation? Huh? Luo Shuejing was bewildered, but she genuinely did not wish to go. Hearing Li Feng's unwavering encouragement, she inexplicably nodded and returned to her seat. Fine. I'll continue eating. I cannot let them use my parents' dividend rights to threaten me anymore. Indeed, less than 20 minutes later, Luo Zitao called again. Luo Shuejing, where are you? I haven't come. This time, Luo Shuejing put the call on speakerphone, sitting at the dining table to respond. Luo Zitao fell silent for about 2 seconds before erupting in rage. Luo Shuejing? You wretched girl. Are you toying with us? Luo Shuejing's expression shifted. Luo Zitao, watch your language. Who is toying with you? I never said I would come. You just fired me, and now you want me back for an important discussion. It's utterly absurd. If there's something important, can't you just say it over the phone? Luo Zitao still wanted to hurl more insults, but suddenly the call was taken over by Luo Jun. Shuejing, it's your uncle. Here is the situation. We believe you are the most familiar with the company, so having you return to manage it is the wisest choice. Yesterday's decision to fire you was a momentary lapse in judgment on my part, leading to this foolish conclusion from your grandmother. Now, your uncle hopes you can return to take charge as CEO. What do you think? Luo Shuejing recognized her uncle's duplicity, yet his words were at least palatable. However, more astonishingly, she realized that Li Feng had indeed predicted this. They wanted her back at work? How did Li Feng know? She cast a puzzled glance at him before calmly replying to Luo Jun. What about my dividend shares? Without them, she could hardly support Duo. She had to fight for her own interests. The dividends will certainly be returned to you. Luo Jun smiled at so. How about it? Can you come back? Luo Shuejing hesitated, feeling increasingly that something was off. Just then, Li Feng snatched the phone from her, addressing Luo Jun. You fired her, and now you want to call her back. Is she merely a pawn for you to summon and dismiss at will? If you want Luo Shuejing to return to work, then let the old matriarch personally come to Jingxiuli to fetch her. Otherwise, even if Luo Shuejing is willing to return, I won't let her step outside. Luo Jun was taken aback by Li Feng's words, then his tone darkened. Li Feng, you're overstepping. This is a matter for the Luo family. We don't need a country bumpkin like you to interfere. Li Feng completely disregarded Luo Jun's remarks, coldly warning. I give you 30 minutes. If you don't appear at Jingxiuli within that time, don't expect Luo Shuejing to return to work with that. Li Feng hung up, simultaneously shutting off Luo Shuejing's phone. His actions left both Luo Shuejing and Li Jiner in stunned silence. The two women were bewildered and confused, while only Duo realized that Li Feng was protecting Luo Shuejing. And she cheered, Yay, Daddy really cares for Mommy. He must be in love with her. Luo Shuejing's face turned crimson. Chapter 40. Whoever marries you will be unlucky. Hearing Duo's words, Li Jiner chuckled and praised, Duo, you're so clever, such a good talker. Duo instantly assumed a cute, proud demeanor. However, Luo Shuejing quickly changed the subject, turning to Li Feng and asking, May I ask why you are speaking up for me and taking such a firm stance against them? Luo Shuejing was not angry. Upon hearing Luo Jun refer to Li Feng as a country bumpkin, she felt more inclined to resist returning to work. Yet she needed an explanation from Li Feng. After all, their relationship was tenuous, merely that of landlord and tenant. Under such circumstances, it seemed excessive for Li Feng to dictate matters of her family, just when she thought Li Feng might say something like, You are my woman. Why shouldn't I help you? He instead pulled out his phone, showing her a photograph. Luo Shuejing looked on in astonishment as she realized it was a clause from the cooperation agreement with Ding Capital that Li Feng had taken a picture of. Specifically, the 10th page. It clearly stated a condition. The 400 million in funding would only be granted if Luo Shuejing were in charge of Luo's company. If the leadership changed, the company would have to return the money or face litigation from Ding Capital. Luo Shuejing was stunned. She stared at Li Feng in disbelief. How did you notice this? And I recall you weren't even there when I signed the contract, Li Feng replied earnestly. You left the contract on the coffee table yesterday, so I took a look. When I saw this, I made a mental note and took a picture. I was worried you might forget. Otherwise, why do you think I told you not to worry about this matter? Luo Shuejing was taken aback. Is that so? She did not fully trust Li Feng's explanation, but her mind was flooded with more questions. Why would Ding Capital impose such a condition? It was as if Luo Hui had foreseen her dismissal from the company. Yet she was well aware that Luo Hui had no prior connection to the Luo family, and thus could not have known the internal complexities of their situation. Therefore, it was unlikely she had intentionally protected Luo Shuejing from being fired. Luo Shuejing scrutinized Li Feng. I can't shake the feeling that you orchestrated all of this behind the scenes. Did you arrange for Luo Hui to act this way? I didn't arrange anything. Perhaps it was just her spontaneous decision. Li Feng responded with a nonchalant expression. Luo Shuejing regarded him with the knowing gaze of someone who had seen through a facade. You can deny it all you want, but I know you're definitely helping me from behind the scenes. Li Jiner nodded in agreement. Stinky little brother, I think so too. You must be helping her. You can't deny it. Don't you like Luozong? If you keep helping her behind the scenes and don't admit it, how will Luozong ever notice your kindness? Luo Shuejing was at a loss. Sister Jeaner, what are you talking about? Li Jeaner insisted. It's the truth. I'm not making it up. She then fixed her gaze on Li Feng. Stinky little brother, stop playing dumb. You helped her? So just admit it. Honesty leads to leniency. Li Feng sighed deeply. Fine, I admit it. I did help with this matter. Ding Capital coming to offer money was also my idea, but I didn't have the power to do it alone. I sought help from the renowned healer Yang Simiao. Oh, it was Yang Simiao. The two women immediately believed him, wearing expressions of sudden understanding. Then Li Jeaner glared at Li Feng. So you admit that you really like Luozong? Li Feng replied seriously. She is my woman. How could I not like her? Of course, I will protect her. Luo Shuejing quickly distanced herself. Li Feng, don't joke around. We are merely landlord and tenant. Don't think that 5 years ago makes you my man. It's not that simple. At that moment, she repeatedly denied it, yet deep down, she felt a warm, fuzzy sensation. Was this the feeling of being protected? She was uncertain if that was the case. The reality was that Li Feng had manipulated the contract to her advantage, allowing her to operate with greater autonomy within the Luo family. Thus, she could wholeheartedly pursue her grandfather's legacy and manage Luo's company effectively. Sure enough, half an hour passed. A security guard hurried to knock on the door of Li Feng's residence. Miss Luo? There's a group of people outside claiming they want to see your brother. Li Jeaner acknowledged and instructed the guard to return, saying they would be out shortly. Luo Shuejing knew that the old matriarch would yield due to the 400 million. Yet the matriarch was an exceedingly formidable figure at home, and it would not be easy for her to relent. Therefore, Luo Shuejing still found it hard to believe. 10 minutes later, accompanied by Li Feng, they both stepped outside and encountered the old matriarch, Luo Jun, Qin Xiaofeng, Luo Zitao, and Luo Ziding. The old matriarch's gaze was filled with fury, yet for the sake of the company and to prevent Ding's withdrawal of investment, she could only soften her tone and cautiously inquire, Shuejing, do you know something already? Luo Shuejing nodded. I'm aware of the contract. The old matriarch took a deep breath. Given the circumstances, she had no choice but to compromise. Shuejing, since you already know about the contract, do not delay any longer. The Luo group needs you to return and take charge. It was my fault previously. Will you accept my apology? Even if you don't consider our family, think of your late grandfather and return to lead the company. When her grandfather passed, he entrusted the company to Luo Shuejing, hoping she would elevate Luo's group into the upper echelons of Donghai City, transforming it into a large enterprise. To bring glory to the entire Luo family was her grandfather's dying wish. Hearing this, Luo Shuejing felt compelled to respond. Just as she was about to agree, Li Feng interjected, Old matriarch, you've apologized, but some have yet to do so. With that, Li Feng directed his gaze at Luo Zitao. The old matriarch remembered Luo Zitao's indiscreet remarks and her expression darkened as she addressed him. Luo Zitao, come here. Apologize to Shuejing. Luo Zitao shot a resentful glare at Li Feng. What business is it of yours? Who do you think you are to meddle in the affairs of the Luo family? Slap. Out of nowhere, Li Feng slapped Luo Zitao across the face. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting Li Feng to suddenly strike. Luo Zitao clutched his face in pain, ready to charge at Li Feng for retribution. Luo Zitao's parents also wanted to defend their son. At that moment, however, the old matriarch admonished Luo Zitao sternly. Luo Zitao, you just insulted Shuejing. You must sincerely apologize to her. No more nonsense. Chapter 41. Chao Qingtian's breakdown. Luo Zitao looked at the old matriarch with resentment, yet ultimately lowered his head, begrudgingly gazing at Luo Shuejing, gritting his teeth. I'm sorry. In that moment, Luo Shuejing felt incredibly touched. She never anticipated that Li Feng would stand up for her so fiercely. Moreover, for someone like Luo Zitao to apologize and admit his wrongdoing. She was about to say it was fine, but Li Feng interjected again. With such reluctance, one might think you're about to strike someone. Since you insulted Luo Shuejing earlier, you should slap yourself 10 times. Otherwise, don't expect this matter to be resolved easily. Luo Shuejing would not be returning to work either. Li Feng's gaze was filled with an oppressive force. At that moment, Luo Zitao felt exceedingly frustrated. He indeed insulted Luo Shuejing as a wretch, but isn't that a rather commonplace occurrence? He has always spoken of her in such derogatory terms behind her back. It's just that he has now been caught in the act. As he gazed into Li Feng's eyes, An inexplicable sense of dread washed over him, as if he felt that refusing Li Feng would lead to his own demise. Luo Zitao looked pleadingly towards the old Madame Luo. However, the old madame's gaze upon him indicated that he too must apologize. Reluctantly, Luo Zitao complied, striking his own face repeatedly, and then turned to Luo Shuejing, profusely apologizing. Luo Shuejing, it was my loose tongue. I am truly sorry. Those passing by witnessed this spectacle and cast mocking glances. Luo Zitao felt utterly humiliated, and a deep-seated hatred began to brew within him. Meanwhile, Luo Shuejing felt a surge of satisfaction, nearly moved to tears by Li Feng's act of defending her. For the first time, she felt a sense of pride in front of the Luo family, as if she would no longer have to endure threats. Li Feng surveyed the Luo family members and declared, "Remember, Luo Shuejing has been my woman for 5 years. If you treat her kindly, we shall be one family from now on. But if you continue to bully her as before, I assure you, the Luo family will not have an easy time ahead." The members of the Luo family, pressured by the Ding family, secretly cursed Li Feng for abusing his power, but dared not voice their grievances, biding their time for revenge. With that matter settled, Luo Shuejing returned to work, while Li Feng called Luo Hui, instructing her to temporarily refrain from reclaiming the 400 million. Of course, this is merely a temporary measure. Once the Luo family learned that the crisis had been averted, they all breathed a sigh of relief in the estate. Luo Zitao demanded that the old Madame Luo immediately arrange a vice-presidential position for him. But she shook her head. "Do not rush. Luo Hui may very well be keeping a close watch on us. This matter will be arranged, but we must wait a while." Luo Zitao then inquired, "What about Li Feng? That country bumpkin made me slap myself in public and apologize to that wretched Luo Shuejing. Grandmother, I refuse to accept this." The old madame's eyes flashed with a sharp coldness. "Isn't your father acquainted with Ba Gu from the Chow Group? Ba Gu is a ruthless individual. Have your father reach out to him, spend some money, and give Li Feng a severe lesson. It would be best if he ends up in the hospital for 3 months. After that, this country bumpkin will quiet down. Who does he think he is, living in luxury and believing he can dictate to the Luo family? Is the old madam of the Luo family so easily bullied?" Luo Zitao was elated. "Excellent. I'll tell my father right away." That afternoon, Li Feng prepared dinner at home for Luo Shuejing, Li Jiner, and Duo. Tonight, Chao Qingtian was to treat Li Feng to a meal. They had previously agreed that Chao Qingtian would pick him up at 6. However, at that moment, Chao Qingtian called, "Mr. Li, I apologize, but there's an issue with my car. I'll have my brother, Chao Long, come to pick you up. It may take about 20 minutes, Li Feng replied. "No need. I'll come over myself." Subsequently, Li Feng hailed a cab and headed straight for the Donghai Xingyan restaurant. Yet, as he sat in the vehicle, he noticed a Wuling van that had been parked outside Jingxiui was now closely following his taxi. Upon arriving at Donghai Xingyan, as soon as his taxi came to a halt, the Wuling van also stopped. 7 burly men emerged from the van, their expressions icy as they awaited Li Feng's exit. "You are Li Feng, aren't you?" The leader, a man with a thick beard and a menacing demeanor, towered at 6 feet, his physique resembling that of a bodybuilder. However, unlike a bodybuilder, his muscles were not the result of protein shakes, but rather bore the explosive power of raw strength. Li Feng frowned. "Yes, that's me. You've been tailing me. What do you want?" "Ha, quite perceptive of you to notice our presence." The man chuckled lightly. "A mutual acquaintance has asked us to discuss a matter with you. This is a suitable place. Why don't we head to the underground parking garage?" He gestured toward the underground garage of Donghai Xingyan. Li Feng could easily discern their malicious intent. "I suggest you refrain from pursuing this conversation. Leave now, and I will pretend this never happened. If we do end up talking, I fear you may not have the chance to walk away." The man laughed heartily. "Come now, brother, you jest. I am quite the conversationalist and enjoy engaging in discussions. Let us go." The 7 men closed in on Li Feng, forcing him toward the underground garage. A cold glint flickered in Li Feng's eyes as he nodded and led the way into the garage. Just as they rounded a corner, the 6 men surrounding him suddenly closed in, blocking his path. "This will do," the bearded man exclaimed, his expression shifting abruptly. "I'll have my brothers have a word with you." His face transformed, and he shouted, "Brothers, take him down." The 6 men's faces twisted with ferocity, and they charged at Li Feng, employing a mix of punches and kicks. It was evident they had some combat training. Their strikes were formidable. The bearded man lit a cigarette, waiting for Li Feng to beg for mercy. all the while calculating that Li Feng's slender frame would not withstand even a few seconds of their assault. However, to their shock, Li Feng showed no fear. Instead, he advanced, throwing a punch. One assailant was struck squarely in the face. A pained scream erupted as he fell to the ground. His face caved in, blood gushed from the injured area and his mouth. The remaining 5 men momentarily froze in terror. In that instant, Li Feng unleashed a flurry of punches. The other 5 were swiftly incapacitated, their facial bones shattered, resulting in severe concussions and extensive facial injuries. A mercy on Li Feng's part. Witnessing the swift and brutal turn of events, the bearded man felt a jolt of fear and attempted to flee. Yet, Li Feng swiftly kicked him to the ground with ghostly speed. The bearded man fell, utterly humiliated. "Please don't hit me. I was wrong. Spare my life," he begged. Panic-stricken, he realized that his 6 subordinates were thoroughly defeated, all gravely injured, and he could not help but feel fear. This young man before him was far beyond merely having practiced a few moves. He was terrifyingly strong. The bearded man regretted agreeing to Luo Jun's scheme against Li Feng. More so, he lamented bypassing company protocols to take on this job. Otherwise, he would not be in this predicament. Li Feng sneered, cracking his knuckles as he glared at the bearded man. "Weren't you eager for a chat? This is just the beginning. Let's continue our conversation." As the bearded man saw Li Feng approaching, fear overwhelmed him and he shouted, You can't hurt me. I am Bagu of the Chao group. My bosses are Chao Qingtian and Chao Long. If you harm me, you will be in grave trouble." Li Feng paused in surprise, a smile creeping onto his face. "Ah, that explains it. Daring enough to ambush me in the underground garage of the Chao family. So you are one of Chao Qingtian's men." What do you mean by that?" Bagu stammered, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Li Feng continued. "It seems Chao Long has managed to keep himself in check, but failed to inform you not to provoke someone named Li Feng. The Donghai Xingyan likely has many members of the Chao group present, right? Since calling for help is so convenient for you, I now extend you an opportunity to do just that." Bagu froze. What did Li Feng mean by that? Was it possible that Chao Yi had also fallen victim to him? A few days ago, Chao Yi had indeed encountered a setback, but this young man seemed rather ordinary. How could he have bested Yi? All right. You say so, don't regret it. Bagu pulled out his phone and dialed Chao Long. Yi, I've run into a bit of trouble. I'm in the garage. Someone broke in, and we caught him. But we can't handle him. I fear this person is targeting Tianyi. Now he has me under control and is brazenly demanding I call for help. Please hurry and save me. Bagu's convoluted narrative aimed to absolve himself of the blame for not following proper procedures. The Chao group required formal orders to mobilize personnel against the target. Akin to a contractual relationship, and after thorough investigations, action could be taken. However, Bagu had taken the money without following company protocol. Thus, he needed to clear his name. Upon hearing this, Chao Long exploded in anger. In the underground garage? How audacious! Is there really someone in Donghai City who dares to challenge the Chao group? Seeking death. After hanging up the phone, Bagu slowly rose, shedding his previous fear and adopting an air of pity. Brother, you still have time to run. In 1 minute at most, you won't be able to escape. Li Feng lit a cigarette. That line should be mine to say. You have 1 minute to flee. I'll grant you one last chance. You can still run now. I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you will truly regret it. Bagu laughed mockingly. Good. Aren't you just a country bumpkin? Do you think I don't know your background? Just because you can throw a few punches, you believe you can act with impunity? This is the Chao family. I want to see how long you can remain arrogant. Just then, a group of people suddenly burst forth from the emergency exit of the elevator. It was Chao Long, leading 30 men clad in black, each wielding a collapsible baton, their faces radiating menace. Chao Long, as the leading figure, scanned the parking garage and immediately spotted the 6 heavily injured subordinates writhing in pain on the ground. Further ahead, he noticed Bagu confronting a young man. The young man's back was turned to him, but the silhouette felt somewhat familiar. The clothing also seemed recognizable. However, Chao Long was rushing and didn't immediately connect the dots. Yi, upon seeing Chao Long, Bagu excitedly rushed past Li Feng towards him. It's him. Chao Long pointed at Li Feng's back. The closer he got, the more he felt something was amiss. Why does this person resemble Li Feng? Yi, it's him. Look at our men. They are all incapacitated. If this person remains alive, the reputation of the Chao family will be ruined, Bagu venomously exclaimed. The remaining 30 black-clad men, stirred by his words, glared at Li Feng as if they wished to devour him. Yet, in the next moment, Li Feng turned around. Clang! Suddenly, the collapsible baton in Qiao Long's hand clattered to the ground, his face paling to the color of a corpse. Several black-clad men also turned ashen, their batons dropping to the floor. They were so frightened that their legs buckled, causing them to kneel before Li Feng. Qiao Long was no exception. Plop! Qiao Long was utterly panicked. It was indeed Li Feng. Once again it was Li Feng. Yi. What's wrong with you? Bagu felt a sinking sensation in his heart, observing Li Feng's confident and playful smile while witnessing Qiao Long and the black-clad men kneeling. Cold sweat drenched his clothes. Kneel! Qiao Long barked at Baji. Bagu swallowed hard. Memories of Luo Jun's words about this young man being just a country bumpkin flashed in his mind. Thus, he instinctively blurted out, Yi, surely you've mistaken him? This man is just a farmer, and nobody. How can you kneel before a country bumpkin? Damn it, I told you to kneel. Enraged, Qiao Long picked up the baton from the ground and swung it down fiercely onto Baji's knee. Ah! Bagu let out a harrowing scream and collapsed. Qiao Long did not continue his assault but quickly approached Li Feng and knelt before him. Mr. Li, I truly did not recognize you. It was my fault for failing to discipline the people in the company, allowing them to obstruct you once again. Please grant me an opportunity to provide you with an explanation, may I? He looked earnestly at Li Feng. However, Li Feng ignored Qiao Long and instead knelt before Bagu, squatting down to pat his face. Weren't you eager to see if I could remain arrogant? Don't you want to see if I regret it? Quick, open your eyes and see if I'm still arrogant. Tell me, do I look like I regret it? Bagu struggled to open his eyes. And although he had no idea who Li Feng truly was, he realized he was doomed and could only plead. Mr. Li, I beg you, spare my life, I implore you. Li Feng spoke coldly. Tell me, who sent you? Bagu, enduring excruciating pain, replied, It was the Luo family. Luo Jun sent me. Mr. Li, please don't spare me. I can serve you like a horse. A cold glint flashed in Li Feng's eyes, and he then stood up. He did not respond to Baji's pleas, but turned to Qiao Long, adopting a scolding tone. Here is a piece of advice. Tell your subordinates that upon hearing my name, they should refrain from recklessly confronting me. Otherwise, next time, I will not settle for merely injuring these individuals. I will demand their complete annihilation. Qiao Long nodded repeatedly. Yes, Mr. Li, you are correct. Li Feng glanced at Bagu on the ground before walking towards the elevator, saying, This fool, you can handle him as you see fit. I'll head upstairs now. Qiao Long called out, Mr. Li, my brother is waiting for you in the lobby on the first floor. Li Feng did not respond. Stepping into the elevator, Bagu looked up at Qiao Long, pleading, Yi, how will you deal with me? Considering I have been with you for 2 years, can you spare my life? No. Qiao Long was furious, raising the baton to strike Bagu's head. He knew he had to eliminate Bagu to ensure a stable explanation for Li Feng. Bagu was filled with dread. Yi, can you tell me who he really is? Mr. Li is the one who single-handedly annihilated the Huang family. Qiao Long replied mercilessly. At this revelation, all present were struck with horror. The 30 subordinates and the 6 black-clad men on the ground were all utterly stunned. This young man, who appeared more suited to being a pretty boy, was in fact an incredibly formidable master, a terrifying demon? Ba Ji's face shifted dramatically, an overwhelming fear surging in his eyes. So, the country bumpkin Luo Jun spoke of was indeed the one who had eradicated the entire Huang family a few days ago. Luo Jun, I will not let you off even as a ghost, Bagu cried out in frustration. Qiao Long's expression turned sinister. Don't worry, I will take good care of your family. Farewell. With that, he brought the baton down with tremendous force upon Ba Ji's head. Once, twice, 3 times, 10 times. The parrot's head was immediately a gruesome mess, and he breathed his last on the spot. However, the ordeal was far from over. Qiao Long turned to look at the 6 subordinates whose faces had been smashed by Li Feng, his gaze turning icily cold. So, old Ba decided to bypass company protocol and take the money. Did he? Had you all followed the proper procedures and verified the identity of your target, would such a calamity have occurred? You must have known about this matter while following old Ba. Not only did you fail to stop him or report it, but you also colluded with him. Your bond with old Ba runs so deep that you might as well share his fate. With that, Qiao Long commanded his subordinates to act, executing the 6 on the spot. Meanwhile, upstairs, After meeting with Chao Qingtian, Li Feng chose not to disclose the events that had just transpired. Instead, he calmly accompanied Chao Qingtian to a private room. Shortly thereafter, Chao Long ascended the stairs, his expression grim. Sensing something amiss, Chao Qingtian inquired directly, "What with that expression? Did you not handle it well?" Chao Long, glancing nervously at Li Feng, did not respond to his elder brother but instead lowered his head and said to Li Feng, "Mr. Li, I have executed old Ba and those 6 men. I hope you will not hold our Chao family accountable for this. For this incident, I, Chao Long, am willing to do anything to make amends to you." Chao Qingtian, ever astute, immediately grasped Chao Long's implication. His expression turned to one of horror. "You mean the uninvited guests old Ba sought to eliminate were Mr. Li?" Chao Long sighed and nodded. Chao Qingtian's eyes widened. Drenched in cold sweat, Li Feng, maintaining his composure, stated, "What happened earlier was merely a minor episode. Just ensure it doesn't happen again." Relieved, both Chao Qingtian and Chao Long expressed their gratitude towards Li Feng. They then raised their glasses in a toast to him. Li Feng, disinclined to drink, was not pressed further, and the two brothers continued to drink heartily. After a while, as the meal progressed, Li Feng finally spoke. "Now, do tell, what is the purpose of this dinner invitation?" After exchanging glances, both Chao Qingtian and Chao Long stood up respectfully in front of Li Feng. "Mr. Li, we wish to invite you to invest in our Chao family group. The Chao family group is solely owned by us brothers, yet we are willing to offer you a 51 share. We will also adhere to your wishes in all matters. We sincerely hope you will accept our proposal." As Chao Qingtian spoke, he produced a share transfer agreement. Li Feng furrowed his brow and replied, "I have no need for this." Chao Qingtian appeared somewhat awkward. Li Feng continued, "I understand that the situation with the Huang family has significantly impacted you. However, I prefer to avoid complications. If you seek my protection or wish to ride on my coattails, you have sought the wrong person. I have no inclination towards business, especially not with a company like yours that dabbles in gray areas." Chao Qingtian quickly explained, "Mr. Li, my brother and I did not mean it that way. You would merely enjoy the rights of ownership and absolute control without needing to involve yourself in the company's operations. If you disapprove of our gray business dealings, we will eliminate them." Li Feng frowned. Seeing that Li Feng was hesitant to agree, Chao Qingtian suddenly knelt alongside Chao Long. Li Feng's expression shifted. "I am willing to collaborate with you, but there is no need for me to impose my will upon yours. Nor do I require 51 of the shares. Should the Chao family face adversity in the future, I shall intervene at an appropriate time. Furthermore, if I require assistance, it suffices that you arrange it." Did Li Feng lack money? Certainly not. He possessed a black card given by his master, Imo Qingdai, along with a bank card holding 100 billion. This privilege was the same as that of his 2 senior sisters. When they descended the mountain, they had the same arrangement. 100 billion is a staggering fortune for anyone. It is astronomical. This is also why Li Feng could easily spend 3 billion to acquire Chongli Beauty. Moreover, aside from having that 100 billion, making money was as effortless as drinking water for him. Thus, he had no interest in the shares offered by Chao Qingtian, especially considering that Chao Qingtian intended to bind himself to Li Feng. At that moment, with Li Feng's words, the Chao brothers dared not press further. Tio gained Li Feng's friendship, and such a promise was already more than enough for them. The three continued to dine for a while longer, after which Chao Qingtian arranged for an assistant to drive Li Feng home. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jingxiyuli, Li Feng remarked, "I will come by the day after tomorrow morning to check on your daughter's situation." "I will pick you up," Chao Qingtian replied, "No need. I will take a taxi then." Li Feng waved his hand as he got out and returned home. Noticing that Li Feng had no car, Chao Qingtian instructed his assistant, "Please book a car for Li to be delivered tomorrow morning. A Kian, the top model." Chao Qingtian had overheard Li Feng expressing interest in the Kian during their earlier conversation and made the decision on the spot. In the community, Li Feng contemplated whether to purchase a vehicle, as hailing a taxi during peak hours was rather inconvenient, when suddenly, he received a call from Chao Qingtian. "Mr. Li, I have prepared a gift for you. Will you be home tomorrow? I will arrange for someone to deliver its just a small token of appreciation. You declined my shares today, so please do not refuse this small gift." Li Feng thought little of it, assuming it was likely some tea or a watch that older men typically gift. Thus, he agreed, "I have something to attend to in the morning. Please have someone deliver the gift around noon." Determined to buy a car the next day, Li Feng scheduled the receipt of Chao Qingtian's gift for noon. Upon entering his home, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Chapter 43. Are you going to buy a yachty? Upon answering, a melodious female voice greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Li. I am Lung Weining, the Vice General Manager of Chongli Beauty. I was instructed by General Liao to contact you. We have a shareholders meeting tomorrow morning. As the current holder of 91 of the shares, you have the authority to decide on any internal matters of the company. Do you have any instructions, or will you be attending the meeting directly tomorrow morning?" Li Feng immediately understood the implications. He truly had no interest in business. Perhaps this responsibility should fall to his sister, Li Jiner. Next week marked Li Jiner's birthday. Perhaps he could have her attend the shareholders meeting then? This thought struck him as quite fitting, and he arranged, "Let the company operate as usual. I have matters to attend to, so we will postpone the shareholders meeting for now. Additionally, please refrain from disclosing my identity and information for the time being. Do not announce any changes regarding the shareholders on the official website. We shall hold the meeting next week instead." Lung Weining promptly agreed. Upon returning home, Li Feng found Li Jiner lounging on the sofa, watching television with Duo, appearing somewhat listless. Meanwhile, Luo Shuejing was on the phone, seemingly still occupied with work matters. "You're back?" Li Jiner turned to Li Feng, her posture relaxed on the couch. As Li Feng glanced over, he inadvertently caught sight of a rather proud display from her as she turned her head. "Sister, could you be a bit more mindful?" Li Jiner shot him a glare. "You are my brother. What should I be mindful of? Besides, there's nothing to see. What's the matter? Are you, a father now, feeling shy?" Li Feng shrugged. It seemed that his sister truly did not regard him as a man. Or perhaps she simply did not see herself as a woman. "How did your exam go today?" he inquired. Li Jiner sighed. "Ugh. I'm worried about this. I feel like my MBA is doomed." Li Feng became serious. "As long as you can pass, that's what matters. If not, it's no big deal. It doesn't mean much. Entrepreneurship doesn't require these certificates. It requires genuine practical ability. If I were you, I would learn from Luo Shuejing. I, a planner, have yet to reach the position of General Luo." Li Jiner lamented. "But these past few days, living with General Luo, I have learned quite a bit and sought her advice." Just then, Luo Shuejing returned from her phone call and, overhearing their conversation, interjected, "I can attest, Sister Jiner is genuinely studying. I feel she is on the verge of leaving to start her own business." Li Feng's lips twitched slightly. "If my sister truly ventures into entrepreneurship, you better not hold her back. I certainly won't." Luo Shuejing replied earnestly, "I plan to make Sister Jiner my assistant." Li Feng chuckled wryly, thinking to himself that if Luo Shuejing didn't let her go, that would be problematic. The following morning, Li Jiner continued her vacation, waiting until the next day to return to work, primarily to care for Duo. Meanwhile, Li Feng woke up at 10 o'clock. Today, he felt entirely different, as if rejuvenated, full of vitality akin to the day he first returned last week. "Treating Duo's illness truly took a toll on you. You said it would take 4 days to recover, and it indeed did." Li Jiner, who didn't quite understand the principles behind Li Feng's treatment of Duo, recognized that her brother seemed quite fatigued. Li Feng smiled without speaking. After eating a bit downstairs, he urged Li Jiner and Duo to accompany him. "Enough talk. Let us go out," Li Jiner asked in surprise. "Where to?" Duo, also curious, chimed in. "Daddy, are we going out to play?" "No." Li Feng shook his head. "I'm taking you to buy a car." Duo paused. "But Mommy has a Mommy's car at home. Do we need a car to go out and play?" Li Feng countered. Duo seemed to realize, "Oh, that it seems we don't have a car." However, Li Jiner pulled Li Feng back. "Wait, you're not planning to buy a yachty, are you?" Li Feng replied. "Why do you say that?" Li Jiner remarked seriously. "Didn't you farm for 5 years? If you're really buying a car, you might only be able to afford a yachty, right?" Li Feng chuckled lightly. "Fine. Just consider me buying a yachty." Li Jiner genuinely believed him. "I knew it. But buying a yachty is fine. Sister will pay for you." Yet, once they hopped into a taxi, Li Feng instructed the driver to head to the Porsche dealership. Li Jiner, astonished, asked, "Stinky brother, didn't you say you were going to buy a yachty?" Li Feng casually responded, "Isn't yachty right next to the dealership?" Li Jiner questioned, "Really? I didn't know." The driver chuckled. "Yeah, yachty is right next to the Porsche dealership." Sure enough, 20 minutes later, they arrived at the dealership, and across the street was the yachty sales center. Li Jiner exclaimed, "I can't believe yachty is actually across from Porsche. You startled me. I thought you were going to buy a Porsche." She hugged Duo and started to cross the street. However, Li Feng swiftly pulled her back and strode into the Porsche dealership. Li Jiner was bewildered. "Stinky brother, do you have money? Are you really going to buy a Porsche?" You know how expensive a Porsche is? They had already entered the sales hall. A female salesperson, Su Fei, who was to attend to them, felt her heart sink upon hearing Li Jiner's words. She thought they were merely window shopping and that attending to them would be a waste of time. So she considered retreating. But upon taking a closer look at Li Jiner, she was taken aback. Hey, Li Jiner, what are you doing here? Hey, Su Fei, what are you doing working here? Li Jiner recognized her high school classmate. Su Fei, however, the next moment, both ladies felt awkward, staring at each other for about 3 seconds in a daze. Su Fei knew that Li Jiner's family had gone bankrupt 5 years ago, and thus she couldn't possibly afford a car. So she didn't expect her to purchase one. Meanwhile, Li Jiner felt embarrassed because she genuinely couldn't afford one. If she hadn't been recognized by Su Fei, she could have left without a hitch. But now, whether she withdrew or not, it would only lead to embarrassment. Jane Eyre, I've been working here for 3 years. I'm now a sales supervisor, Su Fei said, hiding her own frustration while wearing a smile. The next second, she suddenly noticed Li Feng and Duo, and her curiosity piqued. You're married? Your child is already this big. Is this your husband? This is my brother and his child. Li Jiner introduced with a wry smile. Yes, for me. I'm still single. Su Fei felt even more disheartened. Seeing Li Feng dressed well, she hadn't expected him to be from the Li family. Since they were both from the Li family, it was clear they couldn't afford to buy a car. Yet, to her surprise, Li Feng walked right up to a Kian. I've already picked out the car. This top-model Kian looks quite nice. Let us go with it? Huh? You're the one buying a car? Su Fei asked. Li Feng nodded. Su Fei's lips twitched. This car is top of the line. With a base price of over 170,000 after taxes, it'll be about 220,000 however, due to the chip shortage, there's an additional charge of 20,000, bringing it to around 240,000. Li Jiner frowned, already catching the underlying mockery in Su Fei's words. It was clear she was ridiculing them for not being able to afford it, and rightly so. They truly couldn't afford it. To her astonishment, however, Li Feng ignored Su Fei's skepticism and asked Duo, shall we buy this car? Do you like it? Duo gleefully exclaimed, I love this car. It's so much prettier than Mommy's. Li Feng then turned to Su Fei, then this will be the car. Please calculate the total amount and take me to swipe my card. Su Fei was taken aback, rubbing her forehead. Brother, are you sure you want to buy this car? It's 240,000. Are you certain? Yes. All right, please wait a moment. Su Fei hesitated. Li Feng didn't seem to be joking around. Was it possible that Li Jiner's brother was quite wealthy? Yet, Li Jiner, as his sister, had clearly stated they couldn't afford it. Plus, she had suggested he buy a Yachty instead of a Porsche. Was he trying to play a trick on her? Su Fei felt a surge of irritation but managed to keep her composure, maintaining her professional smile. She followed the procedure to check the car in the office. To her surprise, the car had been reserved early that morning and was scheduled for delivery today. More importantly, the Kian was the last one in stock. Could it be that they had known in advance there was no stock available, and thus were deliberately messing with her? Su Fei had a premonition that when she went out, either Li Feng and Li Jiner would have already left, or they would be told that there was no stock, prompting them to leave immediately. Anger boiled within her. Just then, there was a knock at the office door, and the general manager entered. Su, put your work on hold and quickly clean the Kian in the showroom. Deliver it to the client. This client is extremely important, a distinguished friend of Mr. Chao Qing Tian. We must not neglect this, understood? Su Fei gasped. Mr. Chao Qing Tian's distinguished friend. I'm going to deliver it. Okay, I'll go right away. Su Fei realized this could be her chance to meet a significant figure. Thus, she left Li Feng and Li Jiner to their own devices, disregarding them, and instructed her team to bring the car from the showroom to be cleaned, intending to head out for the delivery. Meanwhile, Li Feng and Li Jiner thought the car was being cleaned for them and felt the service was quite satisfactory. However, after waiting for nearly an hour, Li Feng began to feel something was off. Why hadn't Su Fei returned after calculating the price for so long? He approached her. Is the price not finalized yet? Su Fei maintained a stoic expression, slightly indifferent. Oh, I forgot to tell you. There is no stock available. That car was reserved early this morning. I am currently preoccupied and forgot to inform you. Would you like to wait for the available vehicle? It will take approximately 2 weeks. Li Feng furrowed his brow. Why didn't you mention the absence of available vehicles sooner? Did you make us wait for an entire hour for nothing? Su Fei replied with a serious demeanor. You could reserve a car for 2 weeks from now. It's the same to no need. Li Feng coldly retorted. It was evident that he felt deceived by Su Fei. Initially, he believed that adhering to the proper procedures would lead Su Fei to realize her error, but he never anticipated being completely outwitted by her. Nevertheless, Li Feng had no intention of quibbling with someone like her. Lacking an available vehicle at the dealership, he decided to leave and called for Li Jiner to accompany him. As Li Jiner exited, she exhaled sharply and cast a disdainful glance at Li Feng. You may be skilled in healing, but look at yourself. Aren't you the one in need of treatment? Perhaps something neurological? Li Feng playfully smacked the back of Li Jiner's head. You are the one who's sick. Li Jiner shielded her head. Don't hit my head. My hairstyle will be ruined. After a pause, she continued. What I mean is, you don't have the funds to buy a Porsche. Besides, I think taking a taxi is quite convenient. If worst comes to worst, there are shared bicycles. Li Feng, uninterested in explaining, simply stated, Let's go home. The hour was late, and he had initially expected the car reservation process to proceed smoothly, but he found himself returning empty-handed. Just around noon, Chao Qingtian mentioned sending a gift over. Li Feng accepted his gift, which served as a reassurance to Chao Qingtian. This was tantamount to informing him that, should he require assistance in the future, he could count on Li Feng. However, upon hearing Li Feng mention going home rather than checking out other dealerships, Li Jiner became increasingly convinced that he was merely there to toy with the idea of purchasing a vehicle. It's one thing to browse for cars, but to lose face in front of Su Fei is another. Li Jiner felt a flicker of irritation, though she refrained from expressing it, silently cursing her brother for being a fool. Just then, Su Fei happened to pass by the entrance, overhearing Li Jiner and Li Feng's conversation, which only fueled her irritation further. Phew, that I thought I had misjudged the situation. Who would have thought they were merely here to waste time? I truly wish there were fewer idiots like this in the world. Su Fei mused to herself, then waited for about 30 minutes before preparing to deliver the vehicle. She was unaware of the identity of the esteemed individual, having only received the important client's phone number from the general manager. Living in the luxurious Jingxiili district of Donghai City, this individual must surely be someone remarkable, Su Fei fantasized. Soon, she arrived at the entrance of the Jingxiili villa community, took out a compact mirror to touch up her makeup, deliberately lowered her neckline to reveal a rather pronounced cleavage, and then dialed the esteemed client's number. Chapter 44. The esteemed client turns out to be Li Feng. Hello? A languid male voice answered on the other end of the line. Su Fei's spirits lifted instantly. This voice seemed somewhat familiar. However, that was of little consequence. What mattered was that she discerned the voice belonged to a relatively young man, likely not exceeding 30 years of age. The prospect of a young and distinguished gentleman made Su Fei's heart flutter. Unconsciously, she lowered her neckline again. Hello, sir, I have been sent by Mr. Chao Qingtian to deliver a gift to you. The gift has now arrived at your community entrance. If it is convenient for you, please come out to receive it. Su Fei conveyed this as per the general manager's instructions, which also aligned with Chao Qingtian's wishes to keep the nature of the gift undisclosed. On the other end of the line, Li Feng found himself puzzled. This voice seemed vaguely familiar. Yet he brushed it off, responding with a simple acknowledgement before hanging up. Su Fei began to anxiously await his arrival. To her surprise, within 2 minutes, 2 familiar figures and a small child emerged from the community. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than Li Jiner, her brother Li Feng, and the child named Duo. Su Fei? Li Jiner also spotted Su Fei and, after a moment of surprise, thought that since she had lost face at the dealership, living in Jingxiuli should allow her to regain some dignity. Thus, she called out to Su Fei, disregarding the reason for her presence there. Li Jiner. You live here? Su Fei exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Li Jiner feigned nonchalance. Indeed, I reside here. You aren't looking for us, are you? Su Fei's mind went blank, and she instinctively replied, Oh, that I am here to deliver a vehicle to a client. This client also resides in Jingxiuli. Seeing Su Fei's astonishment brought Li Jiner an unexplainable sense of satisfaction. However, she had no intention of flaunting it further and smiled. Well, we are off to have lunch now. You carry on. She attempted to pull Li Feng and Duo away, but Li Feng turned to Su Fei. Did Mr. Chao Qingtian send you to deliver the gift? Su Fei was even more taken aback. Huh? Yes. How did you know? Li Feng gestured toward the Porsche Cayenne parked by the roadside. Isn't that the one from the showroom? So this is the gift from Chao Qingtian? Realization dawned on Li Feng, and he turned to Su Fei. Please have the contract ready for me to sign now. Take care of the paperwork. And hand me the car keys. You may leave afterward. Su Fei and Li Jiner stared at Li Feng in utter shock, their eyes filled with intense confusion. Wait, what do you mean, brother? Su Fei was so stunned that she momentarily lost her composure. Li Feng stated firmly, "The gift sent by Mr. Chao Qingtian from your dealership is indeed meant for me." Su Fei couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother, don't joke around. How could that be? You can't even afford a Qian, let alone have someone gift you one. Moreover, the person delivering the car is Mr. Chao Qingtian, the illustrious figure of Donghai City." Li Jiner found it quite exaggerated. Chao Qingtian was quite renowned, and although she considered herself somewhat naive, she had heard of this prominent individual. Her brother had only just returned from out of town. How could he possibly know someone like Chao Qingtian? Oh no. The face I just regained is about to be tarnished by this foolish brother of mine. Li Jiner lamented inwardly, wishing to drag Li Feng away quickly. Li Feng looked at Su Fei with a bemused expression. "Didn't you just call me? Why not make another call?" Su Fei frowned slightly. "You think I can just call? This is a significant person. If I call, wouldn't that be pressuring him to come out? I'm not foolish. Are you trying to set me up?" Just then, Su Fei's phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from the general manager. "Supervisor Su, has the car been delivered? Mr. Chow has inquired about it. I'm waiting for the client to come out. I've already arrived at the community," Su Fei explained. Suddenly struck by a thought, she asked, "Oh, by the way, General Manager, do you know the name of this esteemed client? I fear I might mistake him for someone else." Upon hearing this, the general manager quickly responded, "Oh, right, I forgot to mention. This esteemed client is named Li Feng, likely around 24 or 25 years old. Be sure not to mistake him for anyone else. Otherwise, we cannot bear Mr. Chow's wrath." "Hello? Supervisor Su? Why are you silent?" Su Fei stood frozen, her pupils dilating to that moment. When she glanced at Li Feng's mischievous smile, her mind went blank, rendering her speechless. "Su Fei? Su Fei?" The general manager's voice grew irate, sensing something amiss, and shouted from the other end of the line. Su Fei finally regained her composure. "Oh, General Manager, I understand. Rest assured, I will absolutely not mistake him for anyone else." That's good." The general manager sighed in relief. "Let me know once the car is delivered. I need to report back to Mr. Chow." After this exchange, the general manager hung up, while Su Fei remained rooted in place, finally snapping back to reality after a good 10 seconds. "Brother, I never expected this esteemed client to truly be you." The way she addressed him as brother now contrasted sharply with her earlier tone, which had dripped with disdain. Now, her tone was filled with excitement, joy, and familiarity. Anyone who didn't know might think they were long-lost siblings reuniting. In that moment, Li Jiner was equally taken aback, so that Porsche truly belonged to her brother. It was the car gifted to him by Mr. Chao Qingtian? Li Jiner felt as if she were dreaming. Li Feng, unfazed by the reactions of the two women, merely turned to Duo, who was curiously gazing at the car by the roadside, and addressed Su Fei. "I am not your brother. Call me Mr. Li now. Please expedite the paperwork." Yes. Su Fei hurriedly presented the contract and paperwork for Li Feng to sign, her demeanor now entirely respectful, speaking in a subservient tone, eager to salvage any semblance of a good impression in Li Feng's eyes. Particularly when she handed him the contract, she intentionally leaned slightly, accentuating her cleavage with a subtle movement, hoping to convey her intentions. However, Li Feng completely ignored her. After a few minutes of finalizing the contract and paperwork, he turned to Su Fei. "You may forfeit your commission on this vehicle. I am not pleased with your prior attitude." Su Fei felt a pang of regret, but had no choice but to comply. After all, she had been negligent toward Li Feng previously. If he were to express his dissatisfaction, either to the general manager or to Mr. Chow, her job could very well be at stake. Watching Li Feng and Li Jiner drive away, Su Fei felt a sense of emptiness. She quickly searched for Li Feng's phone number, saved it under a name, and added him on WeChat. Simultaneously, she found the contact details for Li Jiner, whom she hadn't spoken to in years. Thinking that she should cultivate a good relationship with her moving forward, in the car, Li Jiner was in a state of disbelief. The sight of Su Fei blushing and bowing her head to Li Feng, even changing her attitude toward Li Jiner to one of respect, felt like a dream. But of course, even more surreal was the notion of a significant figure like Chao Qingtian personally gifting a car to Li Feng. After driving for a while, they located a restaurant, and as the trio settled down to eat, Li Jiner couldn't contain her curiosity. "Stinky brother, why didn't you tell me you knew Chao Qingtian? How did you come to know him?" At that moment, Li Jiner's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She believed her brother was concealing something from her and was determined to uncover the truth. Her gaze brimming with anticipation. Chapter 45. The lofty He Li Ming.Li Feng calmly explained. I was introduced to Chao Qingtian through Dr. Yang. Chao Qingtian's daughter suffers from the same ailment as Duo. I agreed to treat his daughter and had already prescribed a remedy, which is now showing results. Upon hearing this explanation, Li Jiner finally understood but immediately grew concerned. This condition seems difficult to treat. When you treated Duo, it left you exhausted for several days. If you take on another patient, won't you end up in a dire state? Can't you hope for a bit of relief for yourself? Li Feng shot Li Jiner an amused glance. How could my treatment of others be as taxing as it was for Duo? Though her words may have sounded harsh, Li Feng recognized her concern, filling him with warmth. Duo gazed at Li Feng with earnest eyes. Daddy, are there other children with the same illness as Duo? You must help her get better. Duo felt pain when she was sick. She doesn't want other children to suffer as she did. Her expression reflected genuine sadness. Li Feng replied affectionately. Since Duo has requested it, Daddy will certainly ensure that little friend gets well. Duo promptly placed a piece of meat in Li Feng's bowl, her face shining with admiration. Yay, Daddy is the best. That evening, when Luo Shuejing saw Porsche parked at the villa entrance, she was equally astounded. After learning that the car was a gift from Chao Qingtian to Li Feng, she stood in shock, her reaction mirroring that of Li Jiner earlier in the day. It took her a good 20 minutes to collect herself before she suddenly said, Li Feng, does this car count as your consultation fee from Chao Qingtian? It does. I suppose. Li Feng nodded. Luo Shuejing expressed her concern. Although Chao Qingtian is quite famous and powerful, he doesn't seem to be a good person. He is involved in numerous shady dealings. You should avoid associating with such individuals from the underworld. Li Feng was taken aback by Luo Shuejing's warning, momentarily stunned before asking, Are you concerned for me? Luo Shuejing was taken aback. Concerned? Hardly. Who would care about you? I'm merely offering a word of caution, not admitting it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Deep down, Luo Shuejing did care for Li Feng, though she was unaware of the reason behind her concern. Upon reflection, she suspected it was because Li Feng was Duo's father. However, she never anticipated that Li Feng would directly ask her about it, prompting her to deny it vehemently. The following morning, Li Feng continued to enjoy a leisurely morning before heading to the Chao residence. Chao Qingtian, on the other hand, refrained from calling to inquire about Li Feng's whereabouts, opting instead to wait at home. 89 in the morning, instead of Li Feng, he was met with the arrival of his cousin's daughter, his niece, Meng Qi. Along with her was a very renowned doctor, He Liming.As. Soon as Meng Qi entered and introduced herself, she pulled Chao Qingtian aside and whispered, Uncle, Professor He is the vice president of Donghai Medical University. He is also the mentor of Director Pan Donghui from the Central Hospital. He has been researching the combination of Chinese and Western medicine to treat leukemia and has already made significant progress. How about that? I've brought this esteemed figure for you. You must be thrilled. Before turning 36, Chao Qingtian had no children and treated Meng Qi as his own daughter, maintaining the same demeanor even now. Thus, Meng Qi felt free to speak to him, and the household staff were accustomed to her behavior. However, the sudden arrival of a renowned physician from the provincial capital, coinciding with the day he had invited Li Feng to treat his daughter, left Chao Qingtian somewhat flustered. Why did you bring Professor He without telling me in advance? I had arranged for another divine doctor to come today. If the two doctors meet, I would surely offend someone. There was a hint of reproach in Chao Qingtian's tone. Generally, he wouldn't mind offending someone, but he could not afford to offend Li Feng, nor could he afford to cross Professor He. Both were revered physicians, especially Li Feng, who was a formidable figure, the only person Chao Qingtian had ever felt a genuine fear of in his life. Yet Meng Qi remained unfazed. Uncle, they are both here to help. As long as they can treat my sister's illness, having two doctors isn't an issue. Doctors are compassionate. I trust they won't take offense. Chao Qingtian realized that discussing right and wrong with Meng Qi was futile. He thought it best to have Professor He examine his daughter. Seizing the opportunity to send Professor He on his way before Li Feng arrived would prevent any uncomfortable encounters. Thus, Chao Qingtian led He Liming to the room of his 6-year-old daughter, Nyonyo, who was currently lying in bed, coughing violently. Upon noticing the sudden entrance, she attempted to rise to greet them. Chao Qingtian hurried to help her. No need to get up, Nyonyo. This is your sister Qi's friend? The divine doctor, Grandpa He. He can make you well again. Nyonyo managed to smile and called out, Grandpa He. Nyonyo's condition has deteriorated significantly. Her hair has been entirely shaved off, her body is exceedingly frail, and her complexion is alarmingly pale. He Liming did not delay. After inquiring about Nyo-Nyo's sensations, he reviewed her recent examination reports and then took her pulse. The entire diagnostic process consumed nearly 20 minutes. Meng-Chi urgently asked, "He Lao, how is it?" He Liming replied with a serious demeanor, "If it were a mild case, I might have some methods. However, the child has now reached the advanced stage. I can attempt to employ some ancient Chinese medicine techniques for treatment. Yet, the success rate is quite low. I only have a 10% chance of improving her condition." Ancient Chinese medicine? A 10% chance? Chao Qingtian was somewhat taken aback. The term ancient Chinese medicine was something he had heard from Li Feng. He never expected that He Liming would also be versed in it. The flicker of hope flashed in Chao Qingtian's eyes. Since he could not hastily prevent He Lao from proceeding and He Lao possessed a method to treat her, it would be wise to allow him to try. "He Lao, I will trouble you with this." Chao Qingtian expressed much more politeness. He Liming waved his hand, stating, "Let me make this clear first. If I cannot cure her, I won't accept any payment, but if I succeed, I will need 30 million in fees. Can you agree to that?" After a slight hesitation, Chao Qingtian consented. "All right, as long as He Lao can save my daughter. 30 million is not an issue." He Liming nodded slightly. "Very well, I will commence the acupuncture now." He instructed everyone to remain silent, positioning Nyo-Nyo to lie down, and then proceeded with the acupuncture. This is the Xuanqin 3 needles. Once the acupuncture is completed, the effects will be immediate. Everyone, pay attention. He Liming swiftly inserted the needles, targeting 8 specific points: Fengqi, Dazui, Tuqi, Weiguan, Hegur, Guanyuan, Xinyuan, and Takesai.as. He prepared to insert the remaining 3 needles. A voice from outside interrupted. "Elder brother, Mr. Li has arrived." He Liming's expression soured. "Who is making noise? Tell him to be quiet." At that moment, Chao Long had already brought Li Feng to the doorway. Upon seeing someone treating Nyo-Nyo inside, Li Feng was taken aback and looked at Chao Qingtian with surprise. Chao Qingtian gazed back at Li Feng with an apologetic and innocent expression. Li Feng was puzzled by the situation, but it seemed that Chao Qingtian had not intentionally summoned him. Therefore, he did not exhibit any emotional reaction. Instead, he focused on the silver needles on Nyo-Nyo's body and frowned. "Xuanqin 3 needles?" He Liming glanced at Li Feng with an air of superiority. You do have some knowledge. Since you recognize it, there's no need for you to leave. Young people can learn a thing or two. But you must remain silent from now on." Chapter 46. Divine Doctor. Quack. Having said that, He Liming was about to administer the most critical 3 needles. The first needle, Blind Gate. He Liming was exceedingly quick with his needlework. But just as he was about to insert the second needle, he heard Li Feng's voice halting him. "That is not Xuanqin 3 needles. You have inserted the wrong needle, if I am not mistaken. The next ones you intend to use are Isha and Sanjiaoyu. This is not the Xuanqin 3 needles at all. It is a lethal 3 needles. Once these 3 needles are inserted, the child will be in immediate danger." Upon hearing this, Chao Qingtian and Chao Long's expressions changed dramatically. However, He Liming remained calm, looking up at Li Feng with a face full of anger. Meng-Chi was equally furious. Glaring at Li Feng, "He Lao is a renowned divine doctor, a towering figure in the medical field, a national academician. Who are you to dare question He Lao?" He Liming furrowed his brow. "Young man, you do possess some insight. However, ancient Chinese medicine is profoundly intricate. Merely knowing a little bit makes you bold enough to point fingers at me. I do not appreciate being disturbed while administering treatment. It is I who am treating the patient, not you. Please leave immediately." At 60, He Liming still possessed a robust vitality, and his words were laced with intense anger. Meng-Chi fiercely defended He Liming, joining in to scold Li Feng. "Since He Lao has stated so, why are you still hesitating? Hurry and get out." "Fine, you are so skilled. Take your time treating her. I hope you do not regret it." Li Feng sneered before turning to leave. "Mr. Li," Chao Long chased after him. Chao Qingtian became anxious. Naturally, he preferred to believe in Li Feng. After all, Li Feng had successfully treated his own daughter, Duo, proving his exceptional medical skills. Yet, He Liming was being so disrespectful, brazenly offending Li Feng. Chao Qingtian's fury surged, wanting to stop He Liming. But He Liming had already focused on inserting the remaining 2 silver needles into Nyo-Nyo's body. Chao Qingtian was enraged and intended to intervene but found it too late. He Liming questioned Chao Qingtian. "Chao, what are you doing? It seems you trust that half-baked young man over me?" "Humph. Since I dare to treat the daughter of someone like you and accept your money, I certainly would not harm her. Just wait in 5 minutes, Perhaps there will be a miracle, however. As soon as he finished speaking, Nyonyo's face contorted in immense pain, and her body began to tremble violently. He Liming's expression changed abruptly. What is happening? Those 5 words ignited an explosion of rage within Chao Ching Tian. He seized He Liming by the collar. Quack! You have harmed my daughter, He Liming shouted. Let go of me. I need to see what is happening. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it will be disastrous. Chao Ching Tian regained some composure and released He Liming. Then hurry and see what is happening. Ming Qi also panicked, witnessing Nyonyo's pale and agonized little face, her heart racing with anxiety. Moments later, Nyonyo suddenly began to foam at the mouth. He Liming was horrified, realizing this had exceeded his understanding. How could this happen? How could this happen? I have treated another child before, and the results were excellent. What is happening? What is happening? As he spoke, he reached to remove the needles. Bang! Suddenly, Chao Long kicked the door open, rushing in with a shout. Do not remove the needles. Chao Ching Tian, startled, grabbed He Liming's hand that was about to pull the needles out, pushing him to the ground. He Liming winced in pain. Yet, Chao Ching Tian ignored him, focusing on Chao Long. Where's Mr. Li? Where's Mr. Li? Mr. Li has left. Chao Long was also extremely anxious. Boom. At that moment, Chao Ching Tian felt as if the sky was collapsing, nearly losing his balance. However, after a brief moment of distraction, he reacted and rushed out to finally foam. He thought that no matter what, even if he had to kneel down and beg Li Feng, he would certainly bring him back. Nyonyo was his lifeline. If anything happened to Nyonyo, what meaning would his own life hold? How would he face his wife, who lay long asleep underground, after death? In a fit of rage, he glared at He Liming before charging out. Yet, the next second, Chao Long suddenly pulled Chao Ching Tian back. Chao Ching Tian looked at Chao Long in bewilderment, while Chao Long appeared unusually calm and steady. Elder brother, do not be anxious. Mr. Li has not abandoned Nyonyo. He has instructed me on what to do, however. Mr. Li emphasized absolutely not to remove the needles. First, let Nyonyo take this, then, after she calms down, we can remove the needles. Chao Long indeed produced a pill. Chao Ching Tian's eyes widened. Without caring what kind of medicine Chao Long had brought, he took it and gave it to Nyonyo. Gradually, Nyonyo ceased trembling and foaming at the mouth, and after roughly 3 minutes, she finally calmed down. Throughout the process, Chao Ching Tian, Chao Long, and Ming Qi surrounded the bed, watching Nyonyo's transformation. Seeing Nyonyo finally improving, they all breathed a sigh of relief. All right, now remove the needles, Chao Long continued. Chao Ching Tian took a deep breath, personally stepping forward to gently remove the silver needles from Nyonyo's body. Finally, Nyonyo's complexion returned to normal, and she fell into a deep sleep. Is this it? Is she all right now? Chao Ching Tian asked Chao Long. Chao Long shook his head. Not yet. I said this only alleviates the severe consequences caused by the previous wrong needle insertion. It does not cure Nyonyo's illness. Chao Ching Tian's anger flared, turning to glare at the so-called divine Dr. He Liming, only to find that He Liming had mysteriously vanished. Dare to harm my daughter. No matter what kind of esteemed doctor he is courting death. Find him for me. Chao Ching Tian roared with fury. Chao Long immediately dashed out to pursue. Chao Ching Tian then turned to Ming Qi. Ming Qi, fearing her uncle would chastise her, quickly apologized. Uncle, I was wrong that I truly invited the divine doctor here with good intentions. I did not expect this divine doctor to be a quack, and his medical ethics are deplorable. I am sorry, uncle, truly sorry. She could no longer hold back her tears. Chao Ching Tian shook his head. I know you meant well. You were deceived by that person. His reputation is indeed substantial, but I never anticipated him to be such a charlatan. You stay with Nyonyo. I will go find Mr. Li. Ming Qi hurriedly agreed, wiping her tears. Chao Ching Tian then quickly left, dialing a phone number as he walked. Little did he know, before he could even make the call, he saw a young man at the entrance of the villa community kicking He Liming, who was attempting to escape, to the ground. He Liming writhed in pain on the ground, unable to get up. Chao Ching Tian focused his gaze. The young man was none other than Li Feng. Chapter 47. He should not be He Liming. Chao Ching Tian hurriedly ran forward. Chao Long had not yet noticed the scene at the entrance and was still leading 6 subordinates to search for He Liming within the community. However, Chao Ching Tian called out to Chao Long. Stop searching. That quack is at the entrance. Mr. Li has captured him. Chao Long's expression changed dramatically, and he, along with Chao Ching Tian and the 6 subordinates, quickly quickly rushed to the entrance. Indeed, Chao Long witnessed He Liming being kicked to the ground. "Mr. Li, I thought you had already left," Chao Long exclaimed with delight. Chao Qingtian quickly explained, "Mr. Li, it was my fault. I should not have allowed this quack to enter, nor should I have permitted this old fool to drive you away. But I swear, my brother and I had no intention of disrespecting you." "Please," Li Feng waved his hand. "I realized there was something off about this old fool while I was at your home. He lacks the demeanor that a renowned doctor should possess. Therefore, I left intentionally. Since I promised to save your daughter, I would not truly depart." Chao Qingtian felt a wave of emotion, nearly brought to tears, as he offered further assurances and explanations. "Mr. Li, please understand. My brother and I had no intention of disrespecting you. Everything that happened in the room was too sudden. Adding to it, Ming Qi, that foolish girl, exacerbated the situation by helping to chase you away. Thus, I truly wanted to intervene, but He Liming had already begun the acupuncture, and I could not pursue you in time. Now that you do not hold a grudge over what transpired and understand that we meant no offense, how could Chao Qingtian not feel deeply moved?" Li Feng then looked at Chao Long. "You must investigate this person immediately. He should not be He Liming." Chao Long nodded repeatedly, instructing his subordinates to drag He Liming away. He Liming cried out for mercy, but it was of no avail. Afterward, Li Feng asked Chao Qingtian to take him back home to treat Niu. Upon entering the house, Ming Qi, upon seeing Li Feng return, felt a twinge of guilt in her eyes. Without waiting for Chao Qingtian to say anything, she hurriedly apologized to Li Feng. "Mr. Li, I was wrong about what happened earlier. I truly did not know that He Lao was a quack. Please forgive my rashness. I am so sorry." No harm done. Li Feng did not hold it against her and quickly approached the bed to observe Niu's condition. Then he held Niu's hand, channeling a pure essence of true energy into her body. Soon, it seemed as if Niu's immune system had been activated, beginning to function. "All right, now I will proceed with the acupuncture. You all step outside for a moment." Li Feng requested Chao Qingtian and Ming Qi to leave, not wanting them to interrupt him. The two complied. Just as they exited, Ming Qi asked one last question. "Uncle, can this person really cure Niu? Although the medicine he provided worked, I still feel somewhat skeptical." Chao Qingtian replied gravely, "You will know shortly." Ming Qi could only nod, feeling a sense of anticipation. At that moment, Chao Long returned, informing Chao Qingtian, "Elder brother, I have found out. That person is not the divine doctor He Liming at all. He is actually He Liming's twin brother, named He Taizheng." Chao Qingtian and Ming Qi's eyes widened in disbelief at this revelation. Chao Long continued, "I confirmed it. Several years ago, these brothers had a falling out and severed ties. The He family is a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine. He Liming studied modern medicine and explored the integration of Chinese and Western medicine, while this brother, He Taizheng, is lacking in skill, with only above-average capabilities in traditional Chinese medicine. However, compared to the masters in hospitals and renowned clinics, he pales significantly. To make money, He Taizheng has been masquerading as his twin brother, dressing exactly like He Liming to exploit his identity for profit. Now he has deceived us. It seems that problems did not arise in the cases he treated previously, but this time he employed acupuncture techniques he does not understand, resulting in a major issue." Chao Qingtian and Ming Qi exchanged glances of realization. Chao Qingtian's face darkened ominously. "Did you contact He Liming? What did he say?" Chao Long replied, "He Liming stated he has just arrived in Donghai City and will come over to apologize in person." Chao Qingtian took a deep breath. "Then we shall wait for He Liming to arrive before dealing with He Taizheng." 30 minutes later, He Liming and Pan Donghui parked their car and entered the villa community. "Teacher, do not worry. Have you not already severed ties with He Taizheng? You personally coming to apologize, I believe Tian Yi will not make things difficult for you." Pan Donghui, He Liming's student, reassured him. He Liming shook his head. Sigh. "My concern is not that. He came to Donghai City because he heard from my friend Yang Ximiao about a master of ancient Chinese medicine who can cure leukemia. He wanted to humbly seek guidance from this master." Pan Donghui, who always came to pick He Liming up whenever he visited Donghai City, had not expected that during their journey to Bailong Hall, they would receive a call from Chao Long, learning about his brother's troubles with Tian Yi. Consequently, they had to turn around and head to the Chao family. At this moment, He Liming felt anxious. After all, Chao Qingtian held a formidable reputation as the overlord of Donghai City. Even a divine doctor like He Liming needed to tread carefully. Otherwise, angering someone like Chao Qingtian could lead to endless trouble. He knew he had to handle this situation with caution. "Pan Donghui, Mistaking He Liming's worries for concerns about meeting the master of ancient Chinese medicine, continued. Are you still thinking about meeting that master who cured leukemia? Honestly, you need not take it too seriously. A few days ago, I encountered a madman desperate to treat his daughter's leukemia. When I tried to stop him, he thought I was deceiving him. Then he took his daughter out of the hospital. I suspect he will come back to beg me to treat his daughter. There are too many scammers these days. Yang Shini is probably deceived as well. In summary, you need not be overly concerned. He Liming glanced at Pan Donghui. There are no absolutes in this world. Others may be untrustworthy, but I absolutely believe in Yang Ximiao's words. Moreover, what I am worried about is not this. Pan Donghui was taken aback and, while internally thinking about the nonsense of a master capable of curing leukemia, asked curiously, Then, teacher, what are you worried about? Chapter 48. Why He Shini is not He Shini. He Liming's expression was grave. I am merely contemplating how to provide an explanation to Tianyi later, one that would prevent him from directing his ire towards me and the future generations of the He family. He Liming had long harbored disdain for his brother. While he could remain indifferent to his brother's misdeeds, he could not ignore the potential repercussions on his own family. Soon, the two arrived at the living room of the Chao family's villa, where they encountered the cold-faced Chao Qingtian, Chao Long, and He Taizheng, who was bound and gagged on the floor. He Liming spoke with exaggerated politeness. Tianyi, Eryi, I sincerely apologize for today's incident. My brother has a penchant for causing trouble, and I did not foresee that he would offend the two of you. I have no words to offer. You may dispose of my brother as you see fit. He Liming was employing a strategy of retreat to advance. Chao Qingtian perceived his intention and could not help but sneer. He Shuni, you are a renowned physician and a master of national medicine. Yet, at this moment, you remain indifferent to your brother's fate. Despite your severed ties, he remains your kin, and that fact cannot be altered. Upon hearing this, He Taizheng, who was pleading on the ground, nodded vigorously in agreement. He Liming, however, felt a weight in his heart and a hint of anxiety. It is precisely for this reason that I have come to apologize to Tianyi and Eryi. Chao Qingtian chuckled. He Shini, honestly, even if you had not come, I would not have troubled you over this matter. However, since you are here and have offered to let me handle it, I shall pose a question. What would you think if I were to cripple one of your brother's hands? This would distinguish the two of you, and he would no longer be able to exploit your name for deceit. What do you say? He Liming inhaled deeply, fully aware that Chao Qingtian was not to be trifled with, and he had not anticipated that the conversation would escalate to such a dire threat against He Taizheng. Naturally, He Liming wished to find an opportunity to rescue He Taizheng. Otherwise, he would not have come to the Chao family. However, it appeared that no such opportunity was forthcoming, and instead, Chao Qingtian was forcing him to make a choice. In that moment, He Liming found himself in a state of turmoil. He Taizheng, startled, gazed at He Liming with eyes full of desperation. Pan Donghui, unable to tolerate the situation as He Liming did, despite facing the formidable Tianyi, stepped forward. Tianyi, please do not make this difficult for my teacher. Why teacher possesses noble character. Entirely unlike his brother He Taizheng. You are magnanimous. Do not compel my teacher to make a decision. Director Pan was also tense. Chao Qingtian chuckled lightly. After Nyo fell ill, he had encountered Pan Donghui no less than 10 times. They had become familiar with one another. Pan Donghui was a decent person, possessing medical ethics, though he could be somewhat arrogant. Nyo had also received considerable care from Pan Donghui. Thus, Chao Qingtian decided to grant Pan Donghui this favor. Very well. I shall not press you further, however, since you are here, you might as well stay for a while longer. He Taizheng's offense against me is of little consequence. Yet, he nearly caused the death of my daughter and has also offended a friend of utmost importance to me. This friend is currently treating my daughter. Once he completes the treatment, I shall allow him to decide the fate of He Taizheng. Upon hearing this, He Liming and Pan Donghui exchanged astonished glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief. He Liming exclaimed, Tianyi, your friend can cure leukemia? Of course. Chao Qingtian replied with a dismissive smile. In that instant, He Liming's mind raced with possibilities, prompting him to ask, might I inquire if your friend knows the divine physician Yang Ximiao? My visit to Donghai City was prompted by Yang Ximiao informing me that he knows a grandmaster of traditional Chinese medicine capable of treating leukemia. Could it be that your friend is this very grandmaster? Chao Qingtian was momentarily taken aback by He Liming's acquaintance with Yang Ximiao, but he quickly grasped the situation. Both men were renowned physicians from Shujun, celebrated for their medical prowess and recognition as national scholars. It was hardly surprising that they knew each other and even had a close relationship. Indeed, Chao Qingtian nodded at He Liming, who had previously regretted coming, suddenly felt that this decision was indeed wise. He had initially intended to plot how to meet this grandmaster alongside young Simiao, only to discover that the grandmaster was right in the Chao household. He Liming was evidently somewhat agitated. That moment, Ming-Chi hurriedly emerged. Uncle, uncle, Mr. Li has come out. Chao Qingtian and Chao Long promptly rose and moved toward the direction of the room. Meanwhile, Li Feng approached, his demeanor relaxed. Mr. Li. Chao Qingtian and Chao Long rushed forward, eager to inquire about the situation. Li Feng looked at Chao Qingtian and calmly stated, "Your daughter should awaken shortly. She has already regained 80% of her condition. She has transitioned from critical to mild illness. Shortly, I will send you a prescription. You must follow it for 21 days. After that, she shall naturally recover." Chao Qingtian was overwhelmed with joy, and in his excitement, he clasped his fists and said, "Mr. Li, your great kindness is unforgettable. From now on, my life belongs to you." "I have heard that before. If there are no new words, please refrain from repeating them." Li Feng smiled faintly. Having said that, he prepared to leave. Chao Qingtian quickly interjected, "Mr. Li, the quack earlier offended you. How should we address this?" "Do as you see fit," Li Feng replied curtly, and then departed, seemingly oblivious to the other individuals present in the living room. Chao Qingtian had initially intended to inform Li Feng about He Liming and He Taizheng's situation, but upon noticing Li Feng's apparent disinterest and urgent desire to return home, he chose to remain silent and instructed Ming-Chi to escort Li Feng back. Ming-Chi was somewhat taken aback. "Uncle, should I really see him or Li home? Do not ask so much, just go. Remember to be polite and courteous. Do not slight Mr. Li," Chao Qingtian urged. Ming-Chi was unsure of her uncle's intentions, yet she had no choice but to hasten after him. Meanwhile, He Liming, eager to meet the Grandmaster of Traditional Medicine, did not follow to consult Li Feng, for he had not anticipated that this so-called Grandmaster would be so young. Was this not a jest? How could a master possibly be so youthful? Pan Donghui, of course, did not follow either, for he recognized Li Feng at a glance. Wasn't he the one who claimed at the hospital that he would cure his daughter? How dare he come to Chao Qingtian's residence to treat his daughter? Suddenly, Pan Donghui laughed, observing Li Feng's retreating figure, and asked Chao Qingtian, "Tanyi, is that your grandmaster friend? I have seen this person. He is just a lunatic. He even claimed he would treat his daughter. And now, he has come to treat your daughter. I suddenly feel that He Taizheng seems more reliable than him." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Chao Qingtian's expression darkened, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Pan Donghui. Pan Donghui felt a chill run down his spine, startled. Chapter 49. "Let us go and apologize to Li Chao Qingtian spoke in a low voice. "Director Pan, medicine can be carelessly consumed, but words must not be spoken recklessly. How dare you, a mere hospital director, judge the medical skills of my friend? If you harbor doubts, come and see the condition of my daughter. Should she recover, I will demand that you kneel and apologize to Mr. Li. If necessary, I will ensure your banishment from Donghai City." For some reason, Chao Qingtian had unwavering faith in Li Feng. Pan Donghui, witnessing Chao Qingtian's fury, hastily explained, "Tanyi, I merely expressed concern that you might be deceived. If you have such faith in that young man, then let us go and see your daughter's condition first." Pan Donghui regretted his earlier words, but still felt that the young man was a lunatic. How could leukemia possibly be cured so swiftly? With this in mind, Pan Donghui felt a surge of confidence, eager to observe Chao Qingtian's reaction should his daughter fail to recover. "I shall accompany you." He Liming also followed. The three, along with Chao Long, quickly entered the room. Just then, Nyo was awakening, her complexion rosy as she looked at her father entering the room, exclaiming in delight, "Daddy, I feel. Am I better? I sense no pain at all." "Really?" Chao Qingtian had already noticed the remarkable change in his daughter's condition and could not contain his joy, tears welling in his eyes. The others were equally astonished. Pan Donghui's face paled, and he inwardly cursed himself. To ensure that Nyo had indeed regained 80% of her health, they hurriedly exited to the hospital for a thorough examination. As they departed, Chao Qingtian ordered his subordinates to sever one of He Taizheng's hands. He Taizheng fainted from the pain on the spot. Meanwhile, He Liming and Pan Donghui turned pale, too frightened to utter a word. let alone plead for mercy. Before long, the group arrived at the hospital. He Liming and Pan Donghui followed closely behind, seemingly more eager than Chao Qingtian to learn the results of the examination. They understood that this report would determine whether He Liming would seek Li Feng's counsel and whether Pan Donghui would kneel in apology, as well as whether he would face banishment. Finally, an hour later, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the examination report was released. As the physician revealed the results, everyone stood in stunned silence. The platelet count had returned to normal levels, albeit slightly below average. Approximately 20% lower than that of an average person. However, the trend was evidently improving. The physician was also somewhat exhilarated. This was nothing short of a medical miracle, though tales of miraculous recovery circulated widely online. Confronting such a phenomenon in real life left the physician breathless. Chao Qingtian, Chao Long, and Nyo were all moved to tears. Li Feng had declared an 80% recovery, and it was indeed true. Nyo had been saved. He Liming and Pan Donghui were left utterly speechless, scrutinizing the test results for an extended period before finally grasping the magnitude of the young man's medical prowess. Pan Donghui recalled Li Feng's earlier assertion about saving his daughter and was filled with profound shock. So it was true. He genuinely could save her. Let us go. I must express my gratitude to Mr. Li. Chao Qingtian stood up. Chao Long also turned to Pan Donghui, coldly stating, Director Pan, let us go, and kneel to Li in apology. All right. Pan Donghui responded somewhat dazedly, although kneeling was still a source of shame. The Chao family was powerful, and he had no choice but to prostrate himself before Li Feng. More importantly, Pan Donghui had developed a newfound respect for Li Feng and was willing to visit him to apologize. Meanwhile, Meng Qi, while driving Li Feng home, passed by a small lake, Li Feng. Noticing the serene blend of water and mountains infused with a hint of spiritual energy, requested a brief respite, intending to secretly attune himself to the local aura. Most natural landscapes, be they mountains, rivers, or lakes, possess some degree of spiritual energy, varying only in abundance. Meng Qi patiently waited as Li Feng rested for a full 2 hours, before finally driving him home. Mr. Li, we have arrived. Meng Qi, spotting the villa district across from them, was utterly astonished. The Meng family was not affluent. They led a modest lifestyle, with even their home in the city gifted by Chao Qingtian. However, Meng Qi's exposure to wealth through her uncle had broadened her perspective. Thus, she understood that properties in Jinxiili were quite expensive. A villa would cost at least 20 million, with the most luxurious rumored to be worth a staggering 100 million. Consequently, at that moment, Meng Qi found it hard to fathom how a seemingly ordinary young man like Li Feng could reside in such an opulent area. Thank you, I can drive in myself, Li Feng replied as he exited the vehicle. Meng Qi relinquished the driver's seat, politely inviting him to take the wheel. Meng Qi? Suddenly, a man's voice interrupted from nearby. Meng Qi turned to see none other than Chen Chong, a neighbor from her hometown, often teased as her childhood sweetheart. Huh? Chen Chong? Meng Qi looked at him curiously. Accompanying Chen Chong was a middle-aged man in his 50s, bearing a striking resemblance to him, his father. Chun Jianggong, we came to buy a house. Just across from Jinxiuli, we just made a full payment. Chen Chong emphasized the full payment, casting a glance at Li Feng with a hint of hostility. Li Feng found the situation amusing. A girl of Meng Qi's caliber would hardly be swayed by someone announcing their recent purchase. Chen Chong appeared somewhat juvenile. Thus, Li Feng couldn't help but smirk faintly, a hint of mockery in his expression. Yet, he recognized that this was not his concern and prepared to get into the car to head home. However, Chen Chong noticed the smirk on Li Feng's face and his expression shifted. Hey, what are you laughing at? Who do you think you are? Li Feng turned to face Chen Chong, his gaze akin to that directed at a fool. Ignoring him, Li Feng got into the car, ready to leave. Yet, Chen Chong was relentless, angrily shouting, You're just some pretty boy, right? This car isn't yours. It belongs to Meng Qi's uncle, doesn't he it? Do you even know who Meng Qi's uncle is? If you dare to drive this car, do you know how to write the word death? Chen Chong could see that Li Feng's clothing was modest and casual, coupled with the fact that the luxury car was merely parked on the roadside outside Jinxiuli. He could not fathom that Li Feng was a resident of the esteemed community. Moreover, he had witnessed Meng Qi exit the driver's seat first. Though Meng Qi's family was not wealthy, Chen Chong was well aware that her uncle was Chao Qingtian, and he knew Meng Qi often drove her uncle's vehicle. The Qian had long been associated with local elites for over a decade. Chapter 50. The dim-witted childhood sweetheart Meng Qi was taken aback. Chen Chong? What are you doing? This car belongs to Mr. Li. He is not someone you can offend. I advise you to leave now and stop speaking recklessly, Meng Qi warned, genuinely concerned for Chen Chong. Yet, to Chen Chong, her words sounded like a betrayal, as if she was defending another man and even lying. A surge of anger filled Chen Chong as he glared at Meng Qi. Meng Qi, why are you protecting this pretty boy? Didn't you claim to have no boyfriend? Didn't you say you would marry me in the future? Are you now secretly with this pretty boy? As he spoke, Chen Chong's eyes blazed with fury. Meng Qi's expression darkened. Chen Chong, how many times must I explain? That was just a childish boast when I was 5. I didn't even understand what a boyfriend was back then, and I have only known him R.Li for a little over an hour. We are not a couple. Besides, even if we were, you have no right to dictate my life. Chen Chong coldly replied, I don't care. You think what you said at 5 was a joke, but I do not. I have worked hard these past 2 years to marry you. Now that I have purchased a house worth over 2 million, with plans to buy a car, I thought I was ready to propose. Yet you are now with another man? Suddenly, he pointed at Li Feng and raised his fist. Hey, buddy, it's quite unkind of you to steal someone else's girl. I warn you to leave Meng Qi immediately and never come near her again. Or don't blame me for being rude. Fool. Li Feng uttered these 2 words in a disdainful tone. Chen Chong, filled with indignation, retorted, Damn it, how dare you insult me? As he spoke, Chen Chong launched a punch towards Li Feng's face. Meng Qi's expression shifted dramatically. Chen Chong was the proprietor of a Taekwondo academy, having practiced the martial art since childhood and garnered numerous accolades. If he struck Li Feng, there was no doubt that Li Feng would suffer tremendously. This was disastrous. Her uncle had instructed her to ensure Li Feng was treated with utmost respect. She believed she had done well, only to have it jeopardized by Chen Chong, the simple-minded fool. If Li Feng were to endure this blow, he would surely end up in the hospital. To make matters worse, Chen Chong's father, Chen Jianggong, stood nearby, smoking and showing no inclination to intervene. This filled Meng Qi with seething anger. However, no one anticipated that in the next moment, the sound of broken bones and a scream would resonate. Crack! Ah! Meng Qi and Chen Jianggong widened their eyes in disbelief, realizing the situation was entirely contrary to their expectations. It was not Li Feng who had been struck. Rather, it was Chen Chong who had taken the hit. Li Feng had simply raised his hand, casually forming a fist and waiting for Chen Chong's punch to connect. Chen Chong's hand had grotesquely bent at an unnatural angle as he staggered back, clutching his wrist and trembling in pain. Both Chen Jianggong and Meng Qi were left astounded. Was Li Feng's fist made of iron? How could it be so terrifying? Son. Chen Jianggong, regaining his composure, hurried over to support Chen Chong. Are you all right? Chen Chong gritted his teeth, gasping for breath. Dad, my hand is broken. It hurts so much. Chen Jianggong, filled with fury, pointed at Li Feng. You brat. How dare you commit violence in broad daylight? I know the captain of the security team. Immediately kneel and apologize to my son. Otherwise, I'll call for backup and make sure you experience regret at the hands of the authorities. Li Feng scoffed, then hurry up and call them. Observing how rapidly the situation had escalated, Meng Qi stepped forward to defend Li Feng. Mr. Li, please don't be angry. I will call my uncle right away. He'll handle this matter. Chen Jianggong couldn't help but sneer. Meng Qi, don't think this will intimidate us. Although your uncle dotes on you, we have no quarrel with you. We merely have a conflict with this pretty boy. Chen Jianggong was well aware that since his hometown was not far from Chao Qingtian's, he and Chen Chong had always kept an eye on Meng Qi. Therefore, he had more insight into Chao Qingtian than most. Both Chen Jianggong and Chen Chong understood that Chao Qingtian would not dispatch anyone to intervene on behalf of Meng Qi's friend, even if that person were indeed her boyfriend. Meng Qi gritted her teeth. All right, Uncle Chen Chong, you brought this upon yourselves. Don't regret it. She was about to pull out her phone to make the call. However, in the next moment, a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class appeared. Chen Jianggong, Chen Chong, and Meng Qi were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the car of Chao Qingtian? A chill ran down their spines. Chao Qingtian had truly arrived. Chen Chong had previously believed Meng Qi would be unable to summon Chao Qingtian, which was why he had suggested his father call the captain of the security team. Yet, in the next moment, Chao Qingtian had shown up. This must be a coincidence. However, both Chen Chong and Chen Jianggong felt a sense of dread. They had no idea how Chao Qingtian would react. As Chao Qingtian's vehicle came to a halt, he was joined by Chao Long, his daughter Nyonyo, He Liming, and Pan Donghui, who all disembarked in quick succession. Chen Jianggong was taken aback. As the deputy director of the hematology department at the central hospital, he was well aware that the director of that department was none other than Pan Donghui. After a moment of astonishment, Chen Jianggong recalled that Chao Qingtian's daughter Nuno had been gravely ill and had received treatment under Pan Donghui's care for some time. Perhaps Nuno's condition had worsened, prompting them to seek Pan Donghui's expertise once more. Chen Jianggong quickly composed himself and approached the group with a smile. Master Tian, Second Master, Director Pan, Indatum, Old He. It was only then that Chen Jianggong recognized He Liming, a renowned physician from Shujun, equivalent to Yang Ximiao in Donghai City. How could such a prominent figure be with Chao Qingtian? Did this mean Nuno was in critical condition? Yet, observing the little girl, she appeared to be in good spirits. He had initially thought the group would greet him, but to his surprise, Chao Qingtian and his entourage bypassed him, even ignoring Meng Qi, and approached Li Feng with deep respect, bowing. Mr. Li, they all said in unison. What was happening here? In an instant, Chen Jianggong's mind went blank. Chen Sheng was equally filled with terror. Chapter 51. The leader of the Chongli Beauty Laboratory, Chen Chang's heart sank. He completely failed to grasp the situation, staring blankly at everything unfolding before him, overwhelmed with dread. Why had they all come to seek him out? Li Feng furrowed his brow. Mr. Li, I brought my daughter to express our gratitude. My daughter is truly fine now. Thank you for saving Nuno. As he spoke, Chao Qingtian attempted to pull Nuno down to kneel. Li Feng hurriedly stopped him and Nuno. I promise to cure Nuno, and I will indeed do so. However, she is not fully healed yet. She must take her medication on time every day. Do you understand? Chao Qingtian and Nuno nodded vigorously, filled with gratitude. In that moment, not only they but also Chao Long and Meng Qi were profoundly appreciative of Li Feng. In their hearts, Nuno was akin to their own daughter. Subsequently, Chao Qingtian turned to Pan Donghui, his eyes filled with anger. Pan Donghui realized he could not evade the situation and remembered that Chao Qingtian had been willing to kneel before Li Feng in public. What harm would it do for him to kneel as well? After all, this was a miraculous person capable of curing leukemia. Plop. The next moment, Pan Donghui knelt, sincerely stating, Mr. Li, I was reckless before and should not have doubted you, even speaking some disrespectful words earlier. I hope you can overlook my previous transgressions and not hold them against me. I will certainly mend my ways from now on. Previously, it had been said that Pan Donghui was arrogant, but he had taken no heed. Now, he suddenly realized he had indeed been proud and had ultimately suffered the consequences. Li Feng found it somewhat strange that Pan Donghui would come to kneel and apologize, as he had not heard the earlier exchange and felt it was somewhat bewildering. Thus, he nonchalantly replied, Get up. I won't take it to heart. Pan Donghui took a deep breath and slowly rose. Then, He Liming stepped forward to address matters regarding He Taizheng and apologize on behalf of his brother. This incident had nothing to do with He Liming, and since Li Feng was not concerned about it, he naturally bore no grudge against him. There's no need for an apology over such a trivial matter. Li Feng waved his hand. He Liming and Pan Donghui both breathed sighs of relief. Pan Donghui understood that Li Feng's forgiveness was tantamount to preserving his own job. Perhaps he would even have the chance to seek guidance from Li Feng in the future. However, nearby, Chen Jianggong and Chen Sheng were struck with sudden dread. Their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Li Feng, a miraculous physician. This young man is a miraculous physician. He cured Nuno's leukemia? Chen Jianggong could hardly believe it, feeling that this was utterly absurd. If he hadn't known Chao Qingtian, Chao Long, Pan Donghui, and He Liming, he would have thought it was all a performance. But, clearly, this was the truth. So now, Li Feng was a benefactor to Chao Qingtian. If Li Feng were merely Meng Qi's friend or even her boyfriend, Chen Jianggong and Chen Sheng would not have felt so anxious. But now that it was different. At this moment, they could only remain silent, hoping Li Feng would not mention the matter and that they could escape this calamity. However, Meng Qi was watching them intently and said to Chao Qingtian, Uncle, these two just said they would call their connections in the security team to have Li arrested. Chao Qingtian was slightly taken aback, then fixed an angry gaze on Chen Jianggong and Chen Sheng. What was going on? Chao Qingtian felt a flicker of familiarity with the two, but could not immediately recall their names. He inquired of Meng Qi, who succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. As Chao Qingtian listened, his expression grew increasingly grim. Before he could speak, Chen Jianggong and Chen Sheng both knelt, pleading before Chao Qingtian. Chao Qingtian scolded, What good is it to apologize to me? Thus, the Qin father and son turned to Li Feng, begging for mercy. Li Feng chuckled lightly. Mr. Chow, as I've said before, you can handle this as you see fit. I'm heading home now. With that, Li Feng got into his car, intending to return home. Chao Qingtian personally opened the car door for Li Feng. Li Feng said nothing, and as he drove straight into the luxurious villa district, Chen Jianggong and Chen Chong were left in shock. So that car truly belonged to Li Feng, and he lived in Jingxi. The faces of the Qin father and son turned crimson as they suddenly realized they had become the fools. Ultimately, Chao Qingtian blacklisted Chen Jianggong. Furthermore, Chen Chong's Taekwondo Academy was forced to shut down with just a word from Chao Qingtian. The Qin father and son understood that from now on, they would likely have no place in Donghai City, and they felt adrift about the future, contemplating leaving town. That day, they both resigned from their positions at the hospital and shut down the Taekwondo Academy. When they returned home that night, a full day had passed, and Chen Jianggong was too afraid to tell his wife, Tao Xiaoqian, what had transpired. However, when Tao Xiaoqian returned home and saw the two of them with unusual expressions, especially noting Chen Chong's hand wrapped in bandages and a cast, she inquired about what had happened. Tao Xiaoqian was the true head of the household. Upon learning the details, she scolded the Qin father and son thoroughly before wearily sitting down to devise a plan. You two need not worry too much. For now, take some time to rest and think about what to do next. At worst, we can move to the provincial capital. Can Chao Qingtian's influence reach the provincial capital? Tao Xiaoqian's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Tao Xiaoqian immediately perked up and stepped aside to answer the call. Manager Liao, do you have a solution? The caller was Liao Kai. Liao Kai spoke earnestly. You are the laboratory group leader for Chongli Beauty. Your position in the company is virtually unshakable. Tomorrow, find a way to incite a mass resignation among the higher-ups, taking them all with you. Use this as leverage to force your new boss to comply and allow me to return to take charge. Tao Xiaoqian hesitated. A resignation threat? Moreover, rallying a large number of upper management to pressure the new boss into compliance. All to bring back Liao Kai. Even if it succeeded, she would likely lose her own job. After all, the one who sticks out gets shot. Tao Xiaoqian did not dare to agree immediately, making an excuse. But we haven't even met the new boss yet. He didn't attend the previous shareholders meeting. Liao Kai suddenly chuckled. You indeed haven't met him. But your husband and son have already met him. Tao Xiaoqian was taken aback. My husband and son have met him? No way. He is Li Feng. What? Tao Xiaoqian's expression shifted subtly, and a glint of jealousy flickered in her eyes. I never expected the new boss to be that so-called miraculous physician. In that case, tomorrow I will definitely make a big scene at his company. The following morning, Luo Shuejing and Li Jiner both went to work, leaving Li Feng to take care of the children. Daddy, I want to eat ice cream, but it's winter. That's not advisable. Daddy, then I want to drink cola. That will ruin your teeth. Daddy, I will help you chase after mommy. Your mother may not admit it, but she has already accepted me in her heart. So I don't need your help. But since you're so filial, I'll treat you to an ice cream. Wow. Yay? Li Feng took Duo out to the snack street to find an ice cream vendor. Just as he paid, he received an unexpected call from Long Weining. Mr. Li, something major has suddenly occurred at the company, and I can't make a decision on my own. I urgently need you to come to the company to handle it. Long Weining sounded very anxious on the other end of the line. Li Feng did not ask further questions. After agreeing, he took Duo along to the company. Upon their arrival, Duo immediately asked Li Feng, Daddy, are you here to find a job? No, then why are we here? To eat your ice cream and drink your cola. Don't ask about anything else. Li Feng shot Duo a glance. Duo pouted in displeasure. Soon, Li Feng entered the company, where he was met with many astonished and skeptical gazes as he made his way to Long Weining's office. When Long Weining saw Li Feng approach, she quickly stood up, respectfully addressing him. Mr. Li, Chapter 52. Fengzi, the madman. Long Weining stepped forward to meet Li Feng. Though it was her first time seeing him in person, she had already familiarized herself with his appearance and age from the documents. While she was astonished by his youth, she remained composed and respectful. Li Feng appraised the striking woman before him. Achieving the position of vice president at the age of 28 indicated that Long Weining possessed remarkable capabilities in a particular aspect of business. What is the situation? Li Feng inquired directly. He had already noticed that this row of executive offices was completely empty, with only Long Weining remaining. Long Weining quickly recounted the events. Early that morning, 8 senior executives had come to her office, demanding the return of Liao Kai to take charge, or they would go on strike. Faced with such threats, Long Weining refused to yield, declaring that if they went on strike, she would fire all of them. To her surprise, the very next moment, they voluntarily resigned, refusing even severance pay, and left the company entirely. Suddenly, the company faced three enormous threats: an inability to operate normally, loss of client data, and the potential sale of technology. Lung Weiniang understood that this move had pushed the company into a perilous position. If she made a misstep, Changli Beauty would be staring down the barrel of massive losses. She had no choice but to summon Li Feng back to steer the ship. Li Feng frowned. "I understand. Please step outside for a moment. I need to think of a solution. Oh, and please keep an eye on the child." He instructed Lung Weiniang to take Duo outside while he made a phone call to Liao Kai. "Fengzi, I was just about to look for you." Before Li Feng could speak, Liao Kai had already begun. Li Feng chuckled. "Oh? You were looking for me? What is it?" Liao Kai spoke urgently. "I heard that something has happened at Changli Beauty. All the senior executives have left, and they unitedly called for me to return and take charge. This is simply absurd." I scolded them, but they wouldn't listen. "Bro, I need to clarify things with you and brainstorm some solutions." To his surprise, Li Feng's tone suddenly turned cold. "Liao Kai, we were brothers in college. After I had that car accident in our second year, we lost contact. Yet now, seeing you again, I realize I no longer know you. You've completely changed, but I am still the same. I dislike beating around the bush. I will ask you just once. 5 years ago, when my parents and I were in that car accident, were you involved?" Liao Kai was taken aback. He had not finished speaking when Li Feng forcefully interrupted him. "You only need to answer yes or no." "No." Liao Kai was furious. "Fengzi, how could you ask me that? I am your brother. I never imagined you would suspect me regarding that incident. Now, I kindly assist you. Yet you pose me such a question. You must be out of your mind, Fengzi. Fengzi. Truly a lunatic." Bang. Liao Kai hung up the phone. Li Feng, devoid of anger, redialed Liao Kai. Upon answering, Liao Kai, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Speak." Li Feng replied in a deep voice. "Liao Kai, this matter will inevitably reach a conclusion. I have already commenced an investigation into it. If you admit your involvement now, I can ensure you a swift end, preserving your remains intact. Furthermore, I can guarantee that your innocent family will not be implicated. However, if you refuse to confess now and I later uncover the truth pointing to you, I assure you, life will become a living hell. Remember, I, Li Feng, stand by my word." With that, Li Feng ended the call. A strong intuition informed him that Liao Kai was indeed the murderer, the very one who wielded Ding Zizong's knife to orchestrate the car accident that claimed the lives of Li Feng's parents. What Li Feng now lacked was merely a shred of evidence. Even the slightest clue would suffice for him to sentence Liao Kai to death. He had already enlisted Chao Qingtian's help to investigate this matter. 10 days. If Chao Qingtian failed to yield results, Li Feng would resort to drastic measures, regardless of the consequences. By then, right and wrong would undoubtedly reveal themselves. Subsequently, Li Feng pondered deeply and requested Lung Weiniang to present all employee records within the company for his review. 2 hours later, Li Feng summoned Lung Weiniang. Those 8 executives who resigned must not be indulged. Next, promote a few deputy positions and several supervisors directly to become the new directors. As for the laboratory leader, that position remains vacant for the time being. There is no need for research and development now. The position can remain undecided. Lung Weiniang, taken aback by Li Feng's decisiveness, felt both elated and anxious. But what if the 8 executives sell our client and technical information? You need not concern yourself with that. Leave it to the law, Li Feng replied calmly. Leave it to the law. Just as Lung Weiniang had begun to trust Li Feng, her confidence crumbled at that moment. If those 8 executives truly intend to betray the company, we would have no means of obtaining evidence, Li Feng asserted. You need not worry about that. Since I have taken over the company, I will ensure its safety. Your primary responsibility now is to guarantee the company's smooth operation. As for what those 8 individuals choose to do, you need not fret. Previous clients and technologies may seem invaluable to others, but to Li Feng, they are worth nothing. He possesses ancient medical knowledge and is well-versed in numerous long-lost formulas from ancient texts, including several courtly beauty secrets. Any one of these secrets, when revealed, could overshadow any skincare product currently available on the market, undoubtedly revolutionizing the industry. By then, previous technologies would become utterly obsolete, and clients would only continue to flow in endlessly. Alas, very well, Lung Weiniang, unaware of Li Feng's capabilities, perceived his actions as quite juvenile. Juvenility, however, was of little concern. The most perilous aspect was that this young boss seemed entirely impervious to counsel. Indeed, having a boss so young was not necessarily a good thing. Lung Weiniang realized that she must prepare herself for the company to face significant losses. Chapter 53. A brawl in the women's restroom. Lung Weiniang, known for her swift decisiveness, acted promptly upon receiving Li Feng's orders, promoting several deputy positions and some supervisors. Apart from the laboratory leader position remaining vacant, the other 7 executive roles were swiftly filled. Lung Weiniang gathered them together for a meeting with Li Feng. Each of you sitting in this position demonstrates your capabilities. Since some individuals are unwilling to comply and have chosen to resign, let them go. This has now transformed into your opportunity and chance. I hope we can work together to elevate the company to new heights. Li Feng's words were unremarkable, yet his presence was sharp. The new executives listened intently, filled with fervor and excitement. They had long awaited such an opportunity. The rise of a new ruler heralds the rise of new ministers, and now that they had gained the new boss's favor, their respect for Li Feng was only natural. The promotion process concluded swiftly, and the company officially announced the news internally. Shortly thereafter, the 8 former executives received the announcement, resulting in an explosion of discontent within their WeChat group. Were finished. Changli Beauty has already replaced its core team. Tao Xiaoqian, your position is the only one yet to be filled. You have ruined us by remaining. What ridiculous threats could possibly compel Liao Kai to return and raise our salaries? Now, look that we have lost our jobs. Tao Xiaoqian, you must take responsibility. Tao Xiaoqian, taken aback, sat at home staring at the messages on her phone, anxiety flooding her mind, yet she ultimately spoke up. Everyone, please remain calm. The absence of the laboratory leader position indicates they recognize my importance. As long as I return, it equates to all of you returning. Please, do not be anxious. I will resolve this matter as quickly as possible. However, the other 7 had already lost faith. Since Liao Kai cannot return, they have no hope of regaining their positions at Changli Beauty. Rather than that, it would be wiser to quickly pledge loyalty to the new boss. Perhaps they might return to the company. Or perhaps nothing will transpire at all. After all, they held the keys to the technology and clientele, which could serve as leverage in negotiations with the new boss. Thus, the 7 individuals returned to the company building, calling Lung Weiniang to inform her they were waiting downstairs. To their surprise, security soon rushed out, driving them away. The 7 finally lost their composure, heading directly to confront Tao Xiaoqian. Now we are all without jobs. In Donghai City, only Changli Beauty offers high salaries in skincare and cosmetics. Are you suggesting we all leave home to seek work elsewhere? Will anyone in the provincial capital offer better compensation than Changli Beauty? I have no desire to leave my home. Tao Xiaoqian, you must take responsibility for this matter. You have brought us to ruin. The group was either furious or despondent. Tao Xiaoqian coldly retorted. What is the rush? Did I force you to resign at knife point? My income is the highest and I am not panicking, so why are you? Another asked. What shall we do next? Tao Xiaoqian replied solemnly. I have already contacted Manager Liao. His message is quite simple. Sell a portion of our technology and client information. Force the new boss to submit. The following day, Li Feng returned to the company. Early in the morning, many observed him. Dressed simply, accompanied by a 4-year-old girl, sparking curiosity and confusion. The office building was predominantly filled with white-collar workers, and as Changli Beauty was a skincare and cosmetics company, the majority of its employees were women, comprising 80% of the workforce. Although Li Feng had visited once the previous day, most were diligently working and had scarcely noticed the somewhat out-of-place stranger. Now, appearing with a child, Li Feng stood out conspicuously. To reach the deputy general manager's office, one had to pass through a financial and records area. Many secretly observed the father-daughter pair. Duo, sensing the surrounding curious gazes, appeared somewhat uneasy. Daddy, why are those big sisters staring at us? Li Feng chuckled. Because my little Duo is very pretty. Duo giggled in delight. Oh, Daddy, I need to go to the bathroom. Suddenly, Duo announced. Li Feng guided her to the restroom, allowing her to enter alone. The restroom was situated at the corner of the hallway, quite discreetly. Watching Duo enter, Li Feng prepared to light a cigarette while awaiting her to. However, just as Duo stepped into the women's restroom, a faint scream echoed from within. Duo's small face paled in fright. Li Feng frowned. Although using his X-ray vision in the restroom was unethical, he certainly had no intention of peeping. He stood at the doorway and peered into the startled compartment. Inside, he saw a man fiercely covering a woman's mouth with one hand while the other was tugging at both his and the woman's trousers. Li Feng's expression shifted. and he forcefully knocked on the restroom door. Bang, bang, bang. The loud noise startled the man, while the woman struggled desperately, using all her strength to create a commotion, seemingly begging for help. The man violently kneed the woman in the back, causing her to groan in pain. Li Feng felt an inexplicable anger surge within him. How could such an incident transpire in his company? And in broad daylight no less. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Feng charged into the restroom, grabbing the door of the stall. Clang! The door was yanked open. The man inside erupted in fury, while the woman, as if rescued, began to weep. The man released the woman and lunged forward. Throwing a punch at Li Feng's face, Li Feng retaliated with a kick. The man collapsed to the ground in agony, clutching his abdomen as he rolled. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Thank you. The woman, tear-streaked, adjusted her clothing and gazed at Li Feng, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. She was merely a young girl of around 21 or 22, her name tag reading in turn, Fu 11, her appearance delicate and innocent. Evoking sympathy, the man glared up at Li Feng. You bastard, how dare you ruin my fun? Which department are you from? I'll make you regret this. He clumsily rose to his feet. This man, wearing glasses, was nearly 50 years old, with a corpulent face and a stout build, his eyes glinting with anger and disdain as they bore into Li Feng. Li Feng's gaze fell upon the man's name tag, which read Financial Supervisor, Chu Jingzhong. Li Feng replied coldly, Financial Supervisor Chu Jingzhong. Very well, you are hereby terminated. Chu Jingzhong laughed mockingly. Terminated? You know who I am, a financial supervisor. Do you know who my benefactor is? Li Feng's expression shifted. Benefactor? Oh, a connection. Changli Beauty was no small company, and having ties here was not unusual. Yet, to flaunt such connections within the company, Li Feng would not tolerate it. Pray tell, who is your benefactor? Li Feng inquired icily. Chu Jingzhong stared coldly at Li Feng, realizing that Li Feng was merely in his 20s, appearing disheveled, and, given that they seemed to be hiring security recently, assumed Li Feng was merely an applicant. Otherwise, outsiders wouldn't be able to enter the company, right? Chu Jingzhong, feeling he had grasped the truth, grew increasingly arrogant. Here to apply for security, my niece, Lung Weining, the company's deputy general manager. Now, the entire company has a new boss, and that new boss has entrusted all authority to my niece. This means that every individual's fate within the company rests entirely in my niece's hands, regardless of what position you are applying for. Now that you've disrupted my fun, I'll ensure you are booted out. Li Feng wondered if Chu Jingzhong had lost his senses. A benefactor? Absolute power? A mere company connection emboldened him to act as if he could defy the heavens? Li Feng shot him a cold glance, then took out his phone to call Lung Weining. Come out here, to the restroom. Chapter 54. The boss's identity exposed. Chu Jingzhong in despair and fear. Li Feng then turned to Fu 11. Let us step outside. Fu 11 nodded vigorously. Chu Jingzhong, taken aback, found it amusing. Kid, looks like you have a benefactor too. Here, your benefactor is of no consequence. He arrogantly followed them out. Li Feng paid him no mind, instead carrying Duo to a nearby lounge, ensuring she wasn't in urgent need before softly telling her, Duo, can you wait here for Daddy? Duo gazed at Li Feng. Is Daddy going to fight the bad guy? Yes, Li Feng nodded. Duo eagerly replied. Then Duo will wait for Daddy to return. Daddy, you can do it, she encouraged Li Feng. At that moment, Li Feng turned back and headed toward the restroom area. Outside, however, a crowd had already gathered. The earlier commotion had been too loud. Individuals in the work area had vaguely heard the ruckus and discovered that a fight had erupted in the women's restroom. Some had seen from the doorway that the financial supervisor Chu Jingzhong had been assaulted. Among them, a portion had already pieced together the situation. After all, this was not the first time such an incident had occurred. Yet, some interns were puzzled, wondering why two grown men were brawling in the women's restroom. Just then, Chu Jingzhong bellowed, Look, everyone! This bastard barged into the women's restroom to assault our new colleague Fu 11. I rushed in to intervene, and this bastard hit me. Today, I, Chu Jingzhong, vow to deal with this scoundrel. Most people exchanged glances, some regarding Li Feng with sympathy, but seconds passed without anyone stepping forward to defend him. Although they knew the truth, considering Chu Jingzhong's status and connections, as well as their own job security. None dared to speak up, however. Fu 11 was different. She was an intern, having endured various humiliations, and having been rescued by Li Feng in her moment of crisis, she felt immense gratitude towards him. Thus, even if she lost her job, It mattered not. She could not let the person who saved her feel disheartened. Her expression changed, and she pointed angrily at Chu Jingzhong. You lie! It was this gentleman who rushed in to help me. Chu Jingzhong, you old man, have you no shame? Just now, it was you. Suddenly, Chu Jingzhong lunged forward, striking Fu Wanwan. This action startled Fu Wanwan, interrupting her words. However, the slap never reached Fu Wanwan's face, as it was intercepted by Li Feng, who in turn delivered a slap to Chu Jingzhong. Slap! Chu Jingzhong, feeling the pain, staggered back, clutching his face in agony. He felt a fiery sting on his cheek, his eyes wide with fury. You bastard! How dare you hit me? You're finished today, regardless of who you are. If you're here for an interview, no matter your abilities or background, you will not enter this company. If you're not here for an interview. The security department at Changli Beauty does not take kindly to intruders. Also, have your benefactor come out quickly. I'll let him know how pathetic it is to have someone like you as an acquaintance. Many, hesitating, began to disperse, unwilling to involve themselves in the situation at hand. After all, they lacked the standing to intervene. Clack, clack, clack. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. Upon hearing the sound of high heels, everyone turned to look, spotting a flustered Long Weiniang rushing towards the crowd. Long Weiniang! Upon seeing her, Chu Jingzhong seemed to see a glimmer of hope and hurriedly stepped forward, commanding, Long Weiniang, why are you here? Perfect, quickly inform the security department to come and drag this scoundrel, who barged into our company attempting to bully our female employee, out and beat him up. Everyone understood that this young man would likely face dire consequences. Long Weiniang often shielded Chu Jingzhong in various matters, largely because he was her uncle. Now that Long Weiniang had appeared, Chu Jingzhong felt even more emboldened. That young man was likely to face a severe beating from the security department. At that moment, Fu Wanwan's face turned ashen. However, considering that she was merely an intern, she mustered the courage to stand before Li Feng, raising her head defiantly to gaze at Long Weiniang. Shut up! To everyone's astonishment, Long Weiniang suddenly turned and reprimanded Chu Jingzhong, who was standing nearby. Then, she swiftly approached Li Feng, and amidst the shocked and incredulous stares of everyone present, respectfully addressed him. Boss, I apologize. The occurrence of this incident is my fault. I will handle it immediately. The term boss struck everyone like a thunderbolt, leaving them utterly bewildered. Long Weiniang referred to this unremarkable young man as the vice president. Li Feng looked at Long Weiniang coldly and inquired, How do you intend to handle this? Long Weiniang's expression darkened. She had hurried out upon receiving Li Feng's call, but was unprepared for the loud commotion caused by Chu Jingzhong. She immediately understood what had transpired. Yet, this was the third time such a thing had occurred. In the previous two instances, Long Weiniang had managed to placate Chu Jingzhong with money and other promises. But this time, Chu Jingzhong had been caught red-handed by the boss himself. Long Weiniang was filled with regret, realizing that if she failed to manage this situation properly, not only would Chu Jingzhong be in jeopardy, but her own position would be at risk as well. Rather than responding to Li Feng, she turned to face Chu Jingzhong. Chu Jingzhong looked back at her, incredulous. Long Weiniang, are you joking? This person is the boss? You just called him boss. I must have misheard, right? However, Long Weiniang did not directly answer his question. Instead, she coldly declared, Chu Jingzhong, as the financial supervisor, how could you engage in such disgraceful conduct? I hereby formally notify you that you are fired. At the same time, I will summon security to detain you immediately. Furthermore, I will personally report this to the authorities. Long Weiniang had no choice. She had to be resolute. Even though Chu Jingzhong was her uncle, she could sense Li Feng's dissatisfaction and anger towards her, and for the sake of self-preservation, she had to act this way. At that moment, apart from Chu Jingzhong, everyone else grasped the reality. This young man was the new owner of Changli Beauty. Several male employees immediately felt disheartened. Their boss was so young and unassuming, and more importantly, he was the new master of Changli Beauty, a quintessential example of youthful affluence. Yet, they were all slightly older than him. However, it seemed the boss was married, and his daughter was already quite grown. Despite questioning whether the boss had married too early, they understood that the fact he had a daughter meant he wouldn't capture the hearts of all his female colleagues. Nevertheless, Chu Jingzhong was enraged and, not fully comprehending that Long Weiniang had reiterated Li Feng's identity as the boss, lashed out at her. Long Weiniang, have you lost your mind? I am your uncle. Chu Jingzhong scolded. Long Weiniang glared at him. You dare question me after committing such acts under the boss's very nose? Chu Jingzhong, Do you even realize what you have done? Chu Jingzhong suddenly reacted, his anger dissipating as he looked at Li Feng in sheer shock and terror. The boss. This young man is truly the boss? Despair flooded Chu Jingzhong's heart, and fear took root within him. Chapter 55. Factory Fire. Female Supervisor Unconcerned. How could this be? This young man is indeed the boss? Thud. Chu Jingzhong suddenly knelt before Li Feng. Boss, I was blind to not recognize your greatness. Please grant me an opportunity for redemption. Long Weining also looked at Li Feng. Yet, Li Feng merely smirked at her. Long, shouldn't you summon the security to have him detained and sent to the authorities? Long Weining understood that there was no room for negotiation in this matter. She could only comply no matter how Chu Jingzhong pleaded. It was futile, and amid his reluctant and regretful cries, he was dragged away by security. Li Feng then dismissed the matter, calling for Duo, allowing her a visit to the restroom before he entered Long Weining's office, engaging in light-hearted conversation with her. Long Weining thought that seeing Li Feng's smile at that moment indicated that he had moved past the earlier incident. Little did she know that the next moment, Li Feng placed Duo on the sofa to play by herself and turned serious, instructing Long Weining to stand before his desk, coolly stating, "Do you not think you owe me an explanation for what just transpired?" Long Weining swallowed hard. Boss, I realized my mistake. My uncle saved my life once. That is why I have been so tolerant of him. But I see now that I was foolish. Therefore, whatever punishment you deem appropriate, I am willing to accept. 20 years ago, when Long Weining was still quite young and living in the countryside, she had accidentally fallen into a well. It was her uncle Chu Jingzhong who happened to pass by and rescued her with a bucket. From that moment on, Long Weining felt immense gratitude towards him. However, later on, Chu Jingzhong had attempted to take advantage of her. Had her mother not intervened, he might have succeeded. Thus, Long Weining could tolerate Chu Jingzhong's repeated misdeeds in the company, privately reprimanding him while publicly aiding him in damage control. She could also ruthlessly fire Chu Jingzhong after Li Feng discovered the situation, choosing to report him. This was both the compassionate and the ruthless side of Long Weining. However, Li Feng believed that Chu Jingzhong had genuinely saved her life, while Long Weining's heart was merely filled with gratitude. Protecting Chu Jingzhong seemed reasonable and understandable. Write a reflection on this matter and submit it to me, Li Feng said sternly. As long as such incidents do not recur. Long Weining sighed in relief. She had prepared herself for losing this quarter's, or even this year's bonus. Her salary was modest, but her bonuses were substantial, reaching millions each quarter. Thus, she had been quite nervous earlier, her palms even sweating. Nonetheless, Li Feng ultimately brushed aside the incident lightly, leaving Long Weining deeply moved, feeling that her boss was truly magnanimous. She then shifted into work mode, informing Li Feng about a major issue that had arisen today. Early this morning, Tao Xiaoqian had called to inform her that several technologies for the company's independently developed products had been leaked last night. Furthermore, she suspected that 2 upcoming blockbuster products from Chongli Beauty might also be at risk of exposure, as someone had offered her a substantial sum to purchase these technologies. Additionally, customer data had suffered serious leaks, particularly concerning several major clients, and she feared they too might be compromised. Ultimately, she worried that the new boss would be unwilling to reinstate Liao Kai to lead the company, which could expose it to even greater crises. Long Weining knew full well that this was an attempt to sell data and technology while using this method to threaten Li Feng into submission. Tao Xiaoqian had not stated this explicitly over the phone, perhaps fearing that Long Weining would record the conversation and land her in jail. Boss, I fear that if this continues, the company will incur significant losses. Perhaps we should pretend to bring them back while requiring them to sign a new contract to restrict them? This was indeed a potential solution. It wouldn't be a true concession, but it would effectively be half a step back. However, Li Feng, when faced with threats, would never concede. Not even half a step. Li Feng stated firmly, ignore them. If they wish to sell data, let them do so. The previous data is of no concern. Next week, my sister will come to take charge. By then, we will have both money and technology at our disposal, and it will be unique technology globally. As long as this technology remains, clients will not be an issue. From here on, you just need to manage the internal operations well. Long Weining expressed her concern. Should we still proceed with launching the products tied to the leaked data? Of course, Li Feng nodded. The patents are in our hands. Even if others acquire the data, they can only create imitation products. We must maintain our market dominance. Very well, Long Weining still harbored doubts. In the beauty market, everyone claimed to possess their own unique technology. But in reality, who could truly claim superiority over others. The market and clientele always held more power than technology. Li was gracious. But he still seemed somewhat naive. However, perhaps it would be beneficial for him to experience some setbacks. Long Weiniang mused inwardly. In the afternoon, Changli Beauty had not provided any feedback to Tao Xiaoqian. The 7 former executives could no longer sit still, clamoring to meet Liao Kai. Consequently, Liao Kai gathered Tao Xiaoqian and the 7 former executives to sit down and discuss his plans. Rest assured, everyone knows my capabilities. My understanding of Changli Beauty runs deeper than Li Feng's. If Li Feng refuses to compromise, then do not blame my ruthless approach. This time, I will share both glory and shame with all of you. At that moment, a dangerous glint flashed in Liao Kai's eyes. That evening, after finishing dinner, Li Feng intended to take a stroll when he unexpectedly received a call from Long Weiniang, informing him that the factory was on fire. Li Feng rushed over to find the core workshop of the factory engulfed in flames, with over 10 million worth of machinery completely destroyed. Along with that, countless products were ruined, and the repair costs for the damaged machinery would also exceed 10 million. Long Weiniang was personally extinguishing the fire, looking disheveled as she stood before Li Feng, reporting the losses to him. Meanwhile, the factory manager, Qian Hong, a 36-year-old woman dressed elegantly and poised, stood in stark contrast to the grimy, disheveled Long Weiniang. The key point was that upon seeing her, Li Feng immediately noticed that this woman was pregnant, likely only about a month along. Li Feng couldn't help but ask Qian Hong, "Why did you arrive so late?" Qian Hong, upon seeing how young Li Feng was, dismissed him, simply shaking her head. "I received the news late, so I arrived late. Rest assured, boss, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and provide you with a satisfactory answer." Her rehearsed response caused Li Feng's expression to shift. "Very well, ensure you resolve this tonight. I expect a satisfactory answer by tomorrow morning." Li Feng fixed a cold stare on Qian Hong. Yet, she boldly met his gaze, privately scoffing at him. Shortly after, Li Feng and Long Weiniang spent some time in the office while Qian Hong was not permitted to enter. She stood outside the factory, observing the situation within, and couldn't help but chuckle. A trashy company, daring to drive my Liao Zong away. This is what they get. Li Feng, just wait. This is merely the beginning. I will make you understand that without bringing back Liao Zong, this company will surely collapse. Chapter 56. No more pretense. Liao Kai strikes at Li Feng. When Li Feng departed, he noticed security at the entrance and approached to offer a cigarette. Meanwhile, Qian Hong, waiting for inspectors to arrive, discreetly observed Li Feng. Seeing him head towards the security room, her expression changed slightly. Yet, the next moment, recalling the security's composure and experience, she reassured herself. Inside the security room, the guard feigned ignorance regarding Li Feng's identity, his eyes flickering with a complex emotion. Tonight's incident is quite suspicious. The surveillance was disabled. It's very likely that someone within our company is behind this. Is that so? Li Feng pretended to be curious. Who could be so heartless? I have no idea. However, the timing of the surveillance being turned off is too coincidental. Only the factory manager, the deputy manager, and I have keys to the surveillance room. The equipment was left intact, so it must be one of the 3 of us who disabled the camera. And who do you think is the most likely culprit? The deputy manager, perhaps. That person is quite secretive. He never works overtime, yet he actually stayed late tonight. Why isn't at you? Li Feng's tone suddenly shifted, coldly questioning. The guard stared at Li Feng in shock. Huh? How could it be me? If I were the culprit, would I be telling you this? Kid, you can mess around with drugs, but not with words. You really know how to offend people with that cigarette of yours. Get out of here. He sulked as he extinguished the cigarette. Li Feng didn't linger, promptly leaving with Long Weiniang in the car. Li Feng called Chao Qingtian. Help me keep tabs on 2 individuals. I need to interrogate them. The following morning, as Li Feng arrived at the company, he received a call from Chao Qingtian. Mr. Li, the factory manager and the security guard have confessed. The fire in the factory was orchestrated by Liao Kai. Liao Kai's objective is to reclaim control of Changli Beauty. Otherwise, he prefers to see the company go under. A chill flickered in Li Feng's eyes. Understood. He then called Liao Kai. Let's meet. Liao Kai, being a clever individual, no longer tried to bury his head in the sand. After several days, he realized that his various tactics were ineffective against Li Feng. Traditional methods were futile, so it was time to face Li Feng directly and employ some measures. Thus, Liao Kai agreed. All right. Name a place. Southern suburbs, Wutenjiayu abandoned building. Upon hearing this location, Liao Kai hesitated for a moment before replying, "Okay. See you in an hour." After hanging up, Li Feng headed straight to the abandoned building, the same place where Huang Jianhao had previously arranged for the abduction of Luo Shuejing and Li Jiner. Meanwhile, Liao Kai immediately contacted Li Li. Li Li was one of the original 3 major powers in Donghai City. To be precise, he was actually the second. Previously, Huang Jianhao's scale and financial capacity could only be considered third. But Li Li was different. While his scale did not match Chao Qingtian's, he possessed significantly more funds, especially in recent days. After Chao Qingtian had eliminated nearly all of his gray industries, Li Li had taken over or monopolized those gray businesses. To prevent any mishaps, Li Li had even spent money to hire a highly skilled mercenary from abroad to help him deal with potential threats on Liao Kai's side. Ever since Li Feng had reclaimed the company from him, he felt something was amiss and reached out to Li Li, requesting assistance. Li Li readily agreed, stating that as long as the funds were sufficient, he could be called upon at any time. Now, the moment had arrived. With a connection to Chao Qingtian, before departing, Li Li also investigated Li Feng's background and discovered that Chao Qingtian had dined with Li Feng. Based on this alone, Li Li charged Liao Kai 5 million. 5 million to settle this matter. "I'll have Old Duan handle it for you." "Old Duan? Thank you, Li Gu." Liao Kai was overwhelmed with excitement. Old Duan held a very high status, being Li Li's confidant and the one who had contributed to all of Li Li's current achievements. His skills, strategies, and courage were unmatched. Old Duan was akin to a combination of Zhang Dalong, Jin Eru, and Zhao Sandao from Huang Jianhao's side. With this master involved, Liao Kai was convinced that even if Li Feng came prepared, he would still kneel before him at the abandoned building. An hour later, at the abandoned building, Li Feng had smoked 3 cigarettes when he finally spotted a car approaching slowly. The vehicle parked by the roadside, and Liao Kai, accompanied by a man in his 40s, walked towards the square outside the abandoned building, heading toward Li Feng. Before any words were exchanged, the middle-aged man's eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent. Li Feng noticed this glimmer of hostility as well. It was as if this person might charge at him and kill him at any moment. However, Liao Kai suddenly gestured to the man. "Old Duan, please wait a moment. I need to talk to my friend." Old Duan nodded silently. Liao Kai then stepped forward, wearing a smile. "Fengzi, why did you ask to meet me here? Do you have a new business opportunity? Are you thinking of acquiring this abandoned property?" He gazed at the dilapidated building with a calm expression. "Liao Kai, the one who murdered my parents was you, wasn't it?" Li Feng's tone remained steady, as if discussing trivial matters. Even Li Feng has ceased to mention the incident of the factory fire and instead posed a fundamental question. Liao Kai's expression froze momentarily, and a flash of anger flickered in his eyes. "Fengzi, this is the second time you've asked that question. Do you have any evidence? Produce it." "Why is there no evidence?" Li Feng retorted. Liao Kai chuckled lightly. "Fengzi, show me what evidence you have." Consequently, Li Feng made a phone call. In less than 3 minutes, Chao Qingtian arrived, carrying a stack of documents. "Old Duan?" Chao Qingtian looked at Old Duan with surprise. Old Duan returned the gaze with equal astonishment. "Tianai, it has indeed been a long time. Are you here to deliver evidence?" Chao Qingtian merely smiled and approached Li Feng, handing over the documents. "Mr. Li, here is the information you requested." Over the past few days, Chao Qingtian had been assisting Li Feng in gathering evidence regarding Liao Kai's initial crime. Now, they finally had some leads. The documents contained the WeChat chat records between Liao Kai and Ding Zizong from that time. It detailed Liao Kai's incitement of Ding Zizong to orchestrate a car accident to kill Li Feng. After a brief glance, Li Feng passed the documents to Liao Kai. Upon seeing Chao Qingtian, Liao Kai's tension escalated, but given Old Duan's presence, he felt somewhat emboldened. However, upon examining the documents in his hands, his expression shifted drastically. "Fengzi, where did you get this information? Someone must be deliberately setting me up, trying to undermine our relationship." Liao Kai reached out, intending to grasp Li Feng's shoulder. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his hand transformed, revealing a knife aimed at Li Feng's heart. However, Li Feng had perceived both his movements and his expression. Bang! Li Feng's demeanor turned icy as he delivered a punch towards Liao Kai. Chapter 57. The slaying of Liao Kai. Liao's father seeks revenge. Puff. Liao Kai was caught off guard and, after being struck by the punch, flew backward, colliding with a nearby tree, immediately spitting out blood upon hitting the ground. In that moment, it felt as though he had lost half his life. "Duan Yi, I beg you." Liao Kai mustered all his strength to look at Old Duan. Old Duan stepped forward 2 paces, coldly addressing Li Feng and Chao Qingtian. Tianai, this is none of your business. Therefore, I advise you not to interfere. Old Duan was equally astonished. Though he spoke, he was also observing Li Feng. A single punch that could send someone flying was certainly not the work of an ordinary person. Such skill could not merely be attributed to basic training. Chao Qingtian sneered dismissively. Old Duan, I advise you to refrain from involving yourself in this matter. Return whatever you have received from this kid, for you will certainly not be able to defeat Mr. Li. Should you take action, Li will inevitably meet the same fate. Li Feng suddenly understood. Liao Kai had sought Li's assistance. Nevertheless, today, no matter whom Liao Kai sought help from, it would be of no avail. Today, Li Feng intended for Liao Kai to perish. Old Duan mocked. Very well. Tianai, today is not about Li Yi showing you disrespect. If you choose to involve yourself, do not blame us for the consequences. With that, Old Duan revealed a concealed knife, the blade shimmering coldly as he swung it toward Li Feng. Liao Kai's eyes widened as he beheld the scene before him, his murderous intent intensifying. He understood that Li Feng was destined to die. Chao Qingtian had not a single individual capable of contending with Old Duan, let alone Li Feng, a mere country bumpkin who had tilled the fields for 5 years. Boom! However, to Liao Kai's astonishment, in the next moment, as Old Duan's blade approached, Li Feng merely tilted his body slightly, delivering a devastating elbow strike directly to Old Duan's chest, producing a resounding impact. Simultaneously, there was a sickening crunch, the sound of bones fracturing, utterly horrifying. Thud. Old Duan was sent sprawling to the ground, clutching his chest as he continuously spat blood, staring at Li Feng in shock. Within mere breaths, he was devoid of life. His eyes forever closed. Liao Kai was left dumbfounded. The ace he relied upon, the formidable expert he had hired for 5 million, had perished just like that. Old Duan could not possibly be this weak. The only explanation was that Li Feng was extraordinarily strong, to an unfathomable degree. Was this even human? Was this within the realm of human capability? Liao Kai felt as though his breath was stifling. Meanwhile, Li Feng suddenly turned to Liao Kai. Liao Kai, do you have any final words? Liao Kai trembled as he gazed at Li Feng. Li Feng, killing me will bring you no benefit whatsoever. The Liao family is not as simple as you perceive. My father possesses vast connections and can summon even more formidable adversaries to deal with you. Do not think that even with Chao Qingtian by your side, you could stand against the Liao family, Li Feng. I advise you, Li Feng abruptly interrupted him, stepping forward and looking down coolly. If all you have to say is a threat, then you may as well remain silent. With that, Li Feng pressed his foot down, crushing Liao Kai's chest. Crack! Liao Kai's chest caved in violently, his ribs shattered beneath the force, compromising his heart and lungs. He attempted to speak, but upon opening his mouth, blood gushed forth. After struggling for several seconds, he ultimately lost all strength, gazing at Li Feng in despair, devoid of any remaining vitality. Deliver Liao Kai's corpse to the Liao family. Instruct them to surrender all their assets. Temporarily under your name, understood? Li Feng turned to Chao Qingtian. The Liao family was not particularly powerful initially. However, after acquiring Changli Cosmetics and leveraging its various technologies, they established numerous subsidiaries, and with favorable circumstances, they ascended to become a prominent family in Donghai City. Without Changli Cosmetics, the Liao family's current existence would not have been possible. Therefore, all of the Liao family's assets rightfully belonged to Li Feng. Chao Qingtian was still in shock. While he was aware of Li Feng's immense strength, Old Duan was reputed to be a formidable character capable of taking on 20 men single-handedly. Yet, Old Duan had not withstood a single blow from Li Feng. Li was exceedingly ruthless. At this moment, Chao Qingtian hastily regained his composure, repeatedly affirming, yes, yes. After a brief pause, Chao Qingtian glanced at Old Duan's lifeless body. And what about this man? Chao Qingtian, do you wish to become the sole overlord of Donghai City? Li Feng suddenly inquired, fixing his gaze on Chao Qingtian. Chao Qingtian's heart raced. Mr. Li, of course, I desire that. Li Feng nodded slightly. Then it is settled. Send Old Duan to Li. Let Li make his choice. Either submit or perish. Chao Qingtian felt a surge of dread, sensing the overwhelming aura of dominance radiating from Li Feng, leaving him profoundly shaken. Understood, Mr. Li. I shall carry out your orders immediately, shortly thereafter. At the Liao family estate, The butler Zhang Ping was incensed upon discovering young Master Liao Kai's corpse and immediately contacted Liao Qinggong, summoning the entire Liao family. Upon seeing his son's lifeless body, Liao Qinggong's eyes reddened with fury. Zhang Ping, what on earth happened? Zhang Ping had evidently investigated the situation and recalled that Liao Kai had informed him prior to his departure that he was to meet with Li Feng. Zhang Ping had thought little of it, considering Li Feng merely a country bumpkin, especially since Liao Kai had hired old Duan. If a confrontation were to arise, it was certain that Li Feng would be the one to perish, not the young master. However, the reality unfolded entirely differently. Zhang Ping recounted the appearance of Li Feng and the ongoing subtle battle between him and Liao Kai over the past few days. Liao Qinggong suddenly grasped the situation. So it was that little wretch who survived the car accident 5 years ago. That little wretch did not die. Now he has returned and killed my son. Truly regrettable. Regretful that I, Liao Qinggong, did not take control of everything back then. Regretful that I let that dimwit Ding act on my behalf. Previously, the Liao family had sought to acquire Chongli Cosmetics but failed, and they had contemplated various means to take it by force. Upon learning that the Ding family intended to retaliate against Li Feng, Liao Kai proposed using them as a tool for assassination. Liao Qinggong had been the first to support this plan. After all, it would allow them to acquire Chongli Cosmetics without lifting a finger. If the owner of Chongli Cosmetics, Su Chong, who happened to be Li Feng's mother, were to die, the company would undoubtedly falter and collapse, enabling the Liao family to purchase it at a bargain. Indeed, the plan had succeeded. Now, reflecting on it, Liao Qinggong believed his sole misstep was not personally overseeing that car accident or ensuring the Li family was entirely eradicated. Otherwise, how could his son have met such a fate? At this moment, Liao Qinggong only desired Li Feng's demise. By the way, master, in addition to the young master's death, Li Li's subordinate old Duan is also dead. Zhang Ping suddenly remarked. Liao Qinggong's expression shifted. What will Li Li do about this matter? Uncertain, Zhang Ping shook his head. Just then, Liao Qinggong's phone rang, revealing it to be Li Li calling. He quickly answered. Chapter 58. The Shu family seeks a new dog. Liao Zong. I suspect you are currently itching to kill Li Feng, and I share that same desire. How about we cooperate this time? Li Li stated, laying bare his intentions. Liao Qinggong was indeed contemplating who he might enlist to kill Li Feng. However, he had not initially considered Li Li. After all, the strongest subordinate under Li Li was old Duan. Yet, old Duan had been utterly defeated by Li Feng. So, could Li Li still contend with Li Feng? Liao Qinggong harbored doubts. Nevertheless, since Li Li had reached out, he was willing to discuss matters with him. Taking a deep breath, Liao Qinggong replied seriously, Li, I indeed wish to eliminate Li Feng. How does Li Yi propose we cooperate? Li Li responded earnestly. I have been preoccupied with business matters these past few days, which is why I have enlisted an international assassin. This assassin, combined with my 200 employees, should suffice to avenge your son. Liao Qinggong felt a chill within. It was indisputable that Li Li was the most financially astute among the 3 major overlords. While both families sought vengeance, Li Li seemed insistent on framing the endeavor as a means to avenge Liao Qinggong's son. However, Liao Qinggong refrained from expressing anger and inquired, Then shall we jointly hire this international assassin? Li Li replied earnestly, That is precisely my intention. This assassin possesses unfathomable strength. His asking price is 20 million. I have already provided 10 million. I would like you to cover the remaining 10 million. If you will? Liao Qinggong felt a wave of derision wash over him. He understood that Li Li likely did not possess the means to pay such an amount. Nevertheless, Liao Qinggong acquiesced. Very well. Since Li Yi has said so, I am willing to contribute the 10 million. However, I wish to see the prowess of these 2 international assassins. Let it serve as a form of verification. Soon thereafter, Liao Qinggong arrived at Li Li's residence, where he was introduced to the so-called international assassin. At first glance, he nearly turned to leave. This was no international assassin. It was clearly someone from Long Country. However, when Liao Qinggong witnessed this so-called international assassin, named Qin Zhong, remove his shoes and leave a footprint on the marble floor, Liao Qinggong promptly produced 1 million. After the payment was made, Liao Qinggong turned to Li Li. Li Yi, when shall we strike? Li Li jested. In the evening. When the night is dark and the wind is fierce, it is the perfect time for revenge. After leaving the unfinished building, Li Feng proceeded to Donghai Shengtian. After Chao Qingtian arranged for the 2 corpses to be sent to the Liao and Li Li families, he ensured surveillance over both families before returning to Donghai Shengtian. At this moment, Li Feng intended to treat Chao Qingtian's ailment, however. Before he could speak, Chao Long entered, furrowing his brow. Mr. Li, big brother. A familiar face has arrived outside. Li Feng understood that this person was not a familiar face to him, but rather to the Chao family. Chao Qingtian inquired, perplexed. Who? Shu Fengyu. Chao Long's expression darkened further. Chao Qingtian was taken aback. The Shu family? Why would they come to find me? I do not know. They claim to have brought a divine doctor to treat your ailment, Chao Long explained. Chao Qingtian's expression tightened slightly. He perceived Li Feng's confusion and elaborated. Mr. Li, the Shu family is a very prestigious family in Donghai City. One of the top-tier aristocracies. Their wealth exceeds hundreds of millions. The head of the Shu family, Shu Tianxiang, was the overlord of Donghai City a decade ago. 10 years ago, he announced his retirement, which afforded me, Huang Jianhao, and Li Li the opportunity to rise. However, the Shu family remains extraordinarily powerful. When it comes to the three major overlords of Donghai City, that designation only holds when the Shu family chooses not to intervene. Should the Shu family decide to act, our three factions must heed their word. In essence, the combined strength of our three factions pales in comparison to that of the Shu family. Li Feng then understood. Chao Qingtian continued. While our three families have accrued considerable wealth over the years, we are still required to present gifts at Shu Tianxiang's birthday celebrations. Offering a gift means giving money. At the very least, we must contribute 50 million. Otherwise, it would be seen as disrespecting Shu Tianxiang. Li Feng chuckled. 50 million? What an extravagant appetite. Yet, you have no other conflicts with the Shu family? Do you? Chao Qingtian shook his head. None. Li Feng nodded. Very well, let us go outside. Let us see what this Shu family has in store for you. Chao Qingtian sighed. In your presence? Who could possibly be deemed a divine doctor? This Shu Fengyu is Shu Tianxiang's son, and he manages the majority of the family's affairs. He is quite shrewd. His arrival today likely does not bode well. It is quite possible he is here to assess how much longer I can endure, or perhaps to ascertain if they need to replace me as their ceremonial dog. Soon, Li Feng, Chao Qingtian, and Chao Long made their way to the reception room. Indeed, there were two individuals awaiting them. Shu Fengyu, nearing 50, appeared quite rotund and oily, especially with his long-maintained facade of a smile, which clearly reeked of insincerity. The other man, slightly over 40, stood at around 6 feet tall with a physique reminiscent of someone who had trained in martial arts. He wore a cap and a mask, making it difficult to discern his identity. However, as soon as Chao Qingtian entered, exchanged greetings with Shu Fengyu, and his gaze fell upon the mysterious divine doctor, their eyes locked momentarily. Chao Qingtian was suddenly taken aback, his expression morphing into one of horror. Lin Kuo. You are Lin Kuo. Upon hearing this name, Chao Long's expression also shifted dramatically. The hostility between the two brothers surged as they warily regarded the enigmatic divine doctor. The mysterious divine doctor exuded a hint of coldness, then removed his cap and mask, revealing a face marked by years of hardship and malice. Long time no see, Chao Qingtian. It has been 6 years since we last crossed paths. Lin Ke grinned menacingly. Chao Qingtian's demeanor darkened as he questioned Shu Fengyu. Mr. Shu, what is your intention in bringing Lin Ku here? Shu Fengyu laughed heartily. Ha, Mr. Chao, please do not misunderstand. A few days ago, I fell ill with a high fever and nearly succumbed. Suddenly, a divine doctor appeared, claiming he could cure me. He administered a pill, and I recovered. This divine doctor is none other than your old acquaintance, Lin Ku. Lin Ku also expressed a desire to see you, so I brought him along. You are old friends, and Lin Ku is here to treat you. Surely, you wouldn't refuse, would you? Shu Fengyu chuckled, appearing to be utterly bored and eager for a spectacle. Chao Qingtian's expression darkened, a surge of anger bubbling within him. Although Shu Fengyu was indeed keen on watching the drama unfold, his ulterior motives could be far more sinister. Perhaps he was simply waiting for Chao's demise to support Lin Ku in becoming the new overlord. Noticing Chao Qingtian's grim demeanor, Shu Fengyu couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Chao seems rather displeased. There's no need to worry so much. I'm genuinely here to help you. I'll just sip tea on the side while you two old friends reminisce. Surely, you won't let my presence hinder your conversation? Finally, Lin Ke spoke. Mr. Shu, we certainly do not mind you being nearby while we catch up. Ha, splendid. Then I shall sit beside you and enjoy my tea while you converse. With that, Shu Fengyu settled down, lifting his teacup to take a sip. However, in the next instant, his phone rang. After answering, his expression shifted, and he turned to Lin Ku. Mr. Lin, do ensure you treat Mr. Chow properly. I must return home at once. He then glanced at Chao Qingtian. Mr. Chow heir, I bid you farewell. With that, Xu Fengyu hurriedly departed, as if he had received shocking news. Chao Qingtian felt a flicker of anger. The Xu family seemed intent on safeguarding Lin Ku. After all these years of paying tribute, it appeared to have been in vain. In the eyes of the Xu family, he was but a dog, and now they sought to replace him with another. Not dwelling on it further, he fixed his gaze firmly on the uninvited Lin Ku. What business do you have here? Lin Ku replied coldly. I am here to treat you. Of course, Chao Qingtian scoffed with disdain. You might as well be speaking to a ghost. Do you think they would believe you? Chapter 59. Li Li's preparations. Lin Ku spoke solemnly. 15 years ago. We were brothers. It that time. I was on the verge of marrying He Qin. Yet, just days before the wedding, He Qin suddenly called it off. I initially brushed it off, but 3 years later, you announced your intention to marry He Qin. We fought fiercely and went our separate ways. I sought out He Qin, hoping to win her back, but you appeared and broke my leg. However, my leg healed, and when I returned to Donghai City, I intended to take my revenge, only to encounter a heavily pregnant He Qin on the street. At this point, Chao Qingtian's eyes ignited with fury. That day, you saw my wife? Lin Ku laughed heartily. Indeed. I was the one who pushed He Qin down. Then I fled. It wasn't long before I learned that the wretched He Qin had died, but your daughter survived. What a pity. Chao Qingtian was consumed by rage. He Qin's death was indeed caused by Lin Ku. How could he not be furious? As for the events of 15 years ago, it was Lin Ku who had disappointed He Qin, subjecting her to domestic violence, which led her to leave him. After 3 years, Chao Qingtian and He Qin had finally come together. While it could be seen as coincidental, it was not a matter of stealing a brother's love. To think Lin Ku could be so malicious, first seeking to kill him, then pushing a heavily pregnant He Qin to the ground. The memory of his wife's anguished, distraught eyes before her death ignited a rage within Chao Qingtian that he could no longer contain, and he lunged forward, throwing a punch at Lin Ku. Yet Lin Ku countered with a punch of his own, their fists colliding violently. Chao Qingtian clutched his hand in pain, stumbling back 3 steps. While Chao Qingtian had some knowledge of martial arts, he had a hidden ailment that hindered his abilities. In contrast, Lin Ku had made significant strides over the years and was now formidable. His strike left Chao Qingtian with a fractured wrist. Lin Ku coldly regarded Chao Qingtian. Chao Qingtian, you appear quite weak. It seems you truly are nearing death. If that is the case, allow me to end your suffering. I have a method to completely cure your hidden ailment, and that is sending you to die. With that, Lin Ku suddenly produced a short knife, its blade aimed directly at Chao Qingtian. Chao Long rushed forward to shield Chao Qingtian, but his meager skills paled in comparison to Lin Ku's speed, making him unable to intervene in time as Lin Ku prepared to strike. Instinctively, Chao Qingtian raised his hand to block the blade. Suddenly, a resonant sound of clashing metal echoed. As Chao Qingtian opened his eyes, he saw Li Feng unexpectedly step in front of him, effortlessly pinching Lin Ku's blade between his fingers. Lin Ku was taken aback. Who are you? Lin Ku attempted to retract his knife but found it impossible. This young man possessed astonishing strength. However, Li Feng offered no reply and instead delivered a kick that sent Lin Ku crashing to the ground. Lin Ku spat out a mouthful of blood, staring in shock at Li Feng. Who are you, kid? You have some skill. Li Feng replied coldly. Chao Qingtian is my friend. If you wish to kill him, you must first seek my permission. Lin Ku gritted his teeth. Are you certain you wish to stand in my way? My master is Zhang Tianshi of the Changlong Taoist Temple. The mention of Changlong Taoist Temple caused both Chao Qingtian and Chao Long to gasp in surprise. Li Feng coldly retorted. What is Changlong Taoist Temple to me? One of the things I detest most in life is being threatened. I initially intended to spare you, but now I have changed my mind. I shall send you to die. With that, Li Feng advanced 2 steps. Lin Ku hastily rose to his feet, desperately trying to block Li Feng's punch. That punch shattered Lin Ku's defenses, sending him retreating 5 meters before he crashed against the door, violently coughing blood and collapsing to the ground. Lin Ku felt excruciating pain in his insides, as if his heart were about to explode. In the next moment, his nerves could no longer withstand the immense pressure, and within him, they shattered with a resounding crash. Moments later, Lin Ku was devoid of life, dying on the spot. Chao Qingtian, witnessing this, quickly expressed his gratitude to Li Feng. "Thank you, Mr. Li, for saving me." Li Feng waved his hand dismissively. "You should find a capable ally. Even Li Li has someone like old Duan by his side. You have nothing but Qiao Long." Qiao Long's face flushed, his head lowered. Qiao Qingtian sighed. "Li speaks the truth. Perhaps tonight I could find you a couple of skilled fighters to accompany you." Li Feng suddenly stated. "Let me treat your ailment first." Subsequently, Li Feng administered acupuncture to Qiao Qingtian, treating his fractured hand. After roughly an hour, Li Feng first treated the fracture and then applied a ground healing ointment. He then expelled the toxins from Qiao Qingtian's body, purifying his blood and qi, leaving him with 2 healing pills. "Take one a day. You should recover significantly by the day after tomorrow." Naturally, Qiao Qingtian expressed his gratitude repeatedly, but his thanks felt insincere, so he proactively offered. "Mr. Li, although you already have a villa, I have another property that my real estate company reserved for me. The Black Ridge Mountain Villa No. 1. Please accept it." Li Feng, unfamiliar with Black Ridge Mountain, felt he had no need for another house and was about to refuse when Qiao Qingtian suddenly knelt. "Mr. Li, I implore you to accept it." Li Feng, left with no choice, took the magnetic key card embedded with a chip. Such chip key cards were standard in certain upscale properties. After receiving the key, Li Feng was about to leave when Qiao Qingtian received a call from Li Li. "Heavenly Master, how have you been feeling lately?" Li Li's tone was icy and questioning, clearly indicating his stance. Qiao Qingtian replied sternly. "If you have something to say it directly." Li continued solemnly. "What is your relationship with that Li Feng?" "Mr. Li is my most esteemed friend and guest." Qiao Qingtian coldly responded. "What, do you intend to harm Mr. Li?" "Mr. Li is already here. It seems your connection with this Li Feng runs deeper than I thought," Li stated ominously. "Qiao Qingtian, please inform that Li Feng. At midnight tonight, I will be waiting for him at the location where he killed old Duan. Tonight, we will settle our grudges. If he does not come, do not blame me for taking action against his women and daughter." After a pause, Li Li added, "Qiao Qingtian, you may come too. Bring all your people. Huang Jianhao has fallen. It is time we settled this once and for all. Let us see who holds sway over Donghai City from tonight." With that, Li Li hung up. Qiao Qingtian promptly relayed the conversation to the still present Li Feng. Upon hearing, Li Feng's murderous intent surged. "If he seeks death, then I shall oblige." Initially, Li Feng had considered that having Li Li submit might not be so bad, as it could reduce his own bloodshed and malice. However, if Li Li sought death, that was an entirely different matter. Li Feng despised being threatened, especially when it involved his women and daughter. Tonight, Li Li must die. As night descended, when Li Feng stepped outside, Luo Shuejing happened to come downstairs for water and crossed paths with him. "Where are you off to at this late hour?" Her beautiful eyes widened. Filled only with curiosity, Li Feng smiled, explaining, "A friend suddenly has a matter that requires my attention." "Oh, I thought you were going out to find a woman," Luo Shuejing remarked casually. Li Feng was taken aback. "You really do have a vivid imagination?" "I'm merely handling a matter." Although Luo Shuejing could tell Li Feng was not lying, she continued to laugh playfully. "Don't worry, I understand. After all, it's only natural for a man to have needs. But let me remind you, if you go out, remember to take safety precautions. If you catch some illness, it would be a minor issue. However, if you end up bringing a new life into the world, then that would certainly put a damper on your fatherly affections for Duo. Li Feng was not angered by her words. Instead, he gazed at her figure, perfectly outlined by her delicate nightgown. "Am I really going out to find a woman? Isn't there one right here at home? If I truly wanted, I would surely sneak into your room at midnight. After all, you are my woman." Luo Shuejing's face flushed. "I never acknowledged that I am your woman." She hurriedly drank water and dashed upstairs, clearly unwilling to discuss the matter further with Li Feng. Watching her panicked retreat, Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This woman could jest with him. But when it came to herself, her face turned red. Was it really that serious? Not delaying any longer, Li Feng set off. Qiao Qingtian and Qiao Long were waiting for him at the entrance. Once in the car, Qiao Qingtian shared the situation with Li Feng, his expression grim and voice tense. "Mr. Li, Li Li is well prepared for tonight. I suspect they might have hired a mercenary group to deal with us. Perhaps we should avoid confrontation tonight." Chapter 60. "You are already a dead man before me." Li Feng, seeing his apprehension, remained calm. "Your deduction? How did you come to that conclusion? Please elaborate." Qiao Qingtian replied earnestly. "I have been managing my gray businesses these past few days. and Li Li has aggressively taken over those markets I abandoned. To ensure safety, he claimed to have recruited a bodyguard. However, upon investigation, I discovered this bodyguard is no ordinary individual. His name is Qin Zhong, the leader of an overseas mercenary group. Tonight, when Li Li summons us, Qin Zhong will undoubtedly be present. Moreover, our surveillance indicates that Li Li's men number around 200, yet tonight, there appear to be approximately 240 individuals, including several unfamiliar faces. I fear Qin Zhong has brought an entire mercenary squad with him. Huang Jinhao and Li Li's subordinates are mostly thugs with no real skills. Chao Qingtian's men, while considered formidable, are still primarily engaged in security and bodyguard duties, having trained only a few techniques. If Li Li and Chao Qingtian were to confront each other based purely on strength, Li Li would certainly lose. Yet, what made Li Li formidable was his wealth. He dared to engage in any gray business. Thus, if Li Li could afford to hire an entire mercenary group, Chao Qingtian would not be surprised. If those seasoned killers appeared tonight, it would spell disaster for Chao's security personnel, and Li Feng might also meet his end. This was the source of Chao Qingtian's anxiety. Mr. Li, I believe we should really avoid confrontation tonight and find a way to drive this mercenary group out of Donghai City instead. The car continued to drive, but Chao Qingtian made such a suggestion. Mercenaries are prohibited here, so he considered leveraging the security system to expel them. However, Li Feng shook his head. Since we have already ventured out, let us not delay. We shall resolve everything tonight. Well, fine. Though Chao Qingtian felt uneasy, he complied. The vehicle soon united with Chao Qingtian's men. He commanded a force of 300, all employed within Chao's security, each possessing varying degrees of martial prowess. Among them, around 20 to 30 could be considered elite, comprising retired warriors. Despite this, Chao Qingtian remained filled with trepidation. Li Feng, noticing his demeanor, chose not to speak. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the abandoned building. The square before it was dimly lit, and the biting cold wind felt piercing. Over 200 of Li Li's men awaited them. Following Li Feng, Chao Qingtian and Chao Long approached Li Li. One's position reveals their status. With Chao Qingtian and Chao Long trailing behind Li Feng, it was evident that Li Feng held a higher standing. Chao Qingtian, is this country bumpkin your friend and guest? How come he can stand in front of you and speak to me? Li Li inquired coldly. Chao Qingtian stepped forward a couple of paces, acting as Li Feng's spokesperson. Li Li, you are to die tonight. There are matters you need not know. Li Li cast a scornful glance at the 300 men behind Chao Qingtian, dismissing them entirely. All of them are from Chao's security. I expected as much. Come, take a guess at the identities of the people I've invited. He pointed to the 40 individuals behind him. This group exuded a chilling aura, their eyes sharp. Though they stood casually, the moment before a confrontation, they still exchanged laughter, yet they possessed an unmistakable air of those who had taken lives and faced grand stages. They radiated an inherent murderous intent. Mercenaries? Chao Qingtian questioned, his anxiety mounting. He desperately wished for a negative response, yet Li Li nodded affirmatively. Correct. Mercenaries from the Southern Territory. This Mr. Qin is their leader. He respectfully introduced the imposing Qin Zhong, whose stature was tall and robust, with eyes as sharp as blades. His gaze towards Li Feng and Chao Qingtian's group was equally piercing. Mr. Qin has been on the battlefield since he was 16. By 19, he had earned a title, leading a mercenary group. He then fought for 3 years in the boxing markets of Siam, defeating over 100 boxers, truly a boxing king. You should feel honored to have Mr. Qin here to eliminate you. Upon hearing this, Li Feng couldn't help but laugh at Li Li, enraged, barked. What are you laughing at, brat? Li Feng replied. I recall that Zhang Dalong, one of Huang Jinhao's subordinates, was also a 3-time boxing champion. I wonder if you two have ever faced off? Li Li's expression darkened. Originally relishing the flattery, Qin Zhong's expression darkened with anger. I know Zhang Dalong, the 3-time champion of the boxing market from 5 or 6 years ago. However, in my eyes, he is utterly insignificant. A champion from his era cannot be compared to my title holder from over a decade ago. Indeed, the boxing scene in Siam has declined year after year, with champions becoming weaker with each passing season. In terms of merit, I, Qin Zhong, am undoubtedly far superior to Zhang Dalong or Li Li. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and inform them how this should be played out. Qin Zhong cast a glance at Li Li, clearly eager to take action. Li Feng's earlier disdainful smile had successfully ignited his anger. Yet, having accepted payment, he was still obliged to adhere to the rules set forth by Li Li. Li Li turned to Chao Qingtian. Chao Qingtian, our matters will be settled later. For now, I must address the deaths of Old Duan and Liao Kai from earlier this evening. Before Chao Qingtian could respond, Li Li turned to Li Feng. Kid, killing Old Duan makes you quite a character. However, your end is nigh. Shortly, I shall have Mr. Qin spare your life only to deliver you to Liao Chenggong, who will personally see to your demise as revenge for his son. He then looked at Qin Zhong and politely remarked, Mr. Qin, I entrust this country bumpkin to you. As he spoke, Li Li took a few steps back, creating space. Qin Zhong advanced toward Li Feng, adopting an air of mastery. Kid, with those spindly arms and legs of yours, I'll allow you to strike first. I wouldn't want you to miss your chance to throw a punch. Upon hearing this, the over 200 people on Li Li's side erupted into laughter. For them, it felt less like a decisive battle and more like a game, all because of the presence of Qin Zhong. With Qin Zhong's mercenaries at their disposal, they felt emboldened, confident in their ability to easily vanquish Li Feng and the Chao brothers. They even fantasized about the day Li Li would dominate Donghai City, distributing benefits to each of them. At this moment, Chao Qingtian and Chao Long felt the pressure emanating from Qin Zhong, causing them to break into cold sweats, unable to suppress their fear. However, they knew they could do nothing but watch as Li Feng took action. Indeed, Li Feng stepped forward. You will regret saying that. Qin Zhong retorted coldly. I never regret my words in my presence. You are already a dead man. So, cease your prattle and strike swiftly. I have no time to waste on you. Then let it be as you wish. Li Feng's gaze turned icy as he raised his fist. Everyone watched this scene unfold. Li appeared relaxed, whereas Chao Qingtian's side was tense with anxiety. Chapter 61. The death of Li Li. Initially, Qin Zhong had maintained an air of contempt, but as Li Feng's fist appeared, moving with extraordinary speed and an overwhelming force, Qin Zhong's expression shifted dramatically. You, he exclaimed, but his hand, raised to block, was struck instead. At the moment of contact, Qin Zhong's face changed drastically. He felt a sharp crack in his arm, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that sent his organs into turmoil. Losing his balance, before he could regain his footing, Li Feng's fist struck again with lightning speed. Ah! This punch landed squarely on Qin Zhong's forehead, even faster than the last. Completely off balance, Qin Zhong could not withstand this blow, which knocked him senseless and created a bloodied hole in his brow, crimson and white fluid pouring forth. Thud! Qin Zhong collapsed to the ground, lifeless in an instant. All present were in utter disbelief. Li Li, his 200 men, and the 40 mercenaries under Qin Zhong stood frozen. They had envisioned countless scenarios but never imagined that the formidable Qin Zhong could fall, and that he would succumb after merely 2 punches from Li Feng. As for Li Feng, he appeared entirely untroubled, as if he had merely thrown a casual punch. Li had anticipated that Qin Zhong would first eliminate Li Feng, then proceed to deal with Chao Qingtian and Chao Long. Thus, everything would conclude smoothly. Yet the current turn of events was entirely unexpected. Li's mind went blank, and the mercenaries were equally stunned, with no one daring to step forward to avenge their leader. They understood that facing an opponent who could dispatch their leader in 2 blows would only lead to a more brutal demise for themselves. Chao Qingtian's men were equally dumbfounded. Upon hearing that Li Li had summoned foreign mercenaries, despair washed over them. Chao Qingtian and Chao Long felt the weight of impending doom. In fact, Chao Qingtian had even begun to contemplate an escape plan, pondering whom he should entrust his daughter to. The so-called expert mercenaries and their powerful leader had fallen to Li Feng in mere moments. Although others were unaware, Chao Qingtian and Chao Long understood that Li Feng had not even exerted himself fully with those 2 punches. It was simply too terrifying. The brothers gazed at Li Feng, their eyes wide with shock. At that moment, Li Feng cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Qin Zhong and coldly remarked, I had expected this individual to be formidable, instilling confidence in over 200 people. Yet, he proved to be so easily vanquished. Disappointment, immense disappointment. I overestimated these so-called rulers of Donghai City. Is their so-called decisive battle truly this trifling? Li Feng, you are truly powerful. I am willing to offer you 50 million a year to work for me. How about it? Suddenly, Li Li spoke up. We share the same surname, Li. If you are willing, we could even become sworn brothers. I can offer you an even better price. With such a formidable ally, Li Li believed he could seize all the gray businesses in Donghai City and expand into surrounding cities. 50 million a year would undoubtedly be a bargain. Yet Li Feng's expression darkened. Work for you? Li, what you should be doing now is kneeling and begging for mercy. For the next person to die will be you. As he spoke, Li Feng took a step forward. Li's face shifted dramatically, and he suddenly drew a gun, aiming it at Li Feng. You think I have no tricks left? Country bumpkin, what good is your fighting prowess before a gun? Now, kneel. Witnessing this, all of Li's subordinates exhaled in relief. They had been overwhelmed moments ago, but now they realized the situation wasn't as dire. Qin Zhong was merely a hired gun. Now that Li had his gun trained on Li Feng, the situation seemed to favor them. A bullet. Who could withstand a bullet? This was not the age to rely solely on martial arts. Li brandished his firearm, also wary of Chao Qingtian and Chao Long. Suspecting they might be armed as well, though his surprise, the two exchanged a knowing smile, which inexplicably stirred a sense of dread within Li. Could it be that firearms were not as effective? Indeed, Li Feng approached fearlessly, step by step, as Li's expression changed dramatically. You little punk, I told you to kneel. If you come any closer, I swear I'll pull the trigger. Li Feng did not halt. Bang, bang, bang. Li, unable to withstand the pressure, fired his weapon. A flicker of subtle light gleamed in Li Feng's eyes. Through his enhanced perception, the trajectory of the bullets seemed to slow, allowing him to predict each bullet's path with precision. After Li fired 3 shots, fear overtook him, and he attempted to flee. But Li Feng was already upon him, one hand gripping his throat, the other seizing the gun from him, turning it around to press the barrel against Li's mouth. Muffled cries escaped Li as he raised his hands in a desperate plea for mercy. Yet Li Feng showed no hesitation, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced through Li's skull, exiting through the back of his head and striking the ground, sparking a shower of embers. Thud! Li collapsed, lifeless, onto the earth. The scene fell into a profound silence, each person gazing at Li Feng with palpable fear. You may either attack together or kneel and surrender. Li Feng suddenly directed his weapon at Li's 200 subordinates and the 40 anxious mercenaries. Attack together? No one dared to move. With Li and Qin Zhong dead, their leadership had vanished. Even if they fought against Chao Qingtian's men or Li Feng, would they survive? They certainly did not wish to be struck by Li Feng's fist or shot down, nor did they want to perish at the hands of Chao Qingtian's men. Thud. After a few breaths, the first person knelt. With one kneeling, another followed. Gradually, all 240 individuals sank to their knees before Li Feng. Li Feng addressed the 40 mercenaries. I present you with 2 options. First, I will cripple one of you, leaving you to exit Longhua. Second, stay here and be cared for by the Chao family. But you must ingest this poison, ensuring your absolute loyalty. Rather than seeking help for the Chao family, Li Feng was effectively searching for bodyguards for himself. The capabilities of these individuals surpassed those of the current members of the Chao family as security. Naturally, they all opted for the latter. Li Feng possessed 3 vials, one for healing, one containing poison, and the last, an antidote. He watched as all 40 swallowed the poison before handing over the scene to Chao Qingtian. Neither Chao Qingtian nor Chao Long, along with their 300 men, anticipated that the battle they had prepared for, one that could have led to their demise, would conclude in such a manner. Li Feng had effortlessly killed Li and Qin Zhong, bringing matters to a close. Indeed, the ancient wisdom of capturing the leader before subduing the rest remained unchanging. Subsequently, Li Feng drove home alone. Just as he lay down to rest, contemplating a visit to the Liao family the next day, he recalled the car accident from 5 years prior. Knowing that Liao Qinggong had certainly been involved, Li Feng had intended to confront him, demanding everything in exchange for a swift resolution. Yet Liao Qinggong had colluded with Li to eliminate him. If that was the case, Li Feng would not hesitate to take action with ruthless resolve. As Li Feng pondered this, his phone suddenly rang. Yang Ximiao was calling. It was already 1:30 in the morning. Given the late hour, Yang Ximiao must have urgent news, prompting Li Feng to answer immediately. To his surprise, a somewhat familiar yet ominously cold male voice came through. Li Feng, is it? I am Xu Fengyu from the Xu family. I command you to come to the city center hospital to treat my son's injuries. I want to see you within 30 minutes. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of Yang Ximiao. The divine doctor. With that, the line went dead. Xu Fengyu. Li Feng's expression darkened. It seemed that Xu Fengyu's sudden departure from the Donghai banquet earlier was due to his son's injury. Now, the situation had escalated to involve him. Given Yang Ximiao's countless lives saved and his status as a national academician, Li Feng could not afford to stand idly by. Moreover, if he did not go tonight, the Shu family might target Li Jiner, Luo Shuejing, or Duo. Contemplating this, a murderous glint flickered in Li Feng's eyes. Chapter 62. Aren't you the assistant beside Chao Qingtian? Li Feng immediately rose to leave. Just then, Luo Shuejing descended the stairs, and they met at the staircase. You up for water again? Li Feng observed Luo Shuejing's weary appearance, marked by dark circles beneath her eyes, and asked in surprise. Luo Shuejing looked equally astonished at Li Feng. Aren't you just back? Are you heading out again? Yes, I still have matters to resolve. Li Feng struggled to come up with a convincing excuse. Luo Shuejing's eyes widened. You didn't sleep with someone and forget to pay? Did you? Now you're going back to settle the bill? Li Feng's mouth twitched with irritation. Yes, you're right. I'm just going back to pay. All right. Li Feng proceeded downstairs, but Luo Shuejing grabbed his arm. Wait, aren't you a doctor? Do you have any way to help me fall asleep quickly? My sleep has been utterly ruined. Li Feng hesitated. How about this, we go to your room, and I'll give you a massage for a few minutes, and you'll be asleep in no time. Luo Shuejing was taken aback, misinterpreting Li Feng's intentions. Although they had been intimate 5 years ago, their relationship had changed. Moreover, she misunderstood that the massage required her to undress, causing her face to flush with embarrassment as she turned away, haughtily declaring, I'd rather suffer insomnia. Hurry up and go pay the lady. In a hospital room, Shu Fengyu gazed at his son lying in bed, repeatedly offering reassurance. Zhan Yi, rest assured, I have already killed that woman. Furthermore, I have arranged for people to eliminate her entire family. They should have succeeded by now. Additionally, I've contacted a divine doctor. Once this divine doctor arrives, he will undoubtedly restore you to your former self. Tears welled in Shu Zhanye's eyes. Dad, can I really recover? Absolutely. Shu Fengyu nodded emphatically. Yet Shu Zhanyi remained skeptical. Dad, how can you be certain he can heal me? Shu Fengyu, unable to contain himself, instructed his subordinates. Bring Yang Ximiao and He Liming to me. Soon, the two were dragged into the hospital room, bound and battered, their faces bearing numerous slap marks, a harrowing sight. It was clear they had endured considerable abuse. Given their age, the brutal treatment rendered them exceedingly weak. Shu Fengyu glared at Yang Ximiao. Yang Ximiao. He Liming, tell my son whether that Li Feng can cure him or not. He Liming reluctantly nodded. He can. Yang Ximiao sighed. He can. Both recognized that Shu Fengyu sought this affirmation, and thus they fully acquiesced. In truth, neither knew whether Li Feng could heal Shu Zhanyi. They only understood that traditional Chinese medicine held a significant probability of restoring him. Satisfied, Shu Fengyu ordered his men to take Yang Ximiao and He Liming away. Son, see, these two divine doctors have confirmed that this person can undoubtedly heal you, so you need not worry. Just wait patiently. Shu Fengyu spoke earnestly. Indeed, hope flickered back to life in Shu Zhanye's eyes. When will he arrive? Very soon. He will definitely arrive within half an hour, Shu Fengyu assured. Earlier that day, he had been at the Donghai banquet, observing how Chao Qingtian would deal with Lin Ku. Yet, at a critical moment, he received a call informing him that his son, Shu Zhanyi, was in grave danger. Shu Zhanyi had a penchant for women and often resorted to various means to pursue them. However, the Shu family wielded immense influence in Donghai City, and a mere word from them could shake half the city. Since coming of age, Shu Fengyu had not interfered in his son's affairs. In just 6 or 7 years, Shu Zhanyi had likely slept with thousands of women without incident. Yet this time, he had been injured by a woman who had bitten off his lineage. Had he not reacted in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. When Shu Zhanyi was brought to the hospital, he was already unconscious. After a series of surgeries, they managed to reattach his member, but its original function was lost. Shu Zhanyi could not bear this reality, and neither could Shu Fengyu. In a fit of rage, he first killed that woman, then arranged for her entire family to be eliminated. Meanwhile, in the dead of night, he sought out He Liming and Yang Ximiao, forcibly bringing them here to administer treatment to his son, Shu Zhanyi. These two are currently the only national academicians in Donghai City, one from the east and one from the west, yet they found themselves powerless in the face of this situation. Shu Fengyu inquired of Yang Ximiao who could save his son. Although Yang Ximiao was reluctant to disclose the information, Shu Fengyu resorted to threatening him with the safety of his family, ultimately extracting the answer Li Feng. This individual possesses a significant chance of healing his son, Shu Zhanyi. Thus, he used Yang Ximiao's phone to contact Li Feng. By now, it was likely that a short while had passed, and Li Feng would be arriving soon at that moment. Xu Fengyu received a phone call. He stepped out of the ward into the corridor to answer. Xu Zong. We've just received some shocking news. Earlier, at the abandoned building in the southern suburbs, Li Li and Chao Qingtian clashed. Li Li is dead, and the mercenary leader recruited by him, Qin Zhong, is also dead. Meanwhile, Chao Qingtian and his men are completely unscathed. It seems that a master under Chao Qingtian's command struck, directly killing both Qin Zhong and Li Li. By the way, that individual seems capable of dodging bullets. Xu Fengyu's face turned pale. What? Li Li is dead too? Rage surged within him. Who established the current tripartite balance of power among the three major dominators of Donghai City? Naturally, it was the Xu family. The Xu family had been biding their time, leaving the gray businesses of Donghai City to others, while profiting through their annual tributes, akin to raising 3 dogs. And now, Chao Qingtian had become the only one among them. This indicated that Chao Qingtian was no longer content to remain a mere dog. He now aimed to dominate Donghai City and challenge the Xu family. Xu Fengyu's expression darkened. Chao Qingtian. Such audacity. It seems that the earlier incident with Huang Jianhao was also his doing. Xu Fengyu had every reason to believe this. With the fall of Huang Jianhao and Li Li, who stood to gain the most? Certainly, it was Chao Qingtian. Just days ago, Xu Fengyu had sensed something amiss with Chao Qingtian. First, Huang Jianhao had died, and then he had completely dismantled his own gray businesses. Now, Li Li was dead too. Xu Fengyu had initially hoped that Lin Ku would eliminate Chao Qingtian today, but unexpectedly, Lin Ku had also perished. Regrettably, he had not witnessed how Lin Ku met his demise. In retrospect, it seemed that it was not Chao Qingtian who had slain Lin Ku, but rather the master beside Chao Qingtian. Enough. I am aware of this matter. I will handle the aftermath. Xu Fengyu took a deep breath and hung up. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he contemplated the master capable of dodging bullets. Truly terrifying. Xu Fengyu further felt that the Xu family ought to find such a master to secure their position promptly. Just then, a subordinate rushed over, exclaiming, Xu Zong! That individual named Li Feng has arrived. As he spoke, a young man appeared around the corner, striding towards the subordinate. The subordinate was startled and turned to confront him, but the young man swiftly struck his neck with a knife hand, rendering him unconscious. Li Feng then approached Xu Fengyu with deliberate steps. Xu Fengyu's expression shifted. It's you? Aren't you the assistant to Chao Qingtian? What brings you here? Could it be that Chao Qingtian sent you to kill me? Xu Fengyu was utterly astonished. His subordinates had been stationed at various points in the corridor, and without his permission, it was inconceivable for anyone to approach him directly. Yet, this young man had managed to do so, appearing silently before him. Moreover, Xu Fengyu sensed the murderous intent emanating from Li Feng. Li Feng coldly replied, Didn't you summon me? What do you mean? Upon finishing his sentence, Xu Fengyu suddenly realized. You are Li Feng? Impossible. Although Yang Ximiao and He Liming had been coerced by Xu Fengyu, he knew they would never lie. They had stated there was a significant chance to heal his son's injuries. And this miraculous doctor must indeed possess the ability to do so. How could such a miraculous figure possibly be so young? He appeared no older than 24 or 25, having only been in the medical field for 2 or 3 years after obtaining a bachelor's degree, and perhaps just freshly graduated with a master's degree. How could someone of such tender age be a miraculous doctor? However, as Xu Fengyu pondered these matters, Li Feng was already walking towards him with measured steps. Chapter 63. Li Feng warns Chao Qingtian. Xu Fengyu quickly regained his composure, suddenly drawing a gun and aiming it at Li Feng. Kid, I don't care why you're here. I advise you not to take another step closer, or I will kill you on the spot. The sight of this scene reminded Li Feng of Li Li's death. He continued to advance, step by step, towards Xu Fengyu. Xu Fengyu's face turned ashen, and he fired a shot. Swish, thanks to the silencer, it made only a minimal sound, leading others to believe it was merely the sound of pipes colliding. However, Li Feng deftly evaded the bullet. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xu Fengyu, unwilling to relent, fired 2 more shots. Swish, swish, the bullets flew, yet Li Feng continued to dodge them. Just as Xu Fengyu attempted to fire again, Li Feng had already reached him, seizing the gun from his hand. With a fierce grip, a sound as if iron was being twisted echoed through the air. Xu Fengyu, horrified, looked down to find the barrel of the gun had been effortlessly crushed into a single mass by Li Feng's hand. You are the master beside Chao Qingtian. You killed Li Li. You now intend to kill me? Xu Fengyu shouted in fury. He was now even more convinced that Chao Qingtian had dispatched Li Feng to eliminate him. Li Feng's grim visage was filled with lethal intent as he delivered a powerful strike to Xu Fengyu's face. Crack! Xu Fengyu let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground. Li Feng then stepped down hard on Xu Fengyu's outstretched hand, applying pressure, eliciting a howl of agony from Xu Fengyu. The sound echoed loudly in an instant. Many patients in the neighboring wards were awakened, and the more than 10 bodyguards Xu Fengyu had brought today finally reacted, rushing towards the corridor to confront Li Feng at the end. Some medical staff had actually noticed the situation earlier. However, given their ties to the Xu family, they felt it was not their place to intervene. Each one too afraid to even peek, instead locking themselves tightly in the consultation and rest rooms. Li Feng, however, paid no mind to the commotion behind him, continuing to apply pressure on Xu Fengyu's hand. I have no enmity with your Xu family, but you, this blind fool, captured young Simiao in the dead of night and even threatened me over the phone. Tell me, how should I quell the fury in my heart? Kid, the Xu family is not something you can offend. My father, Xu Tianxiang, is known as the king of Donghai, a former overlord of Donghai City with countless disciples. If you dare harm me, I will ensure your entire family meets a tragic end. Xu Fengyu bellowed. A glint of coldness flashed in Li Feng's eyes. Just then, a commotion arose from behind. It was Chao Qingtian and Chao Long making their entrance. Upon seeing them, the Xu family members also refused to yield. Chao Long could only shout hoarsely, "Mr. Li, we have located the Divine Dr. Yang and Divine Dr. He. They are in the conference room. We have rescued them." Mr. Li, upon hearing this address, Xu Fengyu felt a chill run down his spine. You are truly Li Feng? Moreover, Chao Long actually addressed you as Mr. Li? Who exactly are you? Who I am is no longer important. If you have questions, ask them before the King of Hell. With that, Li Feng delivered a decisive kick that struck Xu Fengyu's neck, producing a sound of cracking bone, leading to Xu Fengyu's immediate demise. The bodyguards of the Xu family were left in a state of shock. Xu Zong, someone shouted, rushing forward to confront Li Feng. However, they were merely 15 in number. Li Feng turned and threw a punch at one of them. The speed and power were beyond what these bodyguards could comprehend. Boom. A dull thud echoed as the first bodyguard crumpled, blood gushing forth, staining the ground in an instant. The remaining 14 were struck with terror, unwilling to advance. Li Feng spoke in a low voice. Do not seek death. Take Xu Fengyu's body back to the Xu family. Inform Xu Tianxiang that today's events should be treated as if nothing occurred. Should he pursue this matter, he may contact me. I will come to claim his head. The 14 were all horrified, not daring to act, and made way for him. Li Feng then prepared to leave with Chao Long and Chao Qing. That moment, a voice suddenly called from a nearby ward, Divine Doctor. Divine Doctor, please save me. Li Feng looked inside to find a young man who bore a resemblance to Xu Fengyu, presumably his son, Xu Zhanya. He had overheard everything that had transpired outside. He understood that his father was dead. His subordinates seemed powerless against Li Feng. He realized that this youthful figure was indeed that miraculous doctor. Xu Zhanya knew that his father's death was irreversible, and seeking help for himself was the most prudent course of action. Li Feng locked eyes with Xu Zhanya through the doorway, his gaze icy. Divine Doctor, if you can heal me, the Xu family can pretend that today's events never happened. I can even have my grandfather offer you a sum of money. Furthermore, the Xu family can become your backing in the future. I implore you to save me. Li Feng smirked disdainfully, then proceeded downstairs with Chao Long and Chao Qingtian, completely disregarding Xu Zhanya. The three descended to a ward below, where they found Yang Simiao and He Liming. Upon seeing Li Feng, Yang Simiao sighed in relief and immediately apologized. Mr. Li, I am sorry. I have implicated you. However, they threatened my family, and I had no choice. Yang Simiao attempted to rise from the bed to apologize to Li Feng. Li Feng steadied him. It is understandable to protect your family. Yang Simiao felt Li Feng's magnanimity. Mr. Li, what is the situation now? Xu Fengyu will not easily let you find me, nor will he spare us, right? Chao Long interjected. Rest assured, Elder Yang, Xu Fengyu is dead. What? Yang Simiao and He Liming were both struck with shock and fear. Yang Simiao then turned to Chao Qingtian. Mr. Chao, have you truly decided to sever ties with the Xu family? Chao Qingtian nodded firmly. Yes, I have made my decision. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Yang Ximiao took a deep breath. It seems that Donghai City is becoming increasingly unstable. The Shu family is now a towering tree. Toppling the Shu family is no easy feat, considering their multitude of disciples. He Liming concurred. The Shu family's foundation is incredibly deep. Some of my former students were even disciples of Shu Tianxiang. To bring down the Shu family is no trivial matter. It could easily backfire upon us. I believe you all must think this through carefully. If you lose, it will be an irretrievable disaster. A glint of sharpness flashed in Chao Qingtian's eyes. With Mrt.Li here, he is worth at least 800 disciples of the Shu family. Li Feng, upon hearing this, cast a profound glance at Chao Qingtian. Chao Qingtian felt a chill run down his spine, as if Li Feng could see into the depths of his soul. Li Feng then produced 2 healing pills for Yang Ximiao and He Liming, urging them to leave the hospital and temporarily vacate Donghai City. He Liming agreed, but Yang Ximiao stubbornly refused to leave. He intended to attend to patients at the White Dragon Hall the following day. And given that Donghai City was his home, he naturally did not wish to depart. In the parking lot, Chao Qingtian offered to drive Li Feng, but Li Feng declined, having arrived in his own vehicle. He suddenly turned to Chao Qingtian. I killed Li and have offended the Shu family. It feels as though unseen hands have pushed me to this point. Chao Qingtian, tell me, if such hands exist, whose hands might they be? Chao Qingtian's expression changed drastically, gazing at Li Feng with fear. Chao Long's eyes widened, as if his breath had hitched. Li Feng chuckled coldly. Don't be alarmed, I'm merely asking. With that, Li Feng drove away. Chao Qingtian and Chao Long stood rooted in place, their faces pale for quite some time before regaining a hint of color. The next morning, as Li Feng was sleeping, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Li Jiner barged in with an air of nonchalance. Stinky little brother, hurry up and get out of bed. Your sister has already prepared breakfast. As she spoke, she yanked the covers off Li Feng. Upon seeing him unclothed, she was left utterly stunned, her face turning crimson as she swiftly turned away. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Chapter 64. Give the king of Donghai 24 hours. Li Jiner fled in disarray. Li Feng, still dazed, rubbed his sleepy eyes, realizing what had transpired, and smacked his forehead, pondering that he had forgotten to lock the door after returning home last night due to exhaustion. His sleeping habits had been caught by the boisterous Li Jiner. He decided not to return to sleep, quickly washed up, and sat down to find Li Jiner still blushing furiously. Could you wear something to bed from now on? Li Jiner glared at Li Feng. Li Feng shook his head. When we were younger, we shared a bed, and you were naked. You didn't seem to mind then. Li Jiner shot him a glare. That was ages ago. 4 or 5 years old. Can that be compared to now? You jerk, I'm your sister. With that, she playfully punched Li Feng in the chest. In any case, you need to wear something. Can't you just not come in? I don't want to change my habits, so I'll let you change yours instead. Li Feng dismissed her and headed to the dining table for breakfast. Duo, perplexed, turned to Li Feng. Daddy? Won't you be cold sleeping without clothes at night? Not at all. It's actually quite warm, Li Feng replied. Luo Shuejing, unable to hold back any longer, shot Li Feng a disdainful glance, calling him shameless before finishing her meal and leaving for work with Li Jiner. Duo was naturally left in Li Feng's care. She suddenly looked at Li Feng. Daddy, it seems like mommy is angry. When a girl is angry, she needs to be coaxed. Li Feng stared at his precocious child in astonishment. Focus on your food. Duo pouted, suddenly recalling something. Oh, Daddy, this weekend is mommy's birthday. Don't forget. Li Feng paused. Luo Shuejing's birthday? Your aunt's birthday is next week. Are their birthdays so close together? As he pondered this, he felt he should express something, planning to take Duo to the mall to buy a gift. However, before he could leave, Chao Qingtian called. Mr. Li, Chao Long and I are at the entrance of Jinxiu, wondering if we might come in to see you. His voice bore a hint of trepidation. Li Feng's expression shifted slightly. Sure, come on in. The security had already recognized Chao Qingtian and Chao Long from previous encounters, so they allowed them entry without delay. Soon, the two arrived at Li Feng's home and, upon seeing him, went straight to the study. Without exchanging words, they exchanged glances and then knelt before Li Feng. Li Feng, unfazed, lit a cigarette and regarded the two brothers. What is the meaning of this? Mr. Li, I thought I was wrong. Last night, regarding the question you asked me, I admit I deliberately misled you. I know I shouldn't have taken advantage of you. I have come to apologize, hoping Mr.Li can overlook this. I will never do such a thing again, Chao Qingtian said, drenched in cold sweat. since that fateful night when Li Feng single-handedly annihilated the Huang family. Chao Qingtian's perception of him had undergone a monumental shift. Initially, he viewed Li Feng as merely a slightly formidable martial artist and a skilled physician who had saved his daughter's life, thus deserving of respect. However, after that night, Chao Qingtian realized that Li Feng was not an ordinary person at all. The events surrounding Li Li and Qin Zhong's deaths made it clear that Li Feng's future was beyond anything he could fathom. Li Feng chuckled lightly, "You may rise. This is hardly a matter of great significance. If I truly wished to pursue it, I would have done so last night." Chao Qingtian and Chao Long, visibly relieved, stood up and promptly expressed their loyalty to Li Feng, akin to the fealty of subordinates to their superiors. Although the underlying sentiments remained unspoken, it was evident that Chao Qingtian had signaled his willingness to serve Li Feng. What had previously been a partnership would now see Chao Qingtian as Li Feng's subordinate. Thus, this matter concludes here. Li Feng inquired calmly, "What of the Shu family? Is there no response from them?" Chao Qingtian hastily replied, "Mr. Li, I was just about to inform you of this. Half an hour ago, Shu Tianxiang contacted me, demanding that I accompany you to the Shu residence to face our doom. Otherwise, in 7 days it shall be our end." "Oh? Why 7 days?" Li Feng asked. Chao Qingtian sighed. 7 days marks the 7th day mourning for Shu Fengyu. Furthermore, Shu Tianxiang has been preoccupied with seeking treatment for his grandson, Shu Zhanye, hence the 7-day ultimatum. However, I suspect Shu Tianxiang has another scheme in mind, which involves gathering his disciples. They are aware that your martial prowess and strength may pose a significant challenge to them. I imagine they are awaiting the arrival of a formidable disciple." Li Feng nodded. "Indeed. Warn Shu Tianxiang to come and apologize to me within 24 hours. Otherwise, there shall no longer be a Shu family in Donghai City." Chao Qingtian gasped, "Mr. Li, what do you mean by that?" "Literally," Li Feng replied with a serious tone. "Since you have pledged your loyalty to me, there shall be no one in Donghai City more authoritative than you, nor anyone who would dare to profit at your expense. If the Shu family seeks their own demise, I shall gladly facilitate it." "Very well," Chao Qingtian said, cold sweat trickling down his brow. It made sense. With the Shu family's disciples still absent, taking decisive action now would increase the likelihood of their downfall. Thus, it was decided, action must be taken. After Chao Qingtian and Chao Long departed, Li Feng took Duo to the mall. However, upon their arrival, the little girl promptly forgot about selecting gifts for Luo Shuejing and Li Jiner. Insisting instead on pizza and hamburgers, Li Feng instructed Duo to wait at their table while he queued for their meal. Yet, upon his return, he found Duo standing aside, while a woman in her 30s and a chubby 5-year-old occupied their previous seats. Duo was sobbing. The little boy mocked her, "Humph, silly. A child without a mother deserves to be bullied." The boy's mother looked on indulgently, seemingly in agreement with her son's taunts. "Stop crying, you little crybaby. Hurry and go." The chubby boy pushed Duo, causing her to stumble. Li Feng rushed forward to support her. The boy looked up at Li Feng and made another face. "Uncle, mind your own business." Slap. Li Feng delivered a slap to the boy's face. It was not overly harsh, but for a child, it was certainly impactful. Surprisingly, the boy did not cry. Instead, he covered his face and looked at his furious mother. "Mommy, this uncle hit me. Mommy, help me teach him a lesson." The woman stood up, her expression icy as she glared at Li Feng. "You dare strike my son?" She lunged forward, aiming to slap Li Feng. However, he was not one to be trifled with, and he retaliated with a slap of his own. "Ah!" The woman fell to the ground. The surrounding patrons turned to witness the scene, murmuring in disbelief. This scoundrel actually hit a woman. What kind of coward bullies a child? What a bizarre era, where someone dares to strike a woman. Li Feng paid no heed to the onlookers, crouching down to Duo's level. "Are you all right, Duo? "I'm fine, Daddy, it's just that they kicked me away and took our seats," Duo replied, feeling wronged. Seeing her tears tore at Li Feng's heart. "It's all right, Daddy has reclaimed our spot and dealt with them. And no more tears, we shall eat here." Duo nodded eagerly, her eyes filled with admiration for Li Feng. The woman had regained her footing, pulling her son close, and warned Li Feng, "You better kneel down and apologize right now. I'm calling my husband over. Otherwise, you're going to regret this." Li Feng smirked dismissively. "Oh? Then do hurry and summon your husband." He pushed the woman aside, exhibiting a carefree audacity. Chapter 65. Wang Yufin's unwarranted calamity. The woman gasped, nearly toppling over again. They had been ousted from their seats by Li Feng but refrained from immediate retaliation. The woman quickly dialed her phone. "Honey, I'm at the burger place downstairs. My son and I have been assaulted. Hurry and bring some people." All right, I'll wait for you." She nodded repeatedly before taking a seat nearby. Li Feng ignored them, focusing instead on ensuring Duo enjoyed her meal. At that moment, Duo's earlier incident, along with the few men who had witnessed the bullying, began to clarify the situation for the surrounding crowd. It seemed they had misunderstood the father and daughter. Who would have thought someone would dare to steal seats here? That woman and her son deserved to be reprimanded. However, just then, the female manager of the burger joint approached with a troubled expression. Speaking in hushed tones, "Sir, you might want to leave quickly. That woman is not to be trifled with. This mall belongs to her family. We ordinary folks cannot afford to offend them." The manager spoke nervously, glancing over her shoulder at the woman and her son in the corner, clearly anxious about being discovered. Li Feng regarded her with surprise. This woman, quite beautiful and seemingly in her mid-20s, possessed a fair complexion and an alluring figure, exuding a subtle fragrance. Her name tag read Manager, Xie Jiao. Revealing her name to Li Feng, he was about to reassure her that there was no need for concern, but Xie Jiao had already become flustered, noticing the woman had caught on to her exchange. "Sir, you must leave at once. Don't delay. I can't speak with you any longer." After her warning, she hurried away, but the woman had already taken note of the situation. Glaring at Xie Jiao with evident disdain, marking her as an adversary, Li Feng remained unfazed, initially concerned only about Duo's mood and appetite. Yet, to his surprise, the little girl was already devouring her meal, appearing blissfully unaware of any impending danger. "Li Feng?" Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from near the window. A middle-aged couple turned their gaze toward Li Feng and Duo. "Grandma and Grandpa?" Duo exclaimed, staring at the pair, who were none other than Luo Shuejing's parents, Luo Yong and Wang Yufan. They too were astonished to see Li Feng and Duo there. Luo Yong and Wang Yufan approached, their brows furrowed in disapproval toward Li Feng. But Wang Yufan's heart softened at the sight of her granddaughter. Duo, don't you miss Grandma? You haven't been home in days. Where have you been staying with your mother?" Luo Shuejing had moved out a week ago. Initially, Luo Yong and Wang Yufan thought it a relief, but now the absence of their granddaughter made their home feel empty. Encountering Li Feng and Duo unexpectedly in the mall reignited their desire to take Duo home. "Grandma, I'm living in Daddy's big house," Duo announced without hesitation. "That a big house? You all live together?" Wang Yufan stared at Li Feng in disbelief. She knew he owned a villa in Jingxiuli, a residence that even the matriarch of the Luo family envied. It was impossible for Wang Yufan not to feel envious as she compared it to the modest accommodation she resided in. An idea struck her. "Li Feng, does this mean you have feelings for my daughter? Are you considering marrying her?" Li Feng remained noncommittal, simply stating, "Shuejing and I are merely cohabitating. I am her landlord, and she is my tenant. She is required to pay rent." "Ha ha ha. You charge Luo Shuejing rent? How shameless," Wang Yufan declared, her tone serious. "If you're not interested in marrying her, then you shouldn't be living together. If you are considering marriage, it must be with our consent." Luo Yong was bewildered. "Wang Yufan, what are you talking about? Luo Shuejing is destined for a commercial marriage. How could she possibly be with this boy?" Wang Yufan ignored him, pressing Li Feng, "At least give me an answer." Li Feng, intrigued, asked, "Would you agree?" "Of course. Why wouldn't we?" Wang Yufan hesitated. "As long as your betrothal gifts are satisfactory, how could I disagree? Simply put, if you wish to marry my daughter, your house will suffice as the betrothal gift. We won't ask for anything else. No gold, no car, no cash. All of that can be waived. How about it? We are reasonable people and won't take advantage of you." Li Feng understood. This woman sought to claim his villa. Luo Shuejing had mentioned that Wang Yufan was quite materialistic. When money wasn't involved, she could be considered a decent person, diligent in household matters, and kind to Duo. However, once finances entered the equation, she would readily abandon even her granddaughter. "This is a discussion for another time," Li Feng replied earnestly. "If Shuejing and I can be together, then everything can be negotiated. If not, discussing it now is futile." Li Feng had no intention of indulging such a mother-in-law, and certainly wouldn't tolerate living under one roof while being bombarded with questions about finances. "What kind of attitude is that?" Wang Yufan seethed, pointing at Li Feng, ready to raise her voice. Li Feng interjected, "By the way, I've stirred up some trouble. You should leave quickly, otherwise, you may find yourselves entangled in this mess as well." What? Wang Yufan was taken aback. Before she and Luo Yong could react, a swarm of security personnel suddenly appeared outside. At least 30 of them, creating an imposing sight. Honey, Dad, the woman and her chubby son, who had been struck by Li Feng, rushed towards a well-dressed man in his 30s at the entrance. Upon seeing the marks on their faces, the man erupted in fury, addressing everyone in the restaurant. Anyone not involved, get out. Those who struck my wife and child, stay. Patrons scrambled in fear, hastily ushering their children away. Wang Yufan and Luo Yong stood frozen, finally grasping the meaning behind Li Feng's earlier words. The man who had appeared was none other than Shi Buoxin, the heir of the Shi family, a prominent and wealthy clan in Donghai City, capable of leveraging their connections to deal with an ordinary individual like Li Feng. Meanwhile, the Luo family was a third-rate clan, mere commoners in the face of the Shi family. Wang Yufan dared not linger, exchanging a glance with Luo Yong before attempting to leave. However, Zhang Yuhan, the woman struck by Li Feng, suddenly pointed at Wang Yufan and Luo Yong. You two aren't going anywhere. I heard you are that little brat's grandparents. Stay? And no, we are not. Wang Yufan stammered, growing anxious. But Shi Buoxin was unswayed, his cold gaze fixed on them. If that's the case, then you'll stay. Two security personnel moved forward, blocking Wang Yong and Wang Yufan's path. Their faces drained of color. Mr. Shi, I know you. You are the heir of the Shi family and now the general manager. Our matriarch has some connections with your grandfather. Wang Yufan blurted out, regaining some composure. Shi Buoxin frowned. Oh, who is your matriarch? The matriarch of the Luo family. Wang Yufan replied eagerly. Upon hearing this, Shi Buoxin's demeanor shifted slightly. The Luo family? I see. Wang Yufan's spirits lifted. Can we leave then? I assure you that idiot has nothing to do with us. He caused the trouble of hitting your wife and child. You can punish him however you wish. No, Shi Buoxin replied sternly. You will stay put for now. First, I shall deal with that blind fool, then I will handle you. Wang Yufan and Luo Yong felt a wave of terror wash over them. Turning their gaze toward Li Feng, their eyes filled with animosity. They were in deep trouble. This little brat had indeed provoked someone he shouldn't have. Wang Yufan felt like crying. Had she known it would come to this, she would have never approached Li Feng to greet Duo, nor engaged in any conversation. At this moment, most patrons had already fled the establishment. Shi Buoxin's penetrating gaze was fixed on Li Feng, preparing to approach him. Just then, a woman suddenly stepped in front of Shi Buoxin. Chapter 66. Do you know someone from the Shi family? It was Xie Jiao. After much hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to approach, forcing a smile as she said, Mr. Shi, please calm down. Why don't you sit down for a moment and have a drink? Perhaps we can discuss this matter amicably. In truth, Xie Jiao had little desire to get involved with Li Feng's predicament. However, as the manager, she could not simply stand by. Yet she was well aware of her limited power. Shi Buoxin's family owned them all. She could only tentatively offer a few words. To her surprise, Shi Buoxin scrutinized her for a moment before smirking. Oh, not bad looking. Xie Jiao, you seem quite protective of that fool. How about this? If you spend the night with me, I'll let that fool go. What do you say? Xie Jiao's expression shifted dramatically, and she forced a smile. Mr. Shi, please don't joke. Your wife is right here. What of my wife? She never pays me any mind. I do as I please. Shi Buoxin retorted coldly, if you agree, I'll immediately release that fool. If not, step aside. I have no time for you. Xie Jiao's face paled. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she glanced at Zhang Yuhan, who, though displeased, remained silent. The rumors about Shi Buoxin's penchant for women were evidently true. His wife turning a blind eye was also a reality. With a resigned sigh, Xie Jiao stepped aside. She was merely an ordinary employee, incapable of standing against a scion of a wealthy family. Unbeknownst to her, Shi Buoxin had already set his sights on her. Regardless of whether she wished to protect Li Feng, Shi Buoxin intended to have Xie Jiao today. At that moment, there were no longer any obstacles in the store, and Shi Buoxin, unfazed, lit a cigarette, his demeanor cold as he said, that fool and the little brat can take their time eating. I'm in no rush. I want them to have something in their stomachs when I deal with them. Duo felt a twinge of fear at that moment. Li Feng chuckled reassuringly. Don't be scared. Duo, Daddy is here. Wipe your little mouth and let us go. Hearing her father's gentle words, Duo felt somewhat reassured. Li Feng scooped her up and headed towards the exit. Li Feng, you better apologize quickly. Wang Yufan suddenly shouted at him. What do you think you're doing? You can't just walk away. Li Feng turned to face Shi Buoxin, who was blocking his path, and coldly stated, "Step aside." Shi Buoxin replied icily, "If you wish to leave. It's simple. Kneel." His aura suddenly erupted, and the surrounding security personnel advanced in unison, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Wang Yufin's face turned pale with terror. She wished to urge Li Feng to promptly apologize and defuse the situation. Yet, Li Feng stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across Shi Buoxin's face. Ah! Shi Buoxin stumbled back a few steps, incredulously staring at Li Feng. "You dare to strike me? How could he possibly have the audacity to act so brazenly?" Cornered by 30 people and confronted by the future head of the Shi family, this young man openly slapped him. "Damn it, you're finished. Not even the King of Heaven could save you. Everyone, attack. If you break something, it's on me. If you kill someone, it's also on me," Shi Buoxin bellowed fiercely. Zhang Yusin and the chubby boy also grew agitated. They were not seeking mere warnings. They desired nothing less than a brutal beating for Li Feng and that little girl, preferably to the point of death. Now that Li Feng had struck Shi Buoxin, provoking his wrath, it seemed he would stop at nothing to see Li Feng dead. Consequently, the 30 security guards charged forward. Li Feng gently set Duo down and said softly, Duo, turn around and close your eyes." This time, Duo was not frightened, for her father stood in front of her, like a sturdy tree capable of withstanding any storm. She dutifully turned away and covered her eyes. At that moment, the security guards had reached Li Feng, throwing punches and kicks in rapid succession. Li Feng did not resort to lethal force. He simply raised his hand and slapped one of them across the face. Teeth flew, and blood splattered as the man collapsed, suffering at least a mild concussion. Immediately after, 2 more guards rushed in, only to receive the same fate at Li Feng's hand. Within a few breaths, 8 men had lost their teeth. The remaining 22 stood frozen in shock, too intimidated to advance. Li Feng's piercing gaze and terrifying aura exerted immense pressure upon them. Shi Buoxin, Zhang Yuhan, and the chubby boy were utterly astonished, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Wang Yufin and Luo Yong stood in a daze, speechless. How could this trash be so formidable? Xie Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief. She worried that Duo had merely covered her eyes and not her ears, so she stepped forward to shield Duo's ears, protecting her. This made Duo curious, yet seeing Xie Jiao's gentle demeanor brought her considerable comfort. At that moment, Xie Jiao had not anticipated that this man could be so powerful. His gallant display radiated an extraordinary masculine charm. No one dared to approach any longer. Li Feng then walked toward Shi Buoxin. Shi Buoxin, alarmed, shouted, "You lot, hurry up. Whoever takes care of this brat, I'll reward them with 100,000. The guards' eyes instantly gleamed with greed, and despite their hesitation, some charged forward once more. Li Feng continued with his method, delivering a slap to each one. Within half a minute, only 6 remained standing, too frightened to advance. Li Feng maintained his usual demeanor, a faint chill on his face, resembling a dark lord, instilling fear. "You'd just wait." Shi Buoxin could no longer afford to linger. He turned and fled, dragging Zhang Yuhan and the chubby boy with him. The 6 guards followed suit, and Li Feng did not pursue them. He knew Shi Buoxin would inevitably return. Li Feng then turned to Xie Jiao, who was still in shock, covering Duo's ears and gazing at him. He couldn't help but smile gratefully. "Thank you." He picked up Duo. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, Duo relaxed her previously furrowed brows. "I knew Dad could scare away the bad guys. How are you so strong?" Wang Yufin was equally astonished, staring at Li Feng in disbelief. "But that Shi Buoxin's family has significant connections. Sai, you've put us in grave danger. I warn you, you must resolve this matter quickly. Otherwise, old Madame Luo will pursue this, and it could spell trouble for Luo Xuejing." Wang Yufin was not speaking lightly. She was primarily concerned about her own pressures and dangers, and she knew that old Madame Luo would exert pressure on Luo Xuejing to trouble Li Feng. Thus, she warned him. Luo Yong sighed heavily. "Li Feng, you've put us in a terrible position. I hope the Shi group doesn't target us. Otherwise, we will hold you accountable." The 2 elders hurried away. Li Feng paid no mind to their words, glancing gratefully at Xie Jiao before leaving his contact information. "If you encounter any trouble, reach out to me." He then departed with Duo, not leaving the mall but heading to another floor to buy birthday gifts for Luo Xuejing and Li Jiner. Xie Jiao stood inside the store, watching Li Feng ascend the stairs, her heart filled with worry. Alas, he is too carefree. If Shibuishin returns with others, Mr. Li might still face repercussions. Unable to contain herself, Xie Jiao called Li Feng, analyzing the Shi family's formidable connections and urging him to leave. Yet, Li Feng remained calm, responding, "If the Shi family returns to trouble you, then contact me." He hung up and dialed Chao Qingtian. "Are you familiar with the Shi group?" Chao Qingtian, taken aback on the other end, replied, "Mr. Li, the head of the Shi group, just visited me to discuss a business deal. However, he seemed to be in a hurry and left abruptly," Li Feng stated. "If all goes as expected, he should be seeking revenge for his son. His son, daughter-in-law, and grandson just caused me trouble in the mall, and I dealt with them." Chao Qingtian seethed with rage. "What? That bastard Shi Weisong dared to trouble Mr. Li? Don't worry, I will handle this matter immediately." Chapter 67. Fake gold bracelet, gold-plated tungsten. Little did he know, when Chao Qingtian attempted to call Shi Weisong, he was met with silence. Why? Because Shi Weisong, after leaving the Chao family, received a call from Shibuishin. Shibuishin reported that he had been assaulted, and so had Zheng Yuhan, with the crucial detail that Shi Weisong's grandson had also been struck. In a fit of rage, Shi Weisong smashed his phone. He instructed his assistant to buy a new one and hurried to the Dongqing department store's office, where he found Shibuishin. Upon seeing the handprint on Shibuishin's face, Shi Weisong exploded with fury. "Where's the one who hit you?" Shibuishin pointed to the surveillance footage, indicating Li Feng, who was still leisurely wandering the mall with Duo. "So bold, to strike my family and continue shopping so nonchalantly. Since it has come to this, don't blame me for being ruthless." He reviewed the surveillance, pinpointed the car Li Feng drove, and knew he would eventually return. He ordered all security personnel to take action, blocking all exits to prevent Li Feng from escaping. Furthermore, he stationed additional guards beside Li Feng's car in the underground parking. Soon as Li Feng appeared in the underground garage, he would give the command to detain him. At this very moment, Li Feng and Duo had entered 3 different jewelry stores. They passed by. Many onlookers pointed and whispered, daunted by the recent events in the mall. A small number recognized Li Feng, but he remained unfazed. The female sales associates in the jewelry stores, while aware of the commotion outside, did not know who the main characters were and thus approached Li Feng without any sense of danger. "Li Feng?" One of the sales associates suddenly recognized him. Li Feng was taken aback. "You are?" The sales associate pointed to her name tag. "I'm Jiang Yuxiang. We were college classmates. Have you forgotten me?" Li Feng blinked, genuinely puzzled. He had no recollection of her. He had only attended college for a year and a half before a car accident led him to Wulong Village. In college, students spent most of their time in dorms, leaving a more lasting impression of the boys, while only the exceptionally beautiful or memorable girls remained in his mind. The girl before him, Jiang Yuxiang, was not particularly stunning but had a pleasant and confident appearance. Her eyes radiating warmth. Li Feng feigned recognition. "Jiang Yuxiang. I remember now. Dio, you work here?" "Yes, I do." Jiang Yuxiang smiled. "I was surprised when you suddenly stopped attending school. What happened?" "Oh, who is this? Your niece?" Li Feng replied earnestly, "This is my daughter, Duo. Duo, say hello to Annie." "Hello, Auntie." Duo chimed sweetly. Jiang Yuxiang was astonished. The little girl appeared to be around 4 years old. This implied that Li Feng had fathered a child 5 years ago? Li Feng noticed her surprise. "I was young and reckless. It was an accident. Let us not dwell on that. I want to buy a birthday gift for her mother, but I'm unsure what to choose. Can you recommend something?" Jiang Yuxiang beamed. "Absolutely. Girls love diamond necklaces. However, a large diamond may not be as appealing. Instead, a smaller, more exquisite one is perfect and definitely not expensive." Jiang Yuxiang retrieved a necklace priced at over 5,000 yuan, which indeed was reasonable and exquisite. After inspecting it, Li Feng found it appealing but felt it might appear a bit too modest. Thinking he should select an additional item later, he instructed Jiang Yuxiang to process the purchase. Just then, a woman in her 40s emerged from the back, loudly exclaiming, "Jiang Yuxiang, did you recover this item yesterday?" Upon hearing that voice, Li Feng instinctively looked up. The moment he did, he recognized the woman immediately. "Tao Xiaoqian?" he asked in astonishment. The woman frowned, scrutinizing him. "What did you just call me?" "Tao Xiaoqian, I am not Tao Xiaoqian. You've mistaken me. My name is Tao Xiaodan. Tao Xiaoqian is my sister." Tao Xiaodan replied. Li Feng suddenly realized. This woman was indeed a bit younger than Tao Xiaoqian. Moreover, he had only seen pictures of Tao Xiaoqian and had never encountered her in person. Liao Kai was dead. and Tao Xiaoqian was still in contact with the Liao family, unaware that they had also fallen under Li Feng's control. Tao Xiaoqian must be sleepless at this moment, relying on her technical skills to impose her will. Employing threats to force resignations, Li Feng would certainly make her pay a price. However, at this moment, Tao Xiaodan was evidently not here for Li Feng. She was furious at Jiang Yuxiang, brandishing a gold bracelet. I ask you, is this ancestral gold bracelet the one you recovered yesterday? You were the only one in the store. Jiang Yuxiang was taken aback, scrutinizing the bracelet, her face blanching. The bracelet had been cut open, revealing the metal beneath the gold plating, tungsten. This is gold-plated tungsten? Jiang Yuxiang nearly exploded. Yesterday, she had conducted basic tests in the store and indeed recovered this ancestral gold bracelet. But now it had been cut open. Hidden inside was tungsten? The most critical issue in recovering gold was the risk of acquiring gold-plated tungsten, as tungsten and gold have nearly identical densities, making it difficult to identify without melting. No. Jiang Yuxiang quickly regained her composure. Manager, I assure you the item I recovered yesterday was not fake gold. This bracelet must have been swapped. Upon hearing Jiang Yuxiang's words, Tao Xiaodan's expression shifted slightly, but then she regained her resoluteness. Manager, I trust my ears. Gold-plated tungsten is indeed difficult to identify without melting, but I can tell by the sound. Gold-plated tungsten has a sharper sound, while pure gold sounds duller. This bracelet must have been swapped. She examined the bracelet closely. This bracelet is too pristine. The one I recovered yesterday had some hard-to-clean stains. Tao Xiaodan snatched the fake gold bracelet from Jiang Yuxiang's hands. You trust your ears? I don't. This incident has occurred. What do you propose we do? This bracelet is worth 120,000. You must compensate. Jiang Yuxiang was dumbfounded. Manager, I believe in my own findings. No. I need to investigate who handled this bracelet yesterday. Otherwise, I won't accept this. Tao Xiaodan retorted angrily. The only person who handled it yesterday was you. It was packaged and sent to the appraisal department. She added, moreover, it's against company policy for you to independently recover gold in the store. Are you still trying to argue? Jiang Yuxiang protested. Manager, but you said we could recover gold in the store. Tao Xiaodan's expression darkened. Still arguing? It doesn't matter if you deny it. I will report this matter to the company. How they handle it is beyond my knowledge. As she spoke, Tao Xiaodan began to leave. Jiang Yuxiang sensed the situation was deteriorating and attempted to stop her. The other customers in the store turned their attention to the unfolding drama. Initially eager to purchase gold, but now hesitant. Gold-plated tungsten. Such a scenario existed. They decided to observe. Meanwhile, Li Feng suddenly stepped in front of Tao Xiaodan. You swapped this bracelet, didn't you? Tao Xiaodan was taken aback. What are you saying? What do you mean? Li Feng replied coldly. You have another gold bracelet in your bag, don't you? Show it. Tao Xiaodan instinctively clutched her bag, her eyes widening in shock as she stared at Li Feng, bewildered by how he knew about the bracelet. You were talking nonsense? Tao Xiaodan gritted her teeth, angrily stating, Step aside. This is an internal matter for our store. Please refrain from meddling. Yet, Li Feng firmly grasped Tao Xiaodan's shoulder. She suddenly felt her entire arm go weak, and her grip on the bag loosen. Li Feng caught it and extracted another intact bracelet, which had some stains. This one. Tao Xiaodan's complexion changed dramatically. Jiang Yuxiang also stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her, her eyes wide with incredulity. Chapter 68. Brother, you aren't living off a woman, are you? The onlookers were equally astonished, watching in shock. Was this not a blatant attempt to slander the young woman? Wow, the store manager is actually deceiving her employee. The gold business is fraught with peril. Better not buy. Better not buy. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted to one of deep concern. The other sales associates felt a chill in their hearts. Initially, they had wondered if Jiang Yuxiang had truly received fake gold, but now it became clear that Tao Xiaodan was the one attempting to frame Jiang Yuxiang. As fellow employees, they felt disheartened and began to contemplate resigning. You bastard, meddling in our affairs. Tao Xiaodan's expression shifted suddenly, and she slapped at Li Feng. However, Li Feng caught her hand. Just like Tao Xiaoqian, you both enjoy playing such dirty games. It seems you yourself recovered fake gold, and now you're trying to pin the blame on your employee, right? Tao Xiaodan's expression darkened, and she yanked her hand back, glaring at Li Feng with malice. Who are you? What is your relationship with her sister? You seem to have a rather poor rapport. Before Li Feng could respond, a man in his 50s entered the store. He wore glasses, was tall and thin, and his hawkish gaze appeared somewhat ominous. The man walked in with a slight smile. "Sir, this is all a misunderstanding. I am Xiao Chong, the general manager of Jinlong Jewelry. I just received a call from the appraisal center, indicating that the gold-plated tungsten had already been identified, but the date was marked incorrectly, leading to the misunderstanding that it was recovered by our store's Zhang Yuxiang. I came personally to clarify." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuxiang was unwilling to accept it and stepped forward to address Xiao Chong. "Manager Xiao, what about the gold in the store manager's bag?" Xiao Chong cast a cold glance at Zhang Yuxiang and said, "The gold in the manager's bag is naturally from your recovery yesterday. I have already stated that it was the manager's mistake." "Zhang Yuxiang, this matter pertains to our store. Indeed, you have been wronged. However, let us discuss this privately to avoid impacting the business. At that moment, Tao Xiaodin subtly revealed a smirk of triumph. Zhang Yuxiang was well aware that Tao Xiaodin was attempting to set her up. The look in Tao Xiaodin's eyes made it abundantly clear. "Fine, I shall take your word for it. However, I wish to resign now. I do not want my salary for this month." Zhang Yuxiang, being quite stubborn, promptly removed her work badge and began to gather her belongings to leave. Neither Xiao Chong nor Tao Xiaodan attempted to dissuade her. The other sales staff also contemplated leaving but lacked the courage that Tao Xiaodan possessed. With half the month already gone, they had earned a portion of their salary and felt it prudent to wait until they secured another job before resigning. Thus, the matter was left unresolved. Li Feng, having failed to purchase the necklace, instead followed Zhang Yuxiang out. "I need to buy a gift, so I want to accompany you," Li Feng remarked, glancing at Zhang Yuxiang. She looked at him in astonishment. "I haven't even had the chance to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have surely been unfairly accused." Li Feng waved his hand dismissively. "After all, we are classmates. I merely mentioned it casually." Indeed, Li Feng did not invest much thought into the situation. Had he regarded Zhang Yuxiang as a true friend, he would not only have exposed the truth, but would have also ensured that the manager and the general manager received a significant lesson. Yet, in truth, Li Feng had little impression of Zhang Yuxiang. Perhaps she was too inconspicuous during their university days. Zhang Yuxiang, however, pressed on. "Li Feng, let me treat you to a meal. Please don't go shopping. That Xiao Chong is not a good person. I once caught him and Tao Xiaodan behaving inappropriately in the office. They are conspiring against me. If you help me stand up to them and expose Tao Xiaodan, Xiao Chong will certainly not let you off lightly. He is acquainted with the young master of this mall, Shi Buixin, who is said to be a distant relative of his. Last time someone offended Xiao Chong, Shi Buixin's people dealt with them, so it would be best if you avoid lingering here. Hurry and leave," Zhang Yuxiang warned, genuinely concerned that Li Feng would attract Xiao Chong's ire because of her. Li Feng, however, remained unfazed. "I have already offended Shi Buixin. What difference does it make to offend Xiao Chong as well? You, on the other hand, should not follow me. I am already being watched. If you don't believe me, just look around." Zhang Yuxiang, perplexed, glanced about and indeed noticed several people staring intently at Li Feng. Some were ordinary passers-by whispering and pointing, while a few mall security guards, wearing suits and Bluetooth earpieces, were watching him with apparent intent. Had Li Feng not mentioned it, Zhang Yuxiang would never have realized that these individuals were focused on Li Feng. You really offended Shi Buixin?" Zhang Yuxiang's expression turned anxious. "Well then, why aren't you running away? Do you think I can escape?" Li Feng chuckled. "You should leave quickly. Otherwise, you might get caught up in my troubles." Zhang Yuxiang hesitated, feeling it was unkind to abandon him. "But I just came out with you. If Xiao Chong truly seeks Shi Buixin's help to teach you a lesson, I will surely suffer the consequences too. If I run now, I doubt I could escape. It would be better to stay with you, at least you are calm and seem unafraid. Honestly, you must have some leverage against Shi Buixin, right?" Li Feng smiled lightly. "If you're going to stick with me, then help me choose a gift, as a way to thank me for coming to your aid." Zhang Yuxiang was, in truth, testing Li Feng. After asking him this question and receiving an affirmative response, she felt more confident in her assumption. Li Feng must indeed possess some means to stand up to Shi Buixin. Duo, listening intently from the side, suddenly asked Li Feng, "Daddy, did that bad guy bully us too?" "Perhaps," Li Feng replied. "Are you scared?" Duo, with a serious expression, responded. Duo is scared. But if Daddy buys Duo an ice cream, then Duo won't be scared anymore." Li Feng's expression darkened. "Daddy, there's a dessert stand up ahead." Duo pointed toward a corner. Li Feng's face grew even darker. Nonetheless, he acquiesced to Duo's request, paying for the ice cream but refraining from handing it to her immediately. Remember, you must not tell mommy that I bought you ice cream. Otherwise, she will surely be upset. Duo nodded earnestly, nearly drooling. Duo knows. Duo will keep it a secret. Only then did Li Feng hand the ice cream to her. Zhang Yuxiang, observing this interaction, couldn't help but laugh. Duo is such a good girl. I suddenly feel envious that you have a daughter. It makes me feel like I want to have one too. Li Feng remained non-committal. But first, you need to find a boyfriend. You know I don't have a boyfriend? Zhang Yuxiang replied with a hint of pride. Li Feng nodded. I know. As a skilled doctor, even without the ability to see through people, Li Feng could ascertain a woman's experiences merely by observing the way she walked and the sway of her hips. While not infallibly accurate, he was certainly close. Of course, lacking such experiences did not necessarily imply a lack of a boyfriend. Thus, Li Feng's earlier comment was merely a half-formed guess. Judging by Zhang Yuxiang's reaction, it seemed he had hit the mark. At that moment, Li Feng received a call from Chao Qingtian. Mr. Li, I cannot reach that scoundrel Shi Weisong. Tio, spare you from getting your hands dirty. I am bringing some people over to handle the situation. Li Feng felt that engaging with the security guards would be futile and agreed. All right, come over. After hanging up, Zhang Yuxiang suddenly said to Li Feng, let us stop dawdling. I'll take you to see the gift you are getting for your wife. By the way, what does your wife do? She is the president of a company. Oh, a president? Zhang Yuxiang exclaimed, shocked. Then what about you? I am currently unemployed, Li Feng replied candidly. Zhang Yuxiang was even more astonished, staring at Li Feng incredulously. Wow, brother. You can't be living off your wife, can you? Indeed, Li Feng replied casually. Zhang Yuxiang, not looking down on him, merely expressed her envy. Why did I am so envious? I want to find a rich person to support me too. Truly, I don't mean to look down on you. I am just genuinely envious. Li Feng nodded. If you work hard, you should be able to find someone to take care of you, just like I did. I will work hard. After all, if you can find someone, so can I. Zhang Yuxiang responded innocently. Li Feng felt a pang of bitterness, his lips twitching. Yet, he could tell that Zhang Yuxiang seemed to feel they had grown familiar, thus beginning to joke. Subsequently, Zhang Yuxiang inquired about Luo Shuejing's preferences and attire, ultimately concluding that Luo Shuejing had never purchased a designer handbag. As a successful executive, not even owning a branded bag presented Li Feng with a perfect opportunity. He could gift her with her very first luxury handbag. Pausing for a moment, Zhang Yuxiang asked, by the way, what is your budget? I fear it may be too expensive for you to bear. Li Feng replied earnestly. Do not worry about the price as long as the gift is something she will love. That is all that matters. Zhang Yuxiang laughed heartily. It's easy to spend someone else's money without a care. Come on, I'll take you to the LV counter up ahead. The prices are generally high, but not excessively so. The quality is definitely top-notch. Soon, they entered the LV store, where Zhang Yuxiang quickly helped Li Feng select a tote bag valued at 21,900. However, Li Feng, being generous, decided to purchase two in one go, one for Luo Shuejing and another for Li Jiner. As they exited, Li Feng asked Zhang Yuxiang, are you sure this isn't just a tax on intelligence? Li Feng was not short on money. Spending 20,000 would not even make him flinch. However, wealth aside, the question of value remained a different matter. To Li Feng, the bag seemed to be nothing more than a tax on intelligence. He was certain the production cost was low, yet the brand markup was exorbitant. Don't overthink it. Your sister and your wife will definitely love it, Zhang Yuxiang assured him confidently, inadvertently stirring a ripple of excitement within him. Li Feng, for reasons unknown, cast a glance her way, which Zhang Yuxiang caught, prompting her to chuckle. Indeed, all men are the same. Then I'm going home. You should come with me, Li Feng suddenly suggested. Zhang Yuxiang's face flushed slightly as she hesitated. This isn't it inappropriate? Although we are university classmates, we hardly spoke back then, and it feels more like we just met. If you take me home so soon, what if your wife finds out if you don't want to go? Then I'll leave, Li Feng stated, feeling as though he had been played by Zhang Yuxiang, and proceeded to take Duo with him. Zhang Yuxiang had no choice but to hurry after him. Taking the elevator down to the basement, the security guard monitoring Li Feng immediately reported their movements in the office building. Shi Buixin swiftly received the news. Mr. Shi, the target has gone down to the basement. Shi Buixin promptly contacted the security guards stationed in the basement. They've come out. Take down the target and his daughter. As for the woman accompanying them, bring her to me. Shi Buixin's mind began to swirl with wicked thoughts. After relaying the orders, he signaled to his father, Shi Weisong, and to Xiao Chong, who had just rushed upstairs to find him, with an okay gesture. He then glanced at the corner where Xie Jiao had already been captured, a nefarious plan forming in his mind. If he could capture the woman following Li Feng and then throw both of them onto his BIT, would surely be exhilarating. However, remembering the slap Li Feng had dealt him earlier soured his mood. Dad, I want to see this for myself. I will make that little punk kneel and apologize. I will personally break his hands, Shi Buixin declared grimly. I will go with you, Shi Weisong replied. Tell them not to act just yet. We'll decide what to do once we arrive. With a single thread pulling at the entire tapestry, all except for Xie Jiao and one guard left the room to head down to the underground parking lot to personally teach Li Feng a lesson. Meanwhile, Xie Jiao felt a deep sense of despair. She had been knocked out cold without a moment's notice, unable to alert Li Feng in time. Now bound, she regretted meddling in affairs that did not concern her. All she could do was pray that Li Feng would be all right, manage to take down the Shi family, and then come to rescue her. Xie Jiao, you are truly beautiful. No wonder our mister Shi wants to sleep with you. One of the guards watching over her suddenly approached with a sly grin. Xie Jiao's expression shifted. Stay away from me. In the underground parking lot, as Li Feng, Zhang Yuxiang, and Duo exited the elevator, a man in black approached, wielding a spring baton. With a hint of caution, he said, Sir, our boss would like you to wait a moment before leaving. He is quite interested in speaking with you. Li Feng nodded. Having anticipated this, where is your boss? He'll be here shortly, the guard replied nonchalantly from another elevator. Li Feng remarked. All right, then let us move to a more secluded area. It's too crowded here. Sure. Follow me. The guard thought to himself that the young man was quite dense. They had just heard that this person had slapped someone in the lobby, leaving 24 guards nursing their wounds. Yet here he was, oblivious to the fact that he was about to face a dire situation. The guard smirked coldly as he led the way. Zhang Yuxiang, feeling her anxiety rise, whispered beside Li Feng. Hey, why are you following them? We should take action together. Take out this guard and make a quick escape. Li Feng was taken aback by Zhang Yuxiang's suggestion. He turned to her, incredulous. You? With your slender arms and legs? He dismissed her idea with disdain. Just follow me. Your job is to protect Duo. Zhang Yuxiang thought Li Feng was foolish, but she dared not speak loudly, even contemplating a solo escape. However, she soon noticed that more security guards were closing in, each wielding retractable batons, their expressions grim. That moment, Zhang Yuxiang realized she was trapped. It's over. I should have dragged that fool Li Feng along when I first tried to resign. At least the first floor was crowded, making it easier to escape. Now I have no way out. Zhang Yuxiang considered reporting to the authorities, but with the guards watching her closely, now was not the time. The guards led Li Feng to a secluded corner, typically used for unloading goods from the supermarket, where no vehicles were around. It was indeed convenient for them to take action against Li Feng here. Shortly, a group of individuals approached in the distance. Zhang Yuxiang's face paled upon recognizing Xiao Chong and Tao Xiaodin right away. Following them were Shi Buixin, Shi Weisong, and Shi Buixin's wife, Zhang Yuhan. They appeared menacing, their intentions clearly hostile. The group soon stood before Li Feng, accompanied by over 60 security guards, each brandishing retractable batons, their expressions dark. Shi Buixin arrogantly stared at Li Feng. Kid, how considerate of you to choose such a secluded spot. When you're down on your knees barking like a dog, at least it won't be too embarrassing. Li Feng, however, remained unfazed as he lit a cigarette. What do you need all these people for? Calling them won't help. I have no intention of fighting you. Oh? Are you scared? Shi Buixin sneered. Shi Weisong pulled at Shi Buixin. Enough with the chatter. This one is a tough nut. Let us break him first. Understood, Dad. Shi Buixin turned to the swarm of guards, ready to give the order. Wait. Li Feng suddenly interjected. Shi Buixin, assuming Li Feng was frightened, laughed mockingly. Oh? What do you want to say? Beg for mercy? Listen. Li Feng pointed toward the vehicle entrance. Do you hear that sound? Shi Buixin's expression shifted. What sound? The sound of a Mercedes G-Class, Li Feng declared. Shi Buixin's face turned crimson with fury, believing Li Feng was mocking him. Just as he was about to erupt, the unmistakable roar of a Mercedes G-Class grew closer, and then, with a screech, it barreled toward the group of guards, seemingly intent on running them down. Watch out! Shi Buixin shouted in alarm, pulling Shi Weisong and Zhang Yuhan to the side. Xiao Chong and Tao Xiaodin quickly reacted, moving to the side in haste. Chapter 70. Prepare a coffin for Shu Tianxiang. Each security guard was also taken aback, scrambling to clear a path, fearful of being struck by the vehicle. However, the car halted where they had just been standing. All the guards glared fiercely at the now stationary car, eager to beat the occupant to a pulp upon their exit. Who would have known that the sound of many vehicles approaching would follow? The individual descending from the magnificent Mercedes G-Class was none other than Chao Qingtian. His face was a mask of fury as he stepped down. The security personnel initially intended to rush forward and eliminate Chao Qingtian, but 10 vans suddenly appeared, blocking the area completely, all converging towards where the crowd stood. Subsequently, 8 individuals emerged from each van, totaling a staggering 80 individuals, all wielding baseball bats. Their demeanor exuded the aura of seasoned warriors, their gazes icy and menacing. The two factions faced off. The security team of the Sure Group was left in utter shock, none daring to doubt that in the event of a confrontation, they would undoubtedly suffer a devastating defeat. Observing this scene were Shi Weisong, Shi Buxin, Zhang Yuhan, Xiao Chong, and Tao Xiaodan, all rendered speechless. Reinforcements for Li Feng had arrived, however. When Shi Weisong recognized Chao Qingtian, his heart plummeted. It felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, a foreboding sense of dread enveloping him, yet he forced a smile to greet him. "Mr. Chao, what brings you here? Is there something in the contract that requires amendment? Get lost." Chao Qingtian shoved him aside. Shi Weisong nearly stumbled to the ground, fortunately being caught by Shi Buxin. Shi Buxin was equally bewildered. Chao Qingtian had actually come, and he was here for this young man before them? Indeed, Chao Qingtian approached Li Feng directly, respectfully stating, "Mr. Li, I apologize for my tardiness. Your timing is impeccable." Li Feng lit a cigarette, his demeanor icy, just about to speak when, "Daddy, please don't smoke." Duo suddenly interrupted. Cutting through Li Feng's cold aura, Li Feng glanced down at the little one, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet he extinguished the cigarette nonetheless. Under normal circumstances, such a scene would have elicited laughter from many, but in that moment, no one dared to chuckle. The members of the Sure Group had already sensed that the situation was dire. Chao Qingtian was treating Li Feng with utmost deference, not merely assisting him but behaving entirely as if he were Li Feng's subordinate. At that moment, Shi Weisong's mind struggled to comprehend. When had the illustrious Chao Qingtian ever shown such courtesy to someone so young in Donghai City? Surely, even the young master of the Shu family, Shu Zhen'e, would not receive such treatment from Chao Qingtian? So, who exactly was this young man? Shi Buxin's heartbeat faltered, sensing that the situation was slipping out of control. At that moment, it became clear to him that this young man was someone he could not afford to offend. However, it seemed to be too late. Xiao Chong, Tao Xiaodan, and Zhang Yuhan, although unfamiliar with Chao Qingtian, recognized that this suddenly appearing man had subdued the Sure father and son, rendering them speechless, overwhelmed by an oppressive atmosphere. Moments ago, they had threatened to break my resolve. I am a firm believer in an eye for an eye. "Let us return the favor in kind," Li Feng commanded. Chao Qingtian responded respectfully, "Understood." "Mr. Li," Li Feng then picked up Duo. "Now, I leave this to you." Chao Qingtian nodded fervently in agreement. At that moment, Li Feng called for Zhang Yuxiang and departed. Zhang Yuxiang was utterly bewildered. She was unfamiliar with Chao Qingtian, only aware that the Sure father and son had become completely petrified, not daring to breathe a word. The reason was the presence of this man who treated Li Feng with such respect. Who was he, and what status did Li Feng hold? Wasn't he just a man living off others? How could he possibly have such formidable subordinates? At this moment, Zhang Yuxiang was filled with questions as she followed Li Feng. Suddenly, Li Feng halted, turning to Shi Buxin, who was staring at him. "You?" Plop. Shi Buxin, suddenly frightened, dropped to his knees. "Sir, I thought I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Don't hurt me." I bowed down in apology. "I'm sorry." "I'm sorry." Shi Buxin fervently knocked his head against the ground. Li Feng, however, coldly remarked, "Let me make one thing clear. Do not entertain thoughts of harming Xiejiao. Otherwise, it won't merely be a matter of breaking your limbs. Next time, it will be your lineages that are severed." Shi Buxin's complexion paled drastically. "Sir, I thought I understand. Please spare me. I will not dare to do so again." At that moment, Shi Weisong was equally terrified. Coming to the realization that he might be finished, with a dejected expression, he understood that kneeling was futile, opting instead to collapse to the ground. Li Feng paid no heed to the remaining matters and left with Zhang Yuxiang and Duo. After getting into the car, Li Feng asked Zhang Yuxiang, "Where do you want to go? I can take you home first. I have no plans right now. Can I come over to your house for a visit?" Zhang Yuxiang had many questions at that moment. However, Li Feng shook his head. It's inconvenient. Indeed, there was little connection between Li Feng and Zhang Yuxiang. They were merely acquaintances from school. Such a relationship did not warrant him inviting her to his home. Zhang Yuxiang felt somewhat disappointed. "Then please take me home." She promptly provided her address to Li Feng, also requesting his contact information, which he did not refuse at that moment. Chao Qing Tian called, "Mr. Li, the Xie Jiao you mentioned has been captured. Fortunately, our people arrived in time. Otherwise, Miss Xie would have already been assaulted by a reckless security guard." Li Feng's heart sank. "Xie Jiao has already been taken?" Chao Qing Tian replied, "Yes. They assigned a guard to watch over Miss Xie. That guard had ulterior motives, but fortunately, he hesitated for a long time and did not act. When we arrived, he was just about to make his move, and we intercepted him. What do you suggest? Should we kill him or incapacitate him?" Li Feng replied coolly. "Let him die. Let him serve as a warning. Also, give Shibuishin the same treatment." Chao Qing Tian visibly gasped, then agreed. After hanging up, Zhang Yuxiang, who had turned pale, could not help but ask, "Li Feng, who exactly is this person? He seems to carry such authority, and he appears to be particularly respectful towards you. Moreover, it seems like both of you are rather ruthless." Zhang Yuxiang had to admit that her choice of words was quite mild. It was far beyond merely ruthless. It was exceedingly cruel. To threaten such severe consequences was nothing short of brutal. "Just a friend, someone from the underworld," Li Feng casually explained. "The underworld?" Zhang Yuxiang took a deep breath, realizing she should not pry further. This world was indeed chaotic. However, the Shi family had brought this upon themselves. As for Xiao Chong and Tao Xiaodan, who had nearly caused her bankruptcy, they deserved it. With this thought, Zhang Yuxiang felt that Li Feng was punishing the wicked, and her previously suppressed mood lightened considerably. "Daddy, what does mean? Is it like grandfather?" Duo suddenly asked from the back seat. Although Zhang Yuxiang found the topic rather cruel, the innocent question from Duo made her chuckle softly, curious to see how Li Feng would respond. Li Feng replied bitterly, "You'll understand when you grow up." Duo simply acknowledged. Li Feng thought to himself that he must ensure Duo never overheard such topics. Otherwise, her incessant questioning would be quite difficult to navigate. Soon, Li Feng dropped Zhang Yuxiang off at her home. As Zhang Yuxiang watched the car carrying Li Feng and Duo disappear from view, she suddenly realized, "Wait, is that a Porsche Cayenne? My goodness, my first experience with a luxury car has come to an inexplicable end?" Regret washed over her in waves. Zhang Yuxiang had no idea how Li Feng could afford such a fine vehicle, but she was already planning when to invite him out again to experience luxury cars once more. In the afternoon, while Duo was taking a nap, Chao Qing Tian called, informing that Tao Xiaoqian and Tao Xiaodan had met. Now, Tao Xiaoqian had completely abandoned all hopes of avenging Li Feng and intended to flee Donghai City with her husband, Chen Jianggong, and son, Chen Chong. Li Feng instructed him to handle it as he saw fit. Such words were the most painful for Chao Qing Tian to hear. To handle it as he saw fit meant he could only deal with it severely. Otherwise, should he be lenient, Li Feng would likely be very displeased. "Mr. Li, there is another matter," Chao Qing Tian continued. "Liao Qinggong and his trusted housekeeper, Zhang Ping, have moved the entire Liao family from their old residence and have likely spent a fortune seeking refuge with the Shu family. The Shu family has taken them in. It appears that Liao Qinggong has reached some sort of agreement with Shu Tianxiang. Now, Liao Qinggong is waiting for the Shu family to come and settle the score with us." Li Feng's eyes gleamed with a frosty intensity. No matter, Liao Qinggong cannot escape. After all, Shu Tianxiang is about to fall. I have only given him 24 hours. The deadline is tomorrow morning. Now, you hurry and prepare a coffin tailored for Shu Tianxiang. Tomorrow morning, I will personally deliver the coffin to him. Chapter 71. The adopted son of Donghai Wang. Subduing dragons and taming tigers that evening, in the hospital, Shi Weisong looked in despair at his son, who lay in bed, having lost his vital capabilities, a grief that was beyond words. Fortunately, there was still a chubby grandson in the Shi family, ensuring that the family line would not be extinguished, his only solace. Meanwhile, Shibuishin lay there, devoid of spirit, staring blankly at the ceiling, his eyes filled with hopelessness, contemplating death. After all, matters of that nature were the most difficult for him to relinquish. Yet now, he had become a eunuch. The more devastating blow was that the Shi family business was utterly ruined. Though the Shi family was a first-rate noble house with a fortune of 3 billion, the Chao family wielded greater influence. A single word from Chao Qingtian could cause countless enterprises to sever ties with the Shi family in a flash. The Shi family not only failed to secure a contract from the Chao family, but was now on the brink of collapse. Indeed, power appeared lofty and unassailable in the eyes of ordinary people. Yet in the face of a behemoth like Chao Qingtian, what could be said of so-called first-rate noble families? Dad, do we still have a chance for revenge? Shi Buixin suddenly asked Shi Weisong. Shi Weisong hesitated. We cannot seek revenge, but perhaps someone will avenge us. Who? Shi Buixin inquired with excitement. Shi Weisong spoke solemnly. The Shu family. I have arranged for someone to investigate. That young man is named Li Feng, and he has offended the Shu family alongside Chao Qingtian. The general manager of the Shu family's Tianqiang group, Shu Fengyu, was even killed by Li Feng. The Shu family has now issued an ultimatum, demanding that Li Feng and Chao Qingtian come to the Shu family within 7 days to face their doom. Meanwhile, Chao Qingtian and Li Feng have warned the Shu family that the Donghai Wang, Shu Tianxiang, must kneel before Li Feng within 24 hours. It seems that good news will arrive soon. Shi Buixin was suddenly elated. Ha ha ha, they have offended the Shu family. Even Chao Qingtian would not dare to cross the Shu family. With this, both Chao Qingtian and that Li Feng are surely doomed. Shi Buixin's spirit was suddenly revived, his eyes filled with envy, eagerly awaiting news of Li Feng's demise. That evening, Li Feng returned home as usual to rest and wash up, completely unconcerned about the visit to the Shu family the following morning. He went to the balcony to retrieve his clothes when a gust of wind blew, causing an item to fall and land directly on his face. Li Feng caught a whiff of a faint scent of women's soap and, upon pulling it away, discovered it to be a pair of black lace shorts. This belongs to my sister? Li Feng pondered. Intending to hang it back up, Li Feng. What are you doing? Suddenly, Luo Shuejing's voice came from behind. Give it to me. She rushed forward and snatched the black shorts from Li Feng's hand. Li Feng stared at her, astonished by her flushed face. Is this dot yours? Of course. Or whose could it be? Luo Shuejing retorted, somewhat annoyed. You took my underwear. Never mind. It's not a big deal after all. She reflected that it wasn't particularly serious. Hanging on the balcony meant Li Feng could see it any time, possibly just an accident. She then inquired, Duo mentioned you took her for ice cream today? Li Feng nearly burst into tears. That little rascal Duo had promised not to tell Luo Shuejing. It was as he had feared. Luo Shuejing shot him a glare. It's fine to have a little in summer, but winter hasn't completely ended yet. How could you give ice cream to a child? Please don't do that again, all right? Duo was father. Li Feng nodded. Fine. I reluctantly agree. He knew this was inappropriate, but once Duo started to pout, Li Feng simply couldn't resist. He indeed needed to exercise more restraint in the future. Just then, Luo Shuejing seemed to remember something, suddenly grabbing the drying rack, removing Li Feng's shorts, crumpling them in her hands before handing them to him. Now we're even. With that, Luo Shuejing turned and left. Li Feng hesitated. Was this woman really so vengeful? It was merely an accident, yet she made it seem like someone had a peculiar habit. Li Feng chose not to dwell on it further, stepping out to find an opportunity to reprimand Duo. If you tell your mom that I bought you ice cream again, there won't be any more, understand? Duo looked surprised. Daddy, I didn't tell mommy. Li Feng was taken aback. Really? Really, Daddy? Do you think Duo looks like a child who would lie? All right, Dad, I see now that I've been tricked by your mom. Li Feng finally realized. Luo Shuejing was truly cunning. And what about our plan to buy a birthday present? Did you mention it? No, that's good. Li Feng felt relieved, thinking he must be cautious of whether Luo Shuejing was intentionally dropping hints to deceive him. The following morning, Li Feng contacted Chao Qingtian to gather and then headed directly to the Shu family. This time, Chao Qingtian did not bring many people, only a total of 100 brothers. As per Li Feng's strategy, to capture the leader, as a large number was unnecessary. Reflecting on this matter, Chao Qingtian couldn't help but recall the night Li Feng single-handedly slaughtered 200 members of the Huang family. Finally unable to contain his curiosity, Mr. Li, I have a question. How were you able to kill all 200 members of the Huang family and still have the strength to leave? This is simply beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Li Feng looked deeply at Chao Qingtian. If those 200 men weren't afraid of death and all charged at me with the intent to kill, I wouldn't have been able to leave either. However, when first encountering them, Using intimidation to eliminate a few would cause the rest to grow disheartened and fearful. If you win in momentum, you've essentially won. Chao Qingtian nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Yet, he felt that it couldn't be that simple. Even if 200 people just stood there for him to kill, he would still be exhausted afterwards. Right? But realizing Li Feng was unwilling to elaborate, he chose not to press further. Meanwhile, at the Shu family, Shu Tianxiang and his entourage were still mourning for his son. Shu Fengyu, a subordinate, entered to deliver the news. Master, Chao Qingtian and that Li Feng are on their way and will soon arrive. Shu Tianxiang, with his head full of white hair and a slender figure, donned in white attire, exuded an ethereal aura. He sat with his eyes closed in a grand chair, nodding slightly. Understood. Let Fu Hu wait at the entrance. Upon the arrival of Chao Qingtian's men, Fu Hu would directly incapacitate them. Soon, the king of the Western Territories would also arrive. Perhaps they would witness Fu Hu's prowess in action. The king of the Western Territories was a student of Shu Tianxiang, famed as the king of war in the Western Territories, one of Shu Tianxiang's most esteemed disciples. One of them still needs to wait a few more days before returning. As for the king of the Western realm, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should arrive around the same time as Chao Qingtian, perhaps just a little later. After his subordinates departed, they went to inform Fu Hu. At that moment, Su Tianxiang's adopted son, Jiang Long, approached and inquired beside Su Tianxiang, adoptive father, is it necessary for the king of the Western realm to return? This matter can be resolved by Fu Hu and me. Su Tianxiang shook his head, saying, I naturally believe in you and Fu Hu. I also trust that you can handle Chao Qingtian and Li Feng without needing the king of the Western realm's intervention. However, my summoning of the king has a different intention. Jiang Long, astonished, asked, What do you mean, adoptive father? Su Tianxiang replied, Do you not see that eliminating Chao Qingtian and Li Feng could present an opportunity for you to gain the king's favor? In that case, it is not impossible for you and Fu Hu to become prominent figures by the king's side in the future. Jiang Long frowned, saying, Adoptive father, I only wish to stay by your side. I have no interest in the Western realm's military affairs, nor do I wish to serve anyone but you. Su Tianxiang chuckled. Your filial piety is well noted. I believe that the matter with Chao Qingtian and Li Feng should not pose much of a challenge. Jiang Long nodded and stepped aside. Su Tianxiang then cast a deep glance at the portrait of his son in the morning hall, a profound killing intent surging in his eyes as he silently vowed to avenge his son. Just then, another subordinate rushed in, breathless. Master, Chao Qingtian and the others have arrived. Fu Hu is blocking them at the entrance. Understood. Let Fu Hu spare them a breath. Su Tianxiang replied calmly. To him, Fu Hu alone could easily eliminate Chao Qingtian and Li Feng, with no need for Jiang Long to intervene. Chapter 72. Kill Fu Hu at the entrance. A man as sturdy as a tiger stood with his arms crossed, a massive black box at his feet, his sharp gaze fixed on Li Feng, who was slowly descending from the carriage. This man was none other than Fu Hu. There were no others around. Only Fu Hu stood there, exuding an aura that could deter 1,000 men. Upon stepping down from the carriage, Li Feng glanced at him, slightly surprised. Indeed, the Shu family possessed profound roots, having such a formidable expert stationed here. However, Li Feng paid little heed and instructed those behind him. Set the items down. The group collectively placed the enormous box down. Within it, of course, lay a coffin. Yet, Li Feng did not order it to be opened. He asked Chao Qingtian and Chao Long to wait for him, then stepped forward to face Fu Hu. Are you planning to stop me alone? Go inform them that I, Li Feng, have come to pay my respects to Mr. Su Tianxiang. Fu Hu's face, already grim, darkened further upon hearing this. Without a word, he unleashed a mighty punch toward Li Feng. Unfazed, Li Feng met his punch head-on. Fu Hu's fist appeared larger and stronger, but in that instant of contact, his expression changed dramatically, pain and numbness coursing through him, forcing him to stagger back 2 steps. A faint cracking sound echoed, leaving him feeling unsettled. No wonder he could kill Mr. Su in the hospital. He was indeed a master. Fu Hu candidly remarked, however, my specialty is not in fistfights, but rather, heavy hammers. He merely dislocated his wrist, gritted his teeth to pop it back into place, then opened the massive black box on the ground, retrieving a heavy hammer. This colossal hammer was as large as a human head. With it in hand, he embodied the stance of a gatekeeper. This next strike would reduce you to pulp. It was meant to accompany Mr. Su in his grave. Fu Hu swung the hammer, charging at Li Feng with a ferocious blow. The strength behind this strike was immense. Yet, instead of retreating, Li Feng advanced with incredible speed, drawing a short blade and lunging closer. Not only did he evade Fu Hu's hammer, but he also unleashed a swirling force, stabbing the blade into Fu Hu's Qi point. With a gasp, Fu Hu spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide and nearly bursting with rage. The heavy hammer fell to the ground with a thud, shaking the very earth beneath them. In the next moment, Li Feng withdrew his blade and kicked Fu Hu away. Thud! Fu Hu crashed against the wall, collapsing to the ground, his strength seemingly drained, staring in horror at Li Feng. You doubt you have crippled my martial arts? Li Feng offered no reply, yet it could be said that he had indeed done so. Fu Hu's physical prowess was formidable. Had Li Feng taken that hammer blow directly, he would have likely been severely injured. However, martial arts is not merely a contest of strength. It is about using finesse to subdue brute force. Moreover, Li Feng's skills far surpassed Fu Hu's, making it effortless for him to incapacitate him. Behind them, Chao Qingtian and Chao Long had held their breath, well aware that Fu Hu's hammer strike exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure that rendered them breathless. They even feared whether Li Feng would survive the blow. Yet, in the end, Li Feng astonished them once again by defeating Fu Hu. What is your name? Li Feng inquired. Fu Hu, gritting his teeth, remained silent. Li Feng chuckled lightly. Very well, I shall not ask your name. I will offer you two choices. First, serve me and become my dog. I might even consider restoring your Qi. Second, I will take your head and present it to Su Tianxiang. Is it possible to restore a shattered Qi? For the average person, it certainly is not. Yet, Li Feng, possessing mysterious medical skills, could indeed repair a Qi that had been shattered for less than an hour. Ha! You little wretch, if you have the guts, then kill me. Fu Hu spat defiantly. Li Feng's expression darkened as he turned to Chao Qingtian. Hand me a bag. Not understanding Li Feng's intentions, Chao Qingtian promptly handed him a plastic bag. Li Feng then stepped toward Fu Hu. Fu Hu, taken aback, demanded, What are you doing? The dangerous aura compelled Fu Hu to be on guard. In a swift motion, Li Feng pulled the plastic bag over Fu Hu's head. As Fu Hu attempted to struggle, Li Feng swiftly severed both of his outstretched arms. The bag was secured, and then Li Feng infused his short blade with true energy, slicing horizontally, decapitating Fu Hu in an instant. The headless corpse fell, blood splattering everywhere. Li Feng, his expression cold, swiftly retreated, the plastic bag containing the head held aloft, his clothes remaining unsullied by blood. He then turned to the stunned Chao Qingtian, Chao Long, and the remaining members of the Chao family. You all wait here. When I call you later, come in to clean up the mess. With that, Li Feng stepped into the manor. The estate, built on agricultural land, was vast and extravagantly adorned. Li Feng had already heard from Chao Qingtian about the Shu family's history. The Shu family was notoriously wealthy and ruthless, treating others as mere pawns, with a tradition of oppressing both men and women. Su Zhanya, at the age of 27 or 8, had already been with thousands of women, and his father had surpassed even him in this regard. As for Su Tianxiang, the blood on his hands was beyond counting. Upon witnessing the opulence of the manor, a surge of rage welled up within Li Feng, recalling the various atrocities committed by the Shu family, igniting his resolve for vengeance. Having taken only a few steps, the Shu family disciples on standby within saw Li Feng entering with a black plastic bag, surrounding him warily with baseball bats in hand. If you do not wish to die, step aside. This is a matter between me and Su Tianxiang. Your involvement only makes you cannon fodder, Li Feng warned coldly. They paid him no heed. The leader among them stepped forward, his expression grim. Old Shu has promised that whoever kills you will receive 1 million. Your head is worth 1 million. How could we let you pass? Brothers, this person is very dangerous. Let us overwhelm him together. First, incapacitate him, then we can each claim our share. The group's eyes gleamed with greed. As they charged at Li Feng, their bats aimed at his head. Li Feng advanced into the fray. With one hand, he sent one person flying, then seized a baseball bat, entering an unstoppable mode. Wielding the bat with one hand, he prevented anyone from approaching. Within mere breaths, he had sent over 20 people sprawling, some dying on the spot. The remaining assailants hesitated, while Li Feng pressed forward, steadily advancing toward the villa's grand hall. The leader shouted, We cannot let him escape. Everyone, charge together. The 1 million will be shared among us. The leader had noticed that the others were calculating among themselves, trying to determine who could land the fatal blow on Li Feng. Thereby claiming the reward for themselves, reluctantly, he altered his strategy. Indeed, the bloodlust rekindled in their eyes, and they surged forward to engage Li Feng. Yet, in the span of just a minute, the remaining 60 or so were all felled by Li Feng wielding the bat. Half were injured, half were dead. They had only about 100 left within the manor in the blink of an eye. Only the leader remained standing. "Be brother. I will let you pass." The leader, now terrified, realized the astonishing combat prowess of Li Feng. Was this really the fighting power of a normal human? Li Feng approached, striking the leader on the head with the bat. The leader collapsed, and Li Feng strode toward the Grand Hall. In the Grand Hall, Su Tianxiang felt a twinge of unease, having faintly heard some commotion. He turned to Zhang Long, who was seated beside him. "Zhang Long, go check the situation. I have a feeling something is amiss. Fu Hu may be in trouble." Zhang Long shook his head. "Adoptive father, you worry too much. Fu Hu's strength is far from what you have seen. With a single blow, he could crush not just a person, but even a rhinoceros or an elephant. Having recently become your adopted son, you do not yet grasp the extent of his terror. Moreover, we have arranged for 100 people within the manor to assist Fu Hu. There is no way it could go wrong." Su Tianxiang furrowed his brow. He was always cautious in his dealings and wished to ensure absolute safety. Though he felt that Li Feng was not a significant threat, Li Feng had indeed killed Qin Zhong, which was the only instance thus far that could highlight his combat prowess in the eyes of the Shu family. However, Qin Zhong was older, and those who fought in the ring often did so for meager gains. True masters would never stoop to such a competitive arena. Thus, Li Feng's killing of Qin Zhong should not carry much weight. Yet, at that moment. Chapter 73. The first adopted son, Dharma. Suddenly, Zhang Long received a call. "Mr. Zhang Long, we have the results of the autopsy on the charred remains of over 200 members of the Huang family. It appears they did not die in a struggle, but rather were all killed by the same person using the same technique." Zhang Long's expression shifted. "Killed by the same person? Understood. I am a bit busy now. Please verify the results once more. If this holds true, eliminate that individual and wipe out the entire Huang family." After hanging up, Su Tianxiang inquired, "What is going on?" "The fall of the Huang family was the work of one person." Zhang Long nodded reluctantly. 3 days ago, after the investigation, this was indeed the conclusion. But I found it implausible, so I had them recheck, and the results remain consistent. It seems we have encountered an extraordinarily skilled martial artist in Donghai City. Otherwise, such a situation would be unimaginable. Su Tianxiang's expression darkened. Could it be that Li Feng? Zhang Long shook his head. "Impossible. I sent someone to examine old Duan's body, confirming that this person possesses some martial skills, but they are not overly formidable, still remaining on the level of traditional martial arts." "Very well. Let us hope you are correct." Su Tianxiang nodded. In terms of martial prowess, he trusted Zhang Long's judgment, as Zhang Long was indeed a martial artist. Fu Hu was Zhang Long's brother, and he was also trained by Zhang Long himself. If Zhang Long deemed Li Feng insignificant, then Li Feng must surely be less than a threat. Just then, a young man entered, carrying a plastic bag, shouting towards Su Tianxiang. Su Tianxiang, Zhang Long, and the other members of the Shu family in the hall turned to look. They saw Li Feng stepping into the grand hall. Everyone stood up, hastily removing their mourning garments. The chanting monks also sensed the unfathomable aura emanating from Li Feng and ceased their recitations. "Li Feng, you scoundrel, how did you get in?" Su Tianxiang was utterly shocked. Zhang Long echoed, "You actually entered alone? Did you scale the wall?" Fu Hu was stationed at the door. It was impossible for Li Feng to have entered so easily. Even if he could, he would likely have been gravely injured by Fu Hu. However, Li Feng now stood before them, leading Zhang Long to speculate that he must have climbed over the wall. "Is it that you fear my brother?" Zhang Long scoffed coldly. Li Feng, unaware that the head within the bag belonged to Fu Hu, tossed the plastic bag towards Su Tianxiang. "Oh, I came to attend the funeral without any gifts, so I hastily prepared a little something at the entrance. What do you think of this present?" "King of Donghai." Su Tianxiang, sensing something amiss about the bag, opened it, only to find the bloody head of Fu Hu. A collective gasp filled the room. Zhang Long's face turned crimson with fury as he shouted, You dare kill my brother? I will make you pay with your life." Zhang Long advanced, ready to strike. Su Tianxiang grasped Zhang Long. His expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Li Feng. "Fu Hu was my third adopted son. Yet now he lies slain by your hand. Once a scion of the Li family, you have the audacity to come to my Shu family and wreak havoc. First, you murdered my son, Shu Fengyu. And now you've killed my adopted son, Fu Hu. You had best kneel and accept your fate. Otherwise, my second adopted son, Zhang Long, will ensure you meet the same end. Zhang Long, perplexed, looked at Su Tianxiang, adoptive father. Why are you holding me back? Let me take action and kill him immediately. Zhang Long couldn't comprehend why Su Tianxiang restrained him. His eyes reddened with rage, eager to slay Li Feng. Su Tianxiang did not answer Zhang Long's question but continued to stare at Li Feng. Listen well, young man, the gates of my Shu family are not so easily crossed. Do you know where my first adopted son, Dharma, is? Why should I care where he is? Li Feng stepped closer to Su Tianxiang. Zhang Long, disregarding everything, brandished a battle knife and charged at Li Feng. Li Feng too surged forward, raising his short blade. Su Tianxiang observed Li Feng's movements and noted that Li Feng was not faster than Zhang Long, feeling somewhat reassured. However, in the next instant, Li Feng and Zhang Long clashed. The clang of blades echoed, sparks flying. Yet, Zhang Long was forced back several steps, blood spurting from his mouth as his internal energy surged uncontrollably. How powerful! In that moment, Su Tianxiang could no longer remain a passive observer, witnessing Li Feng attempt to pursue Zhang Long for the kill. Zhang Long, in his reckless determination, sought to engage Li Feng in a life-or-death struggle. Su Tianxiang bellowed, Li Feng, your sister, wife, and daughter are all in my grasp. With just one phone call, your wife and daughter will surely meet their demise. Upon hearing this ominous proclamation, Li Feng's body trembled violently. The Dragon Slayer had already approached him. Die, he bellowed, swinging his battle blade towards Li Feng's head once more. He intended for Li Feng to share the same fate as his brother. Yet, after a brief moment of hesitation, Li Feng suddenly kicked the Dragon Slayer in the abdomen. Puff! The Dragon Slayer coughed up a mouthful of blood, his blade missing its target entirely as Li Feng struck him down. The weapon still hung in the air when Li Feng seized the moment to deliver another kick, redirecting the blade into the Dragon Slayer's skull. Thud! In an instant, the Dragon Slayer crumpled to the ground. Witnessing this, Su Tianxiang was consumed by unbridled fury. You little beast! I commanded you to stand down, yet you defied me now. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I shall kill your daughter first. He grasped his phone and dialed a number. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a sound of slicing air pierced the atmosphere as 3 silver needles shot from Li Feng's hand. Immediately embedding themselves in Su Tianxiang's phone, boom! The device exploded in a fiery blast. Seizing the opportunity, Li Feng lunged towards Su Tianxiang. Now bereft of both the Dragon Slayer and the Tiger Guardian, the hall was left with only the elderly, weak, and women, utterly incapable of resisting Li Feng, who swiftly grasped Su Tianxiang by the throat. Do not act recklessly. I warned you that your wife and daughter are in my custody. Should I perish, they will surely die. Su Tianxiang glared at Li Feng, still issuing warnings. Li Feng's eyes glowed crimson with rage. He had previously borrowed 2 female bodyguards, Ning Man and Yi Qi, from Chao Qingtian to covertly protect Luo Shuejing, Duo, and Li Jiner. Today, Luo Shuejing and Li Jiner had taken Duo to work at the company. Thus, the 3 were together. Naturally, Ning Man and Yi Qi should have been in their company as well. However, their martial prowess was rather ordinary. While they could handle average foes, facing off against formidable opponents like the Dragon Slayer and the Tiger Guardian would likely be beyond their capabilities. Not to mention, that Dermic Master was Su Tianxiang's foremost adopted son. Observing Li Feng's hesitation, Su Tianxiang assumed he was gripped by fear. Haha, did Li Feng. Have you not released me yet? Will you not kneel before me? If you continue to dawdle, your wife and daughter are as good as dead. Slap! Li Feng delivered a harsh blow to Su Tianxiang's face. The latter cried out in agony as his already loose teeth were knocked out. Your life is in my hands, and yet you dare to threaten me? Li Feng declared coldly. Speak. Where is my family now? Su Tianxiang glared back. Release me first. Enraged, Li Feng drew a dagger and, without further ado, plunged it into Su Tianxiang's abdomen. You? Su Tianxiang clutched his wound, his face reddening in disbelief as he stared at Li Feng. Li Feng's voice was grim, and no longer questioning Su Tianxiang. He produced his own phone and dialed Luo Shuejing. Li Feng. Where are you? Hurry and save us. We're being pursued, she cried. Li Feng's expression darkened. Stay safe. Escape as far as you can. I will handle this immediately. He then drove the blade into Shu Tianxiang's side once more. Shu Tianxiang spat blood. Collapsing to the ground, Li Feng rose and searched the Dragon Slayer's body for a phone, unlocking it with the latter's fingerprint. He soon found the Dermic Master's number and dialed it. The Dermic Master answered promptly. Dragon Slayer, what is the situation? Li Feng warned. The Dragon Slayer is dead. Next in line is Shu Tianxiang. Dermic Mastered it is I, Li Feng. I offer you a chance. Cease your pursuit of my family, and I will wait for your return. After that, we shall fight, and then you may deal with Shu Tianxiang. Reluctantly, Li Feng did not wish to compromise, but to protect Luo Shuejing, Li Jiner, and Duo, he could only extend such an opportunity to the Dermic Master. Of course, this chance would likely not alter anything. The Dermic Master was indeed taken aback, his tone laced with anger. Li Feng, you killed the Dragon Slayer? Impossible. This cannot be true. Li Feng replied coldly. Believe what you will. You can take a gamble and see if my words ring true. The Dermic Master grew frantic. No, do not act rashly. You cannot kill my adoptive father. I will return at once. Chapter 74. The Final Hope. The Western King Li Feng then dialed Luo Shuejing again. What is happening? Luo Shuejing seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. It seems the pursuer is no longer chasing us. Li Feng. Did you do this? Li Feng replied sternly. As long as they are not pursuing, that is all that matters. Do not ask further. Return home for now. I will be back shortly. Wait, Luo Shuejing exclaimed. Two girls suddenly appeared to protect me and Sister Jiner, as well as Duo. However, to delay this bald-headed pursuer, those two girls were beaten quite badly. I am unsure of their current condition. Perhaps I should check on them first. I wonder if they are in danger. Go and see how they fare. They should be safe now, Li Feng replied, his heart tightening. Ningman and Yi Qi, surely they would not come to harm. Chao Qingtian had mentioned that these two women, while female, were the strongest individuals in his prior security firm. Recently, many matters had been handled by them. It appeared that their skills were not only superior to the average person's, but they were also incredibly dedicated. Had they not been so responsible, Li Feng could only imagine the peril that Luo Shuejing, Li Jiner, and Duo would have faced. After hanging up, Li Feng cast a cold glare at Shu Tianxiang. Old fool, how dare you play such a hand? Shu Tianxiang's face was filled with despair. He had never anticipated that the Dermic Master's operation would fail. Now, he was instead being pressured by Li Feng to return. Shu Tianxiang never believed that Li Feng could defeat the Tiger Guardian. Yet, he was always cautious, preferring to plan meticulously and have several contingencies in place. He thought that the Tiger Guardian would likely triumph over Li Feng, preventing him from entering the estate, and thus had still deployed the Dermic Master's operation. However, he never expected that Li Feng would enter the estate so easily and swiftly, causing the Dermic Master's failure and forcing him back. Li Feng, who on earth are you? The information available does not reveal anything about you. I only found your details in the Ding family's database. Shu Tianxiang gasped, panting heavily, filled with resentment as he questioned Li Feng. Li Feng replied coldly. This is not the time for such inquiries. Since we must wait for your people to return, I shall first take you to see the gift I have prepared for you. What gift? Shu Tianxiang was perplexed. Li Feng dragged him out as one would a lifeless dog. The rest of Shu's family followed closely behind. Among them, Shu Tianxiang's young wife, barely 22, suddenly found an opportunity and stealthily drew a gun, firing it unexpectedly at Li Feng. Bang! The bullet flew for a moment, but Li Feng merely turned and swung his blade, slicing the bullet in half in a swift motion. Li Feng sent 3 silver needles flying, piercing the young wife's forehead. Thud! The woman collapsed, lifeless. Shu Tianxiang's original wife suddenly halted, her eyes blazing with fury as she brandished a talisman, chanting incantations. I curse you to never find peace in this life. I curse your family to suffer the most excruciating diseases and die in anguish. I curse your daughter to be tormented by nightmares in life, and after death, to become a wandering ghost, forever trapped. Li Feng's expression darkened. I had intended to spare your lives, yet you choose to be so malevolent. Very well, you are all as guilty as those who feast upon the flesh of men. Today, I, Li Feng, shall enact divine justice. As he spoke, Li Feng unleashed several more silver needles, each embedding themselves in the foreheads of Shu Tianxiang's remaining family. They all fell to the ground, foam bubbling from their mouths, and within moments, their lives were extinguished. Shu Tianxiang was beside himself with rage. His entire family had perished in a fit of anger. He struggled to kill Li Feng, but Li Feng met his eyes with a chilling gaze. Shu Tianxiang, your adopted son, the Dermic Master, is already on his way back. Do not resist. You may yet draw another breath if you resist now. Your path leads only to death. Have you made your choice to meet your end? Shu Tianxiang, left with no choice, gritted his teeth and composed himself as Li Feng continued to drag him outside. He understood that his survival was his only hope. He knew he still possessed a significant trump card. He had not yet lost. Soon, Li Feng led him out. Outside, Chao Qingtian, Chao Long, and the brothers of the Chao security team were visibly tense. Li Feng had ventured into the heart of the enemy's den, akin to walking into a dragon's lair. They were all in the same boat as Li Feng. Should he fall, the Chao family would also face annihilation, and their fate was uncertain. Thus, their anxiety was palpable. Suddenly, they heard sounds at the entrance, and everyone turned their gaze, holding their breath. They braced themselves for the emergence of the Shu family. Chao Qingtian and Chao Long had their hands poised over their concealed weapons, ready to react at the slightest hint of danger. However, when Li Feng appeared, dragging Shu Tianxiang behind him, shock rippled through the crowd. The Eastern Sea King, Shu Tianxiang, was now drenched in blood, with 2 visible stab wounds in his abdomen. Once robust, he now appeared aged and frail, completely devoid of any capacity for resistance as Li Feng held him aloft. "Oh, Li Feng," Chao Qingtian called, his legs weakening as myriad thoughts flooded his mind. The once mighty Shu family had fallen to the hands of Li Feng. Had it not been for his acquaintance with Yang Ximiao, leading to a friendship with Li Feng, he would have been oblivious to the potential wrath that Li Feng could unleash. Chao Long was equally astounded. The first time he encountered Li Feng was when he sought vengeance for an elder dog, witnessing Li Feng effortlessly dispatching his subordinates by the riverbank. Chao Long had nearly brought the Chao family to ruin. Yet now, through calamity came fortune. The Chao family had effectively tied their fates to Li Feng. Though they were now bound to serve him, it was evident that Li Feng would not seize their resources or wealth unduly, merely requiring them to assist him occasionally. Huang Jianhao had fallen, Li Li had fallen. Now, even the Shu family had crumbled. In Donghai City, the Chao family was now the sole authority. At that moment, both Chao Qingtian and Chao Long were filled with exhilaration. Li Feng, oblivious to their thoughts, shouted, "Old Mr. Shu wishes to see the gift we have prepared for him. Quickly, unveil it for him." At that moment, Shu Tianxiang paid no heed to the gift Li Feng had brought. Though he had already seen the massive wooden crate behind Chao Qingtian, he was entirely uninterested, his gaze instead fixed intently at the end of the road. He awaited a certain individual. This person was not the Dermic Master, but one of his 2 most favored disciples, the Western King. Calculating the time, the Western King should be arriving soon. Click, clack, click, clack. Just then, under the actions of several members of the Chao security team, the wooden crate was opened, revealing a pitch-black coffin inside. "You." Shu Tianxiang glared at Li Feng in a rage. "You little brat, you dare send me a coffin? Very well, very well. You will regret this. You will surely regret it," Li Feng scoffed. "Regret? You will soon discover whether I have any regrets." As he spoke, Li Feng instructed Chao Long, "There is still time. Go to the estate and fetch Liao Qinggong, who is hiding. 5 years ago, the car accident that claimed the lives of his parents was orchestrated by Ding Zizong, with Liao Kai's instigation and Liao Qinggong's support, ultimately coming to fruition. Now, only Liao Qinggong remained." Li Feng felt a surge of excitement. Was he finally going to confront all his enemies? With the Shu family, the towering tree that had sheltered Liao Qinggong, now toppled, where could he hide? Chao Long was about to enter the estate when Li Feng suddenly glanced toward a nearby house, where he vaguely spotted someone hiding behind the wall, seemingly observing the situation. "Wait," Li Feng called, stopping Chao Long. "Check that house." Chao Long was puzzled but nonetheless led his team to the small house about 100 meters ahead. Upon entering, they discovered Liao Qinggong cowering in a corner. Chao Long was stunned. Chapter 75. The Western King. Sun Jian. How did Li Feng know that Liao Qinggong was hiding here, rather than in the Shu family estate? But he did not contemplate further, rushing forward to apprehend Liao Qinggong. "Chao Yi, grant me a path to survival, I beg you," Liao Qinggong pleaded in sheer terror. The moment Li Feng and his group arrived, he realized they were there to settle his fate. Witnessing Li Feng's triumph over the Tiger Guardian had chilled him to the bone. As Li Feng entered the estate, he briefly regained hope, believing Li Feng would perish inside. Yet now, Li Feng emerged, dragging a bloodied and battered Shu Tianxiang behind him. Liao Qinggong understood. His fate was sealed. He knelt before Chao Long, pleading desperately, even though he knew it was futile. Chao Long brought him before Li Feng. Li Feng turned to Chao Qingtian. Prepare the contract for him to sign. At Li Feng had prepared a contract for him. The majority of the profits earned by Changli Beauty over the years had been devoured by the Liao family, used to develop their own failing enterprises. Since they had benefited from Changli Beauty's resources, that wealth rightfully belonged to Changli Beauty and to Li Feng's family. Yes, Chao Qingtian took the asset transfer contract. Liao Qinggong no longer wished to retain his shares in the Liao family. Instead, he gazed at Li Feng in despair. Mr. Li, if I sign the contract, will you spare me? No sooner had he finished speaking than Chao Long's fist connected with Liao Qinggong's face. Sign it when I tell you to. If you don't, I'll kill you right now, Chao Long barked. Liao Qinggong was terrified, compelled to sign. Once again, Liao Qinggong looked at Li Feng. Mr. Li, I beseech you to spare me. If you grant me my life, I can reveal a tremendous secret to you. I assure you, this secret is of great importance. Li Feng raised an eyebrow. Oh, what significant secret do you possess? Pray tell. Liao Qinggong gritted his teeth. Mr. Li, if you do not promise to spare me, I dare not speak. Li Feng's expression shifted. I detest bargaining. Since you refuse to speak, then, Mr. Li, this concerns the lives of your parents. Suddenly, Liao Qinggong shouted. Li Feng's expression changed dramatically. What do you mean? My parents, could they still be alive? Liao Qinggong clenched his teeth. Mr. Li, please allow me to live. He knelt, pleading. Li Feng's fists tightened. Just then, a BMW sped towards the end of the road. Screech. The BMW screeched to a halt at the roadside, and a bald man with a bushy beard stepped out. His appearance was reminiscent of Lu Zhishan. With piercing eyes and a grim countenance, striding purposefully forward, it was none other than Shu Tianxiang's foremost adopted son. The Dermic Master, father. The Dermic Master saw Shu Tianxiang leaning against the wall, weak and bloodied. Beside him lay a headless corpse, and from the stature and attire, he recognized it to be the Tiger Guardian. It's over. The Shu family is finished. The Dermic Master felt an overwhelming wave of grief and rage. His fists clenched as he glared at Li Feng. You little brat, you are courting death. He advanced a few steps, suddenly removing 2 heavy metal plates strapped to his arm, followed by a metal guard from his waist, and sandbags from his calves. In an instant, the Dermic Master felt a surge of power coursing through him. Li Feng's voice was solemn. Weighted training. It appears you are quite disciplined, however. You are no match for me. There exists a fundamental disparity in our martial prowess. I do not seek to humiliate you. You may as well take your own life. A person like Dharma must surely be a master. Alas, he should not have pursued his own kin. Otherwise, Li Feng might have spared his life, or even offered him an opportunity to pledge his loyalty. But now, that chance is lost. Any individual who threatens their family, be they the planner or the executor, faces only a dead end. Ridiculous. I am neither the dragon slayer nor the tiger tamer. Dharma spoke no further, advancing with determination. Meanwhile, Shu Tianxiang remained largely unfazed, for he did not regard Dharma as his trump card. Whether Dharma could prevail was uncertain to him, yet he believed the odds were slim. After all, Dharma required over 10 strikes to injure the Dragon Slayer in their encounters. Yet Li Feng could dispatch the Dragon Slayer in less than 3 moves. That is the crux of the difference. Shu Tianxiang merely thought it would suffice if Dharma could delay matters for a while. Even if Dharma were to perish, as long as he could hold out until the Western King arrived, his death would be worth it if it meant Shu Tianxiang's salvation. However, Liao Qinggong, kneeling on the ground, regarded Dharma as a lifeline and could not help but sneer. Ha ha ha, Dharma has returned, Li Feng. You are finished. The Chao family is doomed. At that moment, Dharma charged toward Li Feng, his fists embodying an unparalleled speed and strength that Li Feng had never witnessed in Donghai City. Yet, to injure Li Feng would prove exceedingly difficult. Setting aside Li Feng's superior martial skills, even his ability to perceive and analyze movements in slow motion allowed him to evade the vast majority of attacks. Dharma threw 3 punches, and Li Feng effortlessly dodged each one. Though it appeared perilous, in reality, Li Feng was entirely untroubled, as everything lay within his grasp. Panting heavily, Dharma realized that none of his strikes had landed on Li Feng and sensed the dire situation. Nevertheless, he persisted with unwavering resolve. suddenly concentrating all his force into a single punch fueled by his body's inertia. In an explosive moment, he launched a devastating blow aimed at Li Feng's heart. This time, Li Feng did not evade but moved forward to meet the punch head-on. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed as Dharma let out a pained cry and staggered backward. Li Feng seized the moment. Advancing with his dagger drawn, and with a swift motion, he struck. Thud. Dharma collapsed, clutching his bleeding throat, gazing at Li Feng in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was utterly astonished. Li Feng was far too formidable. His strength could not be measured by mere physicality. Yet, he knew he had no chance to inquire about Li Feng's identity, his martial prowess, or the extent of his strength. Dharma was dead? Liao Qinggong gasped, despair spreading through him. Shu Tianxiang finally felt a pang of anxiety. At this moment, where was the Western King? Was he not yet here? I am on the brink of death. What is the Western King doing? Li Feng turned, intending to question Liao Qinggong about the secret he had previously withheld. But Shu Tianxiang, in his panic, misinterpreted Li Feng's movement as an intention to kill him, exclaiming in horror, Li Feng, give me a moment longer. If you kill me now, you may truly regret it later. You know the Western King. He is almost here. Li Feng replied coldly. Regret? That word has never found a place in my dictionary. Since you fear death so much, let me end your suffering. Death will take away your fears. With that, Li Feng stepped closer to Shu Tianxiang. Yet, Shu Tianxiang suddenly looked toward the end of the road, his face alight with joy. He's coming. He's coming. All eyes turned to the end of the road, where an imposing convoy of green off-road vehicles approached, numbering at least 20, blocking the thoroughfare entirely. Subsequently, individuals clad in civilian attire yet bearing a stern demeanor disembarked from the vehicles. Leading them was a figure with piercing eyes, a tall stature, and an aura of undeniable authority. Chao Qingtian, Chao Long, and the security personnel of the Chao family were all struck dumb with shock. Liao Qinggong once again felt as though he had risen from the depths of despair to the heights of hope. The Western King. It is truly the Western King. Liao Qinggong cried out in this moment. Shu Tianxiang regarded Li Feng with a chilling gaze, as if he had regained the upper hand, confidence reasserting itself on his face. Li Feng, you are finished. One of my two greatest disciples, the Western King's son Zhan, has arrived. Are you not going to kneel and repent? Repent? Haha! Li Feng suddenly let out a cold laugh, tightening his grip on Shu Tianxiang's throat. Shu Tianxiang, do you truly believe his presence will alter anything? If I desire your death, no one can stop it, teacher. The voice of the Western King rang out, resolute yet tinged with urgency. Release my teacher at once. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise, he threatened loudly. Shu Tianxiang, still convinced that Li Feng would not dare to kill him, maintained a sinister grin despite the grip on his throat. Li Feng turned to face the Western King, who was now in his 30s, yet suddenly exerted a forceful grip. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, and Shu Tianxiang's triumphant and malevolent smile abruptly faded, his expression frozen in the last moment before death, before his head suddenly slumped to one side. No, Sun Zhan, still a distance of 20 meters from Li Feng, bellowed. You have provoked my wrath. Yet Li Feng remained silent, defiantly tossing Shu Tianxiang's lifeless body toward the already opened black coffin. Thud! Shu Tianxiang's corpse fell into the coffin. In an instant, the Western King was consumed by unbridled fury. Chapter 76, Western King. Junior brother, we are family. Even Chao Qingtian, Chao Long, and Liao Qinggong were left utterly dumbfounded. So many warriors had arrived, and yet Li Feng, still under warning, had the audacity to snap the neck of the Eastern King Shu Tianxiang before the eyes of the Western King and cast him into the coffin. Arrogant, utterly audacious. However, Chao Long felt more admiration than fear. He relished being in the company of such a domineering individual. Meanwhile, Chao Qingtian felt an inkling of trepidation. After all, he was far more composed and rational. The Western King commanded 30,000 warriors at the border. His might and status were undeniably formidable. Yet Li Feng still appeared to regard the Western King with disdain. Is this what it means to revel in revenge? Chao Qingtian did not perceive any wrongdoing in Li Feng's actions. Instead, he felt that perhaps he was growing older, becoming increasingly constrained. It was Li Feng, a young man, brimming with vigor and audacity, who ignited a flicker of the passionate spirit he once possessed. Very well, Today, I shall indulge in madness alongside him, or Li Feng. In an instant, Chao Qingtian, Chao Long, and the remaining security personnel of the Chao family found their gazes ablaze with fervor. They were utterly unafraid. The Western king swiftly approached the coffin, examining Shu Tianxiang's body closely. Confirming that his teacher was indeed dead, he turned his furious gaze upon Li Feng, drawing his battle knife with a fierce determination. Swish, swish, swish. The warriors accompanying him mirrored his actions, brandishing their blades and glaring menacingly at Chao Qingtian, Chao Long, and all the members of the Chao family security team. Naturally, their primary focus remained on Li Feng. "Stand back. This is my personal matter. You are not permitted to interfere," Sun Jian shouted at all the nearby warriors. The crowd hesitated for 2 seconds before slowly sheathing their blades and taking a few steps back. Sun Jian approached Li Feng, who wore an icy expression. "I commanded you to cease, yet you have still slain my teacher. Why? Today, unless you provide me with an explanation, my battle knife will not allow you to leave this place." Li Feng replied coldly. "As the Western king, you ought to serve your country, yet you appear here solely to assist an old tyrant who feasts upon the blood of others." The Western king's expression darkened. "Do my affairs require your oversight? I have my own matters to attend to. I merely came to resolve this issue regarding my teacher. Since you have inquired," he continued, "to avoid any misunderstanding, let me clarify. This matter is purely personal. It is between you and me. If you dare to accept my challenge, I assure you that my warriors will not intervene." Regardless of the outcome, upon finishing, the Western king radiated an unmistakable aura of energy. Genuine qi. This Western king possessed the same energy as Li Feng. The very fact that he had this power set him apart from Dharma and his companions. Yet, Li Feng discerned the Western king's mental burden. His words were laced with hesitation. The Western king seemed to realize that he ought not to assist Shu Tianxiang. Li Feng spoke firmly. "If we are to fight, then let us. Regardless of the outcome, your allegiance to Shu Tianxiang renders you indefensible. Today, whether you strike alone or with your entire entourage, it matters not. So let us dispense with the pleasantries." The Western king laughed heartily. "So audacious. At such a young age, you are so utterly dismissive of others. Now, I shall avenge my esteemed teacher." With that, the Western king tightened his grip on his battle knife and charged at Li Feng with a swift downward slash. Li Feng met the attack with his own dagger, the blades clashing together. Buzz! A resonating sound echoed as the Western king felt the force emanating from Li Feng and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Yet Li Feng remained steadfast, utterly unfazed by the encounter. In a mere moment of contact, the Western king understood that he had lost. In a duel of masters, victory or defeat is determined in the blink of an eye. This young man's martial prowess surpassed his own. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The Western king uncovered a far greater secret. He sensed that this young man's martial style was strikingly similar to that of the woman he cherished. The essence was identical. He refrained from charging forward to engage Li Feng further, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Li Feng. Who are you? What is your connection to Shuang?" "Shuang?" Li Feng halted upon hearing the name, his gaze sharpening as he regarded the Western king. "You know Shuang?" The Western king scrutinized Li Feng closely, responding solemnly. "Shuang is my woman." "What? Your woman?" Li Feng was utterly taken aback. "Shuang has no boyfriend, let alone a husband. She is my senior sister." "Do you mean to say my senior sister is your woman? Does she even know?" "You are Shui Ying's junior brother, named Li Feng?" The Western king was filled with astonishment. He recalled a fragment of memory and slowly sheathed his knife. As he surveyed the chaos around him, he could only sigh, "Very well. The Shu family truly deserves to fall. Although Shu Tianxiang was my teacher, I ought not to assist him. In his youth, the Western king had been supported by the Shu family, and it was they who had sent him to the battlefield, leading to his current fortunes. Shu Tianxiang had not provided him with much guidance. Yet, there was some sense of obligation. For years, the Western king had refrained from returning home primarily due to the inherent conflict between the Shu family and his own identity as the Western king. He avoided entanglement and wished to remain uninvolved with the Shu family. Had Shu Tianxiang not perished, he might have fought to save him, ensuring his peaceful twilight years. However, since Shu Tianxiang was now dead and this Li Feng was Shuang's junior brother, or perhaps, in truth, his own junior brother, what more could he pursue? By both reason and sentiment, he had no grounds for further inquiry. The The Western King took a deep breath and sighed. Since you are Shui Ying's junior brother, then we are family. Let today's events conclude here. I will not become your enemy on account of the Shu family. After all, we are family. Li Feng's expression shifted. Mind your words. My senior sister is not your woman, and you and I are not family. At that moment, the Western King's gaze toward Li Feng transformed, resembling that of an elder brother looking at his younger sibling. This made Li Feng feel inexplicably uncomfortable. The Western King looked at Li Feng earnestly. Leave everything concerning the Shu family to me. Shu Tianxiang once extended kindness to me. Your act of killing him can be seen as a form of justice. However, I must fulfill my duty as a junior and pay my final respects. Junior brother, what do you think? Li Feng was momentarily perplexed. What was it about this Western King that made him so fixated? Could it be that my senior sister Shuang was truly involved with him? No, that is impossible. Li Feng chose not to dwell on it further, feeling that this matter should conclude here. After casting a deep glance at the Western King, he sheathed his knife. If that is the case, then I leave everything concerning the Shu family to you. However, you must refrain from calling me junior brother in the future. And do not refer to us as family. This is our first meeting. Do not presume familiarity. Seeing Li Feng prepare to depart, the Western King suddenly inquired, Junior Li Feng, do you know where Shuang is at present? Li Feng replied solemnly, I do not know. I have not seen my senior sister for 2 years. I have no way to contact her. With no further words exchanged, Li Feng felt no goodwill toward this Western King. Years ago, he had no inkling that after a night spent with Luo Shuejing 5 years prior, he would have a daughter. Nor could he have known that upon returning to Donghai City, he would encounter Luo Shuejing and even cohabit with her. Thus, during his time atop the mountain with his senior sisters, both had declared him to be their man. They even expressed a desire to share him, preferring to be together rather than compete. Li Feng had taken their words to heart and worked tirelessly toward that goal. Yet now, with the sudden emergence of a daughter and the potential for a future marriage with Luo Shuejing, the uncertainty surrounding his relationships with the two senior sisters only intensified. Now, with the unexpected claim of the Western King that his senior sister was his woman, it raised questions. Was the Western King lying? Or did my senior sister know about my relationship with Luo Shuejing and thus chose to stray? Li Feng found this difficult to accept. Regardless, upon seeing the Western King, Li Feng's mood soured. I must contact my senior sister shortly to clarify this matter. Li Feng thought to himself that of course, he had her contact information but would not divulge it to the Western King with that. He summoned the bewildered Chao Qingtian and Chao Long, along with all the security personnel of the Chao family, and departed the scene with the utterly disheartened Liao Qinggong in tow. The Western King watched as Li Feng and his party retreated. Feeling a profound sense of loss, Li Feng was not merely Shui Ying's junior brother. He was, in fact, his junior brother as well. Yet, at this moment, his thoughts were primarily consumed by Shui Ying, murmuring, Shui Ying, it has been 2 years. Where are you now? You once said you favored your junior brother. If your junior brother is now in Donghai City, then are you also in Donghai City? Chapter 77. Perhaps mom and dad are not dead in the back courtyard of the Donghai banquet. Li Feng looked down imperiously at the bound Liao Qinggong. Speak. What do you know regarding the fate of my parents? If you do not deceive me, this information is vital. I may spare your life. Oh really? Liao Qinggong gazed at Li Feng, his eyes filled with hope. Li Feng nodded. Liao Qinggong understood that the power was not in his hands. He had no choice but to trust Li Feng. He could only divulge everything. Your parents did not die 5 years ago. Of course, I cannot guarantee they are absolutely alive. However, the situation is indeed suspicious. Li Feng's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, his pulse racing as he focused intently on Liao Qinggong, listening keenly. After the car accident 5 years ago, your parents were taken to the hospital, where a death certificate was issued. Subsequently, their bodies were temporarily placed in the morgue. Bodies in the morgue must be stored for 3 days. This allows for the verification of whether the deceased truly passed away or merely fell into a state of suspended animation. At that time, your sister fainted due to overwhelming sadness, and the matter was primarily handled by your second aunt. However, your second aunt did not take it seriously and failed to visit the morgue for 3 consecutive days. Concerned, our Liao family secretly bribed the morgue attendant to take a look at your parents. To our astonishment, we discovered that your parents were missing. Instead, there were 2 other corpses in their place. Upon investigation, we learned that your parents had briefly regained consciousness, frightening the previous morgue attendant. This staff member, believing it to be a case of reanimation, hastily summoned the funeral home to remove the bodies. The frightened attendant, thinking it was an ill omen, voluntarily paid to have your parents cremated. In the end, all your second aunt and your sister received were 2 urns, at the time. I did not think much of it and accepted this account. However, later I felt that the process was amiss. Transferring a body to a funeral home requires multiple signatures. One staff member alone could not have taken the body out, nor could they have arranged for cremation without the consent of the deceased's relatives. Therefore, I reviewed the hospital surveillance footage and found that more than an hour before your parents' alleged reanimation, someone had stealthily entered the morgue for 2 hours. After leaving, your parents awoke momentarily, and that individual sneaked back in to take their bodies away. As for that attendant, perhaps they were bribed to provide the misleading information to your sister. I sought to verify the truth with that attendant, only to discover that they had gone mad upon returning home, rendering any inquiry impossible. 5 years have passed, and that attendant has since died. After Liao Qinggong finished speaking, he nervously looked at Li Feng, his demeanor exceedingly humble. This is all I know. I merely speculate that your parents are not dead. Surely, this is valuable information for you, is it not? So that would you grant me mercy and spare my life? Please, Li Feng, after a prolonged moment, felt a surge of anticipation fill his previously calm heart. If what Liao Qinggong said was true, then perhaps he still had a chance to see his parents. How could Li Feng not be excited? As for Liao Qinggong's fate, upon observing his forthrightness, Li Feng sincerely replied, "Since you have disclosed everything, I shall not conceal anything from you. Today, I can spare your life. However, granting you mercy may be more cruel than executing you. It would render your existence a living hell. Now, I offer you a choice, a swift resolution." Liao Qinggong was, after all, complicit in the scheme that harmed both himself and his parents. His demise was inevitable. Even if he were to live, he would suffer endlessly. Despair filled Liao Qinggong's eyes as he glared at Li Feng, resentment suddenly flooding his expression. "You are not trustworthy. You go back on your word," Li Feng sneered. "Go back on my word. For those who offend me, Li Feng, I spare no effort. I merely deceived you. What does that matter? Very well, allow me to decide for you. I have resolved to grant you a swift end. I hope that in your next life, you will be a better person." With that, Li Feng raised the dagger in his hand. Instantly, blood splattered. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Shi Weisong, anxiously waiting for news, continued to smoke. Lying languidly on the bed was Shi Boxin, who had been rendered incapacitated, while beside him were his wife, Zhang Yuhan, and their son, Xiao Peng. They all knew that earlier that morning, Li Feng, along with Chao Qingtian and Chao Long, had gone to confront the king of Donghai. It was clear that they had embarked on a perilous endeavor. They only wished to learn of the fates of Li Feng, Chao Qingtian, and Chao Long. Finally, Shi Weisong's phone rang, and he answered immediately. "Chairman, Shu Tianxiang is dead." As for Li Feng, Chao Qingtian, and Chao Long, they left the Shu family unscathed. A thunderous noise resonated in Shi Weisong's mind, as if his entire brain had crashed, struggling to comprehend the situation. After a while, he confirmed the news with a few more questions. Once he established its veracity, Shi Weisong put down the phone, his face a mask of despair and collapse. The Shi family was on the brink of disaster, and his son had been rendered unable. He saw no future. He had thought that if Li Feng and the Chao brothers perished together, perhaps his son's incapacitation would still allow the Shi family a chance at survival, avoiding the cost of collapse. But now, things had taken an unfortunate turn. The only way to preserve the Shi family's legacy was to go and apologize, pleading for forgiveness. He would have to be more humble than ever before. Thus, he immediately set out. Upon learning that Li Feng was at the Donghai banquet, he dragged the severely injured Shi Boxin down from the bed. The family went together to the Donghai banquet to meet Chao Qingtian. "Heavenly Master, we have come to sincerely apologize to you and Mr. Li. I assure you, my apology carries immense sincerity," Shi Weisong pledged fervently. Chao Qingtian replied solemnly, "Please wait a moment. Mr. Li is currently quite busy." At that moment, Li Feng was indeed occupied. After asking Li Jin for his second aunt's phone number, he called to inquire about the events surrounding his parents' car accident 5 years ago. Upon realizing it was Li Feng calling, his second aunt suddenly became enraged. "How dare you call, Li Feng? You return without a word and immediately engage in a significant affair. You are the one who acquired Chongli Cosmetics, aren't you? It has been nearly a week, and I only just learned of it. Let me tell you, I shared a close bond with your parents. When your parents had their incident, I was the one who tirelessly assisted your sister in managing everything. And yet, your uncle and fourth uncle remain indifferent to your parents' car accident, still holding shares, while I have none. You must grant me 20% of the shares, or else you will be betraying me. Your parents in the afterlife will surely scold you for your lack of filial piety. Li Feng frowned. Indeed, he held 91 of the shares in Changli Cosmetics. The remaining 9 was held by his uncle and fourth uncle. It was said that they had recently discovered he was the one who acquired the company and were causing a ruckus, demanding more shares from him. Fearing that Li Jin-er would learn of this, Li Feng secretly blocked all contact numbers of the Li family from her phone. Otherwise, if Li Jin-er found out the news early, there would be no surprise left for her birthday. However, he did not expect that at this moment, when he reached out to his second aunt, she would demand 20 of the shares outright. Li Feng replied, "Second aunt, let us discuss company matters next week. I called to ask about my parents' car accident 5 years ago. I heard that they came back to life while in the morgue." His second aunt brushed him off. "How would I know? It has been so long. If you give me 20 of the shares, perhaps I'll remember." She indicated a clear quid pro quo. Li Feng shook his head. "Second aunt, I cannot make such decisions alone. However, I can promise you a certain percentage of shares. But it will not be as much as 20. If you can accept that, then share with me what you know about that incident. If not, then let it be." His second aunt immediately erupted. "What? You can't even give me 20. You now hold 91 of the shares, don't you? You have the final say, right? Even if you give me 20, you still have 71. You can't bear to part with that? I truly can't recall the past. You better reconsider my request. If you agree, then contact me. I'll surely remember the events from 5 years ago." With that, she audaciously hung up, her attitude resolute and arrogant. Clearly, she was set on that 20 share. Chapter 78. Is this poison? Li Feng felt helpless. He knew that his second aunt was indeed of such a character. She had not changed over the years, and now he found himself at a loss. However, regarding the possibility that his parents might still be alive, he did not wish to burden Li Jin-er with the emotional weight of such a notion, which remained tenuous at best. Should he ultimately fail to find his parents and confirm their death, it would be a severe blow to Li Jin-er. Therefore, he resolved to investigate his parents' fate discreetly on his own. He pondered for a moment before contacting Pan Donghui. Upon seeing Li Feng's call, Pan Donghui hurriedly answered, his tone reverent. "Mr. Li, what brings you to call me?" Li Feng replied earnestly. "I need your assistance in investigating an incident concerning my parents from 5 years ago. Can you check if it's possible to retrieve some surveillance footage from that time?" The only morgue in Donghai City was in the Central Hospital. No other hospitals had one, which confirmed that his parents had been taken there after the accident. Li Feng conveyed the details to Pan Donghui this moment. Pan Donghui held Li Feng in high regard, fully aware that Li Feng could cure leukemia, and thus respect welled up within him. Moreover, having previously offended Li Feng, he was grateful that Li Feng had spared him, allowing him to continue working at the hospital. Pan Donghui eagerly replied, "Understood, Mr. Li. I'll take care of it right away. I'll contact you as soon as I have news." After hanging up, Li Feng initially intended to visit the reception room but noticed someone had arrived and chose not to intrude, leaving instead. Little did he know that the individuals in the reception room were the Shi family, awaiting him. Li Feng was also concerned about the well-being of Ning Wan and Yi Qi, who had been protecting Luo Shuijing, Li Jin-er, and Duo. After leaving the Donghai banquet, he contacted Luo Shuijing and learned that they were at the North City Hospital, so he drove over. However, before he could arrive, he received a call from Luo Shuijing to Li Feng. "Have you arrived?" Luo Shuijing sounded anxious. Li Feng nodded. "I'm on my way. I'll be there shortly." "Phew. Good. They are still unconscious now. Although there is no danger to their lives, their injuries are severe." Luo Shuijing appeared quite worried. Li Feng smiled. "As long as they are not in danger, that's good. I'll be there soon. Don't worry." Yet, Luo Shuijing did not hang up. She suddenly added, "By the way, my grandmother just called me, asking if you had dealt with matters regarding the Shi family. What is going on?" Luo Shuijing was evidently curious. She had intended to wait until Li Feng arrived at the hospital to discuss it, but couldn't help but inquire about the situation between him and the Shi family. However, she was also filled with concern and confusion. The Shi family was a prominent family in Donghai City. Offending such a colossal entity would likely lead to relentless troubles. At this moment, Luo Shuijing felt a twinge of anxiety. "I had some unpleasantness with the Shi family, but it has been resolved now," Li Feng replied seriously. "Could it be that the Shi family has taken the initiative to trouble the Luo family?" Luo Shuejing hesitantly shook her head. I'm not entirely sure. However, my grandmother said she wanted me to return to the old residence and asked me to bring you along to discuss this matter. Li Feng chuckled. Your grandmother is not treating you well. Don't you remember the last incident? Why would you go back? Sigh. Some things I can't explain to you right now, Luo Shuejing sighed. She recalled her grandfather's last words, which not only urged her to advance the Luo Corporation, but also emphasized the need for her to be forgiving towards the old matriarch. After all, the old matriarch had treated her grandfather exceptionally well. It was just that her temperament had changed, as if she had become a different person. Luo Shuejing found it strange that the old matriarch now had a drastically altered disposition, having lost her previous gentleness and kindness, replaced instead by a domineering, harsh, and overly ambitious demeanor. Luo Shuejing felt something was off but couldn't quite pinpoint it. She planned to excel in her endeavors with the Luo Corporation and then distance herself from this deep pit, never to return. But for now, while still ensnared in that pit, she would have to abide by its constraints. All right, if you think we should go, then I'll accompany you. However, I need to first check on Ning Wan and Yi Qi in the hospital. They were assigned to protect you, Li Feng stated earnestly. They are severely injured. Hurry over, Luo Shuejing urged anxiously. She had already learned of the two women's identities and knew they were hired by Li Feng, filling her heart with gratitude. Soon, Li Feng arrived at the hospital, and upon seeing Ning Wan and Yi Qi, his expression darkened. Their injuries were grave. Ning Wan remained unconscious, diagnosed with a severe concussion, with no indication of when she might awaken. Additionally, she had multiple bruises and her internal organs had suffered significant trauma, clearly having endured considerable physical violence. Yi Qi was in slightly better condition, but also sustained a mild concussion and a ruptured spleen. Requiring a period of rest. Li Feng mused that Demo's punches were indeed not something just anyone could withstand. He instructed Li Jin, Luo Shuejing, and Duo to step outside before proceeding to administer acupuncture to Ning Wan and Yi Qi's heads. In no time, the two women regained consciousness. They still felt dazed, but upon seeing Li Feng beside them, they visibly relaxed. What about that bald man? Ning Wan addressed Li Feng without any pretense in her eyes. Li Feng was merely a peer, not a superior. The bald man is dead, Li Feng replied calmly. The matter with the Shu family has also been resolved. You both have successfully protected my family. Given your severe injuries, I will ensure that Chao Qing Tian provides you with a larger bonus. Yi Qi exclaimed in delight. Thank you, Mr. Li. However, Ning Wan seemed unconcerned. How did that bald man die? Was it at my hands? Li Feng calmly responded. You? I find that hard to believe. That bald man was so strong. You couldn't he possibly have taken him down with your slender arms and legs? One punch from him would have surely left you with broken bones. Enough of that. Li Feng suddenly produced a small vial, extracting 3 pills and handing them to Ning Wan. Take one, and grind the remaining 2 into powder to apply to your injuries. He then handed 2 pills to Yi Qi. You take one and apply the other. You two can help each other. I'm not very convenient to assist, Li Feng explained. Yi Qi expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Li. But what are these pills? Will they have a significant healing effect? Indeed. Li Feng nodded emphatically. Once ingested and applied, injuries should recover about 80% within 3 hours. The remaining 20% will also heal swiftly. Upon hearing this, both women were utterly astonished. Impossible, right? Ning Wan's eyes widened. What kind of miraculous medicine exists in this world? Are you certain this isn't poison? Li Feng shot Ning Wan a look. I understand you have your reservations about me, perceiving me as a spoiled rich kid, thus harboring prejudice. But 5 years have passed. All right. I am not the same person I once was. Do you think I would deceive you now? Then you take one. Ning Wan offered a pill to Li Feng. Li Feng shook his head. These pills are precious. Each one is valuable, and their preparation is intricate. Don't waste them. If you want to take them, then do so at your own discretion. Li Feng reached out to reclaim the 3 pills. However, Ning Wan hesitated and did not relinquish them. I'll hold on to them for now. I'll try one first. What if it works? Yi Qi chuckled. Ning Wan, don't worry, I'll take one first. If I don't die from it, then you can take one too. Who wants you to die? I certainly don't want you as my test subject. Ning Wan hesitated but ultimately swallowed one. As she did, she closed her eyes in agony. Silently, she prayed not to succumb to poison. Chapter 79. Remember to clarify your relationship with the Luo family. Subsequently, a strange and refreshing chill emanated from her stomach. coursing through her veins and permeating every area of her body where pain resided. The fiery discomfort that had been subtly gnawing at her internal organs suddenly dissipated, replaced by a delightful sensation of coolness. How marvelous! Ning Man's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her desire to consume the remaining 2 pills in her hand intensifying. Yi Chi, noticing the visible change in Ning Man's complexion, understood that the medicine was indeed effective, and she too swallowed her dose without hesitation. The same feeling enveloped her. "I told you I wasn't deceiving you," Li Feng stated with a serious demeanor. "You should rest well. After taking the medicine, you will likely experience a period of drowsiness for the next 2 or 3 hours. Once you awaken, you can apply the ointment to your bodies." With that, Li Feng exited the room. Ning Man watched his retreating figure, murmuring in confusion. This dandy must have procured the medicine from somewhere. Truly remarkable. Ichi paid no heed to Ning Man's comments, instead collapsing onto the bed, murmuring, "Ning Man, I'm feeling rather sleepy. I'll rest for a bit." Upon leaving the ward, Li Feng instructed Li Jiner and Duo to return home and rest, while he asked Chao Qingtian to send someone to watch over Ning Man and Yichi. Chao Qingtian, upon hearing that Li Feng had gone to the hospital, expressed his surprise. "Mr. Li, why did you leave? We were still waiting for you in the reception room." Li Feng, equally surprised, replied, "Reception room? Were you not in a meeting? I assumed you were busy and did not wish to disturb you, so I left." Chao Qingtian smiled wryly. "Well, Shi Weisong and his family wanted to find you to apologize in person. Would you like me to have them come to the hospital?" Li Feng shook his head. "No need. I must pay a visit to the Luo family's old residence. If they wish to come, they can meet me there." A sudden thought struck Li Feng. Wasn't old Madame Luo concerned about the Shi family causing trouble? Then perhaps he should invite the Shi family, who wished to apologize, to the Luo family residence and observe old Madame Luo's reaction. Li Feng then asked Chao Qingtian to issue bonuses to Ning Man and Yi Chi, which Chao Qingtian readily agreed to. This also allowed Li Feng to save a sum. Shortly thereafter, Li Feng and Luo Xuejing departed the hospital for the Luo family's old residence. You all arrived quite swiftly. Upon entering, they found old Madame Luo seated in a rocking chair, her icy gaze fixed on Li Feng and Luo Xuejing, her tone frigid. In the courtyard, besides old Madame Luo, were Luo Jun, Luo Zitao, and Luo Ziding, all wearing expressions of impatience, clearly feeling they had waited too long. "Grandmother, we were slightly delayed," Luo Xuejing explained. Old Madame Luo retorted coldly, "Luo Xuejing, I heard from your parents that you are cohabitating and living in Jinxiu?" Luo Xuejing quickly denied the accusation. "We are not cohabitating. Li Feng is the landlord. I am merely a tenant." "Grandmother, is that why you called us here?" Old Madame Luo shook her head. "No, that was just a casual mention. I summoned you here regarding the Shi family." In truth, old Madame Luo felt a twinge of envy towards those residing in Jinxiu. She longed for the lifestyles of the affluent, those living in villas, who held respectable status. Though in her heart, she believed the best residence in Donghai City should be Hailu Mountain Villa, it was simply out of reach. Only the top 9 elite families of Donghai City would qualify to live there. And even the Shi family, being a first-rate family slightly inferior to the top elite, might not possess such qualifications. Therefore, for old Madame Luo, Jinxiu was already sufficient. The environment was beautiful, and the location exceptional, home to several notable figures. Her earlier inquiry was, in fact, akin to Wang Yufan's, harboring the desire to reside in Jinxiu. If Luo Xuejing could not secure a favorable business marriage, it would not be unacceptable for her to be with Li Feng. The property in Jinxiu would eventually belong to Li Feng, allowing her to reside there. Otherwise, it would be out of the question. Your parents mentioned that Li Feng struck Shirbo Xian and his family? Old Madame Luo glared at Li Feng. Is that true? Luo Xuejing was immediately taken aback. She knew Li Feng had clashed with the Shi family, but had not anticipated that he had actually assaulted the young master and his wife. This was quite the trouble. Luo Xuejing stared at Li Feng in astonishment, unsure of how to respond. Leaving it to Li Feng to clarify, Li Feng boldly admitted, "Yes, I did. The Shi family has been excessively arrogant, openly bullying my daughter. I struck them to teach them a lesson. They will surely be grateful to me." At his words, the entire room fell into stunned silence. Luo Jun, Luo Zitao, and Luo Ziding, who had initially been observing, now glared at Li Feng, accusing him. "You struck someone and are so brazen about it. The key point is that you hit someone from the Shi family. Are you not going to apologize to them? You think you've educated them? The Shi family will certainly pursue this matter. What if it implicates our Luo family?" Their emotions ran high. Their shares in the company were substantial, and if the company faced pressure or greater repercussions, the financial losses would primarily affect them. If the Shi family harbored immense dissatisfaction and sought retaliation against them, it would be far worse. Luo Shuejing was aghast. She knew Li Feng was reckless, but she had not anticipated him to be this reckless. She stared at Li Feng, speechless, her disbelief palpable. Old Madame Luo found the situation absurd. So you did not apologize, but instead expect the Shi family to come and thank you? They will certainly come. However, they will demand an explanation. Her gaze sharpened. Li Feng, we do not care about your survival, but if your actions draw the attention of the Shi family to us, we will not spare you. You must clarify matters when facing the Shi family. Do not involve our Luo family. Li Feng suddenly smiled, his expression enigmatic as he regarded old Madame Luo. You wish to sever ties with the Luo family? Correct? Very well, I shall do so. This smile left everyone perplexed, wondering if Li Feng had lost his mind. Just then, the sound of a car pulling up outside drew their curiosity, and as they approached the door, someone knocked. Luo Zitao, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward to open the door. Having held a senior position in the Luo group, he recognized the Shi family members. To his astonishment, Shi Weisong, the head of the Shi family, stood before him, flanked by Shi Boxian, Zheng Yuhan, and their son, all wearing grave expressions. It was over. Luo Zitao's face turned pale, yet he gritted his teeth and stammered, Mr. Shi, what brings you here? Shi Weisong glanced inside and immediately spotted Li Feng. He forcefully pushed Luo Zitao aside and quickly approached Li Feng with Shi Boxian, Zheng Yuhan, and their son in tow. Mr. Shi. Old Madame Luo's expression soured considerably. Just moments ago, she had been worried that the Shi family would come knocking, and now they had indeed arrived, appearing quite solemn. This was a calamity for the Luo family. She hurriedly stood, using her cane for support as she approached Shi Weisong. Mr. Shi, what brings you to our humble abode? The Luo family is truly honored. She positioned herself directly in front of him. Shi Weisong frowned. Old Madame Luo, it has been a while, however. I am not here for you. Suddenly, old Madame Luo turned to Li Feng, her eyes filled with warning and discontent, quickly explaining to Shi Weisong, I understand. You are here for this country bumpkin? This country bumpkin has offended the Shi family. I am currently reprimanding him and urging him to promptly apologize to you. However, Mr. Shi, please do not misunderstand. This country bumpkin merely knows my granddaughter and has no other relation to us. The Luo family has no association with him whatsoever. Shi Weisong, visibly impatient, interrupted her. Old Madame Luo, please step aside. He bypassed her and directly approached Li Feng. In that instant, the entire Luo family held their breath. Luo Shuejing, filled with concern, suddenly stepped in front of Li Feng, addressing Shi Weisong. Mr. Shi, I apologize. Li Feng is my friend. He acted impulsively, so please do not hold it against him. I can apologize on his behalf. She even shot a glance at Li Feng, urging him to apologize quickly. Luo Shuejing was unsure why she felt compelled to intervene. Perhaps it was because Li Feng was the father of Duo, or perhaps because he was her landlord. In any case, she could not let him be taken away by the Shi family. But the next moment, Shi Weisong insisted, Miss Luo, you have misunderstood. I have come to apologize to Mr. Li. I also wish to express our gratitude to Li for the lesson our family has received. He looked at Li Feng, and amidst the stunned and bewildered gazes of everyone, he suddenly spoke respectfully. Mr. Li, the previous incident was due to our Shi family's ignorance in offending you. Our overbearing attitude indeed requires self-reflection. Thank you, Mr. Li, for the guidance and education you have provided to our family. We have gained profound insights from this experience. I hope Li will accept our apology and gratitude. In that moment, the room fell into a stunned silence, shock permeating the atmosphere. What was even harder for them to believe was that, the very next second, Shi Weisong produced a centurion card and handed it to Li Feng. Mr. Li, this card contains 20 million. It is my apology, or rather, a token of gratitude. Please accept it. Shi Boxian, Zheng Yuhan, and their son gazed at Li Feng with eager expressions, silently pleading for him to accept. Li Feng chuckled. If that is the case, then I will overlook the previous incident. After all, you have already learned your lesson. In the future, the Shi family should conduct business with a bit more discretion. Upon saying this, he accepted the card. Shi Weisong was overjoyed. Why had he come to apologize? It was to offer Li Feng money. ensuring that Li Feng would not pursue the Shi family's transgressions and to unlock the Chao family's blockade against the Shi family. Li Feng's earlier statement indicated that he had chosen to forgive. Accepting the money was laden with significance. The 20 million from the Shi family would allow them to navigate this crisis smoothly, returning to their previous state of steady profitability. Shi Weisong's excitement turned his face red. "Thank you, Mr. Li. Since you have forgiven me, might I invite you and the entire Luo family to dine at Motionting?" Naturally, Shi Weisong was aware of the adage, a little progress leads to further demands. Having received Li Feng's forgiveness, he was already contemplating how to seek Li Feng's assistance in treating his son's ailment. Li Feng had incapacitated Shi Bo Xinus vital point, leaving him in excruciating pain and even contemplating suicide. Shi Weisong had consulted Yang Ximiao and learned that only Li Feng could heal this injury. No one else in Donghai City had the capability. Therefore, Shi Weisong was eager to find an opportunity to solicit Li Feng's help. Li Feng scrutinized Shi Weisong, seemingly discerning his ulterior motives, and was about to decline. Suddenly, Shi Weisong added, "Mr. Li, please do not refuse just yet. I intend to invite you and all the members of the Luo family to dine at Motionting. I sincerely hope you will oblige." Motionting was the most luxurious and high-end restaurant in Donghai City. Located atop a skyscrapered, it boasted the highest consumption rates and an exclusive membership system, ensuring the most exquisite culinary experiences and cutting-edge dining technology, along with a top-tier service team. This restaurant commanded an astonishing average cost of 12,000 per person, making it unparalleled even in provincial capitals. If Hailu Mountain Villa was old Madame Luo's dream residence, then Motionting was her dream dining destination. While still reeling from the shock of the surreal situation unfolding before them, the Luo family finally regained their composure. They were perplexed as to how Li Feng had managed to earn such deference from the Shi family, who had come to apologize and express gratitude, even offering 20 million in compensation. However, the Luo family was now too preoccupied to question the reasons. They recognized the reality of the situation. The Shi family was attempting to curry favor with Li Feng, even inviting him and the entire Luo family to dine at Motionting. "Li Feng, you must accept." Old Madame Luo suddenly turned to him, her previously disdainful and aloof expression replaced with one of eager anticipation and excitement. Li Feng felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he addressed Shi Weisong. "I won't be dining with you. I am not familiar with you all. Furthermore, the Luo family has no ties to me. You heard me upon entering, did you not?" Old Madame Luo's expression darkened at his refusal, but with Shi Weisong present, she refrained from lashing out, forcing a strained smile instead. "Li Feng, please do not be hasty in your rejection. Mr. Shi is merely extending kindness. Refusing him might not reflect well on you. Moreover, given your close relationship with Luo Xuejing and having a daughter, how could you claim to have no connection to us?" Old Madame Luo was keenly aware that many in Donghai City knew of Luo Xuejing's daughter, but most assumed that the child was adopted. Only a select few families and members of the upper crust were aware that this was indeed Luo Xuejing's biological daughter. Old Madame Luo believed that the Shi family might be unaware of this detail, so she seized the moment to mention it, hoping it would facilitate a visit to Motionting. She yearned to witness what the so-called premier restaurant in Donghai City, and one of the 3 grand restaurants in Shujun, was truly like. Now that Li Feng had refused such an opportunity, old Madame Luo was genuinely incensed. Alongside her, Luo Jun, Luo Zitao, and Luo Ziding were equally furious. Did this country bumpkin not realize that if he wished to be with Luo Xuejing, he should at least make an effort to endear himself to her family? Surely, he could perceive their eagerness to dine at Motionting. However, old Madame Luo's words fell on deaf ears. Li Feng merely regarded her coldly. "Old Madame Luo, you were the one who stated you wanted to sever ties with the Shi family. Now you wish for me to acknowledge my connection to the Luo family. I cannot allow you to save face at my expense." Old Madame Luo's smile turned even more strained. That was then, and it was merely a jest. "What stands before you now is the Luo family's acknowledgement of your relationship with Luo Xuejing. Do you not desire our recognition?" Old Madame Luo believed she had played her trump card. Knowing Shi Weisong and possessing a villa in Jinxiu were points that could compel her to begrudgingly accept Li Feng's relationship with Luo Xuejing. Of course, this was limited to merely dating. In terms of marriage, Li Feng's standing would remain the lowest. Luo Xuejing was taken aback by her grandmother's words, feeling no sense of gratitude, only shock. How could her grandmother, in pursuit of a meal at Motionting, so easily compromise, even using the acknowledgement of her relationship with Li Feng as leverage? Luo Xuejing felt once more let down by old Madame Luo. Upon hearing old Madame Luo's remarks, Li Feng's frown deepened. Is your acknowledgement truly significant? If I wish to be with Luo Shuejing, her acknowledgement suffices. I have no time to consider your feelings with that. He turned to Shi Weisong. What are you still doing here? It was only then that Shi Weisong suddenly realized that the Luo family and Li Feng did not seem to be on good terms. Unable to contain his frustration, Shi Weisong gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Li, I implore you and Miss Luo to accompany me to the Sky Tower. I have already told you. We are not acquainted. Hurry and leave, Li Feng retorted impatiently. Shi Weisong had no choice but to relent, resigning himself to the thought that the matter of treating his son would have to be postponed for another opportunity. Immediately, Shi Weisong and his entourage departed under the glowering and infuriated gazes of the Luo family. In that moment, Luo Shuejing was utterly bewildered. Li Feng's earlier words felt like a gentle blade piercing her heart. For reasons unknown, a sudden ache gripped her heart, and her mind involuntarily conjured up memories of the many injustices and disdain she had faced over the past 5 years. Flashes of moments from those years made her ponder whether she should have waited for Li Feng's return. Li Feng's words had been so blunt, especially spoken in front of the Luo family, causing Luo Shuejing to feel an overwhelming sense of emotion, tears welling up in her eyes. Were it not for the presence of the Luo family, she would have undoubtedly burst into tears at that moment. Li Feng was about to take her away when the matriarch of the Luo family erupted in fury. Li Feng, you have squandered the only chance I would have had to accept your relationship with Luo Shuejing. I am unaware of your living arrangements with her, but as long as I am alive, you will never marry. Li Feng sneered derisively. If that is the case, then we shall not extend an invitation to our wedding. Do not come to me for favors in the future. With that, he grasped Luo Shuejing's hand and departed. Once they had left, Luo Zitao clenched his teeth in anger, exclaiming, Trash, vile creature, truly overstepping bounds. Suddenly, he turned to the matriarch. Grandmother, why are you still supporting this vile creature? Luo Shuejing. Cast her out of the company at once. Continuing to support her only nurtures a wolf in sheep's clothing. The matriarch was visibly incensed, her voice low and stern. I have considered that, however, that now is not the right time. The company is currently facing a very difficult issue. Dismissing Luo Shuejing now would complicate matters significantly. Furthermore, you need to hone your abilities. Otherwise, how could I entrust the company to you? Luo Zitao was deeply frustrated. But how long must we wait? What are you rushing for? Luo Jun suddenly interjected. Your grandmother is correct. Now is not the moment. Do not forget, Ding Capital's 400 million comes with the condition that Luo Shuejing must steer the ship. That is 400 million. If we dismiss Luo Shuejing, Ding Capital will reclaim the 400 million, and we will be finished. The company may even be mortgaged to Ding Capital. Luo Zitao gritted his teeth unwillingly. Fine, I'll endure a bit longer. Suddenly, Luo Zitting had a thought. Why do I feel that Ding Capital is waiting for us to dismiss Luo Shuejing, so they can then mortgage the Luo Group? Ding Capital is fully aware that our relationship with Luo Shuejing is tenuous, yet they have executed such a maneuver, I feel. Ding Capital was plotting against us from the start. No, that is impossible. Ding Capital is merely an investment firm. Over the years, they have only secured management rights over Changli Beauty, which remains under the control of the Liao family. The matriarch was taken aback, contemplating before explaining. The likelihood of that is slim. Luo Zitting continued. What if someone who wishes to obtain the Luo Group encouraged Ding Capital to act this way? Upon hearing this, the matriarch, Luo Jun, and Luo Zitao all broke into a cold sweat. Stop with the wild conjectures. Regardless, as long as we rise up, secure a major contract, and have funds in hand, we need not fear Ding Capital reclaiming that 400 million. The matriarch reassured everyone. 400 million. A sum that would surely shatter her heart if lost. However, understanding that she must prepare for contingencies to prevent the company from falling into others' hands, the matriarch commanded. Luo Jun, quickly investigate the relationship between Li Feng and the Shi family. It is inconceivable that the Shi family would apologize to this bumpkin Li Feng. They certainly would not offer him 20 million. The matriarch abruptly issued her orders. Luo Jun nodded. Understood. I will investigate immediately. After hesitating, the matriarch added. Also, inform Luo Yong and Wang Yufan about Li Feng receiving 20 million. Additionally, let them know that Li Feng is clearly fond of Luo Shuejing. Mother, what good will that do? Luo Jun asked in astonishment. The matriarch shot him a glare. 20 million is no small sum. Once you relay this information to Wang Yufan, she will undoubtedly seek a way to ask Li Feng for money. When the 20 million falls into Wang Yufan's hands, we can then devise a plan to transfer the funds back to us. Upon hearing this, Luo Zitao and Luo Ziding exchanged glances, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Luo Jun, too, became animated, promptly agreeing, "Mother, I will take care of it right away." After returning home, Luo Shuejing sat down and took a sip of water, finally processing the events and gazing at Li Feng. What you said at the old residence, was that a joke?" "I was not joking," Li Feng replied earnestly. "You are already my woman. It is only natural that I marry you. Initially, I intended to pursue you, but given your grandmother's candidness, I cannot keep it hidden. When shall we go register our marriage?" "Register? You must be joking." Luo Shuejing shot Li Feng a glare. "I have yet to agree, and in truth." Her face was flushed crimson, her heart racing with excitement. While she found Li Feng quite agreeable and envisioned building a complete family together to raise their daughter, she couldn't claim to love him just yet. Rather, she had developed a slight fondness for him over the past few days. If possible, she intended to cultivate their relationship gradually, and if they truly suited each other, marriage would not be out of the question. Yet today, Li Feng had suddenly professed his feelings and proposed marriage. Luo Shuejing was utterly taken aback, feeling the need to gather her thoughts. "I think I should go upstairs to rest for a bit. Today has been quite exhausting." With that, she hurriedly ascended the stairs. Just then, Li Jiner, who had been playing with Duo in the sunroom, came downstairs and unexpectedly encountered Luo Shuejing, exclaiming in surprise, "Why is your face so red?" Luo Shuejing, covering her face, replied, "Is it? Oh, I might have just drunk some hot water. It was too scalding." Afterward, Luo Shuejing quickly shut the door and lay on her bed to rest. She knew she needed to calm down and sort out her relationship with Li Feng. Li Jiner descended the stairs and approached Li Feng. Duo is looking for you. She wants to play. Li Feng stood up. "All right, I'm on my way." As he stood, Li Jiner scrutinized him. "Did you just kiss Luo Shuejing?" "What makes you say that?" Li Feng countered. Li Jiner replied. "Well, Luo Shuejing's face was so red, that doesn't necessarily imply I kissed her," Li Feng said. Heading upstairs, Li Jiner pondered. Realizing that Luo Shuejing was typically quite forthright and unlikely to blush so easily over a mere kiss. That night, after Li Feng had gone to bed, he took out his phone and sent an email to his senior sister, Shueying. Shueying's WeChat and phone number had indeed been unreachable for several months. She had instructed him to email her for contact. However, it typically took 2 days to receive a reply. Li Feng wondered what Shueying was currently up to, as she was said to be engaged in something very grand and mysterious. Such a claim seemed far-fetched to Li Feng. Yet, not long after, Shueying responded, "Little junior brother, why are you seeking me at such a late hour? Today, I encountered someone, the Western Prince Jean. He claims to be your man. Is there any truth to this?" Li Feng inquired directly. Although he had already expressed his feelings for Luo Shuejing and even declared his intention to marry her in front of the Luo family, which implied relinquishing his 2 senior sisters, the thought of the Western Prince left him feeling inexplicably uneasy. Or perhaps, the notion of his senior sisters being with any other man made him feel unsettled. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Could he possibly have both senior sisters and Luo Shuejing as his women? This idea emerged, prompting a bitter smile from Li Feng. In this era, such a notion seemed absurd. He dared not hope for such an arrangement and could only take things one step at a time. "Western Prince Jean? My man?" After Shueying replied, there was silence. Li Feng was puzzled as to why she had abruptly stopped speaking. Suddenly, Shueying called him. "You little rascal, do not believe that Jean's words. He has a rather thick skin and has pursued me several times, all of which I rejected. His mentality broke down upon realizing you are my junior brother, so he likely said that to provoke you. Do not believe him. Ultimately, you must trust that my heart belongs to you." Li Feng was taken aback. "So that's how it is. However, senior sister, my situation is a bit complicated." Li Feng wished to explain the matters concerning Luo Shuejing and their daughter, Duo. Yet, Shueying preempted him. "What is complicated? It concerns Luo Shuejing and your daughter, correct?" "I am aware." "You know? How do you know? Does that mean your heart still belongs to me?" Li Feng asked in return. Shueying smiled playfully. "You have taken someone as your woman, so you must take responsibility, but you also promised on the mountain to be with us. A man must be accountable for his words. Therefore, you cannot abandon Luo Shuejing, nor can you neglect us, understand? The events of 5 years ago were an accident. Both I and your second senior sister came to know you during these 5 years, and it was not your fault. As for how to handle this matter, that is beyond my concern." Shueying effectively silenced Li Feng's thoughts, He found her reasoning compelling, yet something felt amiss. With a sigh, Li Feng replied, I suppose I need to think this over. By the way, what exactly are you up to now? Why so mysterious? I have been preparing for exams. Once I pass, your senior sister will soar to great heights. At that point, I will be looking out for you, Shui Ying stated earnestly. Li Feng was speechless. Forget it. Time for bed. After lying down, however, he found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning as he contemplated how to balance the relationships with 3 women, ultimately feeling that any choice would be unfair to someone. After careful consideration, he concluded, what Shui Ying said is a twisted rationale. The next morning, as Li Feng rose, he heard a sudden sound. The bedroom door was abruptly pushed open by Li Jiner, who skillfully yanked the blanket away. Li Feng stared in disbelief at the exposed scene, only to notice that Luo Xuejing stood behind Li Jiner. Luo Xuejing's elegant face turned beet red in an instant. She swiftly turned and dashed downstairs. Li Feng quickly reacted, grabbing the blanket to cover himself. Could you not enter so abruptly? And why must you yank my blanket? Please get up, Li Jiner stammered.